A man stood bewildered before a low wooden door, raising his hand but hesitating to push it open, uncertain and at a loss. A torrent of time seemed to roar past him and rush toward him, transporting him from a hospital bed to this old door, making the cold medical equipment and antiseptic smells feel like mere illusions. Is this a flash of life before death? But shouldn't I already be dead? Lin Hao murmured to himself, unable to discern whether what he saw was real. He dared not push open the door before him, until a gust of wind blew past, and with a creak, the wooden door slowly swung open. As the old-fashioned security door opened, a small, busy figure appeared before Lin Hao's eyes, skillfully drawing water, rinsing rice, washing vegetables, and draining them, completely unaware that someone had entered. Lin Hao's hand clenched and relaxed repeatedly. This man, who was always invincible at the negotiation table, was now so nervous that his palms were sweating. He fiercely pinched his own leg, instantly wincing in pain, yet then couldn't help but break into a smile. Could it be that everything before him wasn't a dream? Could a miracle have truly descended upon him? Lin Miao, busy at the cramped stove, finally heard the noise, jumping down from her small stool and running to the door. Seeing her father had returned, a flash of joy appeared in Lin Miao's eyes, but was quickly replaced by fear and grievance. She twisted the faded hem of her skirt and whispered, "Dad, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. You can rest on the sofa for a while." Opposite the small sofa sat a 16-inch color television, but since the bill hadn't been paid for months, it had long become a useless object. So, besides lying on the sofa to rest, there was indeed no other entertainment in this home. Lin Hao felt an impulse. He desperately wanted to step forward and hug his yet doomed daughter tightly, to tell her that their family now had money, that Dad could take her to eat delicious food, buy many beautiful dresses, send her to the best school, and spend weekends at amusement parks, happily playing the whole day. He also wanted to ask if it hurt when she died, if she was doing well on the other side, and if she and Mom were happier after leaving this world. Unfortunately, he couldn't, although decades later he would rise to great heights. Right now, he was truly a penniless good-for-nothing. The family relied entirely on his wife Yang Mei's hard work to survive, until she finally became heartbroken and took their child away from him, away from this world that had disappointed her. His gaze pierced through time and space, surveying this household that had long existed in name only. Seeing he didn't speak, Lin Miao grew nervous, tugged at his sleeve, and called again, "Dad." Lin Hao snapped back to reality, squatted down, and slowly hugged the little girl tightly. "Miao, you've suffered so much. I'm sorry." This apology he had waited too many years for, until he was terminally ill and on his deathbed, until no one in the world remembered the mother and daughter who died in the fire. Lin Miao patted his back, softly and gently comforting him. "It's okay, Dad. I'm not tired at all. I don't like kindergarten either. Please don't fight with Mom anymore, okay?" Lin Miao was already 6 years old. Other children her age had already finished kindergarten, but she had only attended for 2 months. Those 2 months were also made possible by Yang Mei secretly taking on part-time jobs to save up. Later, when Lin Hao found out, not a single cent could be saved anymore. Lin Hao at this moment only wanted to slap himself hard, to wake up that useless, foolish self. He stroked Lin Miao's dry, yellow hair damaged by long-term malnutrition and gently said, "Miao, go read your books. Dad will make dinner tonight. We'll start eating when Mom comes back." Lin Miao was first delighted, but then immediately pouted, looking pitiful. "Never mind. We didn't buy much rice this month. If it doesn't cook properly, it would be such a waste." Lin Hao helplessly flicked her forehead, smiling and scolding. "Little girl, how can you have so little faith in your dad? Don't worry, I promise to make you a delicious dinner tonight." Lin Miao was still a child. Hearing her father say this, she happily ran to the corner and pulled out 2 picture books from a small box. These were among her few possessions, casually given to her by Yang Mei's colleague. The books had been read many times but were still neat, showing how much the owner cherished them. Seeing this scene, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel bitter. If it weren't for a father like him, Miao would surely be like her peers, dressed beautifully every day, hand in hand with her parents on the way to school. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his heart, Lin Hao turned and walked into the small kitchen. The less than 5 square meter space was crammed full with pots, pans, firewood, rice, oil, and salt. They cooked with a gas stove. It was a miracle that a child as small as Lin Miao hadn't caused an accident. Yet, even without an accident, Yang Mei still chose to leave this world with her child in an incredibly tragic manner. We detected sedative components in the stomach contents of both victims. After investigation, we can determine it was suicide, Mr. Lin. Please accept our condolences. The policeman's words seemed to ring in his ears again. Lin Hao shook his head hard, sliced the potatoes and greens, placed them in plates, and put the rinsed rice into the rice cooker. The click of the door lock opening sounded. Without going out to look, Lin Hao could guess Yang Mei had returned. This woman was the one he had wronged the most in his life. Sometimes he hated her, but more often he felt sorry for her. Mom, you're back. It was the sound of Meow Meow running over. Yang Mei held a piece of crispy on the outside, tender on the inside fried chicken, touched her daughter's face, and wearily responded. Mom, Dad came home very early today. He's cooking in the kitchen. He said he'd make us delicious food tonight. The little girl sensed her mother's bad mood and wanted to say something nice to cheer her up. Lin Hao gripped the spatula tightly, standing anxiously amidst the sizzling sounds of stir-frying, like a primary school student caught with a failing grade coming home to face his parents. Yang Mei snorted coldly, seemingly unwilling to comment on her good-for-nothing husband. She brought the fried chicken she was holding before Lin Meow Meow, smiling and saying, Look, the fried chicken Meow Meow always wanted, and a drink. Lin Meow Meow wowed, her eyes instantly lighting up. She happily took it with both hands, innocently asking, What special day is it today? Yang Mei thought to herself, Today is the day Mom will set you free. She can no longer bear this kind of day. Lin Hao refused divorce, stubbornly defied his family-in-law, borrowed from all his friends to get Meow Meow into school, and today such a thing had happened. Chapter 2. The Heavy Dinner. Yang Mei had also thought that Meow Meow was still so young, hadn't yet experienced the beautiful things in life. But if she wasn't around, who knew how that bastard Lin Hao would treat her daughter? She couldn't let go. Thinking of this, after immense sorrow, she instead became calm. She said nothing, only smiled at her daughter. Lin Meow Meow didn't think much, happily holding the fried chicken and running to the kitchen to show Lin Hao. Dad, look, Mom bought fried chicken today, and my favorite juice. What juice? The policeman's words instantly rang in Lin Hao's ears again. His heart was in turmoil, but he showed no sign on the surface. He naturally took the fried chicken and juice from Meow Meow's hands, gently saying, Go wash your hands with Mom to prepare for dinner. After watching Meow Meow's skipping figure leave, Lin Hao heavily took out the juice from the food bag. Sure enough, the cap had already been opened. It seemed Yang Mei had already put the sedative inside. He silently stared at the juice bottle, which showed no signs of abnormality from the outside, then unscrewed the cap and poured it all into the sink. Yang Mei happened to walk into the small kitchen. Seeing his action, she froze instantly. Did he discover something? Impossible. Lin Hao, besides drinking and wandering the streets, could notice anything? She regained her composure, lightly coughed twice, and asked, What are you doing? After pouring all the juice into the sink, Lin Hao casually threw the bottle into the trash bin, his tone normal. I just took a look. It's almost expired. Meow Meow is still young. Drinking such juice might upset her stomach. Let's eat. Yang Mei opened her mouth, seeming to want to say something, but ultimately said nothing. She vaguely felt that Lin Hao today was very different. Dinner was soon laid on the table. A plate of shredded potatoes, a plate of stir-fried greens, plus the fried chicken Yang Mei bought today. This was a rare, sumptuous dinner for this household. But apart from Lin Meow Meow, who was happily gnawing on a chicken leg with her face covered in grease, the other two at the table were very silent. Lin Hao hadn't figured out how to face his wife again, while Yang Mei was physically and mentally exhausted, unsure of what schemes Lin Hao was plotting this time. Lin Hao felt that as a man, he should break the silence first. He picked up a chopstick full of shredded potatoes and placed it in Yang Mei's bowl, gently saying, You must be tired and hungry after a whole day. Eat quickly. Yang Mei didn't appreciate it. She coldly pushed away the rice bowl in front of her, having no appetite, and directly asked, Speak up. Did you owe money to someone again? I'm telling you, there's not a single cent left at home. Don't try to pretend to be pitiful with me again. Lin Hao sighed without speaking. Lin Meow Meow vaguely sensed the bad atmosphere and even slowed down her chewing, her big eyes darting back and forth. He patted the little girl's head, softly soothing Meow Meow. It's okay. Mom is in a bad mood today. You eat well. The chicken leg won't taste good when it's cold. Lin Meow Meow nodded vigorously, pitifully turning to Yang Mei. Mom, I'll eat well. Don't be angry. The food today is especially delicious. You try it too, okay? No matter how angry or disappointed she was, Yang Mei didn't want to argue in front of her daughter. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger, and as calmly as possible told Meow Meow, Mom will eat later. If you eat well, Mom won't be angry. Be good. After saying this, she directly stood up and walked toward the only bedroom, looking down at Lin Hao, clearly indicating for him to follow. Lin Hao had been busy the whole afternoon, hadn't eaten a single bite, and helplessly stood up. He gave Meow Meow a chopstick full of greens, telling her to eat more vegetables, then followed Yang Mei into the bedroom. As soon as the door closed, the anger she had been suppressing involuntarily reappeared on Yang Mei's face. She glared at Lin Hao almost viciously. If looks could kill, Lin Hao felt he would probably be chopped into pieces. Calm down first. I know you're in a bad mood today, that you encountered a big problem at work. Let's eat first, then discuss how to handle it together. Lin Hao tried his best to make his tone sound sincere. How do you know I had a problem at work? Did you follow me? Yang Mei was shocked, aggressively questioning. Lin Hao had sighed countless times today. He explained, no, I saw you preparing carefully these past few days. It should have been an important project. If it succeeded, you wouldn't be in this mood today. Yang Mei felt that inexplicable sense of dissonance again. Ever since his business failed, he was cheated and owed a large sum of money. Lin Hao had degenerated into a street thug. When had he ever noticed her work? Seeing his wife seemed to have calmed down a bit, Lin Hao pressed on. Then tell me, what exactly happened? We'll figure it out together. Yang Mei had no time to dwell on that fleeting sense of dissonance. She covered her face with both hands, her voice filled with despair. It's useless. It can't be solved. I can't solve it, and I can't count on you. This time, it's completely over. Actually, Lin Hao knew exactly what happened, but that was information he got from the police after Yang Mei and Miao Miao committed suicide. The Lin Hao of this moment could not possibly know what had occurred. So he patiently waited for Yang Mei to finish crying before asking what exactly had happened. The matter wasn't complicated. Yang Mei worked as a procurement officer at a small foreign trade company. Recently, the company had secured a large client who placed a half-year order. The boss was thrilled and specifically instructed Yang Mei that the quality of this batch must be impeccable. Yang Mei kept this in mind, carefully comparing suppliers when purchasing. Everything was going smoothly. When the goods arrived at the warehouse, Miao Miao had a fever and Lin Hao wasn't home. Yang Mei, in a hurry, instructed another colleague to supervise the unloading and rushed home to take her child to the hospital, staying overnight. When the leader called to inquire, she repeatedly assured them that everything was fine. However, when production began, it was discovered that at least half of the raw materials in this batch were substandard, completely unusable. The boss nearly went crazy with rage, calling Yang Mei to his office to demand an explanation. She had no choice but to tell the truth that she had to leave due to a family emergency and asked a colleague to supervise. But the colleague claimed that Yang Mei had told him the raw materials were already confirmed, and he was only asked to watch the loading process, not responsible for specific inspections, and knew nothing about the materials. The leader's scolding and the colleague's denial were nothing. The crucial point was that this batch definitely couldn't be delivered on time. This big deal not only couldn't be completed, but would also require paying a huge penalty for breach of contract. Lin Hao listened quietly to her sobs, resting his chin on his hand, helplessly shaking his head and sighing. You've been set up. Chapter 3. Returning to school, Yang Mei, exhausted from her tears, seized a pillow and struck Lin Hao with fervor, exclaiming, Isn't all of this because of you? With my hectic work schedule, what do you do each day? Where were you when Miao Miao had a fever? If it weren't for the immense debt you owe, would I need to toil so hard? Would our home have descended into this chaos? Lin Hao, unable to retaliate or respond in kind, endured the outpouring of years' worth of pent-up anger and grievance from Yang Mei, occasionally offering her words of solace. It was undoubtedly her colleague's fault, who, seeking profit, had tacitly allowed their supplier to substitute inferior materials. Now that the contract was signed, it was Yang Mei who bore the responsibility, and the supplier would certainly not admit to any fault in their materials. Let this be a lesson learned. We shall consider this an expensive education, he mused. This is not a grave issue. I will surely find a solution. Trust in me. Our family will not fall apart. Mei, I am truly sorry. Tick-tock. The clock made 2 full revolutions as Yang Mei, having shouted, cried, and vented her frustrations, finally succumbed to fatigue and fell asleep, her brow still furrowed in distress. Lin Hao gently laid her down on the small bed, removed her high heels, and retrieved an old, worn blanket from the wardrobe to cover her. He tenderly wiped away the tears from her face with a warm cloth before leaning against the cabinet, lost in thought. Although he reassured Yang Mei that this was merely a minor predicament, and in 10 years' time, it would indeed seem trivial for their current impoverished and precarious household. It represented a formidable challenge. The boss threatened to hold Yang Mei liable for the company's losses, threatening legal action that could lead to imprisonment. Terrified, she promised to compensate the company for all losses incurred. While their company was modest, a half-year's worth of orders was no trifling sum. The potential losses and penalties could very well exceed 1 million. a figure that was impossible to amass in a short span. Yet, there was still ample time before delivery. Half of the raw materials posed no issues and could be processed immediately. If they could procure qualified raw materials within this time frame, the business would remain unaffected. The boss was merely seizing an opportunity to extort. Acquiring half of the raw materials would certainly alleviate much of the pressure. Yet they would still require around 300,000, no small amount. How could they possibly earn such a sum in a brief period? Time was of the essence. They needed to devise a plan swiftly. Lin Hao absently patted the pockets of his trousers, which were as devoid of funds as his face was clean, and he could not help but let out a rueful chuckle. Mei, consider this money as a loan from me. I will repay you 100-fold in due time, Lin Hao declared, holding several banknotes with a complex mix of emotions. After securing the cash, he closed the bottom drawer of the wardrobe and prepared to leave to check on whether Miao Miao had washed up and gone to bed. Unbeknownst to him, as soon as he shut the door, Yang Mei, lying in bed, opened her eyes, her face etched with evident disappointment. She muttered to herself, I thought you might genuinely change. It seems I was mistaken. It's just about the money once again. Lin Hao remained oblivious to the fact that he had been outmaneuvered by his wife, nor did he realize that he had dug himself a colossal pit, leading to a prolonged period during which Yang Mei would not believe a single word he uttered. Lin Miao Miao had finished her meal, and with a commendable sense of responsibility, she placed the unfinished dishes into the refrigerator, washed the used utensils, and returned them to their rightful place. After tidying herself up, she nestled into the small bed in the living room's nook, closing her eyes and pretending to be oblivious to the world around her. Lin Hao stood at the doorway for a moment, reassured to see that the little girl showed no signs of discomfort after her meal. He quickly consumed a few mouthfuls of cold rice before heading off to brush his teeth and wash his face. To avoid disturbing the already slumbering Yang Mei, he planned to spend the night on the small sofa, using the time to contemplate ways to earn money. He was not lacking in luck or ability, and with his newfound foresight into the future, he believed he could navigate this hurdle smoothly, drifting off into a hopeful slumber. Unbeknownst to him, just a wall away, Yang Mei spent the night awake, staring at the empty bag in the drawer. The next morning, when Lin Hao awoke, Yang Mei had already left. The previous day, he had informed her that half of the raw materials had encountered issues, and it was crucial to ensure that the remaining stock was successfully put into production without any complications. Hang in there, it will be all right, he muttered to himself as he dressed and went to wake his daughter for breakfast. At the dining table, Lin Miao Miao devoured the toasted buns smeared with spicy sauce and a perfectly cooked egg, relishing the flavors to the point of nearly biting her own tongue. Dad, your cooking is truly delicious. I never knew before. Can you make it for me and Mom more often? She praised him between bites. Lin Hao playfully pinched his daughter's nose, replying gently, whenever you wish to eat, I shall prepare it for you. As he observed his daughter growing before his eyes, Lin Hao pondered a different concern. Due to his own circumstances, Miao Miao had not been able to complete her kindergarten education normally. Now that she was older, he realized there was no time to waste. Miao Miao, once you finish eating, how about I take you to see a new school? He asked, seeking her opinion. Her eyes brightened at the suggestion. She had always wanted to attend school like her peers, yet she disliked the idea of her parents arguing over her schooling, which led her to claim she didn't want to go. I want to go, but not really, she whispered, casting furtive glances at her father's expression. Lin Hao tapped the table and winked at Lin Miao Miao mischievously, saying, if you want to go, hurry up and eat. Today, Dad will take you to see the new school. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao seemed to be invigorated, finishing her breakfast in a flurry before tugging at Lin Hao's hand. He took her to a nearby bilingual kindergarten that was highly regarded. Although Miao Miao was not yet of age to formally enter primary school, Lin Hao hoped to have her start a year early in kindergarten to acclimate to this new environment. Fortuitously, the principal was present and warmly welcomed them, conducting some basic assessments for Miao Miao. Fortunately, this clever little girl had been secretly practicing phonetics and simple arithmetic from picture books, despite only attending kindergarten for 2 months. And the teachers were quite impressed. Lin Hao observed with great satisfaction as Lin Miao Miao engaged in cheerful conversation with several teachers, demonstrating a delightful rapport. He quietly conferred with the principal, saying, as you can see, my daughter is quite fond of this place, and I share the same sentiment. Might it be possible for her to attend a trial week here? After all, she has had limited interaction with peers her age. The principal contemplated briefly, concluding that allowing a trial week posed no significant issue. Even if she chose not to return, it would not adversely affect the kindergarten. thus, with a cheerful agreement. She replied, "Of course, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, our teachers and caretakers are truly exceptional." Chapter 4. Regaining momentum with Lin Miao Miao's schooling issue temporarily resolved. Lin Hao felt a notable uplift in his spirits. His next focus was to devise a plan to amass a substantial capital in the shortest time possible, so he could subsequently let his money work for him. It was akin to restarting a video game he had previously mastered, suddenly finding himself back in the novice village. Fully aware of the unfolding narrative that awaited him, he leisurely strolled to a large supermarket, utilizing his available funds to purchase numerous colorful lights, glow sticks, and vibrant beads. With a bag brimming with assorted items, he returned home and busied himself for the entire afternoon. Later, Lin Hao prepared an early dinner for Yang Mei, and then set off to pick up Miao Miao from school with a small lunchbox in hand. "Daddy, I'm over here," Lin Miao Miao joyfully called out as she rushed towards him, prompting Lin Hao to crouch down and embrace her. "How was your day at kindergarten?" he inquired. With a beaming smile, Lin Miao Miao showcased her candies and whispered, "A little boy secretly gave these to me, and I made 2 wonderful friends. They shared some small cakes with me and even gifted me a beautiful hair clip." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised by his daughter's newfound popularity. He guided Lin Miao Miao to the small tricycle they had rented for the day, watching her relish her dinner with delight. "Miao Miao, would you like to see a performance at the park?" Lin Hao playfully asked his daughter. Soon after, he took Miao Miao, along with a bag filled with their afternoon treasures, to the entrance of the performance park. He extracted a collection of sparkling garlands and bracelets from the bag, selecting the most exquisite one to adorn Lin Miao Miao's head. Miao Miao was utterly enchanted, frequently removing the garland to admire it before quickly placing it back in its rightful position. Curiously, she asked, "Daddy, this is so beautiful. Are we going to sell it?" By 7:30, as darkness enveloped the sky, the performance commenced. Families with children, couples strolling hand in hand, and groups of young women gathered. While Lin Hao's vibrant garlands, bracelets, and glow sticks stood out prominently. "How much for this?" A curious young lady approached him. 15 each. "But if you both wish to buy, it would be 20 for 2, Lin Hao replied with warmth. His pleasant demeanor, coupled with the charming presence of his adorable daughter, captivated the young ladies, resulting in a steady stream of customers. Many children, upon seeing Lin Miao Miao adorned with her beautiful garland, jumped with joy and implored their parents to acquire one for themselves. In less than an hour, Lin Hao sold out the entire bag of garlands, bracelets, and glow sticks. He and his daughter then settled in to enjoy the remainder of the performance before leisurely riding their tricycle home. At 10:30 in the evening, Yang Mei sat on the small sofa in the living room, her complexion exceedingly grim, arms crossed tightly over her chest, remaining utterly silent, untouched by the dinner laid out in the small kitchen. At last, with a click, the door swung open, and the exuberant Lin Miao Miao rushed in, exclaiming impatiently, "Mom, today Dad took me to Lin Hao. Isn't that excessive? I can overlook your indulgences, but how could you bring Miao Miao home late at night? Are you truly pleased to abandon the child outside?" Lin Hao, momentarily taken aback, belatedly clarified, "No, I had already sent you a message. I took Miao Miao to see a performance today and conducted a bit of business. Have you had dinner?" However, Yang Mei was in no mood to entertain his explanations. In a fit of rage, she hurled a cushion from the sofa across the room, vehemently retorting, "What performance requires an entire day? Can you even afford the tickets? Do you think I'm unaware that you stole money from the wardrobe yesterday?" Lin Hao fell silent for a moment, finally muttering, "Are you pretending not to be asleep?" Yang Mei scoffed coldly, "If I weren't pretending, how could I discern your true intentions? I wasted precious moments believing your deceitful words. My true intention? My sole purpose is to resolve the issues with the raw materials, ensure Miao Miao can attend school, and improve our family's circumstances." Lin Hao weakly defended himself, fully aware that Yang Mei would not be swayed by his words. As expected, Yang Mei remained unmoved, desperately covering her face and lamenting, "I truly cannot endure this life any longer. Why must you ruin my daughter?" Lin Miao Miao, still adorned with her sparkling flower crown, approached Yang Mei to defend Lin Hao, saying, "Mom, everything Dad said is true. I went to kindergarten today, and the teachers were wonderful. Tonight, Dad took me to the park for a performance, and we made a lot of money selling flower crowns. Please don't cry, Mom." As she spoke, she handed her flower crown to Yang Mei, who seized it and flung it to the ground, stomping on it vehemently while shouting, "I told you to learn the good, not the bad. You dare wear something whose origins are unknown? I won't allow you to deceive." Lin Meow Meow stood frozen, her large eyes brimming with tears, and then burst into sobs, exclaiming, "My flowers, my flowers." Lin Hao frowned as he intervened, firmly addressing Yang Mei. "What are you doing? I made that for Meow Meow. Even if you're upset, you shouldn't take it out on the child. I've promised to help you." Yang Mei forcefully pushed him aside, carelessly knocking a teacup from the coffee table to the floor, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at him. "Help me? With what means? I have come to this point due to my own lack of discernment, and now you seek to further harm my daughter. She is so young. And you take her out to indulge in debauchery, thinking I wouldn't notice the stench of smoke? Lin Hao, are you even human?" Lin Meow Meow had never witnessed her mother in such a frenzied state, tears still staining her cheeks, and was so frightened that she could scarcely cry, her sobs coming in fits and starts. Lin Hao gently took his daughter's hand and led her to the bathroom, softly comforting her. "I apologize, Meow Meow. Mommy has been feeling rather down these past few days. I did not mean to be harsh with you. Things will improve shortly, and next time, I shall craft a more beautiful flower crown for you, all right?" Lin Meow Meow nodded, sniffling, then pondered before asking, Can you make a few more? "I wish to. Bring them to Xiaowen and Mao Mao." Lin Hao agreed, and encouraged Meow Meow to wash up and prepare for bed. With a headache, he made his way to the small kitchen, only to find that dinner had not been touched at all. He reheated the food, poured a cup of hot water, and returned to the living room, where Yang Mei still stood by the sofa, her face a mask of anger. Lin Hao took out the more than 2,000 yuan he had earned that day, counted out 500, and handed it to Yang Mei, saying, "As we agreed yesterday, this is a loan repayment." Yang Mei looked at the scattered coins in his hand, utterly incredulous. After all these years, she had never seen him return any money. Where did this money come from? Her voice trembled slightly. "I mentioned that I had started a small business. This is not a significant amount. I will repay you tenfold for the money I took from you in the past. I am a man of my word," Lin Hao declared firmly. Yang Mei stared at the handful of change, finally struck by a wave of astonishment. "You truly started a business? What kind of enterprise could yield such a sum in just half a day?" Thus, Lin Hao patiently recounted how he had taken Meow Meow to kindergarten that morning for a trial week, how he had purchased colorful lights to craft flower crowns and bracelets, and how he had sold them in the park while taking Meow Meow to watch part of a performance. Throughout his narration, Yang Mei gazed at him with a look as if she had never truly seen him before, her mind seemingly lost in thought. It was not until Lin Hao stood to bring the reheated dinner to the table that Yang Mei regained her senses, softly asking, "Was everything you just said true? Will you truly live well from now on, and never again indulge in drinking and gambling?" Lin Hao did not respond to her question directly. Instead, he pushed the warm porridge towards her, gently suggesting, "Eat while it's hot, and afterward, wash your face and get a good night's sleep." At that moment, the figure standing before Yang Mei seemed not to be her aimless husband, but rather the admirable senior she had once looked up to years ago. A flicker of hope ignited in her eyes. Once Yang Mei had retired for the evening, Lin Hao tidied up the dishes and the shards of the cup that Yang Mei had smashed, then quietly returned to his room to lie down. Although the flower crown business appeared lucrative, Lin Hao was acutely aware that it was merely a novelty. The local clientele was limited, and many had already purchased their wares the previous day, leaving little incentive for a second purchase. More critically, having observed his success, others would undoubtedly attempt to replicate his venture. Sure enough, by 7 in the evening, 2 women had set up stalls selling colorful light flower crowns adjacent to the park, their weaving skills far surpassing Lin Hao's. Unfortunately, the crowd remained sparse. As for Lin Hao, with several thousand yuan as his capital, he aimed to secure an even larger profit and headed toward an inconspicuous stall within the vegetable market. In this quaint inland city, the demand for seafood is rather tepid, leading to inflated prices that deter most vendors from selling it. However, one establishment has managed to thrive due to its reasonably priced and exceptionally fresh crabs. "How much are the crabs?" Lin Hao inquired, gesturing toward the large tub of hairy crabs. The vendor responded warmly, 15 yuan per pound for the small ones, 25 for the large. "How many would you like?" With enthusiasm, the vendor began to prepare to catch some crabs for Lin Hao. "I'll take them all. My friend has a particular fondness for hairy crabs," Lin Hao replied. The vendor's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that someone would purchase such an expensive delicacy that yields little meat and is cumbersome to cook. "Really, all of them?" he asked incredulously. "Yes, indeed," Lin Hao responded calmly, reassured by the wealth in his pocket. After some bargaining, The vendor agreed to sell all 50 pounds of crabs at 10 yuan for the small ones and 18 for the large, allowing Lin Hao to acquire the entire lot for less than 800 yuan. Subsequently, he methodically visited every seafood shop in the vicinity that sold hairy crabs, leaving no stone unturned, and returned home with a truckload. His actions were not without purpose. 2 days later, the Feihuang Group was hosting a team of important clients, coastal individuals who had a particular taste for crabs. A last-minute addition of this dish led to a shortage due to power outages, compelling the restaurant to procure crabs at exorbitant prices. By anticipating this demand and acting swiftly, Lin Hao was poised to reap substantial profits from his crabs. Moreover, he prepared some in advance and brought them to the entrance of Lin Miao's daycare, successfully selling them on his way to pick her up. Delighted by the unexpected gift of crabs from their new friend, Xiaowen and Mao Mao promised to bring their favorite books to share with her the next day, filling the little girl with joy. "Daddy, there was a time when I felt a bit resentful because you always argued with Mommy and went out drinking," she suddenly confessed during their walk. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, acknowledging her sentiment with a grunt, recognizing his past shortcomings. "And what do you think now?" he asked. Lin Miao leaned over and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek, brandishing her crab as she exclaimed, "Now I think you are the best daddy in the world. The most amazing person." Lin Hao chuckled, reflecting on the clarity of a child's affections and grievances as they merrily continued homeward. However, upon reaching the entrance, he sensed something amiss. He scrutinized the gleaming new vehicle parked outside and deduced the identity of the visitor. Even before stepping inside, he could hear the sound of a heated argument within, specifically one party laying blame upon another. "Mimi, I cannot fathom what you are thinking. Even if you've lost your senses, shouldn't you consider Miao Miao's well-being? Are you truly waiting for the day someone comes to collect debts and evicts you from this wretched house?" "I understand," Yang Mei replied, her voice lacking conviction, hesitating to articulate her thoughts. "However, had I not discovered the affairs of your company, would you have intended to sever ties with your family? Are you aware of how furious and worried your parents are for you?" Yang Mei lowered her head in guilt, unsure of how to respond. "Enough, you need not say more. Pack your belongings. When Miao Miao returns, I will take you both home. Tomorrow, we shall engage a lawyer for divorce." A voice resounded with unwavering authority. Lin Hao entered the room, calmly interrupting the man. "That is impossible. Yang Mei is my wife, and Miao Miao is my daughter. This is their home. In due time, I will take them back, but they shall not leave with you today. And a divorce is out of the question." The man standing opposite Yang Mei was robust and fierce in appearance, presumably harboring a long-standing disdain for Lin Hao. He derisively remarked, "I thought who it might be. It turns out to be my worthless brother-in-law, who only knows how to drink, curse, and beat his wife." The man was none other than Yang Mei's elder brother, Yang Sheng, who had vehemently opposed her relationship with Lin Hao from the very beginning. Lin Hao, undeterred by Yang Sheng's scornful jibes, maintained his composure. He understood that his unlikable reputation was of his own making, hence he replied with dignity, "Yang Sheng, for Mei Mei's sake, I shall not hold this against you. I have already apologized to her and Miao Miao for the past, and I assure you it shall not happen again. I can resolve the issues concerning Mei Mei's company without your assistance. Please take your leave." Upon hearing this, both Yang Sheng and Yang Mei appeared incredulous. Without seeking her brother's help, how could Lin Hao possibly secure 300,000, not to mention Miao Miao's tuition fees? Observing their evident disbelief, Lin Hao's mind stirred, and he proposed, "How about this? Let us make a bet. If I can resolve this matter on my own within a week, you shall cease to meddle in my family's affairs. And if I fail," Yang Sheng replied with derision, "then I shall agree to the divorce and leave with nothing." Chapter 6. A cart of crabs. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback by this proclamation. She had contemplated divorcing Lin Hao, a thought she had nurtured for quite some time. Yet each time she considered it, Lin Hao would employ every means to keep her by his side, even resorting to violence over this issue. Their relationship, devoid of any genuine affection, still saw Lin Hao unable to accept Yang Mei's departure. Perhaps he viewed it as a challenge to his masculine dignity. Yang Sheng scoffed at this statement. "Leave with nothing? You actually consider that a tremendous advantage." In his eyes, a scoundrel who bullied his own sister deserved to have his head severed. However, witnessing Lin Hao's confident demeanor, he had little desire to engage further in needless banter. With a cold sneer and a glance at his sister, he declared, "In that case, I shall return in a week to take you and Miao Miao home." Having spoken, Yang Sheng turned to leave, but just as he took a step forward, He heard Lin Hao's calm voice behind him. Brother-in-law, should you wish to come for a simple home-cooked meal next week, you are always welcome. Yang Sheng halted, and Lin Hao continued. However, if your intention is to take them away, that will be quite impossible. Yang Sheng scoffed disdainfully, slamming the door shut as he departed. Inside the house, Lin Hao exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to share his thoughts with Yang Mei, only to be met with her expression of cool disdain and disgust. Do you find joy in boasting and bragging every day? She retorted. Lin Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and attempted to explain. Do not worry. I truly have found a solution. Rest assured, this time there will be no issues. However, Yang Mei was in no mood for further conversation, rolling her eyes and pulling along Lin Miao Miao towards dinner. Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to you. After taking only a few steps, Yang Mei suddenly wrinkled her nose. Wait a moment. What is that smell in the house? The scent was faint yet enticing, drawing her instinctively towards it. Furrowing her brow, she began searching the vicinity. Lin Miao Miao, stifling a giggle, tugged at her mother's arm. Mom, Dad bought a large quantity of hairy crabs today. We can have them for dinner. Recently, Yang Mei had been troubled by financial matters, and upon hearing Lin Miao Miao's words, she shot Lin Hao an incredulous glare. What on earth do we need hairy crabs for? They are tough and difficult to prepare. We can hardly eat them. All you do is waste money outside. Can you not do anything else? Lin Hao, feeling helpless under the barrage of her accusations, could only shake his head. Just as he intended to persuade Yang Mei to go upstairs and rest, she grabbed Lin Miao Miao and headed for the door. I want to see just how many hairy crabs you bought. If we cannot manage them, I don't even know how to deal with that. Before she could finish her sentence, she was taken aback by the sight of a large cart filled with hairy crabs at the doorstep. Lin Hao's heart sank as he prepared to explain, only to find Yang Mei turning around in a frenzy, glaring at him with fury. How much money did you squander outside? Lin Hao, are you out of your mind? What are we supposed to do with so many hairy crabs? Can we even eat them? Yang Mei was nearly driven to madness by this situation. Do you not understand the state of our household? Yet you dare to spend money so recklessly. It seems you wish to bring us to ruin. Lin Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him as he sighed. It's not like that. Please let me explain. Yet Yang Mei had no desire to hear any more of his excuses. What is there to explain? What more do you want to say? Just look at the chaos outside. Are you out of your mind? Little did Yang Mei know. Upon seeing the cart of hairy crabs, she nearly fainted. The money spent on these crabs could have supported her daughter's education for a significant time. Lin Hao, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly reached out to grab her arm. Please, do not be upset. I did not buy these hairy crabs for eating. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's anger intensified, her eyes widening in disbelief. If not for eating, then for what? Are you planning to keep them as pets? To her astonishment, Lin Hao nodded affirmatively. Yes, exactly. We are keeping them. Rest assured, in just a few days, we will be able to profit from this. Yang Mei felt a lump rise in her throat, unable to articulate her frustration as her lovely face turned crimson. Ultimately, she could only grit her teeth, cast a fierce glare at Lin Hao, and drag her daughter into the room with an exasperated flourish. Lin Hao let out a long sigh at the door, expressing his helplessness, and remarked, in 3 days, I will accompany you to pay the company's fine. This time, his words hung in the air, devoid of even a dismissive grunt in response. Resigned, Lin Hao shrugged and proceeded to drag the entire cart of hairy crabs into the house, gathering numerous tubs and containers to ensure the crabs were well cared for. In 2 days, when the representatives from Fei Huang Group arrived, he would exchange this cart of crabs for money. With this thought, he felt invigorated in his tasks. The following day, Yang Mei rose early to head to the office, hoping to discuss with the supervisor to see if there was any possibility of a resolution regarding their situation. Meanwhile, Lin Hao took their daughter, Miao Miao, to kindergarten. Afterward, he bought some groceries and began preparing for dinner at home. After a long day of labor, he set a sumptuous table, beaming with anticipation as he waited for the mother and daughter to return. However, before long, the door was abruptly flung open with a loud bang. Lin Hao turned to see Yang Mei with a stern expression, followed by Miao Miao, whose tears flowed freely. What was wrong? Why was she crying so profusely? Lin Hao furrowed his brow and instinctively reached for his daughter, only to be blocked by Yang Mei, who forcefully pushed his hand away. Don't touch her. Miao Miao. We're leaving. Pack your things. Taken aback, Lin Hao quickly intervened. What are you doing? Why are you packing? At that moment, Miao Miao had already rushed into his embrace. clinging to his leg as she sobbed, "Daddy, Mommy said I can't go to kindergarten anymore. She said you're a big liar." Upon hearing his daughter mention kindergarten, Lin Hao had already surmised the situation. His lips parted, ready to speak, but Yang Mei coldly interrupted him, throwing her bag onto the sofa with force. "I'm not going to kindergarten today, and I can't believe you spun such a fine tale this time." Yang Mei shot him a frosty glare. "Lin Hao, you truly astonish me." Seeing her demeanor, Lin Hao sensed that matters were dire. It was likely that the kindergarten had contacted Yang Mei for some reason. What had been presented as sending their daughter to school was merely a facade, a shameless act to have her sit in on others' classes. Yang Mei nearly lost her temper. Taking a deep breath before continuing, "How shameless can you be? Forcing our daughter at such a tender age to engage in such brazen antics." Witnessing her fury, Lin Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, and his attempts at explanation felt utterly futile. "It's not that we can't pay. It's just that we're a bit strapped for cash at the moment. We just need to hold on for a couple more days." Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief. "A couple more days? By then, our daughter will be thrown out by the kindergarten staff." She found it hard to believe that Lin Hao would utter such words. Miao Miao is still so young. How could you bear to deceive her like this? Do you have any idea how much psychological trauma this will inflict upon her? Lin Hao attempted to explain, "I truly will provide the money. It won't be long now." However, before he could finish, he was violently interrupted by Yang Mei. "You've said that countless times. I no longer wish to hear it. Step aside. I am taking Miao Miao home." Upon realizing that Yang Mei intended to leave the household with their daughter, Lin Hao grew increasingly anxious. "But this is our home. Where do you plan to go? Look, I've even prepared dinner for you." Yang Mei cast a cold glance at him, scoffing, "I cannot afford your cooking. With someone like you lingering around Miao Miao, who knows what kind of person she will become." Having said this, she disregarded him entirely and scooped up her daughter, striding towards the room. Lin Hao, recognizing her fiery temperament, felt powerless to intervene and could only stand in the living room with a sense of resignation. This time, Yang Mei's fury had subsided, and she would then seek a way to return to her family. Once inside the room, Yang Mei slammed the door and crouched on the floor, packing her belongings while tears streamed down her face. Miao Miao quickly grabbed a few tissues and hurried over to wipe her mother's tears, softly murmuring, "Mommy, please don't cry. I can skip school." Hearing this, Yang Mei felt a pang in her heart, and her tears flowed even more freely as she pulled her daughter into her embrace. "Miao Miao, rest assured. I will ensure that you go to school." Holding her small daughter tightly, Yang Mei trembled uncontrollably, although she no longer harbored thoughts of taking her daughter into despair. Her resolve to no longer endure such a life with Lin Hao solidified. Divorce. It had to happen, despite having prepared a sumptuous dinner. Lin Hao could only watch helplessly as the steaming dishes gradually grew cold. Soon after, an enraged Yang Mei dragged 2 suitcases out, followed by her tearful daughter, who did not look back as they exited the home. Lin Hao wanted to chase after them, but feared that pressuring Yang Mei further might lead her to make an even more heart-wrenching decision. Thus, he remained in the living room, trying to console himself. "Just 2 more days. Only 2 more days. Once I earn some money, I will find a way to bring them back." Meanwhile, Yang Mei, having left home with nowhere to go, stood on the street and reluctantly called her brother. Not long after, Yang Sheng arrived in his car to pick up the mother and daughter, bringing them back to his new house. As they pushed open the door, Yang Mei felt somewhat apprehensive. "Brother, I'm truly sorry for disturbing you at this late hour, but Miao Miao and I have nowhere else to turn." Yang Sheng pulled them inside, feigning reprimand. "Why speak such formalities? You are my dear sister. If I don't take care of you, who will?" Gazing at her brother's beautifully furnished new home, Yang Mei felt a bittersweet mixture of longing and envy. The parents have always favored their eldest son, leaving their daughter feeling somewhat neglected. After her marriage, the distance between them widened even further. When Yang Sheng wed, their parents almost depleted their savings to assist him in purchasing a home and a car. Yet now, when faced with her own challenges, she found herself unable to afford even the tuition for her daughter's kindergarten, let alone the 30,000 she needed. The more Yang Mei pondered, the more discontent brewed within her as she pulled her daughter along in silence. Yang Sheng led them to a spacious guest room, cheerfully stating, "For the time being, you two should stay here. If you need anything, just let me know. In a couple of days, I'll take you to the supermarket to stock up on essentials." Yang Mei, startled by his words, looked up and offered a sheepish smile. "Brother, I truly apologize. We're doing just fine and need nothing. We've brought everything necessary." Yang Sheng patted her shoulder reassuringly. I've told you, don't be so formal with your brother. Rest assured, once you and that scoundrel Lin Hao finalize your divorce, I'll find a way to replenish the company funds for you. There's no need to worry too much. At this point, he cast a concerned and somewhat furious glance at his young niece, grabbing Yang Mei's arm and stating firmly, the most important thing now is to get a divorce. It's unacceptable for such a young child to be dragged around by a fraud, engaging in such disgraceful antics. Yang Sheng looked at Yang Mei with a mix of disappointment and frustration. With a man like that, you must not remain involved. Upon hearing her uncle's disparaging remarks about her father, Lin Miao Miao furrowed her delicate brow in displeasure. Uncle, you're being unfair. My dad is not a fraud. He hasn't taken me out to scrounge for food. If you keep talking like this, I won't speak to you anymore. With that, Lin Miao Miao made a face at him, grabbed her small suitcase, and stomped off to her room. Yang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, repeatedly apologizing to her brother. Miao Miao is still so young. She doesn't understand what kind of person Lin Hao is. Please, brother, don't hold this against her. Yang Sheng waved his hand dismissively. She's just a little girl. What can I possibly hold against her? However, he sighed again, adding, that scoundrel Lin Hao may not excel at much, but he is a master of deceit. Look at how he has manipulated Miao Miao. You two need to divorce sooner rather than later. Otherwise, this little girl will only grow more attached to him. Chapter 8. The hotel's crab sale. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei fell silent, choosing not to voice further opinions. Yang Sheng understood that this matter could not be rushed, so he comfortingly patted her shoulder before stepping out to gather other necessities. Time flew by, and before long, the day arrived for Fei Huang Group to host an important client banquet. Lin Hao, brimming with confidence, loaded all the hairy crabs from their home into the car and set off for the Shangri-La Hotel, the largest establishment in town. The Shangri-La Hotel is situated in this bustling locale, and the sight of a car laden with hairy crabs has attracted considerable attention. The driver, temporarily hired to transport the goods, frequently glanced into the rearview mirror, unable to suppress his curiosity. Excuse me, my friend. Is the Shangri-La Hotel placing an order for such a large delivery? Lin Hao merely smiled and shook his head, providing no further explanation. Shortly thereafter, the car halted at the main entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. Lin Hao paid the fare, disembarked, and requested the driver to wait a while longer, assuring him that someone would soon arrive to collect the goods, before leisurely entering the Grand Hotel. The doorman regarded him with a quizzical expression, seemingly questioning whether someone dressed as he was had the right to dine within the esteemed establishment. Unperturbed, Lin Hao surveyed the hotel and casually approached a man in a suit, inquiring, might I ask who the manager of your procurement department is? The individual he approached was, in fact, the hotel's lobby manager. Upon hearing the question, he furrowed his brow. I wonder what business you have with our procurement manager? Lin Hao chuckled and candidly replied, I am here to sell hairy crabs. Faced with the lobby manager's astonished gaze, Lin Hao, brimming with confidence, continued, I have a total of 110 pounds of hairy crabs, priced at 200 yuan per pound. If you are interested, I can have them delivered to the kitchen immediately. The lobby manager scrutinized him with a look of disbelief, his brow knitting tighter. Have you lost your mind in the pursuit of profit? The market price for hairy crabs is no more than 30 yuan per pound. Why don't you go and steal them? Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. Isn't it akin to Jiang Taigong fishing, where only those willing to bite will do so? The lobby manager rolled his eyes dramatically. Well, fish wherever you like. We are not buying. He gestured dismissively, urging Lin Hao to leave. Yet a mysterious smile played across Lin Hao's face. Rest assured, it won't be long before you seek me out to purchase them. Before the lobby manager could respond, Lin Hao pointed to a nearby sofa. I'll be seated there. Should you suddenly wish to acquire hairy crabs, feel free to approach me. My goods are currently parked right at your doorstep. The lobby manager's brow was nearly knotted in confusion. A truck full of hairy crabs at the hotel entrance? The aroma must be overwhelming. Just as he contemplated dismissing Lin Hao, the latter calmly strolled towards the sofa in the hotel lobby. Reluctant to engage further, the lobby manager decided to head to the kitchen instead, pondering whether to enlist someone there to send Lin Hao away. However, upon entering the kitchen, the lights flickered erratically before abruptly going out, and the intercom on his person began to crackle. After a chaotic flurry, the hotel managed to restore some semblance of illumination, but the kitchen was still unable to commence operations. The hotel manager, in a flurry, rushed into the kitchen where the staff were preparing for an esteemed guest's arrival. Have the hairy crabs been prepared as requested? What is the delay? He demanded, noticing the head chef's distressed expression standing by. We simply do not have any hairy crabs. No one was informed that they were required today. Wasn't it supposed to be discussed with them? He continued, exasperated. The hotel manager, taking a deep breath, gritted his teeth and replied, the outcome is this. They threatened to dismantle our hotel if the hairy crabs do not make it to the table. At that moment, the procurement manager entered the kitchen, drenched in sweat and clutching his phone. Upon seeing the hotel manager, he lamented, we truly have no hairy crabs. I have inquired at every stall in the nearby seafood market, yet somehow they were all bought out days ago, and there is no stock available now. I am currently contacting other suppliers. He wiped his brow, flustered and frustrated, knowing that sourcing from more distant markets would take at least an hour and a half. And by the time the crabs were prepared and served, the guests would likely have departed. The atmosphere was tense, akin to ants on a hot pan. The front desk manager, standing nearby, whispered, I might know where to procure some hairy crabs. The procurement manager, nearly leaping from excitement, hurriedly approached him and grasped his wrist, exclaiming, where? Tell me now. I must go buy them. Startled by the procurement manager's fervor, the front desk manager hesitated before continuing. There was a seller who came to our hotel today, claiming to have over 100 pounds of hairy crabs. Hearing this, the hotel manager exhaled in relief. But what? Do not dawdle, speak quickly, the hotel manager urged. The front desk manager, with an awkward smile, replied, however, we told him we did not need any and sent him away. Observing the hotel manager's fierce demeanor, the front desk manager sensed a chance for redemption. But he is currently waiting in the lobby for us. If we are interested, we can still buy from him. Otherwise, we should see if there are other options. Before he could finish, the procurement manager dashed out with the speed of the wind. The hotel manager glared at him. What are you still doing here? Hurry and go. The group hurriedly exited the kitchen and made their way to the lobby. Indeed, Lin Hao was lounging on the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs. Upon seeing that he had not left, the front desk manager felt a wave of relief and pointed, that is him. He claims to have over 100 pounds of hairy crabs. The procurement manager rushed over. Sir, are you selling hairy crabs? Lin Hao slowly opened his squinted eyes, surveying the individual before him, and nodded. Yes, I have 110 pounds of hairy crabs, but my prices are somewhat steep. 30 yuan per pound might be a challenge. This statement was clearly intended to provoke the earlier front desk manager, who shifted between hues of red and blue at the side. The procurement manager quickly bowed and apologized. No problem. No problem at all. The price is not an issue. As long as you have the goods, we are eager to purchase. Chapter 9. Reselling the house. Lin Hao observed their expressions and nodded. A total of 110 jin of hairy crabs, priced at 200 per jin, amounts to 22,000. Upon hearing this price, the procurement manager immediately furrowed his brow. Spending 20,000 on a batch of hairy crabs was indeed quite expensive. Unable to restrain himself, he suggested to Lin Hao, how about this? We buy half, and I will inquire with other hotels about the remaining half. However, Lin Hao shook his head decisively. If you're going to buy, it must be the entire lot. If you don't, I shall seek other buyers. The procurement manager glanced at the hotel manager, who, considering the esteemed guests upstairs that could not be offended, gritted his teeth and made a firm decision. Buy it. Go settle the payment now, and you all hurry to take the hairy crabs to the kitchen. With a commanding voice, the front desk manager and procurement manager hurriedly led their team to unload the goods. Lin Hao, calmly following the hotel manager, received a payment of 22,000 yuan. To Lin Hao, this sum was not particularly significant, yet in this context, it could indeed be considered a substantial amount. With the 22,000 yuan in hand, he wandered the streets, pondering other ventures that might allow him to earn additional funds to cover the 300,000 yuan debt owed to Yangmei. As he walked, he stumbled upon a somewhat secluded sales office and looked up to see the sign for Binjiang Houding Sales Office. A wave of excitement surged within him. This was it. Binjiang Houding was a property invested in by a local real estate company. However, given that this city was inland, the so-called Binjiang Houding was merely constructed alongside a modest river that meandered through the city. Its location was already remote, compounded by the fact that the prices were not cheap, leading to a lack of buyers. Clutching the 22,000 yuan, Lin Hao entered the sales office. The sales staff, Seeing a visitor, displayed little interest, fully aware that no one was purchasing properties there. Lin Hao, unfazed by their indifference, sought out the sales manager. After considerable negotiation, Lin Hao finally succeeded in securing a property at Binjiang Haoding for 20,000 yuan, with a down payment of 20,000 and the remaining 180,000 to be settled within 3 days. Holding the signed contract, Lin Hao smiled, feeling increasingly confident. This simple piece of paper would soon be worth 300,000. Although others were skeptical about the property at Binjiang Haoding, Lin Hao understood its true potential. A vast expanse of vacant land adjacent to it had already been earmarked by the government for a new subway station, which would connect Binjiang Haoding with a nearby school. With the establishment of this subway line and station, Binjiang Haoding would transform from an overlooked, remote community into a highly sought-after residential area near a school and subway access. Before long, the property values in this area would soar to astronomical heights. The sum of 20,000 yuan, though only sufficient for a mere 10% down payment at this moment, holds significant potential for a sales office like Binjiang Haoding, which currently remains closed for business. Every sale counts, and who would concern themselves with trivialities? However, upon returning home to an empty, desolate room devoid of life, Lin Hao's previously elated spirits gradually began to wane. He had hoped that by returning to this time, he could, through his own efforts, provide a better life for Yang Mei and their daughter, Miao Miao. Yet, to his dismay, Yang Mei was unwilling to believe in him and had now taken their daughter and left home. Reflecting on this, he could not help but feel a sense of failure. Meanwhile, Yang Mei was nestled in the guest room of the Yang family home, peacefully sleeping with her daughter, Lin Miao Miao. After being married to Lin Hao for such a long time, this was the first occasion in recent memory that she felt truly rested. The next morning, she rose early, intending to prepare breakfast for her brother, envisioning a harmonious family meal at the table, while the television played the morning news in the background. Welcome to the morning news. We are reporting that a new subway station in the city is set to be completed soon, officially opening in a month. A new subway line will also be fully operational, providing all citizens with more convenient travel options. With a bun in his mouth, Yang Sheng chuckled while pointing at the television. Isn't that right next to that community? What is it called again? Ah, yes, Binjiang Haoding. At this moment, Yang Sheng felt a tinge of regret. When I was buying a house, I considered that place, but the location seemed too remote. Who knew the subway would be operational so soon? If only I had thought ahead, I could have purchased a larger home there. Yang Mei shook her head with a smile. Who could have predicted such things? At that moment, the sales office of Binjiang Haoding was inundated with eager crowds. Many, upon hearing the news, rushed to secure a unit, especially since it was located in a desirable school district, where prices would soon double within minutes. Lin Hao had settled himself early at the sales center, ready to seize an opportunity. Observing the frenzy, he smirked and approached a young man, pulling him aside. Hey, brother. I have a unit at Binjiang Haoding. Interested? The young man, well-dressed and struggling to navigate the throngs, stepped back in surprise as Lin Hao grabbed him. His face lit up with excitement. Are you serious? You have a unit at Binjiang Haoding? Lin Hao nodded with a smile. Rest assured, I have the contract. And the location is excellent. Upon hearing this, the young man became intrigued and inquired, how much are you asking for the transfer? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Hao stated a price of 320,000 yuan, but insisted on receiving the payment by the end of the day. This price was not excessively high. The young man silently nodded in his heart. However, Lin Hao's subsequent remark caused him to waver momentarily. Moreover, I have only made a 10% down payment on this property, which leaves an outstanding sum of 180,000 that you must pay directly to the sales office. The young man immediately felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. In this case, purchasing a home would require a down payment of 500,000. This price is rather steep, isn't it? Chapter 10. Earning 300,000. Lin Hao waved the contract in his hand. My price is not exorbitant. Lin Hao was acutely aware that if it weren't for his urgent need for funds, he could certainly wait a bit longer and sell the property for a higher price, without any fear of losing the buyer. The current price of the house still reflects the rates from a few days ago at Binjiang Mansion, saving several tens of thousands per square meter. Just calculate for yourself. Compared to buying a property at the sales office, you are saving much more than 300,000. Lin Hao's argument was indeed sound. Furthermore, at that moment, someone nearby overheard their conversation and rushed over, grabbing Lin Hao's arm. Hey, buddy, I'll take that house. Why don't you just hand it over to me and save us both time? The young man, seeing this interruption, grew anxious. I was here first. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao decisively pushed the man's hand away. No, although I am in need of money, I believe in fairness. He arrived first, and he has not declined my offer yet. How can I simply turn it over to you? The young man immediately displayed a grateful expression and firmly grasped Lin Hao. I'll take the house. Rest assured, I will pay the full sum of 320,000 today. With that, he cautiously pulled Lin Hao aside. He paid promptly and even added an extra 1,000, claiming it was for tea, which Lin Hao politely declined. I only thought to befriend you because you seem amiable. The house has a fixed price. We conduct our dealings transparently, without any additional charges. If opportunities arise in the future, we could indeed become friends and share a cup of tea now and then. The young man seemed to appreciate Lin Hao's approach and nodded with a smile. After a few more pleasantries exchanged amidst the bustling sales office, the young man received a phone call, handed his business card to Lin Hao, and hurriedly left. Lin Hao glanced at the familiar company name on the card and smiled with satisfaction. This individual was not a mere chance acquaintance. He had observed him for quite some time. This man was Jiang Siju, a senior executive at Yang Mei's company, who was reportedly about to be promoted to vice president. Establishing such a connection would undoubtedly be advantageous for resolving matters at Yang Mei's firm. Jiang Siju could be described as a promising young talent, as his father was the chairman of the company where Yang Mei worked. His current executive role was essentially that of a prince, sent down to gain practical experience. Due to his exceptional abilities, the board was soon expected to approve his promotion to vice president. Hence, Yang Mei had inadvertently found herself directly entangled with Jiang Siju at this juncture. Having dealt with most matters, Lin Hao glanced at the time and estimated that Yang Mei would not be able to procure the 300,000 yuan so swiftly. Thus, he meandered through the streets, seeking a place to dine while contemplating his next steps. With the few hundred yuan he had on hand, he initially set up a small stall, earning his first bit of seed money. Subsequently, he engaged in trading hairy crabs, and today, he had managed to sell a property, amassing over 300,000 yuan in total. However, out of this 32,000, 30,000 were earmarked for Yang Mei's fine, while the remaining funds would be allocated for Lin Miao Miao's educational expenses, leaving him with a meager sum. From his current perspective, Lin Hao could only pursue two potential paths. The first was a small workshop located on the outskirts of the city, primarily engaged in the production of textile goods. While the workshop itself yielded little profit, it was later acquired by another party. The bulk of fabric, both finished and unfinished, was transferred to the buyer as if it were a gift. Not long after, some investors from other regions arrived to establish factories in the outskirts, and the buyer profited significantly by selling the raw materials and products to unsuspecting merchants. However, should Lin Hao wish to take over this handcrafted textile factory, his available funds were woefully insufficient, compelling him to consider a second option. If memory served him correctly, a certain type of cold dish that had yet to appear on the streets would soon captivate the entire small city. These cold dishes, made from simple ingredients and relatively easy recipes, primarily consisted of cold jellyfish, cold seaweed, and cold potato shreds, which were not particularly novel in the city. Yet, in this inland town, where recreational activities were severely lacking, the sudden emergence of such an affordable and delectable snack would undoubtedly create a sensation. Given his current capital, embarking on such a modest venture seemed to be the most prudent course of action. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao lost his appetite for a proper meal, hastily consuming a couple of pieces of bread from a convenience store before setting off to gather ingredients for the cold dish. Jellyfish and potato shreds were not difficult to find, though they required some manual labor. Lin Hao rummaged through his pockets, resolved to visit the local market to gauge prices, conveniently passing by Yang Mei's company on his route. Meanwhile, Yang Mei had arrived at the company with her brother, Yang Sheng. Observing the bank card in her brother's hand, she felt a mix of shame and awkwardness. If it weren't for the predicament she had caused, she would not have had to shamelessly borrow from her brother or seek a loan of 300,000 yuan. Together, they knocked on the door of Director Jiang's office, only to be greeted by his assistant. The assistant informed them that Director Jiang was occupied with other matters and asked them to wait on the sofa. The two sat down, their faces marked with unease, as time passed slowly. Yang Mei grew increasingly restless, unable to suppress her anxious glances towards the door. Yang Sheng felt a twinge of anxiety, managing only a forced smile as he reassured his sister, "It's all right, don't worry. Didn't she say your boss was busy with matters and would return soon?" Just as the two of them fidgeted in the office, the door was suddenly flung open. Entering was none other than Jiang Siju, Yang Mei's immediate superior, who was on the verge of being promoted to vice president. Upon seeing Yang Mei, the initially jovial Jiang Siju's expression darkened instantly. Yang Mei's heart sank, and with trepidation, she approached him to apologize. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Jiang. I came to discuss the resolution for that previous matter." Jiang Siju shot her a fierce glare. "Resolution? The resolution is for you to compensate for the losses. If you fail to do so, brace yourself for a court summons." Yang Mei forced a strained smile. Yes, Mr. Jiang, you are absolutely right. I do intend to accept the company's punishment." Chapter 11. Payment of the fine with a stern countenance. Jiang Siju pulled out his chair and sat down, irritably flipping through several pages of documents before addressing her. "If you know you've erred, be more cautious. Can you not apply some thought while working? Are you not aware of what you have approved?" Yang Mei dared not speak, standing before the desk with her head bowed, her face rigid. Jiang Siju was an ambitious individual, eager to showcase his capabilities through several key projects. Had it not been for Yang Mei's significant blunder, he would have already ascended to the position of vice president, rather than continuing to engage in tedious negotiations with the board of directors. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, finding Yang Mei increasingly irksome. "Yang Mei, I warn you, do not let such mistakes occur in your work again. Otherwise, pack your things and leave immediately. The company hired you to perform tasks, not to engage in charity." Yang Mei's eyes reddened from the reprimand, nervously clutching her clothing. "I understand my mistake, Mr. Jiang. I am truly sorry, and I will be more careful in the future." Jiang Siju scoffed, casting a glance at Yang Sheng, who had been following Yang Mei. "Is this your husband, accompanying you to pay the fine?" Yang Mei quickly shook her head. "No, this is my brother. I borrowed the money for this fine from him." At this point, her voice trembled. "A total of 300,000. With this debt looming over me, I cannot fathom when I will be able to repay it. The prospect of my daughter's education is increasingly uncertain. I can endure hardship, but if I jeopardize Miao Miao's future studies, she will live a life filled with regret." Yang Sheng wore a conciliatory smile. "Mr. Jiang, I sincerely apologize. My sister is not a bad person. She may just be a bit careless in her work, causing losses to the company. We are here to pay the fine today and hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against her." Jiang Siju regarded them with impatience, dismissively waving his hand. "All right, there's nothing more to discuss. Just head to the finance department and settle the fine. Let us ensure such a mishap does not occur again." Yang Sheng nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains, assuring, "Rest assured, this is a one-time incident. It shall not be repeated." Yang Mei chimed in eagerly beside him. It was not until they exited Jiang Sizhu's office that Yang Mei felt a lingering daze. She had never anticipated that Jiang Sizhu's would be so lenient this time. Previously, when she had caused such a stir, Jiang had nearly overturned his desk in anger. She had expected this matter to be far more arduous. Yet Jiang merely reprimanded her lightly and instructed her to pay the fine. Yang Mei could only console herself internally, grateful that she had not lost her job. Meanwhile, Jiang Sizhu's was elated in his office over his recent acquisition of a property in a school district. His child was nearing school age, and he had meticulously searched for a suitable home but had been unsuccessful until now. Who would have thought that the completion of a subway station near Binjiang Haoding would make the journey to school a mere one-stop affair? This was serendipity for him. Although he had expended over 500,000 yuan today as a down payment, compared to the exorbitant prices others faced, he considered it quite a bargain. In retrospect, the person who facilitated his sale had not truly taken advantage of him. At this moment, Yang Mei had already escorted her brother, Yang Sheng, to the finance department. Faced with the finance personnel's indifferent demeanor, she sighed inwardly. The entire company was now aware of the incident. If it were not handled properly, her career in this industry would be jeopardized. With this thought, she cast a pleading glance at Yang Sheng. He promptly presented his bank card to the finance staff. "Hello, we are here to pay the fine. Could you please process this card?" Just as the finance personnel reached out to take it, they were interrupted by a voice from outside. "Wait," a familiar voice called from behind. Instinctively, Yang Mei turned to see Lin Hao entering the finance office with a bag in hand. "I said I would accompany you to pay the fine. Why did you not wait for me?" Yang Mei let out a disdainful sneer at Lin Hao's words. Yang Sheng, however, was less patient, rolling his eyes dramatically. "Wait for you? We might as well wait until the next century. Go on, stop causing a ruckus and return home. Don't embarrass yourself further." Due to the circumstances surrounding Yang Mei and her mother, Lin Hao had shown considerable tolerance towards his irritable brother-in-law. Thus, he refrained from escalating the situation, simply stating, "I'm here to pay the fine today." Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng appeared startled, his eyes widening in disbelief at Lin Hao's audacity. "You? Here to pay the fine? Do you even have 30,000 yuan on you?" Lin Hao weighed the bag in his hand. "How could you possibly know that I can't produce it?" he remarked. As he opened the bag's mouth and poured its contents onto the table, a cacophony ensued, revealing a stack of pristine coins. This money was freshly withdrawn from Lin Hao's bank account. 300,000 may not be an excessive amount, nor is it trivial. Yet its sheer presence in cash on the table was quite imposing. Even the accountant was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with such a casual display of 300,000 in cash before his eyes. Yang Sheng had intended to mock Lin Hao further, but was astonished as Lin Hao nonchalantly revealed the 30,000. As the coins landed on the table, both he and Yang Mei found themselves momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Yang Sheng gazed at Lin Hao in disbelief. "Where on earth did you acquire such a sum? You haven't engaged in any nefarious activities, have you?" At this, he took a few steps back, pulling Yang Mei behind him for good measure. "I warn you, if you've resorted to thievery, don't implicate us. We barely know you." Lin Hao chuckled helplessly. Although his family was impoverished, they had never resorted to theft. It seemed to serve as a reminder for Yang Mei, who instinctively clutched her clothing tighter. "Lin Hao, you haven't sold our house, have you?" Chapter 12. Inferior products. This thought struck Yang Mei like a bolt from the blue. The only asset remaining in their family was that very house. Without it, she and her daughter would truly face a life of hardship and homelessness. Overcome with dread, she staggered back a step. Lin Hao instinctively reached out to steady her, only to be rebuffed by Yang Sheng's sharp gesture. "Enough of your feigned concern. If it weren't for your burdensome presence, my sister wouldn't be in this predicament." The accountant, uninterested in this familial drama, interjected, "Who will be paying this fine?" I will. Lin Hao and Yang Sheng replied in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, both men exchanged surprised glances. Meanwhile, Yang Mei, glancing between the money on the table and her brother's bank card, began to waver. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke. "Forget it, brother. Just put the card away for now." Comparatively, she preferred to use Lin Hao's money rather than her brother's. After all, should the time come for a divorce, she could simply relinquish the house and leave without any ties, avoiding a 30,000 debt to her brother that might anger their parents. After settling the fine, the trio turned to leave when a staff member entered, greeting the accountant. "Xiaowang, could you please bring me last month's financial report? This afternoon. Someone from Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, is coming to review it." The accountant nodded and began rummaging through a stack of documents. Upon hearing the name of the company, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Suddenly, I recalled the distinctly marked vehicle I had seen upon entering the company. It was no wonder it seemed so familiar. It belonged to Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. "Are you planning to collaborate with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited?" Lin Hao inquired in a hushed tone, tugging at Yang Mei's sleeve. She impatiently shrugged off his hand. "What does it concern you?" Lin Hao awkwardly rubbed his nose. "There are some issues with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited's products. Are you not afraid of getting embroiled in a scandal by partnering with them?" It was during this very period that Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, had also formed a partnership with the company where Yang Mei worked. Not long after, it was revealed that they had compromised the quality of their pharmaceutical raw materials, leading to significant quality issues with their medications. Days later, they were publicly reprimanded by the National Medical Products Administration. Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, went bankrupt due to this fiasco, and Yang Mei's company, entangled in this controversy, suffered a severe blow to its reputation and struggled to regain its footing for quite some time. It was only after a long period that they gradually began to recover. Meanwhile, Jiang Siju, who had hoped to ascend through this project, languished in despair due to the fallout. However, these events were a matter of the past. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, his words were overheard by someone entering the finance office to collect reports, who immediately frowned. "Do you have any evidence to support your claim about the issues with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited's products?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's heart sank, and her expression changed instantly. After finally managing to handle the company's affairs, who would have thought Lin Hao would come in and speak recklessly? Can a mere outsider casually slander a client's product? She quickly delivered a sharp tap to Lin Hao's arm. "What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you assert that their products are problematic without knowing anything?" Yang Sheng, standing nearby, mockingly remarked that some individuals, despite their lack of ability, certainly excelled in boasting. If only you could channel that cleverness into making money. It would spare my sister from the burden of supporting the family alone while dealing with a drunken scoundrel like you. Lin Hao could overlook everything else. But this remark struck a nerve deep within him. He turned to Yang Mei, determination flickering in his eyes. Mei, I recognize that my past actions were reprehensible, and I cannot forgive myself for what I have done. However, I assure you, from this moment forth, I will no longer be so irresponsible. I will strive to be a worthy husband and a responsible father. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's heart quivered. This was the promise she had longed to hear for years. Yet, why did it come only when her heart felt so desolate? Yang Sheng scoffed and rolled his eyes. You have uttered such empty words countless times before. The entanglements between these individuals do not pique anyone else's interest. The employee collecting reports shot Lin Hao a fierce glare. If you don't know, it's better to remain silent. Is it permissible for such trivial remarks to echo here? Yang Mei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, compelled to wear a forced smile. Murmuring apologies. He knows nothing. He is merely speaking out of turn, so please do not take it to heart. Jiang Siju gritted his teeth, shooting a fierce glare at Lin Hao, his eyes conveying a veiled threat. Yet, Lin Hao merely shrugged in response. What I stated was simply the truth. Your disbelief does not concern me. The staff member, taken aback by Lin Hao's audacity, nearly burst into laughter from irritation. You are quite the character. Do you truly believe yourself to possess such remarkable foresight? If you are so adept, why not predict my promotion and salary increase? Lin Hao shook his head in resignation. Your skepticism is irrelevant, but rest assured, taking on this project will not lead to your advancement. You might even find yourself packing your belongings. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's complexion paled. Lin Hao, cease your words. The staff member, incited by this comment, flared with indignation, discarding the report with a scoff. I am eager to see just how capable you truly are. Why not forecast the outcomes of our company's upcoming projects? The commotion in the finance office soon attracted attention from others. What is all this ruckus about? Jiang Siju, wearing a stern expression, pushed open the door to the finance office, his gaze instantly landing on Yang Mei, further darkening his countenance. Yang Mei, were you not here to settle a fine? Why are you causing a disturbance? Yang Mei, her face paling, took a few steps forward to apologize. No, Mr. Jiang, I assure you, I am not causing trouble. I am truly sorry. Jiang Siju's expression remained grim. If you wish to resign, you are free to leave. Do not continue to stir up unrest in the company. His words made Yang Mei's legs tremble, and tears streamed down her face in an instant. Chapter 13. The bed amid her sobs, Yang Mei fervently apologized. I sincerely apologize. Mr. Jiang, I truly did not intend to cause any trouble. Please forgive me. I assure you it will not happen again. She could not afford to lose this job. Without it, she feared she might not survive. Lin Hao, feeling a sense of guilt towards Yang Mei, was further pained by her tears. He stepped forward and extended his hand. Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence to encounter you here. Jiang Siju instinctively turned at the sound of his voice. The sight before him was startling. It is you, Yang Sheng. Observing Lin Hao's casual demeanor while addressing someone of Jiang Siju's stature, was inclined to intervene. Was he not aware that he was addressing Yang Mei's superior? However, before he could act, he witnessed Jiang Siju, reputed for his formidable abilities and temper, smiling as he extended his hand. Mr. Lin, what a delightful coincidence. It is a pleasure to see you here. May I inquire what brings you? Lin Hao smiled, feigning ignorance of Jiang Siju's identity, and gestured towards Yang Mei. This is my wife, Yang Mei. I am here to pay the fine on her behalf. I am rather curious as to why Mr. Jiang has come here. Could it be that you have some collaboration with this company? Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju widened his eyes in astonishment and scrutinized Lin Hao once more. Over the past few days, Lin Hao had presented himself in a tidy and polished manner, seeming far from the image of a drunken scoundrel who mistreats his wife. Instead, he resembled a once privileged young master, exuding an air of refinement that is rare among ordinary folk. However, the circumstances surrounding Yang Mei's family were well known among the company's employees. It was common knowledge that she had married a man lacking ambition, one who not only did not work, but also squandered his days in idleness, indulging in drink and revelry. Yang Mei, being exceptionally beautiful, elicited much sympathy from those around her. Yet, the image of her husband that circulated in rumors seemed utterly incongruous with the man before them. Just as Jiang Siju was grappling with his astonishment, an employee, visibly agitated, approached. Mr. Jiang, it is this fellow who has been slandering our clients in the finance office. Jiang Siju had originally intended to check on the delay of a report from the finance office, but he did not expect to encounter such a situation. Hearing those words, he could not help but furrow his brow in displeasure. What is going on? How does this involve our clients? The employee, clutching the financial report, was utterly incensed. This man came in and spouted nonsense, claiming that our client, Kompung Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, has severe quality issues with their products, and that any collaboration with them would lead to misfortune. Can you believe such absurdity? Jiang Siju's expression darkened slightly. He had invested considerable effort into securing this collaboration with Kompung Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, hoping to gain the approval of the board members through this opportunity. However, Lin Hao's insinuations seemed to cast doubt on the project he had worked so hard to establish. The realization that his efforts were being dismissed by others was not lost on Jiang Siju. Mr. Lin, are you particularly knowledgeable about Kompung Pharmaceutical Company, Limited? Or do you possess any tangible evidence to substantiate your claims regarding their product quality? Yang Mei's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, swinging from relief at seeing Lin Hao seemingly in good standing with her superior, to anxiety upon hearing her colleague's denunciation. I apologize, Mr. Jiang. He is merely one to indulge in frivolous talk. He knows nothing. Please disregard his words. Upon hearing Yang Mei's defense, Jiang Siju's expression hardened, and a note of admonition crept into his voice. It is best not to speak on matters of which you are ignorant. Otherwise, should you offend someone, you may find the consequences unbearable. Or do you happen to have another 300,000 to compensate the company? At this juncture, he cast a threatening glance at Yang Mei. With that remark, Jiang Siju felt a profound disappointment toward Lin Hao. It seemed the previous rumors were not without merit. Upon this realization, he coldly nodded at Lin Hao and, accompanied by the staff carrying the report, prepared to exit the finance office. Lin Hao genuinely wished to assist Mr. Jiang, for if he could cultivate a sense of gratitude within him, it would undoubtedly facilitate Yang Mei's journey within the company. Mr. Jiang, since you harbor doubts, why not engage in a wager between us? Initially intending to meet with representatives from Kompung Pharmaceutical Company, Mr. Jiang turned back, astonished by Lin Hao's audacity. He had encountered many boastful individuals, yet none so persistently obstinate. Do you still firmly believe that there are quality issues with Kompung Pharmaceuticals products, Mr. Lin? Lin Hao donned a mysterious smile. The truth would inevitably reveal itself. If you do not believe me, let us formalize a bet. Should it turn out that Kompung's products are indeed flawless, I shall compensate you an additional 300,000. At this moment, Yang Mei was nearly rendered speechless by Lin Hao's brazen assertions, uncertain of how to intervene in such foolishness. Yang Sheng, exasperated, pulled him back. Lin Hao, are you out of your mind? What gives you the right to speak here? Just leave. Yet Lin Hao remained steadfast, gazing intently at Mr. Jiang, seemingly confident in the outcome. Strangely, Mr. Jiang's previously resolute stance began to waver under Lin Hao's unwavering gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. Since you are so insistent, let us indeed wager. However, I do not require your 300,000. If you lose, I demand a formal apology before everyone present. With that, Mr. Jiang regarded Lin Hao with a mix of skepticism and contemplation, uncertain whether to trust him. But if you emerge victorious, I shall return the 300,000 to you, and all debts between Yang Mei and the company shall be absolved. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, accepting the terms. As he respectfully escorted his superior out of the finance office, Yang Mei delivered a sharp kick to Lin Hao's calf, her expression icy as she forcibly dragged him away with her brother. Once outside the company, Yang Mei couldn't contain herself and shoved Lin Hao against the entrance. Lin Hao, are you out of your mind? Must you cause a scene at my workplace? Chapter 14, The Exorbitant Tuition Fee. That is my superior. Offending him will yield dire consequences for me. Yang Sheng clenched his fists, poised to confront Lin Hao. Mei, why waste your breath on him? This scoundrel is up to no good. He cannot stand to see you prosper. Who knows how he scammed 300,000? Now that he has returned it, he acts as if he is a lord. Yang Sheng was still rattled by the earlier incident. If Mr. Jiang insisted on pursuing this matter, they would be at a loss for solutions today. He dares to speak so defiantly to your superior. It is evident he has no intention of seeing you succeed. Yang Sheng glared at Lin Hao, his teeth clenched in anger. Lin Hao was acutely aware that in the eyes of these two individuals, he remained the same as before, which made him reluctant to blame them for their misconceptions. However, He found the need to explain his situation to be exceedingly exhausting. What I say is the truth. If you truly cannot believe me, there is little I can do. The money I earned was acquired through legitimate means, so you need not worry. Yang Sheng, however, was not swayed by Lin Hao's words. Legitimate means? What legitimate means could you possibly have? It's nothing but deceit and trickery. With a derisive laugh, Yang Sheng grasped his sister's hand and began to lead her out of the company. Sister, let us not pay him any mind. Yang Mei gazed at Lin Hao with disappointment etched across her face. Seeing that the two were unwilling to believe him, Lin Hao could only shake his head in resignation. Very well, you shall come to know the truth in due time. He sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. Yang Mei, too, lacked the inclination to listen to him any longer. After courteously seeing her brother off, she turned back to the company to resume her work. Yet, upon returning to her desk, her mind was consumed with thoughts of the 300,000, rendering her unable to concentrate on her tasks. Noticing that no one in the office was paying her any mind, and recalling that she had no pressing assignments for the day, she decided to pack her belongings and leave work early. She contemplated purchasing some fine ingredients to express her gratitude to her brother. As she made her way home, she happened upon children exiting kindergarten. Standing at the roadside, Yang Mei observed the lively and adorable children of her daughter Lin Miao Miao's age joyfully rushing into their parents' arms, intensifying the bittersweet ache in her heart. At this age, her daughter should be carefree, learning and growing in kindergarten, forming friendships with peers. Instead of being unable to attend due to financial constraints and having to comfort her seemingly ineffectual mother with claims of not wanting to go to school, the more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, and tears began to stream down her cheeks. Ms. Yang, are you all right? A gentle voice interrupted her thoughts, followed by a packet of tissues being extended towards her. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she took one to dab at her tears and, upon looking up, was surprised to find that the person before her was none other than the homeroom teacher from Miao Miao's trial class at the kindergarten. Yang Mei managed an awkward smile. Hello, Teacher Wang. Teacher Wang, with a warm smile, nodded and refrained from delving into her sorrow, instead inquiring, is this your way home after work? Yang Mei nodded, casting a wistful glance at the kindergarten's entrance. It seems Miao Miao hasn't attended school for several days. We all miss her quite a bit. Do you have any plans to bring her back to continue her classes? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's face flushed with embarrassment. How could she possibly afford to send Lin Miao Miao to this school? She stammered, trying to formulate an explanation, but her mind could not conjure a reasonable justification. Noticing her discomfort, Teacher Wang, with understanding, chose not to press further, merely offering a gentle smile. The tuition fees here are structured on a per-semester basis. If the fees are paid and the child does not attend school, the tuition for that period will not carry over to the next semester. Seeing Yang Mei's astonished expression, Teacher Wang assumed she was unaware of the school's regulations and continued to explain that her husband had settled the enrollment fee a few days prior, thus commencing the calculation of Miao Miao's enrollment duration from that day. Personally, I believe it would be prudent to send your child to school as soon as possible. With the school responsible for her education, you as parents would have considerably fewer worries. Yang Mei's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Teacher Wang. Did you just say the tuition has already been paid? Teacher Wang nodded, somewhat surprised. Indeed. It was Miao Miao's father who came in person to sign the paperwork a few days ago. A whirlwind of emotions surged within Yang Mei. She had initially thought Lin Hao's claim of sending Miao Miao to preschool was merely a ruse. To her astonishment, he had silently taken the initiative to pay for her preschool tuition. This left her with a lingering sense of confusion. Where had Lin Hao acquired the funds to cover Miao Miao's fees? As she gazed at the preschool's exquisite and lavish entrance, she tentatively inquired, Teacher Wang, may I ask how much is the tuition for a semester here? Teacher Wang smiled, seemingly unconcerned about the cost, but the figure she revealed left Yang Mei utterly dumbfounded. We offer bilingual instruction, and the quality of our facilities and teaching capabilities is evident to all. Hence our tuition is typically 12,000 per semester. 12,000. If not for Teacher Wang's presence, Yang Mei might have gasped aloud. How could it be so exorbitant? Her monthly salary barely reached a few thousand, and this school demanded 12,000 for a single semester. The thought of such astronomical fees filled her with both embarrassment and sorrow. Embarrassment at her inability to provide her daughter with a better educational environment, and sorrow for the impending hardships that might arise from financial constraints, forcing her daughter to face the painful transition of changing schools. Teacher Wang, You mentioned that tuition does not carry over to the next semester. If my child does not attend this semester, can the fees be refunded? As she posed this question, Yang Mei could not help but lower her gaze, her face flushed with shame. Such inquiries were inherently mortifying. Teacher Wang, however, did not respond with mockery, but simply shook her head. I regret to inform you, Ms. Yang, that our preschool is private in nature, which essentially means it operates with a commercial intent. Thus, tuition is non-refundable. Yang Mei was not taken aback by this response, though she struggled to come to terms with the steep price. Initially, she had merely sought a preschool that charged around 4,000 to 5,000 for Lin Hao. Chapter 15. A change in temperament. Unaware of Yang Mei's internal turmoil, Teacher Wang tentatively proposed alternative suggestions. However, should you require it, we can negotiate to postpone Miao's enrollment, thus allowing this semester's tuition to be applied to the next. Yang Mei was acutely aware that once the tuition was paid, the likelihood of a refund was virtually non-existent. The mere thought of 12,000 made her feel a pang of anguish. Lin Hao, oblivious to the turmoil he had inadvertently caused by selecting a more prestigious kindergarten for their daughter, was currently wandering through the streets, searching for a suitable spot to sell cold dishes. After a long day of toil, he had finally managed to purchase a cart, effectively setting up a rudimentary stall, eagerly awaiting the day he could bring his goods to sell. Meanwhile, Yang Mei returned home, utterly disheartened. She had no intention of continuing her life with Lin Hao. However, during her stay at her brother's house, Miao had been incessantly crying for her father, leaving her emotionally drained. Taking advantage of her day off, she planned to gather some essential clothing, with no intention of returning to this place. Yet, upon opening the door, she was taken aback by the sight before her. The house was overflowing with various ingredients: frozen jellyfish, fresh potatoes, neatly arranged kelp, and other items that even Yang Mei could not readily identify. What was happening? Had Lin Hao rented the house out as a storage unit? Or had he genuinely resolved to turn over a new leaf and venture into small business? Yet, aside from selling to restaurants, what other business could these items serve? Yang Mei found herself perplexed and chose not to dwell on it. Shaking her head to dispel any unrealistic hopes, she opened the wardrobe, intending to gather a few pieces of clothing. To her surprise, she discovered that her and Miao's clothes were neatly arranged inside, atop which lay a pink note. Upon reading the note, penned by Lin Hao, she learned, knowing you would return to collect your clothes, I have organized both of your garments. I have also disposed of those seldom worn items. These are the ones you often wear. Take them for now, and once I earn some money, I will buy you new ones. The ink-splattered words appeared as elegant and carefree as Lin Hao had once been when she first met him at school. For reasons she could not fully comprehend, Yang Mei felt her heart flutter. Turning to survey the room, she noticed that the once chaotic and filthy space had been tidied up. Though the abundance of miscellaneous goods made it seem cramped, it also imbued the home with a warmth that only a true household could possess. Her fingers instinctively caressed the note, and after a while, she began to pack the clothes. Just as she turned, she noticed a plastic bag behind the door, containing a takeout box. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, Yang Mei approached and lifted the box, which bore another note. This is the cold dish I prepared for Miao. Please take it home for her to try, so you won't need to buy anything outside. At this moment, Yang Mei found herself in a whirlpool of emotions, pondering the sudden attentiveness of Lin Hao, a stark contrast to the neatly arranged home and the chilled dishes prepared for her. When did he become so considerate? She realized that upon her return, she would inevitably overlook the items behind the door, yet the moment she prepared to leave, such small gestures would catch her eye. Gripping the bag containing her clothes tightly, Yang Mei shook her head vigorously. Just as she was about to step out, she noticed a card hanging from the doorknob, affixed with a piece of paper. Upon peeling it off, she found it densely inscribed with names and dosages of various traditional Chinese herbs, accompanied by a matching sticky note. This is the prescription I obtained for you. Given your recurrent health issues, the doctor mentioned your cold uterus condition, which causes you considerable discomfort during your menstrual cycle. This remedy will help regulate your body. Holding the hard-earned prescription, memories of the sweet moments she and Lin Hao shared during their early days together flooded her mind, causing her eyes to well with emotion. Clutching the prescription, she stepped out, leaving the chilled dishes behind. When Lin Hao returned home, it was evident that someone had been there. After a thorough inspection, he felt a pang of disappointment upon discovering that the prepared dishes were still behind the door. He sighed deeply. However, seeing that the prescription had been taken by Yang Mei lifted a significant weight off his heart. This prescription had been procured from an elderly Chinese medicine practitioner after Yang Mei's departure. He had diligently visited the practitioner's home, serving tea and cleaning for an entire month to earn this favor. The moment he received the prescription, he rushed to the graves of his wife and daughter, burning the invaluable remedy that others would covet. Reflecting on this, Lin Hao silently vowed to himself that he must not repeat his past mistakes. He was determined to cherish Yang Mei and their treasured daughter, Lin Miao Miao, whom he had regained. In a different vein, Jiang Xizhu, after a meeting with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, felt a gnawing unease on his way back. Perhaps it was Lin Hao's simple words that had unsettled him, stirring an inexplicable anxiety within. Those in business often harbor beliefs in fortune, and Jiang Xizhu was no exception. After much contemplation, he decided to call his secretary, instructing her to procure some of the key pharmaceuticals promoted by Kongpeng for ingredient analysis. He cautioned the quality control department to remain discreet and avoid unnecessary gossip. Although the secretary was perplexed, she promptly accepted the task and hurried out to acquire the testing supplies. The following morning, everyone was busy. Yang Mei efficiently prepared to head to work, while Lin Hao began to cook the chilled dishes with the new kitchenware he had purchased. Wash the potatoes thoroughly, peel them, and shred them into fine strips. Utilize the same method to prepare the kelp, ensuring the strands are of comparable size. Combine these ingredients with a secret blend of seasonings and place them in the refrigerator to marinate, allowing the flavors to meld. By the time this was completed, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and it was time to prepare for the market. Lin Hao stretched lazily and sat at the table for a moment, contemplating how to attract customers later. Chapter 16. Quality Inspection Results. Meanwhile, Jiang Xizhu from the company had lost his appetite. The quality inspection department had hastily delivered documents to him, and his expression was exceedingly grim. The secretary laid out a selection of best-selling pharmaceuticals from Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited before him, earnestly reporting that the inspection department had indeed discovered quality issues with this batch of medications. The capsules utilized were made from inferior materials, containing certain toxins that could inflict considerable harm on the body with prolonged use. Individuals with sensitive constitutions were at a high risk of experiencing allergic reactions or poisoning from these capsules. Upon reaching this point, the secretary broke into a cold sweat. Such medications would undoubtedly cause trouble sooner or later. If their company proceeded to collaborate with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited, they would likely find themselves embroiled in a significant crisis. At that moment, Jiang Xizhu's face had drained of color, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped the quality inspection report. "Is this quality inspection report accurate?" he inquired. The secretary nodded in affirmation. This report had been prepared by the inspection department overnight. Due to the rare components involved, they had conducted multiple verifications before presenting it to him. Besides the capsule-based medications, Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited also had varying degrees of quality issues with their granular products, though these hazards had yet to manifest. Jiang Xizhu and the secretary exchanged a glance, each reflecting the other's apprehension. Just then, the office door was knocked upon, and the secretary's assistant entered with an expression of delight. "Mr. Jiang, the design department has completed the promotional materials. Should we have them reviewed by Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited today?" Jiang Xizhu slammed his hand on the table. "Review? Who allowed the design department to finalize anything so early?" The secretary's assistant stood frozen, taken aback by the reprimand. "Go fetch the director of the design department." Though the director held a similar rank to Jiang Xizhu, the anticipation of his promotion and the backing of a chairman had garnered him respect within the company, leading everyone to refer to him as Mr. Jiang. Consequently, the design department had hurriedly completed the project, unaware that it would coincide with such a critical moment. Exhaling a long, heavy sigh, Jiang Xizhu glanced at his secretary. "Summon the legal department and have them prepare a contract for termination. We may need to pursue legal action against the other party. Have them contact a lawyer in advance." The secretary, contemplating the hefty penalty for breach of contract amounting to several $100,000, could not help but furrow her brow, hesitatingly nodding in agreement. Jiang Xizhu was acutely aware of the secretary's inner turmoil, as he too felt the weight of the substantial penalty. After all, this project was initially worth millions. The prospect of terminating the contract with another party was disheartening even for him. Yet, considering the monumental negative repercussions and losses that such revelations would inflict upon the company, he gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve. Little did he expect that Yang Mei's husband possessed a modicum of competence, aware of such matters. Just before the secretary stepped out, A soft murmur from her jolted Jiang Siju into realization. Indeed, had it not been for Lin Hao's kind reminder, the company would have unknowingly been ensnared in this quagmire. Reflecting on this, Jiang Siju's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily retrieved his mobile device. He had previously saved Lin Hao's number, and fortunately, he had refrained from deleting the contact in a fit of anger the day before. Otherwise, expressing his gratitude would have been quite the awkward endeavor. Although he was uncertain how Lin Hao had obtained this information, there was no denying that he had rendered invaluable assistance. When Lin Hao received Jiang Siju's call, he was outside selling cold dishes, embarking on his first official day in this venture. Although he had conducted a small trial tasting the day prior, it had drawn scant attention. However, today, as he set up his stall during the lunch hour, many passers-by noticed, and numerous children tugged at their parents, clamoring for a taste. By midday, his stall was surrounded, with customers eager to purchase and even pack meals to go. Lin Hao was busy, perspiring profusely. At that moment, he answered Jiang Siju's call, chuckling as he encouraged the customers to help themselves before stepping aside to find a cooler spot. Over the phone, Jiang Siju expressed his gratitude, saying, "Brother Lin, I cannot thank you enough. Our quality control department has indeed discovered issues with the medications from Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. If it weren't for you, we would have been in serious trouble." There was a hint of embarrassment in Jiang Siju's voice, but he quickly adopted a jubilant tone. "Brother Lin, please provide me with an account number. I will transfer 300,000 to you right away." Though this collaboration had not yielded profit and resulted in a loss of considerable funds, Jiang Siju believed the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. Exiting the turmoil was paramount. The lost funds could be earned back. Lin Hao, while diligently tending to his modest stall and earning a few thousand, was not one to be overly fixated on immediate gains. Thus, upon hearing Jiang Siju's offer, he simply smiled and replied, "That won't be necessary. The previous wager was merely a playful notion. Since I could provide a timely reminder, I consider my purpose fulfilled. You can keep the money." Lin Hao's nonchalance made Jiang Siju feel a twinge of embarrassment on the other end of the line. "Lin Guo, I am willing to accept the outcome of our wager. I had previously mentioned that should any issues arise, I would compensate you with 300,000. Moreover, you have been of great assistance to me this time. If you are unwilling to accept my money, I would feel quite embarrassed." Lin Hao chuckled lightly. "Truly unnecessary. I am currently engaged in business and do not require your funds. However, if you genuinely wish to assist me, it would be helpful if you could speak a few kind words on my behalf." At this juncture, he recalled his wife, who had been upset with him and had left home, along with their daughter whom he had not seen for several days. And he could not help but shake his head. "My wife and I have had some discord due to our previous wager. If it is convenient for you, please convey a few words of goodwill to her. It would spare me from her constant ire, as she might think I am deliberately teasing you." Chapter 17. A request for kind words. Upon learning that Lin Hao's assistance to him had inadvertently affected his marriage, Jiang Siju promptly patted his chest and pledged his support. "Lin Guo, do not worry. I am here to ensure this matter is handled beautifully. Please come to the office. I will arrange for your wife to come over shortly." Lin Hao responded with a few agreeable words before hanging up. Noticing that the cold dishes at his stall were nearly sold out, he decided to pack up. After all, earning money pales in comparison to the importance of one's wife and children. Once he returned home to drop off the stall, he hurriedly made his way to Yang Mei's company. Upon his arrival, the receptionist at the front desk recognized him and approached. "Mr. Lin, good day. Are you here to see General Manager Jiang?" Lin Hao nodded, and the receptionist politely escorted him to the elevator. "Very well, Mr. Lin. General Manager Jiang has instructed that you proceed directly to his office. I will accompany you." If it were an ordinary individual receiving such treatment, they might feel flustered. However, Lin Hao maintained his composure. The elevator chimed as it reached the floor of Jiang Siju's office. Upon stepping out, Lin Hao immediately spotted Yang Mei hurrying toward him. Yang Mei, who had been in her office, was taken by surprise when she received the summons from her superior. Confused as she made her way to the office, she overheard her colleagues whispering about a potential contract termination, which sent a wave of anxiety through her. Termination? With whom? The largest contract the company had recently secured was with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Could it be that Lin Hao's previous remarks had reached the client and led to this unfortunate outcome? Reflecting on Lin Hao's previous nonsensical statements only intensified her pallor. The contract with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical was a significant one, and although she was unaware of the exact figures involved, Yang Mei knew full well that 30,000 would not suffice to cover any losses. Just as Yang Mei approached Jiang Siju's office, she heard the elevator doors open and instinctively turned to look, catching sight of Lin Hao stepping out. Lin Hao, what brings you here? With no time to enter the office, Yang Mei swiftly ran to Lin Hao's side. Lin Hao chuckled, but disinterested in his explanations, urged Yang Mei to push him into the elevator. I don't care what your intentions are, just leave. Go now? Lin Hao was taken aback. Mei, what are you doing? Yang Mei shot him an exasperated glare. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused? If it weren't for you, would the company have terminated the contract with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical? You've nearly brought calamity upon us. Hurry and leave now? Upon hearing this, Lin Hao, smiling, halted Yang Mei. All right. Mei, fret not. The matter of your company's termination with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical is not a problem. Your boss might even owe me a debt of gratitude. Yang Mei, upon hearing this audacious remark, felt her frustration intensify. Do you really think you're some kind of deity? Do you believe you understand everything? Do you have any idea how complicated this contract termination is? With this thought, a wave of powerlessness surged within her. Daring to come here now is tantamount to courting disaster. Enough with the chatter, leave at once. You are not to return to the company and cause further chaos. Their scuffle at the elevator attracted the attention of Jiang Siju before long. He opened the office door and, upon seeing them, quickly approached with enthusiasm. Lin Go Saozi, what are you two up to? The term Saozi left Yang Mei momentarily frozen. Sister-in-law? Lin Hao, however, took it in stride, for given his psychological age, he could easily be addressed as an elder. Jiang Siju eagerly pulled Lin Hao along. Lin Gu, come, let's go into the office for some tea. He also beckoned Yang Mei. Don't just stand there, come in and sit down. In a daze, Yang Mei followed Lin Hao into Jiang Siju's office. Even as she settled into the comfortable leather sofa, she remained oblivious to her surroundings. Meanwhile, Jiang Siju, with great warmth, began, Saozi, Lin Gu has truly helped me greatly this time. Last time's wager, Lin Gu was spot on. It was almost supernatural. His gaze flitted between Lin Hao and Yang Mei. However, I heard that there was some unpleasantness between you and Lin Gu regarding this matter. I sincerely apologize for that. Facing Yang Mei's astonished expression, Jiang Siju continued. How about this? Whenever you both are free, I'll invite Lin Gu to dinner with you, and that can serve as my apology. What do you think? What do you mean by Saozi and Lin Gu? Yang Mei felt utterly bewildered by Jiang Siju's words. Why was her superior suddenly so deferential to her husband? Why did he address her as Saozi? She was at a loss for how to respond. Noticing her confusion, Jiang Siju patiently explained, well, you see, Lin Gu and I made a bet last time, didn't we? It pertains to the matter concerning Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. Subsequently, I heeded Brother Lin's advice and retrieved the medications from Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. for quality inspection, and indeed, there were issues. One cannot underestimate Brother Lin's prowess. He has truly been a tremendous help to us. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to both of you. Is it true that the medications from Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Ltd. are genuinely problematic? Yang Mei's eyes widened in astonishment. However, how did Lin Hao come by such information? Seizing the moment, Lin Hao took the opportunity to utter a few flattering words to Yang Mei. There was no need for further expressions of gratitude, as Mei often mentioned at home how much she had learned at the company, expressing that General Manager Jiang had been very supportive of her. We have indeed reciprocated kindness. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju could not help but beam with delight. Yang Mei, on the other hand, felt somewhat awkward, as she lacked genuine enthusiasm for her work, far from the glowing praise Lin Hao had bestowed upon it. Yet, she could only acquiesce, responding, yes. I am indeed grateful for General Manager Jiang's mentorship and the company's support. Perhaps we should treat General Manager Jiang to a meal. Jiang Siju waved his hand. Feeling shy at the suggestion, the group chatted for a while until personnel from the legal department arrived to discuss pertinent matters with Jiang Siju, prompting Lin Hao and Yang Mei to take their leave. Chapter 18. The lawyer's visit. As they exited Jiang Siju's office, Yang Mei exhaled a long, deep breath, finally feeling a sense of relief. Lin Hao smiled and patted her shoulder, reassuring her, you need not worry. Your boss is grateful to me, not the other way around. Yang Mei shot him a reproachful glance, retorting, you're quite full of yourself, aren't you? It was merely a stroke of luck. Lin Hao chuckled helplessly, opting not to elaborate. Actions speak louder than words, and one day, Yang Mei would come to believe it. Noticing Lin Hao striding towards the director's exclusive elevator, Yang Mei hurriedly seized his arm. What are you doing? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Taking the elevator down, she replied. Yang Mei shot him a fierce look. Could you not be so presumptuous? Do you even know who is permitted to use that elevator? It is reserved for the company's esteemed guests. Lin Hao glanced at the elevator he had just ascended, finding it rather unremarkable, yet not wishing to argue with Yang Mei over such trivialities. He allowed himself to be pulled down to the staff elevator. The atmosphere in the elevator was awkwardly tense. Yang Mei was disinclined to converse, while Lin Hao struggled to find a topic. After what felt like an eternity, he finally managed to ask, "How have you and Miao Miao been lately?" "Quite well," Yang Mei replied coldly, seemingly uninterested in further dialogue. Lin Hao pressed on. "Has Miao Miao started attending kindergarten yet?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's irritation flared, and she glared at him fiercely. "No, don't deceive me. Don't think I'm still as gullible as before, easily swayed by your words." Lin Hao wore a helpless expression. "By the way, have you filled the prescription you took home? If you're too busy at work, I could pick up the herbal medicine and bring it to you." At this mention, Yang Mei instinctively fidgeted with her clothing, furrowing her brow slightly. "The past couple of days have been rather hectic. Let us defer the discussion for a while." Observing the atmosphere between the two, it seems to have softened considerably, and Lin Hao's spirits lifted. "Very well, if you find yourself pressed for time, simply call me, and I shall deliver it to you. Mei, rest assured, I shall treat you well in the future. I am determined to be a good father and a devoted husband." These familiar words caused Yang Mei's previously pleasant demeanor to darken once more. She had endured such declarations countless times. Every time Lin Hao sought funds or wished to engage in some trivial matter, he would resort to such flattery to placate her, and it was becoming a source of psychological distress. Hearing Lin Hao utter those words again, Yang Mei could not suppress her icy retort. "Do not even think of asking me for money. I will not part with a single cent." Lin Hao was taken aback. "I did not intend to ask for money." Yang Mei, perceiving his evasiveness, felt her anger intensify, her voice rising in pitch. "Lin Hao, I shall warn you once more. Do not even consider asking me for money. If you wish to squander your funds, that is your affair, but I will certainly not give you another penny." With a sharp ding, the elevator arrived at Yang Mei's floor. As the door slid open, her piercing voice echoed out, drawing the astonished gazes of several colleagues waiting for the elevator. Yang Mei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot Lin Hao a venomous glare and hurriedly departed, watching her storm into the office without a backward glance. Lin Hao's brow furrowed deeply. Had he truly sunk to such depths? Was he now capable of inciting such ire from Yang Mei with mere words? On his way home from the office, Lin Hao received a call from Jiang Siju, and they arranged a time to dine the following day. Jiang Siju assured him fervently that he would facilitate a reconciliation between Lin Hao and Yang Mei as a favor owed to Lin Hao. Lin Hao responded with a smile. Yet he understood that this matter would require careful consideration, for he had deeply wounded Yang Mei's heart in the past. Early the next morning, while Lin Hao was preparing pickled vegetables at home, the doorbell suddenly rang. Removing his gloves, he swiftly approached the door and peered through the peephole. Finding a man in his 30s, clad in a suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, Lin Hao furrowed his brow. This individual did not appear to be the driver sent by Jiang Siju, especially since Jiang Siju was unaware of his specific address. Nevertheless, Lin Hao felt no fear as he opened the door and inquired, "Good day, whom may I assist?" The man in the suit, holding a stack of folders, surveyed Lin Hao from head to toe with an air of arrogance, coldly stating, "You are Lin Hao?" Lin Hao nodded calmly, aware that the man before him likely bore ill tidings. Without further ado, the stranger opened his folder, extracting a sheaf of documents and presenting them to Lin Hao. "I am the attorney retained by the Shangri-La Hotel. They suspect you of colluding with a kitchen worker to commit fraud. This is a court summons. You may keep it. They hope to reach a settlement out of court, but if you do not accept the terms of compensation and formally apologize to the Shangri-La Hotel, we will have to meet in court." Lin Hao took the stack of documents and casually flipped through a couple of pages, unable to suppress a smile. The Shangri-La Hotel truly was amusing. The last time he delivered crabs to them, alleviating their urgent need, they later conducted a thorough investigation in the kitchen, discovering that they had hired a small worker who had caused all the restaurant's crabs to perish. Moreover, since he had foreseen the situation and cleared out the seafood market of crabs, they suspected a conspiracy between him and that worker to defraud them of their money. Now, they intended to bring him to court, truly a case of judging a gentleman by the standards of a rogue. Lin Hao did not deny that his actions bore the semblance of opportunism, yet he had no interest in engaging in such base deception. However, The lawyer hired by the Shangri-La Hotel was oblivious to these matters, and upon seeing the man before him, dressed plainly, he was further inclined to believe the hotel's narrative. With a sneer, he threatened, "I advise you to be prudent and return the money you obtained through deceit, and offer a sincere apology to the Shangri-La Hotel. It would be best to settle this privately. Otherwise, you may find yourself losing everything." Faced with this futile threat, Lin Hao remained unfazed and replied calmly, "Why should I apologize for something I did not do? If anyone needs to apologize, it should be the Shangri-La Hotel to me. They are slandering and defaming me, tarnishing my reputation. Do they not bear any responsibility?" The lawyer, seasoned in dealing with such matters for the Shangri-La Hotel, had encountered many rogues but had never seen one so brazen. "Indeed, the shameless are invincible. Individuals like you, a scoundrel, will not understand the gravity of your actions until you face consequences." Lin Hao chuckled at the lawyer's self-righteous demeanor. "Pray tell, have you uncovered evidence of my collusion with the worker, or possess anything that could convict me in court? Do not speak recklessly in the absence of proof. Accusing me of fraud against the Shangri-La Hotel is a baseless slander." The lawyer scoffed disdainfully. "Do I need to slander a petty rogue like you?" Lin Hao's expression suddenly turned icy. "Regardless of my identity, you must have evidence to make an assessment. I believe that is a requisite of your profession, rather than relying on hearsay to condemn me." The lawyer, witnessing Lin Hao's audacity to admonish him, lost his composure entirely. "What do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? Just wait. In court, I will ensure you pay dearly." With that cold remark, the lawyer stormed off, leaving without a backward glance. Lin Hao observed the demeanor of the other party, letting out a cold snort as he closed the door. He glanced at the court summons and a series of documents in his hand, resembling nothing more than a bundle of worthless paper. With a dismissive flick, he tossed them into the trash bin. The accusation could be fabricated. There was no shortage of pretexts. After tidying up efficiently, Lin Hao made his way to Yang Mei's company, where they had previously arranged to meet with Jiang Siju at the foot of the building, intending to ride in Jiang's vehicle. Upon reaching the company, he found Yang Mei already there, standing with an air of anxious anticipation. The sun blazed overhead, yet she dared not step inside for a moment's respite, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, threatening to ruin her makeup. Lin Hao hurried over, instinctively shielding her from the glaring sun with his hand. "Why are you standing at the entrance in this scorching heat? Why not go inside and enjoy the air conditioning?" Yang Mei shot him an annoyed glare. "Today, we are the ones hosting Jiang for a meal. How could I allow him to wait for me? And why are you so late? It's embarrassing." Lin Hao was taken aback, unaware that a simple dinner could incite such considerable psychological pressure in her. He smiled helplessly. "There's no need to be so tense. We are doing him a favor, and he should be grateful to us. We are the ones treating him to dinner, which is a gesture of goodwill on our part. Why act as though we are pleading with him?" Lin Hao genuinely did not regard the matter with such gravity. Noticing Yang Mei's irritation, he continued with patience. "In this situation, we have helped him avert a loss of tens of millions. I suspect he might even consider erecting a shrine in our honor. It's merely a meal. There's no need to treat it as a monumental affair. Just adopt a relaxed mindset." Yang Mei scoffed. "What do you know to speak so boastfully? Tens of millions? Do you really see yourself as some kind of deity?" At heart, Yang Mei was merely an ordinary employee, entirely unaware of the specific project amounts involved with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company. Nor could she fathom the substantial repercussions should the company become embroiled in this public relations crisis. Seeing Lin Hao's continued indifference, Yang Mei could not help but pinch his arm sharply, launching into a tirade. "How can you even say that? You never bother with familial obligations. You dismiss these matters while I am left to clean up your messes. What do you even do at home? You neglect your work, ignore social interactions, and aside from indulging in vices, you are nothing but a spendthrift, even pilfering from the household." Her frustration grew, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Observing her distress, Lin Hao quickly softened his tone, saying, Yes, I acknowledge my faults. It has always been my shortcoming. I promise I will change and never behave this way again." Yang Mei emphatically patted his shoulder. "You always say that, every single time. When have you ever followed through?" Just as the two were embroiled in their argument at the entrance of the company, Jiang Siju emerged from the exclusive elevator for directors. Noticing the apparent discord between the two, he felt a bit awkward, caught between the decision to approach or to retreat. As their emotions seemed to cool, he quickly stepped forward to interrupt their exchange. "Brother Lin, sister-in-law, you arrived quite early. I sincerely apologize for the wait. I had some unexpected matters to attend to. Yang Mei quickly wiped away the tears on her face and forced a smile. It's quite all right, General Jiang. We just got here as well. Jiang Siju, seemingly oblivious to the tears on Yang Mei's face, continued to smile and nodded, extending his hand. Well then, let us proceed to the car for dinner. The vehicle smoothly arrived at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel. Upon alighting, Yang Mei caught sight of the opulent entrance and awkwardly took 2 steps back. After all, she had previously boasted that the couple would treat their guests to dinner. Who would have thought that Jiang Siju would choose such a lavish 5-star establishment? With their finances in disarray, how could they afford to host him? Jiang Siju, however, waved his hand nonchalantly. I frequent this place and am quite familiar with it. Today's meal is on me. If you two do not mind, let us go inside and sample the culinary delights of their Michelin-starred chef. Yang Mei quickly interjected. No, we insisted on treating you. How could we allow General Jiang to bear the expense? Lin Hao, unperturbed by the matter, nodded with equanimity. That's fine. We can host you next time. Witnessing Lin Hao's audacity in accepting the offer, Yang Mei felt an urge to slap him. Surely, Jiang Siju was merely being polite. Why did he take it seriously? Jiang Siju was slightly surprised by Lin Hao's composure, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, you are indeed straightforward. When forging friendships, the act of sharing a meal should not hinge upon who pays. In fact, Jiang Siju found himself admiring Lin Hao's demeanor. Being frank about one's financial constraints was far more enjoyable than mingling with those who pretended to be affluent. Besides, Jiang Siju himself was not lacking in wealth. A meal was a trivial expense to him, a mere means to gauge one's character. Noticing Yang Mei's lingering apprehension, he kindly reassured her, sister-in-law. There's no need for concern. The Shangri-La Hotel is part of our family business. Its chairman is my uncle, who has watched me grow up, so I visit often. Dining here incurs no cost for me, so you needn't feel any psychological burden. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, gracefully leading the way as he was the first to step through the doors of the Shangri-La Hotel. Yang Mei, exasperated by his obliviousness, stamped her foot in frustration but quickly plastered a smile back on for Jiang Siju. I am truly sorry, General Jiang. He can be quite like this. Jiang Siju waved his hand dismissively. No worries, sister-in-law. It's just a casual meal, so there's no need to be overly nervous. The group settled into a window-side table at the Shangri-La Hotel, where the view was splendid and the scenery outside expansive. After a few exchanges, Jiang Siju eagerly rose from his seat. Brother Lin, I wonder what new delicacies the hotel kitchen has today. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch you some delicious treats. Jiang Siju, though appearing aloof, possesses a remarkably cheerful disposition and is quite familiar with his surroundings. At this moment, he has already adopted this place as his own home, enthusiastically making his way to the kitchen. Observing his decisive demeanor, Lin Hao merely smiled. He relished interactions with such individuals, intelligent and forthright. They were never bogged down by indecision. Yang Mei, with a forced smile, watched Jiang Siju depart, then turned to chastise Lin Hao, questioning why he took the invitation to dinner seriously when it was merely a polite gesture. How could you shamelessly ask Mr. Yang to treat us to a meal? She exclaimed. Lin Hao shrugged, responding, I would like to invite him to dinner, but can we truly afford it here? Yang Mei, momentarily taken aback by his words, blushed and awkwardly suggested, then we can choose a different, more modest restaurant. Even as she spoke, Yang Mei felt a pang of embarrassment. Jiang Siju's effortless entrance into the Shangri-La Hotel indicated he was no stranger to such opulent establishments. The so-called modest eateries they considered could hardly accommodate someone of Jiang Siju's stature. Lin Hao, maintaining his composure, reassured her, so, why fret? If he enjoys dining in this venue and we cannot afford it, it is better to honor him with a meal at his preferred place rather than seeking a cheaper option that might leave him dissatisfied. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable for him? Yang Mei was left speechless, struggling to counter his reasoning, and after a prolonged silence, could only mutter a half-hearted retort. Lin Hao, with a resigned smile, accepted the label of flawed reasoning. It was preferable to this discomfort she felt while dining. In contrast to Lin Hao's calm demeanor, Yang Mei sat nervously, covertly glancing at the lavish dishes on the neighboring table. The large platters, adorned with exquisite and appealing presentations, made her hesitant to even pick up her chopsticks, heightening her sense of unease. She had never dined in such a luxurious hotel before. The prices here likely surpassed her monthly salary, making even a single dish unattainable. At that moment, Yang Mei spotted a couple approaching through the crowd. She did not recognize the man, but the woman seemed vaguely familiar. As she pondered the identity of the woman, she noticed that the couple, after surveying the room, had fixated their gaze angrily upon their table and were striding toward them with clear hostility. Yang Mei was taken aback and tugged at Lin Hao. He looked at her in confusion, but before he could speak, the couple had reached their table. Who permitted you to sit here? The woman's sharp voice startled Lin Hao, causing him to instinctively raise a hand to rub his ear as he assessed the pair before him. The man, clad in an Armani suit that gleamed with opulence, resembled a mobile mannequin adorned with brand names. Beside him, the woman wore an extravagantly intricate dress reminiscent of a cake, her head adorned with accessories resembling a Christmas tree. Two individuals exuded an unmistakable air of nouveau riche, as if they were one step away from inscribing the words, "I am wealthy," in bold letters upon their faces. Lin Hao, with a languid demeanor, inquired, "Why can't we sit here?" The woman immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. "Who do you think you are, a destitute nobody, daring to dine here? With your garish attire, do you not fear being unable to leave this hotel?" Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "It is unnecessary for you to concern yourselves with whether we can afford this meal. We are not expecting you to foot the bill." The man scoffed derisively. The standards at the Shangri-La Hotel have certainly plummeted, allowing any riffraff to enter. His expression darkened further as he slammed his hand on the table. "This table was reserved long ago. You need to leave immediately." If this were a place Lin Hao had chosen himself, he would have had no inclination to argue with such individuals. However, since this was a reservation made by Jiang Siju, he felt compelled to consult with Jiang Siju before relinquishing the seat, and thus, Lin Hao had no intention of departing. "I cannot ascertain whether this table was reserved by you, but I can confirm that my friend personally called to secure this reservation at the Shangri-La Hotel. If you have any objections regarding this seat, it would be prudent to address them with the hotel management." The man, growing impatient, kicked the table. "Your friend? A pauper like you, what esteemed connections could you possibly have? Here to mooch off the food and drink, I presume." He surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful laugh. "Where's your friend? Probably busy serving another guest." The woman erupted into laughter, covering her mouth. Lin Hao furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with their conduct. Even if they had been usurped, there was no need for such condescension and derision. "What my friend does is of no concern to you." Chapter 21. The manager's bias, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. Lin Hao noticed the man growing increasingly irate at their refusal to vacate. "Quit testing my patience and leave at once, or I will summon the hotel staff to have you thrown out." Lin Hao, exasperated, retorted, "If you have an issue, take it up with the hotel management. Stop wasting time here." The man, taken aback by Lin Hao's obstinacy, seethed with anger and turned to grab a nearby waiter. "Where is your lobby manager? Bring him to me." The waiter, caught off guard by such brusque behavior, stumbled slightly. "Sir, is there something I can assist you with?" he asked, bewildered, as he held a tray. "Where is your lobby manager? How do they conduct business here? We reserved this table days ago, and now someone else is occupying it? What is the Shangri-La Hotel doing? Is this how you treat your guests?" The waiter seemed at a loss for how to handle the situation, repeatedly offering apologies. "I beg your pardon, sir. I will summon the manager immediately." The woman arched her slender brows. "What are you standing there for? Are you waiting for us to invite you over? Hurry up and fetch your superior." Before long, the lobby manager, who had recently met with Lin Hao, hurried over. The Shangri-La Hotel typically catered to individuals of high status, whether officials or those with substantial connections, and dared not offend them lightly. Upon hearing that two tables of guests were embroiled in a dispute over seating, the lobby manager rushed over to resolve the matter. "Good day, sir. May I inquire if you had made a reservation at our Shangri-La Hotel?" Upon the arrival of the lobby manager, the man grew increasingly arrogant. "Isn't that obvious? Is your hotel staffed by imbeciles? How could my reserved table be taken by such a shabby individual?" Pointing disdainfully at Lin Hao, contempt was etched across his face. Hearing this, the lobby manager wiped the sweat from his forehead and glanced in the direction indicated. Upon seeing Lin Hao's familiar face, a surge of anger flared within him. "You again? How dare you return here?" The lawyer from this morning was personally contacted by the lobby manager. After reluctantly spending several thousand yuan to procure a batch of crabs from Lin Hao, he had finally managed to send the esteemed guests on their way. Little did he know that upon their return, a review of the situation revealed that the kitchen had indeed stocked the hairy crabs, only to have them all perish due to the negligence of a kitchen hand responsible for managing fresh produce. It was reported that the worker was dismissed without any compensation for the hotel. The person dispatched to procure seafood returned to inform them that the hairy crabs had been reserved days prior. Connecting all these dots, beads of sweat began to form on the lobby manager's forehead. Clearly, someone was deliberately setting them up. The manager of the Shangri-La Hotel was furious enough to berate the lobby manager, nearly smashing his desk in the process. Go. Immediately find me a lawyer. I intend to sue this man. The lobby manager bore the brunt of this incident, receiving a scolding and even having half a month's bonus deducted, truly feeling aggrieved. Thus, when seeking legal counsel, he exaggerated many details. Now, upon seeing Lin Hao, his fury intensified, and he pointed at Lin Hao, demanding, "Do you even realize you need to come here and apologize? I tell you, an apology is not sufficient. You must return the money you deceitfully obtained." The woman beside them, overhearing this, wore an even more pronounced expression of derision. "So, it turns out you are a fraud? Humph. With someone like you allowed to dine in your hotel, I must say your security measures are rather lacking." The lobby manager, enraged by the two remarks, flushed red and pale, quickly turned away and offered an apology to the opposing party. "Madam, I sincerely apologize for the disruption to your dining experience. Rest assured, the security measures at our esteemed hotel are of the highest standard. The individual who managed to infiltrate here must have employed some unscrupulous tactics. You need not worry. I shall promptly summon personnel to expel him and ensure this table is reserved for your dining pleasure." After speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Lin Hao. "Come to my office. We need to have a serious discussion about how much you intend to compensate us for this incident." Lin Hao, observing the manager's demeanor, maintained a composed expression. "We are also patrons of your hotel. Without even inquiring, you hastily evict us in favor of other guests. Is this how the Shangri-La Hotel treats its clientele?" The lobby manager, nearly infuriated by Lin Hao's audacity, almost splashed him with tea. "How dare you shamelessly claim to be a guest of the Shangri-La Hotel? We do not welcome dishonorable patrons like you." Lin Hao wished to retort further, but Yang Mei, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, forcefully pushed him. "Enough. Lin Hao, you claim to have improved, yet here you are, attempting to deceive others for money." Lin Hao appeared utterly innocent. "It is they who misconstrue my intentions. I have no desire to swindle them." Confronted by the disdainful gazes of the lobby manager and the couple, Yang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment, wishing to disappear into the ground. Her face flushed. Whether from embarrassment or anger, she angrily tugged at Lin Hao. "Stop sitting there. Stand up and clarify the situation in the manager's office." As the couple relinquished their seats, the lobby manager promptly bowed in apology to them. "Esteemed guests, please take a seat here. I will immediately summon staff to take your orders." However, the woman scrutinized the area with disdain. "We are to sit here?" The lobby manager hesitated. "Did you not say this was your reservation?" The man kicked the chair forcefully. "You dare offer us the same seats occupied by these impoverished individuals? Do you not find that repulsive?" Pointing at Lin Hao, he withdrew his hand and pinched his nose, as if repelled by a foul odor. "It seems your hotel is no longer interested in maintaining standards. Allowing such riffraff to sit here and expecting us to occupy the same seats is unacceptable. If we were to contract some illness, could you bear the consequences?" Chapter 22. High school classmates. The woman stomped her foot and clung to the man's arm, pouting. "Darling, this is utterly revolting. I cannot bear to be near this seat. I suspect there is something unclean lingering here. Perhaps we should reconsider dining here today." The man, while soothingly patting her hand, threatened the lobby manager with a fierce glare. "You must compensate us for this meal. Otherwise, I shall lodge a formal complaint against your hotel, ensuring that you cannot continue operations here." The lobby manager bowed and apologized profusely, assuring them that the hotel would provide compensation. "Please, take a seat. Do not be angry." Upon hearing the mention of compensation, the woman disregarded her previous disdain for the location, placed her bag down, and adjusted her elaborate gown before sitting down. "As long as you compensate us adequately, we shall refrain from lodging a complaint against you." With that, she cast a dismissive glance at Lin Hao and Yang Mei, adding, "In the future, ensure you screen your guests more carefully. We cannot have such dowdy individuals here." Yang Mei, who had endured their mockery for so long, could no longer contain herself and shot an irritated look at the woman. "Miss, I would appreciate it if you could speak with a bit more respect." The two exchanged glances, and Yang Mei felt an increasing sense of familiarity with the woman before her. At that moment, the woman suddenly exclaimed, "Yang Mei? Is that you?" Upon hearing her name called, Yang Mei scrutinized the woman more closely and hesitantly asked, "Are you Liang Qiqi?" Discovering that this person was her high school classmate only deepened Yang Mei's embarrassment. Observing Liang Qiqi's opulent attire in stark contrast to her own shabby clothing made her feel even more uncomfortable, prompting her to tug at Lin Hao's sleeve. "Let us leave." However, Liang Qiqi was not ready to let them depart so easily. "Yang Mei, we've just met. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Come, let us sit down and chat for a while." With that, Liang Qiqi feigned affection as she pulled Yang Mei back, yet did not allow her to sit. "Oh dear, let me see how our class beauty is faring these days. I must say, why are you dressed so modestly when dining at the Shangri-La Hotel?" Upon realizing that the woman before him was the class beauty of Liang Qiqi's cohort, the man accompanying her couldn't help but gaze at Yang Mei with renewed interest. Upon closer inspection, he noted that despite her humble attire, Yang Mei possessed a striking appearance and an alluring figure. This thought caused him to raise an eyebrow. "Qiqi, why don't you introduce me? Is this your classmate?" Hastily, Liang Qiqi pulled Yang Mei closer and pointed to her boyfriend, declaring, "This is my boyfriend, Wang Lining." She paused for effect before proudly adding, "He is the heir of a real estate conglomerate's president, and we are here to enjoy a simple meal together." Emphasizing the term simple meal deliberately, she successfully caught a hint of discomfort on Yang Mei's face, which made Liang Qiqi beam with triumph as she continued, "By the way, I haven't seen you in ages. How have you been?" Yang Mei managed to force a smile. "I've been doing quite well, I suppose." Liang Qiqi nodded in a perfunctory manner. "It must be going well, otherwise you wouldn't be dining at this hotel." As she spoke, she feigned surprise and surveyed the area. "But it has been quite some time. Is your friend still busy serving the dishes?" With that, Liang Qiqi let out a cold chuckle. However, it is indeed understandable. Given the multitude of matters today, the waitstaff must be quite overwhelmed, right? It is only natural for them to leave you two here. Do not harbor any resentment towards them. After all, in your eyes, the waitstaff at the Shangri-La Hotel could be considered quite remarkable friends. Observing Yang Mei rendered speechless, Liang Qiqi felt an immense sense of pride. Once upon a time, Yang Mei, renowned for her beauty, was dubbed the class flower, with numerous boys vying for her attention. Yet, beauty alone is of little consequence when one is tethered to a spineless individual. She has merely transformed into a weary matron. Contemplating this, Liang Qiqi deliberately cast a glance at Lin Hao. "I say, Yang Mei, why don't you introduce me to this fellow? Is he your spineless husband?" Although she had resolved to divorce Lin Hao, they were still technically family. In the presence of a former classmate, Yang Mei felt compelled to defend Lin Hao. "He is not spineless, he is my husband." Liang Qiqi displayed a hint of disdain. "You still defend him? Who in our class doesn't he know that you married a worthless drunkard?" With a contemptuous glance at Lin Hao's attire, which barely amounted to 200 yuan, she ostentatiously showcased the sizable gemstone ring on her finger and spoke with an affected tone. "Ah, truly, men fear entering the wrong profession, and women dread marrying the wrong man. Our once-class flower has now wed such a wastrel, lacking even a decent piece of jewelry. How pitiful." Upon hearing this, Wang Lining displayed a peculiar expression. "I believe that someone as beautiful as Miss Yang Mei, if paired with the right man, would not have to endure such suffering. After all, not every man is so destitute and bitter." As he spoke, Wang Lining adjusted his shirt sleeves, revealing a watch adorned with diamonds. Liang Qiqi's expression darkened upon hearing his words. She was well aware of her boyfriend's temperament and felt even more irked by Yang Mei. How could a mere matron still entice her boyfriend? What audacity! With this thought, Liang Qiqi nearly spat in Yang Mei's face and coldly declared, "Enough of this nonsense. Since you need to explain the deceitful charges to the hotel, there is no need to waste time here." Without regard for Wang Lining's sympathetic gaze, Liang Qiqi shot a glare at the lobby manager. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up and escort them away. Summon someone to take our order. What are you all doing? Is your head filled with water all day long?" The lobby manager wiped the sweat from his brow, responding, Yes, I understand. Please don't worry, I will take them away immediately." With that, he kicked the nearby waiter, urging him to attend to the guest's orders. After delivering this command, he cast a fierce glare at Lin Hao. "You too, follow me." Chapter 23. The use of private punishment. This reprimanding tone towards his subordinates made Lin Hao furrow his brow slightly, yet Yang Mei, not wishing to delay, awkwardly tugged at him and hurriedly followed the lobby manager out. After the departure of the lobby manager, The waiter was subjected to a stern reprimand from Liang Qi and Wang Lining, finally managing to complete the order for the dishes. Just as he was making his way to the kitchen, he was unexpectedly intercepted by a man clad in a suit of high-end fashion. Where did the guests from that table go? Upon noticing the direction indicated by the man's finger, the waiter instinctively replied, "Are you referring to those two swindlers?" In an instant, the grip on his arm tightened considerably. The waiter gasped in pain and glanced angrily at his assailant, only to discover that the man was seething with rage, veins bulging from his forehead, while he held a plate adorned with a lotus pattern in his hand. This individual was none other than Jiang Siju, who had invited Lin Hao and the others for dinner. He had originally been eager to head to the kitchen to prepare some exquisite dishes, hoping to demonstrate his sincerity as a host. However, upon returning, he found his reserved table occupied by a couple, with Lin Hao and Yang Mei mysteriously vanished. Jiang Siju had stopped the waiter, yet was met with that single, infuriating response, unable to conceal the fury etched across his face. "Who are you calling a swindler?" The waiter, taken aback by the man's demeanor, stammered an explanation. "Just now, two swindlers were seated there, claiming to have cheated the hotel, and we have since expelled them." At this moment, Jiang Siju was seething with rage, gripping the waiter's arm tightly, unwilling to let him go. Where did they go? Which direction? The waiter weakly pointed towards the elevator leading to the lobby manager's office. No sooner had he uttered these words than he watched the impeccably dressed man dash away like the wind. The waiter, bewildered by the events, rubbed his sore arm, pondering the identity of this man. How curious. Who is he? Could he possibly be in cahoots with that swindler? Reflecting on this, he recalled the earlier words of the two individuals. Yet, he found it hard to believe that this man was a waiter of the Shangri-La Hotel. In the midst of his thoughts, a man in a white chef's uniform suddenly rushed from the kitchen and seized him. "Have you seen young Master Jiang?" The waiter, still perplexed, was met with a frown as the chef continued. "The guest who just came from the kitchen, Jiang Siju, young Master Jiang. He was carrying a plate of my freshly prepared dish, phoenix and peony. Did you see him?" The waiter nodded, indicating that he had gone to the lobby manager's office. The head chef furrowed his brow. What does young Master Jiang want with the lobby manager? He could just call him down directly. Observing the chef's expression, the waiter tentatively inquired, "Wasn't that man one of our waiters?" The chef, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Are you out of your mind? Young Master Jiang, do you not know who he is?" Seeing the waiter shake his head in astonishment, the chef exclaimed, "Young Master Jiang is the nephew of our chairman." After scanning the lobby without spotting Jiang Siju, the chef had no choice but to return to the kitchen. Meanwhile, the waiter was left with a single thought. The lobby manager was in serious trouble. On the route to the lobby manager's office, Yang Mei continued to chastise Lin Hao. "How could you behave this way? Apart from deception and trickery, are there any other means to earn a living?" Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words, futilely attempting to convey that it was all a misunderstanding, insisting that he had not swindled them out of their money. Yang Mei, however, was not inclined to believe such claims. After all, they had come to confront him directly, and his denials seemed like mere fabrications. Observing Lin Hao's stubborn refusal to admit fault, Yang Mei huffed in frustration, dismissing him and storming ahead in anger. As the lobby manager made his way to the office, he discreetly sent a message to the head of security, instructing him to bring reinforcements. Upon entering the office, Lin Hao and Yang Mei found themselves encircled by security personnel, who propelled them forward as if they were being escorted. The lobby manager, now seated in an authoritative manner, surveyed the two with a cold smile, proclaiming that they were now ready to discuss how they intended to compensate the hotel for its losses. Lin Hao, unimpressed by the manager's intimidating demeanor, retorted with a frosty expression, inquiring how they planned to recompense their own losses. Noting the incredulity on the manager's face, he continued, "We came here for a meal, and without any just cause, you expelled us to accommodate another couple, subsequently slandering us and accusing us of defrauding your establishment. Surely, these two matters warrant an explanation from your hotel." The lobby manager scoffed dismissively. "An explanation? My explanation is simple. Unless you return the money you deceitfully acquired, you will not leave this premises today." With a wave of his hand, the security team advanced menacingly towards them. Lin Hao's expression darkened severely as he glared at the manager. "What is the meaning of this? Are you resorting to torture? This is vigilantism. It is illegal." The manager shrugged nonchalantly. "Illegal? Feel free to report me. When it reaches the courtroom, we shall see who is deemed guilty." Yang Mei, encountering such a situation for the first time, paled in fear, instinctively clutching Lin Hao's shirt, her voice rising in pitch. "Stay back. If you continue this way, I will call the police." The lobby manager issued a final ultimatum. "So, will you compensate us or not? If not, you will not leave here today." Frightened, Yang Mei tightened her grip on Lin Hao's clothing, whispering anxiously, "Did you really deceive them? You must return the money." Lin Hao scoffed. "I did not commit such acts. I will not concede to falsehood." The manager, growing impatient, gestured to the security team. "It seems you are eager to experience some discomfort." As the security personnel raised their clubs menacingly, Yang Mei's sharp cry pierced through the office. At that moment, Jiang Siju, holding a plate of delicacies, arrived at the lobby manager's door. Upon hearing the commotion, he wasted no time and kicked the door open. "Stop! What is happening here?" The lobby manager, well acquainted with Mr. Jiang, immediately stood up in a state of trepidation. "Young Master Jiang, what brings you here? What wind has blown you to the Shangri-La Hotel today?" Chapter 24. Immediate dismissal. Having little patience for his flattery, Jiang Siju placed the exquisite dish he was holding forcefully onto the table, parting the crowd of security personnel, and shielded Lin Hao and Yang Mei behind him. "Do you truly wish for your own demise? How dare you lay hands on anyone? These are my esteemed guests. And you had the audacity to incite violence against them." Esteemed guests. The lobby manager and the security team were taken aback upon hearing Jiang Siju's designation. The security personnel had already hesitated to act when the lobby manager stood up. Although they were unaware of Jiang Siju's full identity, they had heard whispers. With the same surname as the hotel president and referred to as Young Master Jiang, he could only be the illustrious Jiang Siju of the Jiang family. They stood frozen, exchanging glances before their gaze fell upon the lobby manager. It was worth noting that the lobby manager had previously pointed at Lin Hao and Yang Mei, labeling them as fraudsters. Now, how could they suddenly be regarded as young Master Jiang's esteemed guests? Jiang Siju discerned that this was undoubtedly the lobby manager's doing, and his fury ignited. He charged forward and delivered a swift kick to the manager. "You truly possess the audacity of a mad dog. The company hired you to assault guests." After receiving the blow, the lobby manager dared not retort and could only bow and apologize. "Yes, young master, I was wrong. I was wrong. I truly had no idea these two were your esteemed guests. It was all a misunderstanding indeed." Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Siju felt further agitated and delivered another slap across his face. "Now get out. You are no longer welcome to work at this hotel. Should I ever encounter you again, I shall have your head." The lobby manager, once arrogant in front of Lin Hao, now dared not utter a word. After enduring 2 blows, he humbly apologized and hastily gathered his belongings to leave. Today was indeed fortunate for him. Had this occurred at another time, a mere 2 slaps would not suffice, and losing his job would serve as a harsh lesson. Observing Jiang Siju's dismissal of the manager, Yang Mei felt the situation had escalated and quickly donned a conciliatory smile. "Mr. Jiang, please do not be angry. It was merely a misunderstanding." At this juncture, she kicked Lin Hao lightly. "You should hurry and clarify what exactly transpired." Lin Hao shrugged. "A few days ago, when the Shangri-La Hotel was hosting a group of guests, there was a lack of hairy crabs in the kitchen, necessitating an emergency purchase. I happened to have some on hand and sold them to the hotel. Who would have thought they would assume I colluded with a kitchen worker, deliberately letting the hotel's hairy crabs die in order to sell mine at a high price? It is hardly a significant matter, merely a misunderstanding." Yang Mei, upon hearing this, found it somewhat bizarre but chose not to argue, simply responding with a smile. "Indeed, General Jiang, a minor misunderstanding has occurred. Your decision to dismiss the individual seems unnecessary now." However, Jiang Siju shook his head in disapproval. "Sister-in-law, do not be overly benevolent. I believe this matter transcends the mere issue of a hairy crab. Regardless of the circumstances, the front desk manager possesses no authority whatsoever. To detain a guest in his office without permission, and even contemplate resorting to extrajudicial measures, is utterly unacceptable." At this juncture, Jiang Siju was seething with indignation. This was a significant breach of professional conduct. This was not merely a case of negligence. It bordered on criminal behavior. Upon hearing the gravity of the situation, Yang Mei refrained from offering further counsel. Jiang Siju, still fuming, felt that his invitation to a meal had resulted in a considerable loss of face. After much contemplation, he furrowed his brows and dialed the hotel manager, Zhao Zhaodian. The manager, an old acquaintance of Jiang Siju's uncle, had overseen numerous enterprises and was now primarily responsible for the Shangri-La Hotel, engaging in the affairs and social dynamics of such prestigious establishments. Upon receiving Jiang Siju's call, Zhao Zhaotian hurriedly made his way to the front desk manager's office. During the journey, he was informed of the unfolding events. Zhao Zhaotian initially thought it was a serious matter, only to discover it was merely a case involving a petty thug. Regardless of whether that individual had genuinely colluded to harm the hotel, it ultimately boiled down to a sum of merely tens of thousands. Why tarnish the prince's reputation over such a trivial amount? Zhao Zhaotian possessed a clear perspective, thus he did not intend to dwell excessively on the issue. Upon entering the front desk manager's office, he found Jiang Siju sitting on the sofa with a displeased expression, resembling a disgruntled lord. Zhao Zhaotian approached with a smile, greeting him warmly. "Young master, it has been a while." "Old Zhao, you have arrived," Jiang Siju replied, though his dissatisfaction lingered. Nevertheless, he was not foolish enough to display arrogance before Zhao Zhaotian, a favored individual in his uncle's eyes. "I have already heard about this matter. It is indeed my subordinate's fault, and I extend my sincerest apologies on his behalf. Since the individual has already been dismissed, let us downplay this incident, shall we?" Jiang Siju did not wish to offend Zhao Zhaotian over this incident, but found it difficult to brush it aside in front of Lin Hao, resulting in an awkward expression. Lin Hao, though seemingly youthful, possessed a maturity that could rival that of Zhao Zhaotian. Observing Zhao Zhaotian's attempt to take the lead in the conversation, he refrained from immediately displaying his own magnanimity, opting instead to smile silently. The atmosphere became increasingly uncomfortable. Jiang Siju furrowed his brows and cast an unhappy glance at the empty seat of the front desk manager. "Old Zhao, while I can temporarily set aside other matters, the fact that he unlawfully detained and assaulted a guest is sufficient grounds for me to take him to court." Zhao Zhaotian had originally assumed Lin Hao was astute enough to align with his sentiments and gracefully extricate himself from the situation. Who would have anticipated that the other party would feign ignorance at such a moment, standing in silence? This provoked Jiang Siju's to dredge up past grievances, leading Zhao Zhao's perception of Lin Hao to diminish further. Indeed, he appeared to be nothing more than a petty, unscrupulous rogue. It seems the lobby manager's remarks were not entirely unfounded. Were it not for his association with the young heir of the Shangri-La Hotel, he might have already been handed over to the authorities. Zhao Zhao smiled faintly. "I acknowledge that his actions were inappropriate, thus I did not object to his dismissal. If you remain dissatisfied, I can extend an apology on behalf of the Shangri-La Hotel to this esteemed guest." Chapter 25, Past Explanations. With that, Zhao Zhao turned his gaze towards Lin Hao. "Should this guest desire it, we would be willing to offer a complimentary meal during their next visit. What do you think of this resolution?" At this juncture, Zhao Zhao cast a cool glance at Lin Hao and his companion, who seemed oblivious to the situation. Jiang Siju's found this resolution acceptable and cautiously looked towards Lin Hao for his reaction. Lin Hao, in a surprisingly magnanimous manner, smiled and replied, "The individual has already been dismissed, and I believe your hotel's acknowledgement of the error is commendable. However, let us refrain from such incidents in the future. After all, we are all patrons here to dine, and there is no need to delineate status or worth among us." Zhao Zhao, having spent many years in service under Jiang Siju's uncle, possessed the skill to adapt gracefully to any circumstance. Even when taught a lesson by a brash youth like Lin Hao, whom he viewed as a rogue, he was still able to maintain a courteous and appropriate smile. "Indeed, you make a valid point. Our hotel shall certainly heed your advice and strive for improvement. We sincerely apologize for the unfavorable dining experience you encountered." Jiang Siju's nodded in satisfaction, feeling that both face and substance had been preserved, and then led Lin Hao downstairs. Despite being inundated with responsibilities, Zhao Zhao understood the importance of accommodating the young heir, and since Jiang Siju's had personally brought guests to the hotel for a meal, it was only right that he accompany them. Thus, he joined them in the elevator. Upon reaching the first floor, Zhao Zhao smiled and inquired, "Young Master Jiang, where would you prefer to be seated today?" As Jiang Siju's entered the lobby, he spotted the couple who had previously occupied their table and, with a stern expression, pointed. "That table." Zhao Zhao's countenance faltered, and he offered a somewhat awkward smile. Yet again, he recalled that all present were guests today. He could not afford to offend this young heir, but he also could not eject patrons from their seats. Moreover, the hotel had erred in the first place. Should they force their guests to vacate, it would undoubtedly tarnish their reputation and result in significant losses. Just as Zhao Zhao found himself in a quandary, Lin Hao, whom he had deemed an inconsiderate rogue, unexpectedly stepped forward to mediate the situation. I believe we need not confine ourselves to that particular spot. From their tone, it appears that the table was reserved for them in advance, and due to a minor mishap, it was allocated to us instead. They did not intentionally usurp our seats. At this juncture, Lin Hao's gaze turned somewhat frosty as he glanced towards Liang Qiqi in the distance. Let us approach together and clarify this matter with them, so that any lingering misunderstandings may be dispelled, which would also be beneficial for the reputation of the Shangri-La Hotel. As for the seating, as you mentioned, we are merely enjoying a humble meal. The location is inconsequential. With that, he offered a reassuring smile and gently patted Jiang Siju' shoulder, indicating that he truly did not mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju felt a wave of relief wash over him, nodding with a smile. After all, this was still their own establishment. Had it not been for the desire to restore Lin Hao's dignity, he would have had no interest in engaging with such individuals. Zhao Zhaodian, observing Lin Hao finally speak sensibly, felt a sense of satisfaction, his eyes reflecting newfound approval as he nodded appreciatively. In light of this, let us proceed together and explain the situation to those two guests. The group then made their way towards them with a sense of purpose. Meanwhile, Liang Qiqi and Wang Lining were visibly displeased due to the earlier incident, and they displayed a critical attitude towards the dishes presented by the waiter. With each serving, the waiter approached with a demeanor of resigned acceptance. Darling, the cuisine at this Shangri-La Hotel leaves much to be desired. Most importantly, their service is utterly abysmal. Humph. Can such an establishment truly be deemed a five-star hotel? Dining here has certainly lowered our standards, Liang Qiqi declared, resting his chin on his hand and adopting a pretentious tone. Opposite him, Wang Lining feigned profundity. Indeed, the flavors of their dishes lack depth, far inferior to those prepared by the royal chef I once dined with in France. As Liang Qiqi fidgeted with his phone, uploading a freshly taken photograph to his social media while tagging the Shangri-La Hotel, he perked up at Wang Lining's remark. Darling, you've dined with a royal chef from France? At which hotel did this occur? Do take me along next time. Wang Lining's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile. Ah, that was a long time ago. I shall inquire later, though that chef may not be available. Originally intending to boast, Wang Lining found himself nearly caught in a trap of his own making. To divert the conversation, he glanced around, only to be momentarily caught off guard. What is wrong, darling? Why aren't you eating? Liang Qiqi, having completed his critique of the dishes, picked up his chopsticks and swiftly began to enjoy the meal. These were the kinds of dishes he had once only dreamed of. Now that he had the opportunity to savor them, waste was not an option. While dining, she couldn't help but express her disdain, wondering what kind of wretched hotel this was. The exorbitant charges paired with the meager offerings were truly reminiscent of a band of vampires. To her surprise, she noticed Wang Lining, seated across from her, seemingly lost in thought, prompting her to furrow her brow in discontent. Darling, you should eat. Such expensive dishes should not go to waste. However, Wang Lining incredulously pointed in another direction. Qiqi, isn't that your former high school classmate over there with her useless husband? Who? Upon hearing this, Liang Qiqi quickly glanced in that direction. Are you referring to Yang Mei, that inept individual? As Liang Qiqi turned her gaze, the group had already approached. Leading them was Zhao Zhaodian, the general manager of the Shangri-La Hotel. Hello, esteemed guests. I am Zhao Zhaodian, the manager of the Shangri-La Hotel. I have come to apologize on behalf of our establishment for the unfortunate experience you encountered during your previous dining visit. Chapter 26. A humiliation. Yang Mei had initially believed that Lin Hao was bringing a group to confront them, but to her astonishment, it was indeed the Shangri-La representatives coming to apologize. Observing Lin Hao's disheveled appearance, it was evident that he had recently endured a severe reprimanding in the office. With this thought, Liang Qiqi's gaze toward Yang Mei grew increasingly haughty. Your hotel's conduct is utterly outrageous. Do you comprehend the extent of the harm you have inflicted upon us? The psychological shadow you have cast is immense. Wang Lining, while sipping the complimentary fruit wine he had aggressively demanded from the Shangri-La, pounded the table, feigning great indignation. Zhao Zhaodian, a seasoned individual well acquainted with various personalities, recognized the demeanor of his opponents as that of ruffians, which only heightened his annoyance. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous smile. Yes, I sincerely apologize for your subpar dining experience. It was precisely for this reason that our hotel has graciously offered you a complimentary bottle of fruit wine valued at 1,888 yuan. Upon hearing the quoted price, Wang Lining felt a twinge of panic but retorted with bravado, "And what of it? A bottle of wine costing over 1,000 yuan is your attempt to placate us? Is this how the Shangri-La Hotel conducts its business?" At that moment, Lin Hao, adopting a congenial demeanor, interjected, "You both needn't be so agitated. I understand the displeasure of having your reservation disrupted, yet the Shangri-La did not act with malice. After all, with the volume of guests we receive daily, occasional mix-ups are to be expected, and besides, we did offer our table to you, did we not?" Though Lin Hao's reasoning was sound, every word he uttered struck a nerve with Wang Lining, prompting him to slam the table forcefully. "You, a pathetic lowlife, think I need your charity of a table? Do you truly believe yourself to be of any importance?" Lin Hao wore an expression of innocence, as everyone gathered for a meal. Was it truly necessary to speak so harshly? Would it not be more pleasant to engage amicably? Upon hearing this, Liang Qiqi spat on the ground in disdain. "Oh, you dare to say such things to us? You, a fraud, who would even bother to be cordial with you?" With a contemptuous glance, she scrutinized Yang Mei, unable to suppress a cold laugh. "I'm not targeting you, Yang Mei, but since you've married such a worthless husband, perhaps you should spend more time at home and avoid further disgrace. Do you not fear becoming a subject of ridicule?" Wang Lining, unable to contain his sympathy, surveyed Yang Mei with a discerning eye, quietly lamenting. "How could such a beautiful woman be with such a useless man? If she were by my side, I would never treat her so poorly." With this thought, he cast a scornful glance at Lin Hao, filled with disdain. "Huh, to think that this impoverished scum dares to occupy our space. Are you all willing to relinquish your standing at the Shangri-La Hotel?" Jiang Siju, who had a notoriously fiery temperament, felt his anger surge upon witnessing Wang Lining's arrogant demeanor. With a stern expression, he addressed him, "Sir, I implore you to speak with more decorum. This is the Shangri-La Hotel, not a place for you to slander and humiliate others. I trust that those dining here possess the requisite manners and refinement." At this remark, Jiang Siju resembled a cat with its tail stepped on, nearly leaping from his seat. Who lacks manners and refinement? Their family is nothing but nouveau riche, barely managing to squeeze into high society, garnering little respect. They despise being labeled as such. Yet your words have struck a nerve, igniting my fury. Who are you, a mere child, to speak to me in such a manner? Do you know who I am? Liang Qiqi, equally incensed, could hardly bear the implication of being referred to as a woman of a nouveau riche. She slammed her hand on the table, her sharp voice cutting through the air. "An apology? Your establishment must issue an apology." With fierce eyes, she glared, her expression menacing as if she were ready to devour someone. "Let me be clear, this is not merely about compensating with a bottle of wine. If the Shangri-La Hotel does not issue a proper apology regarding this matter, I shall expose your despicable conduct, revealing to all how you mistreat your patrons." For the first time, Jiang Siju found himself confronted by such a brazen and unruly individual, unable to stifle a cold chuckle. If that is the case, perhaps we should simply go to court and settle this matter there. This way, we can ascertain the truth. What do you think? Upon hearing the suggestion of court, Liang Qiqi felt a twinge of hesitation. However, noticing Jiang Siju's camaraderie with the seemingly lowly Lin Hao, her confidence surged, and she resumed her tirade with renewed vigor. "Who do you think you are, a lowly wretch? Do you even have the right to speak here? Humph. Anyone who associates with someone as pathetic as Lin Hao must be of a similar ilk." Jiang Siju, clad in his bespoke suit, radiated an aura of opulence. Initially, Wang Lining felt a twinge of anxiety, but upon hearing Liang Qiqi's words and observing the camaraderie between Jiang Siju and Lin Hao, she surmised that someone of Lin Hao's caliber could hardly attract noteworthy companions, and thus her disdain began to surface. This fellow, dressed in such finery, could easily be mistaken for a wealthy heir. Wang Lining had little patience for those who pretended to be affluent despite their lack of wealth. "I expected something more, but it turns out he is merely a server from Shangri-La. TSK, dressed so pretentiously, what a farce." At that moment, Liang Qiqi fanned the flames, provocatively eyeing Yang Mei. "Yang Mei, is this the friend of your useless husband who works as a server? What? Could it be that you too scammed the hotel and your server friend has lost his job as a result?" Wang Lining sneered. "Humph, a mere server is a server. The Shangri-La Hotel dresses its waitstaff so well, yet the service continues to decline." Chapter 27. The president's nephew Yang Mei, witnessing the escalating insults, hurriedly interjected, "It's not like that. Liang Qiqi, he isn't just a server, he actually is." Liang Qiqi, growing impatient, cut her off. "Not what? Not a server? Indeed. He has been dragged down by you two and is now nothing more than a homeless drifter, is he?" Liang Qiqi regarded Jiang Siju with disdain, as if he were refuse, truly a nest of snakes and rats. "Individuals like you can only attract such friends." Wang Lining wore a look of scorn. "Indeed, dressed in such finery. Do you really believe yourself to be someone of importance? How foolish to inflate oneself. Do you not realize where you are? This is the Shangri-La Hotel." With an air of superiority, Wang Lining's gaze revealed contempt. "Those who frequent this establishment are all clad in high-end suits. Yet you, in your lowly attire, dare to strut about. Truly, it is laughable." As the ridicule aimed at their esteemed heir intensified, Zhao Zhaodian swiftly composed himself and stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, your seats have been mistakenly occupied due to an oversight on our part at Shangri-La Hotel. However, we have reached an amicable resolution by offering you a complimentary bottle of fruit wine as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, I must implore you to temper your words." At this juncture, he respectfully gestured towards Jiang Siju and coldly stated, "However, this is the nephew of the president of Shangri-La Hotel, and he is also a guest here. Your verbal attacks on young Master Jiang are decidedly excessive, are they not?" The nephew of the president of Shangri-La Hotel. Upon hearing those words, the faces of the two individuals turned pale, and they hastily stood up, filled with trepidation. "Our sincerest apologies. We were utterly blind and mistakenly took you for a mere acquaintance of that impoverished fellow, Lin Hao. We are truly sorry." They jested nervously, aware that the influence behind the Shangri-La Hotel was formidable, a veritable pinnacle in the culinary world. Moreover, this five-star establishment consistently hosted an array of dignitaries and powerful elites, with connections that were nearly unfathomable. Such individuals were certainly not ones they could afford to offend. Jiang Siju merely chuckled coldly, seemingly unimpressed by their flustered demeanor. In a state of panic, the two hastily placed the blame squarely on Lin Hao. "Mr. Jiang, we deeply regret the affront. It was our misstep. Please do not hold it against us. This entire situation is his fault." Wang Lining pointed a finger at Lin Hao, his teeth clenched in indignation. "It is this scoundrel who not only usurped our position, but also publicly insulted the Shangri-La Hotel." At this moment, Liang Qiqi chimed in. "Indeed, it is he. This man is nothing but a fraud. He previously came to Shangri-La to deceive. You must not let him escape. Shall we assist you in reporting him?" Confronted with such baseless slander, Lin Hao merely curled his lips in a casual smirk, unwilling to provide an explanation. Upon hearing their claims, Jiang Siju's expression darkened further, and he shot them a cold glare. Wang Lining was so intimidated by this look that he trembled, unsure of which words had offended Jiang Siju. With a pointed finger at Lin Hao, Jiang Siju spoke with a hint of respect. "Lin Gu is my friend. I specifically invited him here for a meal today, and I know his character far better than you two." Observing their incredulous expressions, Jiang Siju simply scoffed dismissively. "I must advise you both. What one does is seen by the heavens. Any ill-gotten gains will eventually be repaid. There is no need for such self-satisfaction." This admonition left Wang Lining and Liang Qiqi so shaken that they could hardly eat. However, Jiang Siju had no desire to engage further with such short-sighted individuals. He glanced at Lin Hao, who waved his hand dismissively. Seeing this, Jiang Siju offered an apologetic smile. "I truly apologize, Lin Gu. Shall we find another place to dine?" Lin Hao was indifferent to the location. He simply wished to seize this opportunity to assert his dominance over Liang Qiqi, who had mocked Yang Mei. Therefore, he graciously shook his head. "It matters not where we dine. It is the sentiment that counts. I believe that table over there would suffice." He gestured to an empty table nearby with a smile. "Let us dine here. It will save us some trouble." Jiang Siju, upon hearing this, quickly gave Lin Hao a thumbs up. "Lin Gu, you are magnanimous. Very well, then we shall eat here today." With that, the group settled at the nearby table, disregarding the anxious expressions of Jiang Siju and Liang Qiqi. As soon as a few individuals settled down, Yang Mei, filled with trepidation, began to offer her sincerest apologies to Jiang Siju. "I truly feel embarrassed, Mr. Jiang. You graciously invited us to dinner, and we were already reluctant to accept. Yet here we are causing further trouble for you." Initially, Yang Mei thought that since Jiang Siju was not particularly concerned about the expense, he might as well treat them to a meal. However, Once the scandal involving Lin Hao emerged, she found herself wishing to vanish into the ground. Feeling increasingly anxious and conflicted in this moment, she could only muster the courage to say, "Perhaps we should cover the cost of today's meal as a way to apologize." Jiang Siju chuckled and shook his head. "Sister-in-law, your words truly leave me at a loss to approach Brother Lin again. I sincerely wish to treat you all to dinner. Yet it seems this has nearly soured the mood for everyone." At this point, Jiang Siju slightly furrowed his brow, seemingly genuinely displeased. "How about this? Whatever dishes you desire. Feel free to order. Today, this meal is undoubtedly on me. Anyone who dares to contest this is simply disregarding my hospitality." Yang Mei, feeling a bit awkward, opened her mouth but refrained from continuing. After all, she was merely an employee. Despite Jiang Siju's endearing address of sister-in-law, he remained her superior. With Jiang Siju stating so, she felt there was no room to contest him. Before long, delicacies such as foie gras, matsutake mushrooms, and Wellington beef were served in abundance. Showcasing the renowned dishes of the Shangri-La, Yang Mei gazed at the lavish dishes, almost hesitant to lift her chopsticks. Her mind racing with thoughts of how much this meal must cost. Jiang Siju, still exuberant, urged the two of them, "Come on, Lin Gu, sister-in-law, do try some." Chapter 28, Mr. Jiang Treats. After all, this was Jiang Siju's own enterprise, and his enthusiasm was palpable. The chefs at the Shangri-La are specially recruited from elsewhere, boasting Michelin 3-star culinary skills. Do let me know if you enjoy it. Lin Hao nodded with a smile, feigning satisfaction. In truth, he had savored the cuisine of Michelin-starred chefs countless times before. Such culinary artistry had long ceased to impress him. However, why should he voice such sentiments? Today's meal was primarily about forging connections, rather than seeking extraordinary flavors. Moreover, with Lin Hao's discerning palate and vast experiences, what culinary marvel could truly captivate him? Meanwhile, Yang Mei, as she delicately sampled the dishes, found herself grappling with feelings of inadequacy regarding the meal's cost. If they were indeed the ones hosting today, this dinner could potentially burden them with substantial debts. As the drinks flowed and the dishes were savored, Lin Hao remained silently focused on his meal, but Jiang Siju, eager to extricate himself from the turmoil surrounding Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, deliberately steered the conversation. "I must express my gratitude, Lin Gu. Although this situation has led to losses of several $100,000, this setback is truly worthwhile." As the manager of the Shangri-La Hotel, Zhao Zhaodian displayed a flicker of interest at these words, which only served to inflate Jiang Siju's sense of pride. Lin Hao, perceptive to the moment, chimed in with a supportive remark. "It cannot be said that way. If we are to speak, we must acknowledge that it is Jiang's decisive nature that truly prevails, unclouded by hesitation. The successful handling of this matter is predominantly attributable to his efforts. I merely made a passing comment." Jiang Siju, buoyed by Lin's flattering words, waved his hand in feigned modesty. "Brother Lin, you are overly generous in your praise. I am not as formidable as you suggest. I must express my gratitude to you for the reminder." Zhao Zhaodian, having observed their prolonged exchange of pleasantries, raised an eyebrow and could not restrain himself from inquiring. "Young master, what is it that you are discussing? Is there a project at the company that is facing losses?" Jiang Siju, intentionally drawing out the suspense, sighed deeply to pique Zhao's curiosity before responding. "Old Zhao, you have no idea. This matter is rather complicated. Have you heard of Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited?" Seeing Zhao nod, Jiang continued, "I had secured a substantial contract with them, amounting to several tens of millions." Upon witnessing a glimmer of admiration in Zhao's expression, Jiang's vanity was greatly appeased. However, he then added, "But just a few days ago, I relinquished this contract." Having watched Jiang grow up, Zhao felt a genuine sense of pride when he heard of Jiang's ability to negotiate such a large deal. Little did he know, Jiang would soon pivot the conversation, leaving Zhao momentarily stunned, prompting him to ask, "Why is that?" Jiang had anticipated this question, clapping his hands in excitement. "You certainly wouldn't know. The products from Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, are problematic. I purchased all their medications and sent them for quality inspection, only to discover that their capsule shells were made from substandard materials. Furthermore, many of their powders and granules were of inferior quality." As he spoke, Jiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. This was no trivial matter. If he were ever implicated, it would indeed spell significant trouble. Thus, I decisively abandoned the contract. Zhao, understanding the gravity of the situation, nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "Young master, You have truly matured. Your approach to matters has become notably more resolute. The president and Mr. Jiang will surely be pleased to hear this. Jiang, feeling a sense of pride, lifted his chin slightly. After all, youth often yearns for the commendation of elders. Moreover, his father owned numerous companies and would not dedicate all his attention to the one where Jiang was currently employed. This visit to the Shangri-La Hotel was an opportunity for him to subtly convey this information to his father and uncle through old Zhao, allowing them to recognize that he had indeed learned valuable lessons during his years of exploration outside. With this thought, Jiang's gratitude towards Lin Hao deepened, and he quickly turned to Zhao Zhaotian to express his recommendations. Old Zhao, I must tell you, I owe a great deal to Brother Lin for his timely reminder. Had he not informed me of the quality issues concerning the products from Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, I would not have thought to inspect their offerings. Jiang Siju is not one to act petty. He will not skimp on credit where it is due. Yet he is equally generous in claiming merit for matters that do not pertain to him. Hearing him speak in such a manner, Zhao Zhaotian could not help but shoot a surprised glance at Lin Hao. No wonder this man inexplicably gained the favor of our esteemed heir. It turns out he possesses such commercial secrets. Zhao Zhaotian remained unmoved by the information in Lin Hao's possession, merely reflecting on the situation regarding his own heir. Jiang Siju, however, was overjoyed by this turn of events, eagerly pulling Lin Hao aside to inquire, Brother Lin, if we are to be candid, we should hasten to resolve this matter. Do you have any valuable suggestions to assist me? Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. I cannot claim to offer valuable advice. As for skills, it is individuals like you who navigate the marketplace with greater acuity. I am merely a bystander, able to provide occasional suggestions. These words filled Jiang Siju with delight, his smile betraying his happiness. Lin Hao then asked, however, I am curious to know what stage you are at in addressing this issue. At the mention of this, Jiang Siju's temper flared. I instructed our team to consult the marketing department at Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited about this matter, and it nearly drove me to despair. Our quality inspection report is complete, yet they adamantly assert that their products have been thoroughly tested and consist solely of natural ingredients, claiming there is absolutely no risk of harm. Jiang Siju scoffed. From their demeanor, they are either deceived by their superiors or facing internal issues. Thus, I have resolved to promptly terminate our contract with them. The penalty for breach might be substantial, but it is a necessary nuisance. Chapter 29. Delayed termination. Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, casually probing. Are you in a hurry to terminate the contract with them? Jiang Siju paused, taken aback by the question. And seeing Lin Hao's apparent ignorance of the situation, he chuckled and patiently explained. You see, Brother Lin, perhaps you are not well versed in business matters. Typically, in such scenarios, we strive to dissolve the contract swiftly. Otherwise, if the situation were to be exposed, our company would inevitably be embroiled in the ensuing turmoil. Feigning a semblance of understanding, Lin Hao nodded and continued, but if you do not terminate the contract, are there alternative courses of action? After all, did you not just mention that the penalty for breach is quite steep? Why incur such expenses? Jiang Siju was momentarily taken aback by this line of questioning. He had not truly contemplated this aspect, as his initial concern upon learning of the issue was solely focused on how to sever ties with the opposing party. Zhao Zhaotian had never considered that Jiang Siju's approach was flawed in any way. However, upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, a sudden jolt coursed through him, and he regarded Lin Hao with an inexplicable expression, sensing that this individual was not as simple as he appeared. Jiang Siju furrowed his brow slightly. If they did not terminate the contract with them, they would have to wait for them to dissolve the agreement with us. However, Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, would certainly not take the initiative to sever ties with us, unless their situation was exposed, rendering them unable to continue the contract due to financial constraints. Lin Hao nodded, casually remarking, then why not wait for the matter to be exposed before dissolving the contract? In doing so, you would avoid paying any penalties, as the fault lies with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhaotian's gaze towards Lin Hao transformed entirely. This young man was undoubtedly not as naive as he seemed. One could even say that he possessed a remarkable depth of cunning. The ability to guide his family's heir to conceive such a strategy suggested that he was not merely here for this singular project. Jiang Siju was unaware of Zhao Zhaotian's concerns, but Lin Hao's words illuminated his thoughts. Brother Lin, you are right. If this matter is reported, Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, would owe us the penalty. He then furrowed his brow in distress. However, If we do not take a stand at that moment, it may lead others to believe that we colluded with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, which would certainly be counterproductive. Lin Hao smiled. Aren't you already preparing to terminate the agreement with them? I have heard that the legal department is in talks with you. You could preemptively assemble your legal team and draft the termination contract. Lin Hao's countenance radiated calmness. It seemed that such strategic maneuvering was merely a mundane affair for him. When the matter eventually came to light, they could simply present the termination contract, demonstrating that they had been proactively working towards dissolution, thus alleviating any concerns of being entangled with them. Jiang Siju clapped his hands in excitement. Yes, Brother Lin, you make a valid point. Jiang Siju, seasoned from his years in the business world, was quick to grasp the implications of Lin Hao's insight. Moreover, during this time, I can stall their project, neither proceeding nor signing any contracts with them. We can simply drag this out, as they certainly cannot outlast us. With this thought, Jiang Siju's gaze towards Lin Hao grew increasingly fervent. Brother Lin, I truly cannot fathom why there were such absurd rumors about you before. After uttering these words, Jiang Siju realized he had misspoken and could only awkwardly smile, quickly rectifying his statement. What I meant to say is, Brother Lin, it would be a pity for someone of your caliber not to venture into business. Yang Mei had been sitting nearby throughout the meal, listening attentively as the two engaged in their lively exchange. The atmosphere was shrouded in mist, leaving only fragments of conversation comprehensible. Yet, the final words of Jiang Siju struck Yang Mei's heart like a hammer. After all, wasn't he Lin Hao merely venturing into business? Had it not been for that entrepreneurial failure, he would not have succumbed to such despondency. Reflecting on Lin Hao's former spirited demeanor, Yang Mei's emotions became a tumultuous blend. Observing Jiang Siju's expression of admiration and excitement, she couldn't help but question internally. Is her husband truly as remarkable as he appears? Was he still the same man she once knew, indulging in a life of hedonism? As this thought crossed her mind, she resolutely reaffirmed her stance. How could she waver in the face of mere flattery? She had already resolved to divorce this man. Regardless of his current state, she could no longer envision a future with him. Lin Hao, however, remained unfazed by the praise, recognizing his aptitude for business and his aspirations for future endeavors. Yet, he was acutely aware that without tangible achievements, premature declarations would only deepen Yang Mei's disappointment. He did not wish to be regarded as merely a blusterer in her eyes. Yet, the peculiar look in Yang Mei's gaze suggested something was amiss, stirring a hint of anxiety within him. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Hao offered Yang Mei a gentle smile, his eyes radiating a firm resolve. No matter the folly of his past, he believed in the possibility of redemption and the merit of earning respect through diligence. Upon hearing his words, Yang Mei felt a stirring in her heart, parting her lips as if to respond. But faced with Lin Hao's unwavering yet tender gaze, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. It seemed he had indeed changed, becoming somewhat different from the man she once knew. Yang Mei was unsure of the origin of this transformation, yet undeniably, it made her convictions waver slightly. The silent exchange between them was laden with unspoken significance. Yet it was abruptly interrupted by Jiang Siju's exuberant inquiry. Old Zhao, what do you think of this approach? Seeing Zhao Zhaotian nod in agreement, Jiang Siju's delight grew, compelling him to express gratitude to Lin Hao. Chapter 30. A kind reminder. Lin Hao observed Jiang Siju's exuberance and merely smiled, shaking his head. For him, this matter was but a trivial suggestion. Moreover, one should see things through to completion, having already assisted Jiang Siju. What was the harm in offering a little more help? Yet for Jiang Siju, the knowledge he possessed made him regard Lin Hao as a veritable stroke of fortune. Witnessing Lin Hao's seemingly nonchalant demeanor, Jiang Siju felt a mix of excitement and bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to grasp Zhao Zhaotian's arm. Previously, regarding the matter between us, the Shangri-La Hotel and Lin, I implore you to grant me a favor and let us put this behind us. You two may exchange contact information, and from this point forward, let us forget this incident. What do you think? Jiang Siju, being astute, recognized that Zhao Zhaotian was merely extending courtesy to Lin Hao due to his influence. He also harbored concerns that should Lin Hao engage in similar misconduct in the future, Zhao Zhaotian would not easily overlook it. Thus, he was willing to vouch for Lin Hao once more. If such an incident were to occur again, Zhao Zhaotian, even out of respect for him, would not be overly harsh on Lin Hao. Observing Zhao's steadfastness, Zhao Zhaotian sighed in resignation and nodded, retrieving his phone. At that moment, Lin Hao, displaying a sense of propriety, approached and proactively exchanged contact details with Zhao Zhaotian. It was only when he saved the name in his phone that he felt an inexplicable familiarity, as if a premonition had stirred within him. Zhao Zhaotian. The name indeed seemed to ring a bell from some news report. Suddenly, a realization struck Lin Hao, and he instinctively raised his gaze to Zhao Zhaotian. He recalled having seen the name in the societal news section, a manager of the Shangri-La Hotel who had tragically succumbed to food poisoning after consuming expired food during a meeting. Lin Hao had lingered on that morbid curiosity, as it was indeed the first time he had encountered such a fatality from expired food. However, it was later confirmed that it had been a case of foul play involving rat poison. Reflecting on this, Lin Hao cast a contemplative glance at the man before him. Zhao Zhaotian was barely in his 40s, in the prime of his career, and to meet such an untimely demise from an unfortunate accident felt profoundly lamentable. With this thought, he furrowed his brow and tentatively inquired, "Manager Zhao, do you believe in the concept of fate?" Zhao Zhaotian, already wary of the young man before him, was further intrigued by the fact that his heir was so intent on safeguarding him. However, the suddenness of this query left Zhao Zhaotian somewhat perplexed. Was it not said that one should believe in fate if they believe at all? As he pondered this, he couldn't help but speculate whether this young man might be a charlatan, perhaps attempting to pull off a scam. It seemed plausible, after all. If he had gained the trust of his heir, he could easily weave some mystical narrative that might convince him. Thus, his wariness intensified. Indeed, Lin Hao's next words were, "Manager Zhao, I possess some knowledge of face reading, and it appears you may soon encounter some misfortunes." This familiar ploy of a con artist immediately set Zhao Zhaotian on edge. It seemed his heir had unwittingly attracted the attention of a fraudster. Upon contemplating this matter, he felt a tinge of discontent, yet he concealed it behind a smile as he politely declined, expressing that he was rather skeptical of such things, suggesting instead that they should proceed to dine. To his surprise, Jiang Siju, intrigued, tugged at Lin Hao and inquired, "Brother Lin, you can read faces as well? I had no idea you possessed such a skill. Perhaps you could demonstrate it for me?" Hearing this, Yang Mei swiftly delivered a sharp kick to Lin Hao beneath the table. Lin Hao winced, inhaling sharply as he stared wide-eyed at Yang Mei. She grasped his sleeve and, in a hushed tone, threatened, "You'd best refrain from engaging in such deceptive antics and focus on your meal." Lin Hao managed a resigned smile, pondering how his well-intentioned attempt to save Zhao Zhaotian had been misconstrued as trickery. Observing the peculiar exchange between the two, Jiang Siju scratched his nose, undeterred, and pressed on, "Brother Lin, you haven't yet disclosed what you've discerned from reading faces." Under Yang Mei's piercing gaze, Lin Hao deliberated before deciding to share his insight, subtly cautioning, "I've noticed that Manager Zhao's complexion has not been favorable of late. He may soon encounter some troubling matters and ought to exercise due caution." Upon uttering these words, Lin Hao caught a hint of disdain in Zhao Zhaotian's eyes, prompting him to smile again and add, "If I am not mistaken, Manager Zhao will soon be meeting guests at the Vienna Sky Garden, correct?" At this revelation, both Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaotian were taken aback. "How did you know that?" Zhao, of his stature, typically ensured that his travel arrangements were kept discreet, especially when meeting distinguished guests. While it was understandable that Jiang Siju might be privy to such information, the fact that Lin Hao knew raised concerns about his capabilities, exceeding Zhao's expectations. As he pondered this, Zhao instinctively cast a glance at Jiang Siju. Noticing the identical astonishment on Jiang's face, he realized that this information had not come from Jiang, deepening his ambivalence toward Lin Hao. Who exactly was he to possess such knowledge of Zhao's itinerary? Lin Hao, sensing the tension, offered a reassuring smile. "Manager Zhao, there is no need for concern. I am not a nefarious individual. However, I have heard that the Vienna Sky Garden has been somewhat remiss in its culinary offerings of late. I would advise you to consider another hotel for hosting your guests. Should any issues arise, it would indeed be regrettable." Lin Hao had articulated his warning clearly, yet both Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaotian could not help but frown in unison. The Vienna Sky Garden was a 5-star establishment, comparable to the Shangri-La Hotel, renowned for its dining ambience, having specifically designed an aerial garden to provide an exquisite dining experience for esteemed patrons. Chapter 31. Violin performance. Zhao Zhaotian had similarly recognized this point, which prompted him to forego the Shangri-La Hotel and opt to host his guests at a venue closer to home. To his surprise, Lin Hao opened his mouth to declare that the dining experience of the other party was subpar, which immediately cast doubt in their minds. Yang Mei, having heard of the Vienna Sky Garden, felt her face flush with embarrassment, a mix of urgency and anger coursing through her as she discreetly pinched Lin Hao. Her expression one of displeasure. If you don't understand, it's best not to speak out of turn. The Vienna Sky Garden is a renowned 5-star establishment. What issues could possibly arise with their dining services? Are you suggesting that only if you were the chef would there be no problems? Upon witnessing her reaction, Lin Hao's expression shifted to one of helplessness. I never claimed such a thing. It was merely a suggestion. Zhao Zhaodian pondered for a moment before tentatively speaking up. Mr. Lin's bold assertion must surely stem from some credible source. Might it be that he possesses tangible evidence or has heard credible information from elsewhere? As the gaze of those at the table converged upon him, Lin Hao simply shook his head. Not at all. It's merely speculation on my part. After all, such matters are a matter of belief. If you believe, there is substance. If you do not, there is none. Manager Zhao, there is no need to take this too seriously. Were Lin Hao to insist on their belief, the two would surely dismiss it. Yet, observing Lin Hao's nonchalant demeanor inexplicably raised the anxiety of Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaodian. Jiang Siju furrowed his brow. Recalling Lin Hao's previous comments regarding issues with the products of Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, which he had initially dismissed, only for the truth to later reveal itself. With this in mind, he couldn't help but cast a worried glance at Zhao Zhaodian. Zhao Zhaodian was a favored figure in front of his uncle, practically his right-hand man. If something were to go awry, it could spell considerable loss for their family. With this thought, he grasped Zhao Zhaodian's arm. Old Zhao, I genuinely believe that it's better to err on the side of caution. Perhaps you should consider changing the venue for dinner. Zhao Zhaodian's face registered surprise. Such words seemed more suited for deceiving children. He had not anticipated that his own heir would take them to heart. Sighing inwardly, though his exterior remained composed, he merely smiled and nodded. All right, I appreciate your good intentions. I will assess the situation closer to the time. However, this is not solely my decision. Arrangements have already been made with them, and it would be rather inappropriate to change the location at the last minute. Noticing that Zhao Zhaodian appeared unwilling to take the matter to heart, Lin Hao slightly furrowed his brow. Manager Zhao, I still believe it is in your best interest to either switch the hotel or reschedule for another day. Otherwise, it may not culminate in an agreeable outcome. Zhao Zhaodian frowned, surprised by the tenacity of the individual before him. How dedicated have the charlatans become, unwilling to relent until they ensnare their prey. Zhao Zhaodian mused silently. If this person could channel such fervor into more virtuous pursuits, he might have achieved greatness and not resorted to such unscrupulous means for profit. Nonetheless, since he was already a friend of the heir apparent, he could not afford to offend him and could only nod in acknowledgement. I appreciate Mr. Lin's suggestion, and I shall give it due consideration. Observing his steadfastness, Lin Hao decided not to pursue the topic further. After all, he had done all he could to remind Zhao Zhaodian of the matter. If the other party remained unyielding, then all he could do was to act to the best of his abilities and leave the rest to fate. Jiang Siju appeared genuinely concerned, grasping Zhao Zhaodian's arm and reiterating his advice. Old Zhao, you must not be obstinate. Let me tell you, you can either choose another day or a different hotel. There is no shortage of opportunities to dine with others. Why insist on that particular day at that specific hotel? Zhao Zhaodian recognized Jiang Siju's good intentions and, unable to refuse, merely nodded and smiled as he shifted the conversation. All right, I will heed your advice. Today, our hotel has a delightful violin performance. Would you care to invite them to come and entertain us? Such grand hotels typically employ a variety of musicians, including pianists and violinists. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju clapped his hands in delight. That sounds splendid. Let's bring them over. However, old Zhao, you must not deceive me. It has to be a remarkable violinist. Zhao Zhaodian smiled and nodded. Rest assured, the artist we have invited is a master who has won prestigious music competition awards. Otherwise, they would not be performing here. With that, he casually beckoned a waiter and requested the violinist to join them. The violinist responsible for the performance at the Shangri-La Hotel was a graceful and charming beauty named Xia Ningxuan, a prodigy under a renowned music master. She had herself won accolades in international music competitions and was regarded as a rising star in the world of violin. This time, she had come to work at the Shangri-La Hotel purely out of boredom during her holiday, seeking to earn some extra income. Upon arriving, Xia Ning greeted the group with a slight bow, set her bow upon the pristine white violin, and gently rested her delicate cheek against the instrument's body. As she drew the bow across the strings, lively and cheerful notes began to flow forth. True to her reputation as a celebrated musical prodigy, her performance was vibrant and brimming with youthful exuberance, uplifting the spirits of all who listened. When the piece concluded, everyone erupted into applause. Yang Mei could not help but gaze enviously at Xia Ning, who held the pure white violin and bowed gracefully to the audience. She once harbored a dream of music, wishing to learn an instrument, to perform before all, and to live in the spotlight. Yet, in the end, life had bent her spine under the weight of daily struggles and the demands of a husband entrapped in indulgence, transforming her into a housewife who had forgotten the hues of her dreams. That was beautiful, Yang Mei whispered in admiration, though she did not know the name of the piece. Lin Hao, observing her expression, felt a pang of sorrow. It's the concerto in D major for violin. Hearing Lin Hao's words, Yang Mei was taken aback. How could he possibly know the name of that violin piece? He is utterly ignorant of music. This is Tchaikovsky's violin concerto in D major. As if fearing that Yang Mei might not comprehend, Lin Hao patiently reiterated the title of the piece. Jiang Siju, a frequent visitor to high society, was quite familiar with these well-known piano and violin compositions. However, Lin Hao's ability to articulate it so effortlessly left him raising his eyebrows in astonishment. Chapter 32. A lack of emotion observing Lin Hao's humble attire. Jiang Siju couldn't help but inquire, "What is this, Brother Lin? Are you well versed in the violin? You seem to have quite the knowledge." Lin Hao merely smiled in silence. Initially, he had little interest in the violin. However, after Yang Mei completely departed from his life, while sorting through her belongings, he stumbled upon her diary. Within its pages lay her fervent passion for music and her dreams of the violin. It was then that Lin Hao truly grasped how his own negligence and folly had shattered Yang Mei's beauty and aspirations. This realization propelled him to fervently learn the violin, obsessively collecting various scores, transforming himself from a novice into a virtuoso. Yet, despite this transformation, he would never again have the opportunity to perform a piece for the woman he adored. Tchaikovsky's violin concerto in D major became the first piece he played at Yang Mei's grave after mastering the violin, making it profoundly significant to him. Thus, upon witnessing the performance by Xia Ning, he felt a surge of emotion and remarked, "The choice of piece is excellent, and the technique is adequate. Yet it lacks a certain emotional depth. It is truly a pity." To his surprise, this remark plunged the room into silence. Whether it was Yang Mei, Jiang Siju, Zhao Zhaodian, or the violinist, all eyes were fixed intently upon him. Lin Hao was taken aback, glancing at the group in astonishment. Jiang Siju chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Who would have thought, Brother Lin, that you have such discerning taste?" Zhao Zhaodian shook his head with a smile, believing that Lin Hao was merely posturing. "Every performer we hire at the Shangri-La Hotel is required to have participated in at least 3 world-class music competitions or to have won a national-level award. If such an artist's performance does not meet your emotional standards, then your expectations are indeed rather lofty." Lin Hao responded with a gentle smile. The path of music is fraught with challenges. While technical proficiency can be honed through relentless practice, the emotions infused within a piece cannot simply be forged through repetition. Instruments are meant to convey feelings. If one merely seeks to display skill, has the true essence of music not been lost? Xia Ning, proud in her own right, upon hearing these words, smiled and presented her pristine white violin to Lin Hao, holding it horizontally before him. Upon observing this gentleman, it seems he possesses considerable insight into the art of violin playing. If that is the case, might he offer some guidance? Before Lin Hao could respond, Yang Mei promptly tugged at his sleeve. "Must you boast incessantly throughout the day? Just look at how adeptly the violin is played. What need is there for your critique? Do you not possess even a modicum of decorum?" As Lin Hao opened his mouth to explain, Yang Mei, in a fit of vexation, kicked him again and whispered, "Now look, they expect you to play the violin. You hardly know how to play. It would be utterly embarrassing. Go and apologize to her." Lin Hao furrowed his brow and, with a smile, replied, "My dear, what are you worried about? Who says I cannot play the violin?" Yang Mei was so exasperated that she almost laughed, failing to notice the endearment in his tone. "You can play the violin? If you had that ability, would you be spending your days at home smoking and drinking instead of working? Do you have any idea how much a violinist earns working in hotels these days?" Lin Hao shrugged casually. Not everyone is worthy of hearing me play the violin. I certainly want to be doing it for profit. The melodies I play are meant only for the one I cherish. Upon witnessing the sudden intensity in Lin Hao's gaze, Yang Mei felt both embarrassed and flustered. What nonsense are you spouting? Such ridiculousness. Seeing Yang Mei's cheeks flush, Lin Hao's spirits lifted, and he turned to the lovely young woman before him, offering a gentle smile. I merely spoke in jest. If my words seem somewhat presumptuous, feel free to disregard them. As for offering guidance, I dare not presume. I have heard that you possess considerable talent in playing the violin, and as an ordinary person, how could I possibly compare? Lin Hao had no intention of seeking attention among these individuals, yet Xia Ningxuang appeared unexpectedly determined. There is no need for such self-deprecation. As you mentioned, playing the violin is an expression of emotion rather than a display of skill. I believe you must possess your own insights into playing. If so, why not share them with me? Lin Hao was taken aback by the young girl's persistence. He smiled and was about to take the violin when Yang Mei abruptly seized his arm. Do not be foolish. Faced with Yang Mei's disapproving gaze, Lin Hao offered a reassuring smile. Rest assured, I truly can play. Yang Mei was not convinced by such words and promptly pulled her hand back. What can you do? I am well aware of the few things you know. It amounts to nothing more than indulging in debauchery. With a cold glare, Yang Mei awkwardly nodded at the young lady. My apologies, miss. He speaks without thinking and means no offense. He truly cannot play the violin. Just consider his previous remarks as unspoken, and let us move on, shall we? Before Xia Ningxuang could respond, a sharp female voice interjected from nearby. How can that be? A grown man who speaks so thoughtlessly. Who would ever take such a person seriously? A group of individuals turned their gaze toward the source of the voice, and it was none other than Liang Qiqi, who had previously crossed paths with them in less than amicable circumstances. Wang Lining and Liang Qiqi had been seated at a nearby table, unable to eat in peace for quite some time. After much contemplation, they resolved to approach Jiang Xizhu to offer their apologies and mend the rift that had arisen between them. However, just as they had taken a couple of steps toward him after Xia Ningxiang's performance, they overheard Lin Hao's words, which instantly elicited expressions of disdain on their faces. Wang Lining pointed directly at Lin Hao and remarked to Jiang Xizhu, Young Master Jiang, how can you dine with such a person? Do you not feel it diminishes your stature? Liang Qiqi then directed her vitriol toward Yang Mei, her words dripping with sharpness. Yang Mei, were you blind all those years ago, or is this the only kind of worthless person you are worthy of? Chapter 33. Preparing to perform. Whenever Liang Qiqi mentioned Lin Hao, her disdain was palpable. With such a spineless husband, all he does is boast outside and spout empty words. No wonder he spends his days pilfering money from home to squander on frivolities. As she continued, Liang Qiqi seemed to recall something and, with a smirk, covered her mouth in mock amusement. Oh, I also heard that you were fined 300,000 by your company, leading you to borrow money everywhere. Heh, could it be that your spineless husband stole that sum to pamper some young mistress? Her words struck a nerve with Jiang Xizhu, who felt guilty about the 300,000 that weighed heavily on his conscience regarding Yang Mei and Lin Hao. To his dismay, Liang Qiqi kept bringing up the figure, amplifying his discomfort, compelling him to glare menacingly at the two who had uninvitedly intruded upon their meal. Do you have any business here? If not, please refrain from disturbing our meal. Upon hearing this, Wang Lining quickly adopted an ingratiating demeanor, raising his glass and bowing slightly. Young Master Jiang, we have come specifically to toast you. We were blind to your greatness and inadvertently offended you. Please do not hold it against us. Liang Qiqi chimed in. Yes, yes. We are simply candid and occasionally misspeak. It is a common occurrence. Please, do not take our words to heart. Lin Hao, observing their obsequiousness, could not help but chuckle and shake his head in silence. Unbeknownst to him, this display only fueled the indignation of Wang Lining and Liang Qiqi, who perceived it as a tremendous affront, igniting their fury. You, a spineless pauper, dare to adopt such an attitude toward us? Do you truly believe that by clinging to young Master Zhang's coattails, you have become someone of significance? Have you deluded yourself into thinking you matter? Individuals like Wang Lining believe they could flaunt their superiority before anyone, except for those like Lin Hao whom he deemed beneath him, and he unleashed a barrage of insults. Liang Qiqi, convinced that Lin Hao and Yang Mei were equally worthless, took no pains to mask her contempt as she addressed them. My dear, individuals of such insignificance possess little capability beyond clinging to the coattails of others. Why let their words incite your ire? When Lin Hao navigated the tumultuous waters of commerce, he encountered far more disparaging remarks than this. He would hardly be provoked by such trivialities now. On the contrary, he merely chuckled, leaning back in his chair and casting an appraising glance at the two before him. You two have come here with such eagerness. Do you not seek to curry favor with young Master Jiang? And now that you find yourselves unable to grasp that opportunity, you resort to sour grapes? Lin Hao's candid remarks left both individuals feeling rather awkward. Typically, few would express such sentiments so plainly. It is an unspoken understanding among most. Yet, to Lin Hao's surprise, Jiang Siju responded with laughter, applauding. Ha ha ha, brother Lin, you are indeed a remarkable fellow. I appreciate your forthrightness. Many seek to ingratiate themselves with him, but it is the first time he has encountered someone as unabashedly honest as Lin Hao. How utterly delightful. Jiang Siju's remarks incensed Wang Lining, who turned a shade of green with envy. How could young Master Jiang deviate from convention and associate with someone as pathetically impoverished as Lin Hao? Surely, he must be concerned about tarnishing his own reputation. With this thought, he felt compelled to advise Jiang Siju that one's acquaintances should be of equal standing. Not everyone is worthy of your company. Should you associate with a rogue, it could jeopardize your own esteemed name. Observing that Jiang Siju dismissed them entirely, Wang Lining and Liang Qiqi found themselves in an increasingly awkward situation. Young Master Jiang, please don't take our words amiss. They are but well-meaning counsel. Liang Qiqi shot Lin Hao a venomous glare and mockingly retorted. Look at this fellow, speaking so eloquently, claiming he could mentor a violinist. Yet now that the violin is right before him, he feigns ignorance. What right does such a braggart have to linger by your side? Jiang Siju scoffed. The company I keep is none of your concern. You should mind your own affairs. Lin Hao smiled in response. Furthermore, how can you be certain that I cannot play the violin? Upon hearing this, Liang Qiqi erupted with laughter, as if she had heard the most absurd joke. Wang Lining, pointing at Lin Hao, derisively exclaimed, You play the violin? Might as well suggest that pigs can climb trees. After a fit of laughter, Liang Qiqi turned to Yang Mei and sneered. Oh, Yang Mei, how unfortunate you are to have married such a failure. Your daily life must be quite arduous. Since we are old classmates, perhaps you should consider divorcing him while you still can? Who knows, I might assist you in finding someone more suitable. If Lin Hao had initially intended to overlook their taunts, these words now crossed into his territory of intolerance. With a somewhat indifferent glance at Liang Qiqi, Lin Hao rose to his feet and took the violin in his hands. Since it had come to this, he would embarrass himself. Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback by his sudden action. By the time she regained her composure, Lin Hao had already approached the edge of the table, becoming the focal point of everyone's attention. At this moment, Liang Qiqi intentionally fanned the flames, exclaiming, Oh my, Yang Mei, look! Your husband is about to become the star of the restaurant. Aren't you thrilled? These words were particularly mortifying for Yang Mei, who felt an overwhelming urge to turn and leave at once. Watching Lin Hao, she couldn't help but harbor a vague resentment. Why did he, despite having no real talent, so relish in seeking the limelight, forcing her to endure such embarrassment for his own amusement? Even Jiang Siju held little hope that Lin Hao could indeed play the violin. His understanding of Lin Hao was shallow. Although Lin Hao's recent behavior diverged from the debauched scoundrel he had once heard about, a person's character may change, but skills are not acquired overnight. Moreover, the violin is an intricate instrument, not something one can master casually. Chapter 34. The enchanting butterfly lovers. Given Yang Mei's desperate attempts to dissuade him, it was not difficult to surmise that Lin Hao had little knowledge of the violin. Consequently, Zhao Zhaodian and Jiang Siju both felt a tinge of disapproval regarding Lin Hao's ostentatious showmanship. While it is said that one fights for dignity and a monk for a single incense stick, neglecting one's abilities in the pursuit of victory can be recklessly foolish. However, now that Lin Hao had stepped into the spotlight, even their intentions to intervene were rendered futile. The pure white violin cradled in his hands drew the attention of the restaurant patrons, contrasting sharply with the earlier image of the tall man and Xia Ningxiang playing the violin. Lin Hao's fingers lightly caressed the strings, relishing the familiar yet foreign sensation. This was the first time he had touched a violin since his return. The quality of the instrument was immediately apparent. Its exquisite craftsmanship was palpable, and a faint scent of wood wafted to his nose. What a splendid instrument! Lin Hao mused inwardly. However, to Liang Qiqi and Wang Lining, his demeanor appeared as if he were pretending to understand, standing awkwardly in place, which only intensified their disdain. Liang Qiqi pointed directly at Lin Hao, casting a scornful glance at Yang Mei. Oh, Yang Mei, do you see? Your husband, the attention-seeking star of the restaurant, cannot even play the violin and is merely standing there in a daze. How utterly embarrassing. Wang Lining shook his head, his gaze shifting to Jiang Siju. Young Master Jiang, look at someone like him. He hardly deserves to be your friend. It would be wise for you to recognize the true nature of this pathetic loser sooner rather than later. Jiang Siju furrowed his brow slightly, his expression darkening, seemingly on the verge of retorting, yet at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. At that moment, Lin Hao's bow had already graced the strings of the violin. With a subtle movement of his arm, the first note flowed forth. The timbre of the violin, inherently gentle, lacked the assertiveness of a piano, which could command the attention of all with a single tone. Yet, the initial notes from the violin resembled a woman's soft whispers. Though not particularly loud, they inexplicably hushed the restaurant, drawing every gaze toward Lin Hao. Yang Mei and Jiang Siju were momentarily taken aback, unable to tear their eyes from him. This was not the demeanor of an amateur violinist. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, the bow glided seamlessly across the strings, producing a cascade of notes. The familiar melody flowed like a gentle stream, entrancing everyone present. Lin Hao had chosen the iconic Chinese violin piece, The Butterfly Lovers. This piece held profound significance for him, as it was the one he had most frequently performed at Yang Mei's gravesite after learning the violin. Each time he reached the latter half of The Butterfly Lovers, he struggled to contain his sorrow. Now, to play this piece once more before his beloved Yang Mei felt like a fulfillment of the regrets he had carried for years. As Lin Hao poured his heart into the performance, the once lively restaurant fell into a profound silence. All were captivated by the music. The lilting strains of the violin transported everyone into the poignant love story encapsulated within the composition. The notes emanating from the bow and strings vividly illustrated the scenes of birds and flowers, the bonds of friendship, the bittersweet farewells, and the tragic defiance of love, all depicted within the narrative of The Butterfly Lovers. Though this tale was familiar to all, Lin Hao's rendition moved them deeply. Yang Mei listened, entranced, her gaze solely fixed on Lin Hao as he played. In the eyes of the audience, he appeared so graceful and composed, reminiscent of the spirited senior he once was, the center of attention during his school days. Even the original violinist, Xia Ningxiang, now looked on with admiration. The more one understood the intricacies of the violin, the more one could appreciate the beauty of Lin Hao's performance. It was not merely a display of technical prowess, it was a heartfelt expression of emotion. In comparison, her previous performances had been technically proficient yet emotionally lacking, leading her to reflect on her earlier arrogance with a tinge of embarrassment. As the final note lingered in the air, the restaurant descended into a profound stillness. After what felt like an eternity, applause began to echo throughout the space. A graceful lady seated closest to them rose to her feet, her applause ringing out like a clarion call, awakening the patrons from their reverie. One by one, others began to stand, their faces illuminated with smiles of appreciation, and the sound of clapping reverberated throughout the restaurant, a testament to the moving performance they had just witnessed. Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaodian were genuinely impressed, their applause resonating with fervor. Jiang Siju stepped forward, inquiring, "Brother Lin, your violin performance was truly remarkable. Have you studied it professionally?" Lin Hao, having just set aside his violin, chuckled and shook his head. "Not quite," he began, his gaze drifting to Yang Mei. She was still entranced by the previous piece, Liang Zhu, yet felt too shy to join the others in applauding Lin Hao or urging him for an encore. Instead, she cherished Liang Zhu quietly in her heart, akin to a beautiful dream serendipitously discovered. Noticing the sparkle in Yang Mei's eyes, Lin Hao's emotions grew increasingly intricate, his gaze softening with tenderness. Indeed, when feelings are genuine, no melody can be rendered unpleasantly. All prior practice was merely a prelude. The true essence of the piece lay in performing it before the one I cherish most. Lin Hao spoke these words candidly, causing several nearby women to gaze at him with newfound admiration. So, they are a pair of deeply affectionate lovers? Such a bond is truly enviable. His heartfelt declaration left Yang Mei's cheeks flushed. After being married for so long, she had almost forgotten the last time Lin Hao uttered sweet words to her. The harshness of life had bent her backbone, stripping away all beauty and joy. The husband she remembered, who indulged in a life of excess, had only brought her endless suffering. nearly erasing the memory of that sweet feeling altogether. Even Zhao Zhaodian couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Lin is truly a hidden gem. Jiang Siju chuckled, casting a sly glance at Yang Mei. Sister-in-law, a man like Lin Ge, you must keep a close watch on. He is quite extraordinary, and it would be easy for others to covet him. Yang Mei couldn't help but retort, albeit insincerely, who cares? His admirers are of no concern to me. Jiang Siju's expression grew awkward, while Lin Hao merely smiled and waved his hand, indicating that one should not rush. He then returned the violin to Xia Ningxiang with both hands. Miss, here is your violin. Thank you very much. Hearing this, Xia Ningxiang regarded him with a markedly different expression. Smiling, she accepted the violin with both hands, gently caressing it before looking up at Lin Hao. At this point, Lin Hao had already taken a few steps back to his seat. Meanwhile, Wang Lianing and Liang Qiqi, who had been mocking them moments ago, were now thoroughly embarrassed. Yet, Lin Hao was not inclined to let them off easily. He propped his chin on his hand and provocatively asked, I heard Mr. Wang and Miss Liang seemed to have a considerable understanding of the violin. I wonder if my recent performance was to your liking? Hearing these words, Jiang Siju could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Lin, you are being excessively modest. Your recent performance was nothing short of ethereal. It transcended mere auditory pleasure. It could easily earn accolades at an international competition. At this juncture, he provocatively cast a glance at Wang Lianing. Mr. Wang, after your numerous attempts at persuasion, I had presumed you possessed considerable discernment. Who would have thought that upon closer inspection, your judgment appears rather lacking? After speaking, Jiang Siju disdainfully swept his gaze over Liang Qiqi. Miss Liang, would you care to share your thoughts on the recent performance? It would enlighten us as to your accomplishments with the violin. Both Wang Lianing and Liang Qiqi felt a deep sense of embarrassment from these remarks. Shooting a resentful glare at Lin Hao, Liang Qiqi, still unwilling to concede, muttered under her breath, so what if he can play the violin? What is so impressive about that? He really thinks of himself as some sort of deity. Wang Lianing, stung by Jiang Siju's words, found his disdain for Lin Hao intensifying. Grinding his teeth as he muttered, no matter how well he plays the violin, he remains a destitute, pathetic loser. Liang Qiqi echoed this sentiment. Exactly, a poor wretch. What is so special about him? As Lin Hao ignored their taunts, Wang Lianing assumed that Lin Hao was too intimidated to retort, smirking in derision. No matter how skillful you are with the violin, you remain an outcast in the eyes of others. If your talent is so remarkable, why not take up a teaching position at a music academy? Just then, a female voice interjected. Sir, would you be interested in delivering a lecture at our music academy? Everyone fell silent, turning their gazes toward Wang Lianing's rear. Xia Ningxiang, who had been standing quietly, approached with her violin in hand and bowed sincerely to Lin Hao. With a gentle smile gracing her exquisite features, she continued, Hello, sir. I am a student at the Jacobs School of Music at Indiana University. Your violin technique and emotional expression far surpass my own, so I would like to invite you to our academy to share your insights and experiences. Would you be willing to accept? Xia Ningxiang, being a music student, exuded an elegance that few could rival. Moreover, her beauty and slender, graceful figure, particularly in her performance black gown, resembled that of a refined black swan. Yang Mei, witnessing such a figure, felt a twinge of envy, and a rare sense of inferiority crept in. She longed to live with elegance and confidence, yet her hardships had dulled her edges. Now, confronted by such a youthful and graceful woman, she could not help but lower her head in self-reflection, feeling utterly inadequate. Observing Yang Mei's demeanor, Lin Hao understood her thoughts and could not help but smile as he remarked, Emotion is something that cannot be taught. It can only be expressed when you face the one you truly love. In your eyes, that beloved person is the most extraordinary and beautiful, regardless of how others may perceive them. As Lin Hao uttered these words, his gaze was fixed upon Yang Mei's countenance. Although she had lowered her head, she could still perceive the envious and jealous glances of those around her, rendering her too bashful to lift her eyes. At this moment, Jiang Siju chimed in, exclaiming, Indeed, my brother Lin is truly affectionate and devoted. Such a man is exceedingly rare to find. His words served as a subtle reminder to Yang Mei. Meanwhile, Lin Hao turned his attention to Xia Ningxiang, smiling politely as he declined her invitation, stating, I genuinely appreciate your kind offer, but I currently have no intentions of delivering a lecture at the Music Academy, nor do I possess much to impart. I am confident that the instructors at your esteemed institution are far more proficient in imparting techniques, while matters of emotion must be explored individually over time. Upon hearing this, Xia Ningxiang furrowed her brow slightly, speaking with urgency. Sir, I believe you possess insights that differ from what our teachers provide. Since you are also a violinist, why not mentor us a little? We genuinely hope to benefit from your guidance. Observing her earnest demeanor, Lin Hao maintained his smile and gently shook his head. I am truly sorry, miss, and I appreciate your generous invitation. However, I truly lack the time and energy to devote to this matter. Jiang Siju, ever perceptive, quickly discerned that Xia Ningxiang harbored intentions beyond merely inviting him to lecture. Stealing a glance at Yang Mei, he noted that she still had her head bowed. Lin Hao, appearing nonchalant, left Jiang Siju uncertain, prompting him to adopt a slightly stern expression as he remarked, Miss, my brother Lin has already formally declined your invitation. Therefore, I kindly ask that you take your leave, as we wish to continue our meal. Xia Ningxiang regarded Lin Hao, her eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. After pondering for a moment, she gracefully bowed slightly, saying, Very well, if that is the case, I sincerely apologize for the interruption. As she departed, Lin Hao quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 36. Indeed, trouble arises. He had finally managed to significantly improve Yang Mei's impression of him. To carelessly accept an invitation at this moment and incite her jealousy would be utterly counterproductive. The meal concluded with all parties in high spirits, and they dispersed thereafter. Lin Hao and Yang Mei shared a taxi, though the atmosphere within was somewhat stifled. Concurrently, at the entrance of the Shangri-La Hotel, Jiang Siju continued to grasp Zhao Zhaoyan's arm, persistently admonishing him, Old Zhao, I must insist, some matters warrant your belief. Zhao Zhaoyan, observing the departing figures of Lin Hao and Yang Mei, regarded his princely companion with exasperation. This sounds akin to the ramblings of a charlatan. Why would you take such words to heart? However, Jiang Siju shook his head resolutely. Let me assure you, do not dismiss this matter lightly. When Lin Hao first informed me about the issues with Kangpeng Pharmaceuticals products, I too was skeptical, yet it was later verified. Zhao Zhaoyan merely shook his head in response. The product quality is indeed problematic. There is no room for deception regarding this matter. However, when he begins to speak of fate and such, it becomes rather esoteric. At this point, he glanced at Jiang Sizizu with a hint of jest in his eyes. I inquired, Young Master Jiang, do you still believe in such things? Jiang Sizizu shrugged helplessly. Initially, I was oblivious, yet some clients are quite obsessed with these notions, feng shui and fortune. I listened and, to some extent, gained an understanding. Jiang Sizizu shook his head in resignation, as if recalling something, and pulled Zhao Zhaotian along. Nevertheless, it remains a matter of better to believe than to disbelieve. After all, it merely involves changing the time or the restaurant. Why must one be so stubborn? Observing Jiang Sizizu's tenacity, Zhao Zhaotian nodded in agreement. Very well. I will heed your advice. Changing the dining location is certainly feasible. I shall have my assistant call the client shortly. Only then did Jiang Sizizu feel reassured enough to depart, though he turned back multiple times, earnestly advising Zhao Zhaotian, be sure to change the restaurant. Upon seeing Zhao Zhaotian nod in acquiescence, he finally felt at ease to leave. Zhao Zhaotian's assistant remained steadfastly by his side, even sitting nearby during meals, ever ready to receive orders. At this moment, he stood dutifully behind Zhao Zhaotian. Zhao Zhaotian glanced at him and instructed, All right, prepare the car. I am going to dine with our esteemed guest at the Vienna Sky Garden. The assistant, taken aback, could not help but furrow his brow slightly. But, Mr. Zhao, did you not just promise young Master Jiang that you would change to another hotel for dinner? Zhao Zhaotian shook his head in exasperation. It is not so straightforward. I have already made arrangements with the client. It cannot simply be changed on a whim. Now, go prepare the car. The assistant displayed a hint of concern on his face. However, if young Master Jiang finds out later, he may be displeased. Noticing Zhao Zhaotian deep in thought, the assistant seized the opportunity to suggest, perhaps it would be best to invite the guest to dine at our Shangri-La Hotel instead. After all, it is also a 5-star establishment, and our dining environment is not much inferior to that of the Vienna Sky Garden. Zhao Zhaotian pondered this and found it reasonable. Letting out a reluctant sigh, in that case, I shall call the client. You go and cancel the reservation at the Vienna Sky Garden. The assistant nodded and turned to get busy. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhaotian, holding his phone, felt utterly perplexed by his young master's stubbornness. Fortunately, The client did not react excessively to the change of location, expressing only slight dissatisfaction. With Zhao Zhaotian's deft rhetoric, any discontent was swiftly alleviated. Lin Hao, unaware that his few words had unwittingly added to Zhao Zhaotian's troubles, could not help but sneeze, amusingly pondering, surely, Zhao Zhaotian is not berating himself in silence? At this moment, Yang Mei sat beside him, instinctively glancing back at him upon hearing the commotion, her brows revealing a trace of concern that even she was unaware of. As Lin Hao looked up to meet her gaze, Yang Mei felt a bit embarrassed and turned back around. With a smile, Lin Hao suggested, "How about I take you home first? Where do you live?" Yang Mei hesitated for a moment, remaining silent. It was only after the taxi driver in front expressed some impatience that she finally provided an address. Lin Hao quickly committed the location to memory. He was well acquainted with this area, as it was the neighborhood where Yang Mei's brother, Yang Sheng, had previously purchased a property. With this thought, a sense of relief washed over him. Even if Yang Mei had run away from home, at least she had a place to stay. Living in her brother's home was certainly safer than residing in a hotel. Moreover, the fact that Yang Mei was willing to share her address indicated an unspoken acceptance of the possibility that he might visit her in the future. This realization brought Lin Hao a measure of joy. Noticing Yang Mei's displeased expression, he cheerfully added, "When I have some free time in a couple of days, perhaps I could bring you some food." Seeing her remain silent, he continued, "We've recently bought a variety of cold dishes. I could pack some up for you to try." Yang Mei responded somewhat unhappily, "You should take care of yourself. Our matters are none of your concern." Observing her stubborn demeanor, Lin Hao let out a quiet sigh, understanding that he must be patient and take things slowly. Shortly thereafter, the taxi halted at the entrance of Yang Mei's brother's community. Watching her exit the vehicle without a backward glance, Lin Hao leaned back in his seat and exhaled a long, deep breath. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. After escorting the clients, Zhao Zhaotian finally felt a sense of relief as he rubbed his shoulders, intending to return to the hotel to pack his belongings. Just then, his assistant hurried over and whispered urgently in his ear, "Mr. Zhao, there's been an incident at the Vienna Sky Garden." Zhao Zhaotian's heart raced with alarm. "What happened?" The assistant, equally startled by the news, quickly explained, "Mr. Zhao, we've just received word that a guest at the Vienna hotel suffered from food poisoning and was rushed to the hospital." Zhao Zhaotian furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Food poisoning? How many people were affected? The assistant, unable to suppress his confusion, replied, "It seems only one table of guests was involved. They experienced food poisoning while dining and were taken to the hospital for emergency care." Chapter 37. Food poisoning. Looking at Zhao Zhaotian, the assistant continued, "The other guests appear to be fine. However, the police have cordoned off the Vienna Sky Garden and are conducting checks on all the patrons. As of now, there are no additional issues." Zhao Zhaotian pondered for a moment, not overly concerned. It was probably a mishap in the kitchen. Such incidents, while unfortunate, are not entirely uncommon. However, the assistant did not seem to take it as lightly as Zhao Zhaotian. With a slight frown, he whispered, "But that table of guests happens to occupy the spot we reserved for today." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhaotian's heart trembled as he grasped the assistant's arm. "What did you just say?" The assistant, taken aback by Zhao Zhaotian's reaction, stammered, "Well, it's like this. The guests who were rushed to the hospital for food poisoning were dining at our table after we canceled our reservation." Noticing Zhao Zhaotian's expression darkening, the assistant continued softly, "I wonder if it's mere coincidence that we canceled and thus avoided this situation. If we had indeed dined there today, regardless of the circumstances, it would surely leave the clients feeling uneasy." Yet, Zhao Zhaotian's thoughts delved deeper. Typically, food poisoning manifests in mass occurrences. How could it be so coincidental that only one table experienced this? Moreover, it was precisely the table they had reserved. There was undoubtedly something suspicious afoot. Contemplating this, Zhao Zhaotian's visage grew grim as he cast a glance at the assistant. "Go, find someone to investigate the matter regarding the food poisoning at the Vienna Sky Garden today. We must uncover the truth." The assistant nodded, but just before departing, he uttered a final remark that sent a jolt through Zhao Zhaotian's heart. "I never imagined that seemingly destitute fellow was not a charlatan after all. He truly hit the nail on the head." While some spent the night in restless anxiety, others enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Lin Hao awoke to the news broadcasting the food poisoning incident at the Vienna Sky Garden from the previous night. This incident had garnered significant attention, especially since patrons of such a prestigious hotel often hailed from affluent backgrounds or held positions of power. Who would have thought that dining there could lead to food poisoning and hospitalization? The situation prompted the police to seal off the Vienna Sky Garden, sending all diners from that evening to the hospital for examination. Not long after rising, Lin Hao received a call from Jiang Siju. Ha ha ha, brother Lin, you truly are remarkable. Once again, you were spot on. You have no idea how terrified old Zhao was. Lin Hao nodded, understanding that manager Zhao had indeed succumbed to Jiang Siju's persuasion and dined at a different hotel, thereby potentially saving lives, a deed worthy of great merit. After exchanging pleasantries on the phone, Lin Hao inquired, I wonder how manager Zhao is doing. Did he go to the Vienna Sky Garden last night? Did anything happen? On the other end, Jiang Siju laughed heartily. He wouldn't dare go to the Vienna Sky Garden. He called early this morning to express his gratitude towards you. He added, by the way, brother Lin, if you have time lately, we should arrange to dine together. Lin Hao, also inclined to cultivate a friendship with Jiang Siju, readily agreed. That would be splendid. Jiang Siju exclaimed. Old Zhao has been adamant about me inviting you out for a meal. How about we visit Xiaonan Yiping Shangyuan for lunch today? Xiaonan Yiping Shangyuan is a renowned private dining establishment in this area, where the prices are astonishingly high, typically reserved for hosting esteemed guests. Zhao Zhaotian's willingness to indulge in such extravagance signifies the profound gratitude he harbors for Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, promptly canceling his plans for the day's stall, intending to join them for a casual meal. Unbeknownst to him, countless patrons awaited his return at his stall, including his wife, Yang Mei. Recently, Lin Hao's cold dishes had gained significant popularity, drawing a steady stream of customers eager to purchase his offerings. Many would buy one portion to take home for their families, leaving him with scarcely a moment to count his earnings. Meanwhile, Yang Mei found herself distracted these past few days, often reminiscing about Lin Hao's enchanting violin performance. Her colleagues noticed her preoccupied demeanor and couldn't resist pulling her aside during lunch. What's wrong? Is Manager Jiang giving you a hard time again? They inquired. Yang Mei simply smiled and shook her head. No, Manager Jiang has been quite considerate lately. I just have some other matters on my mind. One of her colleagues, a spirited young woman, furrowed her brow upon hearing this. It's not that scoundrel of a husband hitting you again, is it? If so, take a leave, and I'll take you to the hospital. Concern etched across her face as she looked at Yang Mei. Why are you still with such a lout? He's not worth it if he lays a hand on a woman. Yang Mei, already feeling a bit flustered due to her thoughts of Lin Hao, offered a shy smile and replied, No, he hasn't hit me lately. The young woman glared at her, exasperated. You, just because he's not hitting you doesn't make him a good man. Such a wretch deserves to be dealt with swiftly. Seeing her colleague's righteous indignation, Yang Mei chuckled softly and grasped her hand. All right, I know how to take care of myself. As Yang Mei seemed reluctant to delve further into the topic, her colleague refrained from pressing on, pulling her outside the company. Today, I'm treating you to something delicious. Let us go. As they exited the office, Yang Mei couldn't help but inquire, What's this delectable treat? You're rushing as if you're afraid we'll miss out. Her colleague replied, Of course. If we delay, we'll surely run out of time to enjoy it. We might have to take it back to the office, and I certainly want to share. Yang Mei chuckled. You're quite protective of your food. What exactly is this delicious dish that has you so excited? Her colleague, with a smirk, replied, I'll let you in on the secret. It's the trending street food of the moment, cold dishes. Chapter 38. Just intuition. Yang Mei furrowed her brow slightly, perplexed. Cold dishes? What is so remarkable about that? One can easily prepare them at home. Her colleague shook his head in response. It's not the same at all. I even took the time to study it and toiled for quite a while at home, yet it never turned out as delicious as what others make. That is precisely why I wanted to take you to try it. Hearing her colleague speak so mysteriously, Yang Mei suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. What kind of cold dish could possibly make you so insistent? The two walked outside the company, discussing the matter, while her colleague couldn't help but shake his head, a look of envy on his face. I tell you, the cold dishes he makes are truly delectable. I followed his recipe and bought all the same ingredients. But for some reason, mine just doesn't have the same flavor after marinating. Yang Mei nodded thoughtfully. Someone like him must earn quite a bit in a day, right? Her colleague quickly affirmed, Absolutely. He casually makes several thousand in a day. Yang Mei agreed, acknowledging, Indeed, setting up a stall is quite laborious. Earning a few thousand in a month is no easy feat. Her colleague burst into laughter at her words. What are you thinking? How could it possibly be just a month? He makes several thousand in a single day. Faced with Yang Mei's astonished expression, her colleague continued. Who would bother for just a few thousand in a month? Yang Mei's face was filled with disbelief. He can earn several thousand in just one day. To think. My own monthly salary is only a few thousand. The disparity seemed immense to her. Her colleague nodded in agreement. Of course. It's so bustling over there. Earning a few thousand in a day is quite normal. Upon hearing such profitable figures, Yang Mei's determination to go see for herself grew stronger. Perhaps she could learn a thing or two from him. The two made their way to the location where Lin Hao set up his stall. However, at that moment, Lin Hao was at home, having received a call from Zhao Zhaotian. Earlier that morning, Jiang Siju had already extended an invitation to him. Now, Zhao Zhaotian was calling again. Mr. Lin, hello, this is Zhao Zhaotian. I was wondering if you are free for lunch today at Xiao Nani Pinxiang Yuan. Would you be willing to grace us with your presence? Xiao Nani Pinxiang Yuan, where even a single dish could equate to Yang Mei's entire monthly salary. Such a high-end private dining establishment seemed overly modest for Zhao Zhaotian to refer to as merely a casual meal. Lin Hao, pleased by the courtesy extended to him, smiled and agreed over the phone. Since Manager Zhao personally called, how could I possibly decline? Rest assured, I will arrive on time. Unbeknownst to him, the day he canceled his stall plans coincided perfectly with the day his wife, Yang Mei, and her colleague were waiting for him to set up. While he traveled in a car towards Qiao Nan Yi Pinxiang Yuan, Yang Mei and her colleague stood anxiously under the scorching sun, waiting on the bustling street for Lin Hao to begin his stall. However, after waiting for a considerable time without anyone arriving, Yang Mei could not help but furrow her brow and glance at her colleague. Are you sure we're at the right place? Is this truly where that vendor sets up? Her colleague shared a puzzled expression. It is indeed this spot, just a couple of days ago. I came here to enjoy some cold dishes. Why hasn't he shown up today? Noticing several others around them, also scanning the area, Yang Mei's colleague asserted confidently. That vendor must surely have skipped today. What could possibly be the reason? Is he not interested in making money? What could he be doing instead? The vendor they eagerly anticipated, Lin Hao, was currently seated in the renowned Qiao Nan Yi Pinxiang Yuan, the most prestigious private dining establishment in the area. This venue offered the finest teas, exquisite wines, and delectable cuisines, even hosting musicians and performers to entertain the guests. However, due to their late reservation, all the private rooms had been booked, and the three of them could only find a cozy spot in the hall. Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaotian were treating Lin Hao with utmost respect. After placing their orders, they could not refrain from reminiscing about the events of the previous night at the Vienna Sky Garden. Mr. Lin, could it be that there truly exists such a remarkable intuition in this world? I am still unsure how you anticipated the quality issues with the products from Kongping Pharmaceutical Company. But how did you come to know about the Vienna Sky Garden affair? Zhao Zhaotian glanced at Lin Hao, unable to suppress his curiosity. Wanting to understand what abilities this enigmatic individual possessed, who was initially dismissed as a fraud. Lin Hao shrugged. To speak of it, I fear you may not believe me. What I achieved was merely based on pure intuition. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaotian exchanged glances. Intuition? Such a notion is often deemed the least reliable. Zhao Zhaotian could not help but chuckle wryly. Mr. Lin, do you doubt us? We harbor no ill intentions. We are simply curious. Lin Hao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It is not that I suspect you of any ulterior motives, but if you insist that I provide a rationale, I find myself at a loss. I can only tell you that it may indeed be a form of intuition. Even Lin Hao could not articulate why. Having lived a second life, he retained vivid memories of many events from his past existence, which seemingly should have been inconsequential. Yet, they replayed in his mind like a projector, vividly illuminating every detail. At times, Lin Hao would reflect on whether this was a gift bestowed upon him by fate. Zhao Zhaotian, at a loss for words, could only cast a pleading look toward Jiang Siju. Jiang Siju smiled and replied, Lin, if you claim it as intuition, I am not entirely skeptical, but it does seem rather mysterious. How about this? Could you provide me with a piece of intuition that we might use to test its validity? Lin Hao shook his head, not wishing to display how uniquely extraordinary he was in this regard, merely offering a smile. As I often say, belief brings existence, while disbelief renders it non-existent. In truth, even if one were to dismiss it as a jest, it would simply fade away. However, Zhao Zhaotian shook his head. How could that be acceptable? During this period, you have indeed assisted us considerably. Chapter 39. The bed exchanging a glance with Jiang Siju, Zhao Zhaotian stroked his chin. How about this? At the Shangri-La Hotel, we typically grant a supreme membership card to our esteemed guests. Shall I wager this with you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju couldn't help but chuckle and shoot him a disapproving glance. Old Zhao, I must say this isn't quite fair. When I last wagered with Brother Lin, I used my personal account, betting 300,000. And here you are, using the company's VIP card for a favor? Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. No need. No need. It was merely a jest among friends. Why must we gamble with real money? Zhao Zhaotian, observing his demeanor, nodded in agreement. Since Mr. Lin has no objections, shall we engage in a wager? Lin Hao, recognizing his good intentions, nodded and smiled. Surveying the elegant surroundings of the Qiao and Yi Pin Xiang Yuan, his gaze lingered on the wooden beams above, and suddenly, a chill ran through him. There had been an incident in the past where a bridge had collapsed, leading to a chandelier crashing down and injuring a guest, leaving them paralyzed from the waist down. Noticing Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaotian's eyes fixed on him, Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly, deliberately placing his hand over his heart, feigning a sense of unease. For some reason, I suddenly feel quite unwell. Would it be possible for us to change our seating arrangement? Jiang Siju teased, What's this? Brother Lin's intuition is truly remarkable. However, since they had invited Lin Hao to dinner, they naturally would not dwell on such trivial matters. The group summoned a waiter, who moved their dishes and drinks further away from the chandelier. Once seated again, Zhao Zhaotian looked at Lin Hao with a smirk. How are you feeling now, Mr. Lin? Lin Hao rubbed his chest, aware that they were playfully teasing him, and shrugged. Didn't I mention? It's intuition. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden, deafening crash erupted. The entire restaurant fell into a stunned silence. After a prolonged moment, someone on the second floor cautiously opened a window to assess the situation below. The scene on the first floor was one of utter chaos. Tables and chairs lay in disarray, the shattered glass of the chandelier scattered everywhere, and several guests bore glaring bloodstains from the fragments. Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaotian stood, wide-eyed and speechless, absorbing the shocking spectacle before them. As soon as Lin Hao uttered the words regarding his intuition, the chandelier above them suddenly plummeted, witnessing the massive fixture shatter before their eyes, leaving only a scattered wreckage on the ground. Both individuals felt as though a tempest had surged within their hearts. The very spot where the chandelier had fallen was alarmingly close to the table they had previously occupied. Had they not relocated to this area, they would have borne the brunt of the impact, and it was highly likely that one of them would have ended up in the hospital. Contemplating this, both felt a chill of dread, their eyes widening as they turned to Lin Hao. At that moment, he had not yet lowered the hand that clutched his chest, deliberately rubbing it while exclaiming, Intuition. Intuition. If previously they had dismissed the notion of intuition as mere excuse, now, having witnessed this vivid spectacle, they were inclined to believe that Lin Hao possessed a sense of awareness uncommon among ordinary people. Even Zhao Zhaotian, who typically scoffed at such mystical concepts, found himself treating Lin Hao with newfound respect. As for the earlier rumors and the manager's accusations of fraud, they had long since evaporated from his mind. With such abilities, there was no need for deceit. It must surely have been a misunderstanding. At this realization, he felt a surge of gratitude towards Jiang Siju. Had it not been for his persistent introduction of Lin Hao, he might have been the one to suffer from food poisoning and end up in the hospital. Jiang Siju, meanwhile, was utterly bewildered. He could not discern whether Lin Hao's mention of intuition was superstition or a genuine phenomenon. After all, who would believe such a tale? Yet, he had just witnessed a chandelier crash down before him. The staff from Qiao and Yiping Shangyuan swiftly arrived to manage the aftermath of the incident. Fortunately, no guests had sustained significant injuries from the chandelier's fall, and their supervisor personally approached Lin Hao's table to extend sincere apologies and offer a complimentary meal. Once the matter was resolved, Zhao Zhaotian promptly produced a specially crafted VIP card from his pocket and presented it to Lin Hao with both hands. Brother Lin, this is our Shangri-La Hotel's VIP card. You must accept it. Jiang Siju, standing beside him, chuckled as he teased, Old Zhao, I must say, you're fortunate to have made that bet with Brother Lin. Otherwise, you might have been offering more than just this VIP card. We three would likely be lying in a hospital bed. Lin Hao, however, merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Fortune favors the prepared, even if I hadn't spoken. You would have found another way to avoid harm. I believe that since you both have no guilty conscience, there is no need to fear such unforeseen calamities. As for this VIP card, perhaps it would be best to forego it. Seeing Lin Hao's hesitance, Zhao Zhaodian firmly pressed the card into his hand. Brother Lin, you absolutely must accept this card. It is my sincere gratitude to you. If you refuse, I shall truly be too ashamed to face you again. Lin Hao, witnessing the man's unwavering determination, reluctantly accepted the VIP card. In light of this, he expressed his gratitude to manager Zhao. Zhao Zhaodian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let us not be so formal. Just call me old Zhao if you don't mind." Lin Hao recognized this as a gesture of humility and replied with a smile. "Then I shall address you as Brother Zhao from now on." The group continued to toast and enjoy their meal, with Jiang Siju and Zhao Zhaodian expressing their heartfelt gratitude towards Lin Hao. First, for the reminder from Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, and now for the noble act of switching seats. It could be said that Lin Hao was like a lucky star for the two of them. By the end of the meal, their camaraderie had significantly deepened. In particular, Zhao Zhaodian, who had previously displayed a hint of aloofness towards Lin Hao, now draped an arm around his shoulder, warmly referring to him as Brother Lin. To an outsider, it would seem as if they were long-lost relatives reunited. After the meal, Zhao Zhaodian insisted on escorting Lin Hao home to familiarize himself with the route, expressing a desire to visit in the future. Eager to cultivate a friendship with the two, Lin Hao did not decline. They rode in the luxury car until they reached the entrance of Lin Hao's modest community. When the luxury vehicle halted at the foot of the building, several residents were taken aback, some even sneaking around to take pictures of the car. After exchanging pleasantries downstairs, Lin Hao watched as they departed, exhaling a breath of relief, feeling that he had taken his first step forward through his own efforts. Just as he turned to head back inside, a voice halted him. "Hey, Lin Hao, where are you off to? Did you manage to con such a wealthy person into coming here?" Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and turned to see a figure emerging from among those who had been photographing the car. The person, with a sharp face and a gaunt frame, bore an unpleasant demeanor, clearly not someone of good character. Lin Hao recognized him as Sun Shaokai, their neighbor. Although Sun Shaokai was not entirely unskilled, having learned welding from his elders and now working at an auto repair shop, his once valued skill had diminished in the face of modern advancements. Despite possessing a trade, he had failed to earn a substantial income or secure a bright and beautiful wife, ultimately settling for a suitable woman when he reached an appropriate age. Initially, he felt content with his life, but upon becoming neighbors with Lin Hao and Yang Mei, envy began to fester within him. How could a seemingly aimless, pleasure-seeking youth like Lin Hao marry such an exquisite woman? He possessed the ability to earn a living, yet found himself constrained to marrying a shrew. The mere thought of this intensified his disdain for Lin Hao. Whenever he found himself with idle time, he would seek out Lin Hao for confrontation. However, Lin Hao had previously been preoccupied with indulgence and revelry, leaving little opportunity for their paths to cross. Now, Lin Hao showed no inclination to stoop to the level of such a person. "Do you think you were deceived?" he mused, regarding the matter as if it were a mere fabrication. With that, he attempted to depart, but Sun Shaokai had no intention of letting him off so easily. "What can someone like you do besides swindling and deceit? Today you might have conned a wealthy individual, but when the truth comes to light in a couple of days, aren't you afraid of having your legs broken and being discarded at your doorstep?" Lin Hao merely raised an eyebrow, dismissing the mockery with indifference, and planned to return to his work. To his surprise, Sun Shaokai continued his relentless pursuit. "I say, Lin Hao, a spineless individual like you has no right to mingle with the affluent. Instead, why not humbly come under my tutelage and learn a trade? If you are willing to learn, I can certainly teach you, provided that your offering for this apprenticeship is substantial." Observing the inexplicable air of superiority on Sun Shaocai's face, Lin Hao rubbed his temples and politely declined, stating that he currently had no intentions of studying automotive repair. Little did he know, this response seemed to strike a nerve with Sun Shaokai, causing his expression to darken. "What is wrong with automotive repair? It is quite lucrative nowadays. It is individuals like you, with your disdainful perspective, who perpetuate the stigma against us mechanics." As Lin Hao remained unfazed by the tirade, Sun Shaocai's anger intensified, prompting him to unleash increasingly vulgar remarks. "Someone like you should feel fortunate to learn a skill. It is certainly better than your current debauchery at home. You are truly squandering the beauty of Yang Mei. If you were wise, you would send her to me as your mentor's wife, and I would gladly teach you a trade to sustain yourself. What do you think?" Sun Shaokai said, puffing himself up with pride. "I am doing this for your benefit. Do not be ungrateful." Before he could finish his thought, He was startled into silence by Lin Hao's icy glare, which seemed to pierce through him. Lin Hao had initially intended to disregard someone of Sun Xiaocai's ilk, believing that they were of different calibers and that time should not be wasted. However, when Sun Xiaocai audaciously targeted his wife, the situation had crossed an intolerable line. Lin Hao's gaze turned sharp as a blade, leaving Sun Xiaocai feeling a chill run down his spine, yet he stubbornly gritted his teeth and retorted, "What are you staring at? What is there to see?" Lin Hao, momentarily concealing his frigid smile, raised his voice deliberately. "Sun Xiaocai, you ought to exercise some caution. Your sister-in-law works tirelessly at home, so refrain from frequenting such establishments in the future." Sun Xiaocai was taken aback, ready to inquire further, when suddenly, a sharp, searing pain shot through his ear. It was, in fact, his wife, Zhang Minmin. She strode over to him, her teeth clenched as she twisted his ear, demanding answers. "You ungrateful scoundrel. I merely stepped out to purchase some groceries, and you dare to cause trouble? Speak. Where did you go? Tell me." Tears welled in Sun Xiaocai's eyes as he hastily defended himself. "It's not what you think, my dear wife. You've misunderstood. This rascal is framing me." Upon noticing Zhang Minmin's gaze, directed towards him as per Sun Xiaocai's indication, Lin Hao shrugged and feigned innocence. "Oh dear sister-in-law, please don't be angry with him. He didn't mean it, and it was just a couple of girls he called over. Nothing more." Lin Hao's words essentially threw Sun Xiaocai into the flames of despair. He felt as if his ear would be torn from his head by Zhang Minmin's grip. Her piercing voice was akin to a knife, slicing through his senses. "You lecherous scoundrel. While I'm away, you dare to cavort about. You truly must want to court disaster." The pain radiating from his ear was nearly maddening. And through tears, he pleaded, "Oh dear wife, it's really not like that. Please let go. I was wrong. It really hurts." Chapter 41. A visit from Mother Zhang Minmin, however, was already flushed with fury, delivering a sharp kick to Sun Xiaocai's calf. "You old scoundrel. Do you have no idea what is happening at home? You still dare to indulge in debauchery? Speak. How much of my money have you squandered? Tell me." With tears streaming down his face, Sun Xiaocai, amid sobs, attempted to explain, "My dear wife, please release me. I swear I haven't stolen any money. All the household funds are in your possession. Count them, and you'll see there's not a cent missing." As the couple's argument escalated, Lin Hao stood nearby, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, casually fanning himself. He then pretentiously remarked, "Sister-in-law, it's just a few thousand yuan. It's not worth getting all worked up over. It's not good for your health." Sun Xiaocai was incensed by Lin Hao's words, shooting him a furious glare and pointing an accusatory finger. Meanwhile, Zhang Minmin's fury intensified as she twisted the flesh on Sun Xiaocai's body with all her might. "You old scoundrel. Out there squandering money, racking up thousands. Tell me, where did that money come from? Is it your hidden stash? So you dare to hide money from me?" A few choice words from her left Sun Xiaocai, facing a month of hardship. Lin Hao shrugged and, seeing that their quarrel was escalating to a physical confrontation, decided to slip away discreetly. Meanwhile, Yang Mei and her colleagues were growing impatient on the street, having settled for a few items from a convenience store, returning to the office with displeasure etched on their faces. "This is outrageous. That vendor is simply unreasonable. Do they not wish to earn a living?" One of her colleagues grumbled, unable to contain their frustration over the lack of cold dishes. Yang Mei shook her head in resignation and kindly suggested, "Perhaps we should check again after we finish work?" However, when the two of them returned at closing time, they found that the vendor still had not set up shop. Infuriated, Yang Mei's colleague gritted her teeth, declaring that they would definitely not patronize his business again the following day. Yang Mei cast a wistful glance at the stall, shaking her head as she made her way home, pondering the immense profits that could be made from cold dishes. If one could earn several thousand a day, she wondered if she might find a way to learn the craft. If she possessed such skills, at least she wouldn't have to plead for her daughter's school fees. The thought of her daughter brought a bittersweet ache to Yang Mei's heart. Previously, Lin Hao had covered the exorbitant kindergarten fees for Lin Miao, which amounted to over 10,000 yuan. To forego that would be an outrageous waste, akin to inflicting wounds upon herself. Yet, if she were to send her daughter, where would she find the funds for the next tuition payment? Lost in her thoughts, she returned to Yang Sheng's home. To her surprise, before she even stepped inside, she heard the sharp voice of her mother. Instantly, a sense of guilt washed over her. Inside, Li Xiaofan had already heard Yang Mei's return and, without giving her a moment to devise an excuse, swung the door open with fervor. Yang Mei managed a somewhat awkward smile and greeted her, "Mom, what brings you here?" At that moment, her brother Yang Sheng stood in the living room, his expression slightly uncomfortable as he explained, "Mom said she had some free time, so she came over to help me tidy up the house." Yang Mei nodded, intending to clarify, but Li Xiufan had already seized them both, launching into a tirade. The first target of her ire was Yang Mei. "What is wrong with you as a younger sister? Do you even understand the concept of decency? You dare to shamelessly move into your brother's marital home? Have you no shame?" The harshness of her words stung, and Yang Mei felt her eyes welling up with tears. She quietly tried to explain, "Mom, it's not like that. I didn't mean to intrude." But Li Xiufan would not allow her to finish, hands on her hips, pointing a finger at her in anger. "What do you mean you didn't mean to? You're living here, aren't you? How can you shamelessly stay here and not leave? I told you to get a divorce, to leave that useless man. Now look, with no money at home, you come here to mooch off your brother. You are truly regressing in life." Yang Mei opened her mouth to defend herself. But at that moment, Yang Sheng stepped in front of her, his discontent palpable. "Mom, how can you speak like that? I invited Mei Mei to stay. Her home situation isn't good right now. What is wrong with her staying here for a couple of days? Besides, the place is empty." Li Xiufan's anger only intensified. "You still have the nerve to say that? The house is ready for you. What about my daughter-in-law? When will you bring her home? I'm waiting to hold my grandchild, you know?" With a thundering slap on the table, Li Xiufan shot him a fierce glare. "From dawn till dusk, I find myself utterly neglectful of my own affairs, preoccupied solely with the affairs of my unaccomplished sister. Why do you not attend to your own matters? Can she, in her state of inadequacy, truly assist me in bearing grandchildren?" Yang Mei felt as though her heart was being pierced by daggers as she endured the harsh words. "Why does my mother, despite being my own flesh and blood, exhibit such blatant favoritism towards males, refusing even the slightest assistance to me? I have merely come to stay with my brother for a few days, yet I am subjected to such scornful rebukes. Mother, how could you be so unkind? My choice to remain unmarried is a matter for me alone. I wish to assist Mei Mei. This is my own affair. While you may chastise me, why must you speak to Mei Mei in such a manner?" Witnessing Yang Sheng's fierce protection of Yang Mei, Li Xiufan felt a surge of frustration and ire. Unable to restrain herself as she raised her hand, intending to strike Yang Mei across the face. "You worthless wretch! What good do you do for this family besides causing trouble?" With a sharp crack, Li Xiufan's slap did not land on Yang Mei's face, but instead struck Yang Sheng's arm, leaving a vivid red imprint that bore testament to the force behind her blow. It was evident how much strength Li Xiufan had exerted in that moment. Yang Mei could hardly fathom that her brother would stand in her defense, yet upon seeing the mark on his arm, her heart sank further. After all, I am her biological daughter. How can my own mother so casually inflict harm upon me, rendering me no different from a mere pet? Li Xiufan, upon realizing her miscalculation in striking her son, felt a pang of regret, disregarding the turmoil within her daughter's heart as she hastily pulled Yang Sheng aside. "Are you foolish? Did you not think to evade the blow?" Chapter 42. Strife. Unabated Li Xiufan held a particular fondness for her son, seldom uttering a harsh word to him, let alone striking him. "Show me, quickly, if I have harmed you." Yang Sheng, exasperated, brushed her hand away. "Enough, mother. Do not speak further. It was I who invited Mei Mei to stay here. Could you refrain from creating unnecessary conflict every single day?" Li Xiufan shot him a fierce glare. "Am I truly the one seeking trouble? Is this not for your benefit? Your dear sister is nothing but a superficial opportunist, perpetually looking to gain advantage. If you continue to assist her, you will only bring about your own demise." Seeing the dissatisfaction etched on Yang Sheng's face as he prepared to speak again, Li Xiufan's ire flared, and she waved her hand dismissively. "Fine, fine. You two share a bond so deep. I shall no longer be the villain. Such a thankless wretch. I devote myself to your well-being, yet you turn your elbow outward." Yang Mei's heart ached at these words. "I, too, am her biological daughter. Yet, before my own mother, I possess no standing whatsoever, subjected continually to both chastisement and violence. Meanwhile, my brother, even after enduring such a blow, is met with her concern. My own mother subtly insinuates that I shamelessly seek to take advantage of my brother. The more I ponder, the more aggrieved I feel, and tears brimmed in Yang Mei's eyes. Though Yang Mei, being Li Xiufan's biological daughter, holds no significant status in her mother's eyes, she is fortunate to have an elder brother who cares for and protects her." Witnessing Yang Mei's tear-streaked face, Yang Sheng felt a surge of compassion and cast an unhappy glance at their mother. Li Xiufan responded with a dismissive roll of her eyes, disdainfully remarking on Yang Mei's pitiful display, as if she had learned the art of feigned victimhood from some dubious source, even daring to deceive her own brother. As Li Xiufan's scornful tirade intensified, Yang Sheng quickly ushered Yang Mei toward the guest room. Enough, enough. You've worked all day and must be exhausted. Go rest, and I'll call you for dinner once it's ready. Meanwhile, Li Xiufan continued her sharp remarks, questioning what Yang Mei could possibly be busy with, deriding her for being idle and unproductive, suggesting it would be better for her to starve in her room, though accustomed to her mother's biting comments. The verbal onslaught was particularly overwhelming after a long day at work. Yang Mei felt utterly drained, shaking her head as she wiped away her tears and retreated to her room. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, uncertain of when she finally succumbed to sleep. Occasionally, the moonlight would illuminate her daughter, Li Miao Miao, as she slept blissfully, intensifying the bittersweet ache in Yang Mei's heart. Eventually, she could no longer contain her sorrow, and quiet sobs escaped her as she curled up beneath the covers. Unbeknownst to her, Li Miao Miao awoke at some point, noticing her mother's tear-stained face. With small hands, she hurriedly wiped the tears away and whispered, "Mommy, please don't cry. I won't go to school anymore. I promise I'll be good. Please don't be sad." Yang Mei hastily wiped her face, embracing her daughter and gently patting her back. "It's all right, sweetheart. Mommy isn't crying. My eyes just feel a bit uncomfortable. Now, go to sleep. Otherwise, you won't have the energy for tomorrow." Being so young, Li Miao Miao quickly succumbed to sleep, half dreaming, still clutching Yang Mei's clothing, murmuring, "Mommy, don't be sad. We still have Daddy." The mention of Lin Hao stirred a complex mix of emotions within Yang Mei. Initially, she thought little of her husband's hedonistic lifestyle and welcomed the idea of divorce, yet now, as he seemed to take on some responsibility, she found herself harboring an inexplicable glimmer of hope. However, her pride would not allow her to bow to a man who had treated her so poorly in the past. Yang Mei resolutely pushed those thoughts aside, secretly contemplating that if an opportunity arose, she might visit the vendor of cold dishes again. Perhaps she could persuade them to teach her the craft, enabling her to earn some money by setting up a stall on weekends. Upon reaching this point, Yang Mei felt a glimmer of hope in her life. Embracing her young daughter in bed, she finally succumbed to slumber. The following morning, she awoke early, finding Li Xiufan still present, attending to Yang Sheng as he prepared for breakfast. As Yang Mei descended the stairs, she barely cast a glance in their direction. Ultimately, it was Yang Sheng who, feeling somewhat awkward, greeted her. "Mei, why are you up so early? Come, eat something before you head to work." Noticing her mother's stern demeanor, Yang Mei sheepishly shook her head. "No, brother, I want to eat." Observing her expression, Li Xiufan scoffed. "Eat, eat, eat. It's here for you to consume. You should have a little, or else you'll end up crying as if you've been wronged." Seeing Li Xiufan's weary countenance, Yang Mei wished to avoid further conflict, shaking her head as she attempted to leave. However, Li Xiufan's words halted her. "I almost forgot to ask, after staying here all this time, have you contributed any money for your brother's meals?" Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng's expression soured. "Mom, why do you ask that? Mei is my sister. She's here for just a few days. Is it necessary to charge her for meals? That seems rather ungracious." Li Xiufan slammed her hand on the table. "And why not? She eats your food, drinks your drinks, stays in your home, and even brought a child along. Shouldn't you contribute something for her upkeep? Why should you be the one supporting her?" At this, Li Xiufan crossed her arms and shot a disdainful glance at Yang Mei. "She's not incapable. Doesn't she know how to earn a living? Marrying a useless man is one thing, but expecting to leech off the family every day is truly shameless." Yang Mei, feeling utterly exhausted, couldn't help but respond in desperation. "Mom, am I not your daughter? I come to my brother's for a few meals, and you expect me to pay?" Li Xiufan spat vehemently. "Pa, I have no daughter as worthless as you. Look at the good-for-nothing you married, always indulging in debauchery." The mention of Lin Hao filled Li Xiufan with revulsion and irritation, as if recalling some unsightly refuse. The more she regarded her daughter, the more exasperated she became. "What use is it to have given birth to you? I don't expect you to help your brother or support us in our old age, but to shamelessly come here to mooch off him?" Tears streamed down Yang Mei's round, almond-shaped eyes. Without waiting for Yang Sheng to offer comfort, she turned and stormed out of the house, slamming the door behind her, cutting off the sound of Li Xiufan's curses from within. She really thinks she's something special, daring to slam the door? If she has the audacity, she should slam the door of her own home. As she made her way to the office, Yang Mei struggled to compose herself, wiping away her tears and managing to present a semblance of normalcy as she prepared for work. However, as she approached the office, she overheard whispers emanating from within. Who would argue otherwise? Such a beautiful woman, yet she married a man of such mediocrity. It is truly a pity. Standing outside the office, one could overhear a deliberately subdued male voice emanating from the nearby pantry. What does it matter? Can beauty sustain one's livelihood? A woman ought to secure a good husband and find a respectable job. That is the essence. A disdainful female voice retorted. Alas, who could have known back then? Who could foresee that her husband would turn out to be such a debauched and ineffectual man? These words had become a familiar refrain to Yang Mei. Her ears nearly calloused from the incessant discussions over the years, both about herself and those around her. Yang Mei had thought she had grown accustomed to such remarks. Yet hearing her colleagues echo them stirred an inexplicable sense of grievance within her. Why had she, of all people, ended up married to Lin Hao, a man who was not only of little use, but also consistently brought trouble to their home? Had she perhaps committed some transgression in a past life? This contemplation deepened her sorrow. That day, a colleague with whom Yang Mei shared a close rapport arrived later than usual. By the time she entered, Yang Mei was already seated at her workstation, silently immersed in her tasks. Noticing Yang Mei's downcast expression, her colleague approached during the lunch break, smiling as she inquired, "Sister Yang, what troubles you? Have you encountered something upsetting?" Yang Mei shook her head. "What could possibly trouble me? Please, go ahead and eat." Observing Yang Mei's reticent demeanor, her colleague could not help but give her a disapproving look. "I must say, Sister Yang, every time you endure some grievance, you keep it bottled up. This is not healthy." Yang Mei recognized her colleague's intentions were well-meaning, so she merely smiled and shook her head. "I truly have no concerns. You needn't worry about me." Her colleague let out a long sigh, then produced 2 portions of takeout. "This is something I had my friend bring for me. Remember how we talked about wanting to try that place's cold dishes? My friend stood in line for quite a while just to get this for me. Come, do try it." As she spoke, her colleague handed 1 portion to Yang Mei. Not wishing to refuse, Yang Mei accepted it and opened the container. The cold dish, having been marinated to perfection, glistened temptingly with oil. Cilantro, scallions, minced garlic, and chili, along with a variety of colorful seasonings, mingled harmoniously, creating a feast for the senses. Even Yang Mei, who initially lacked an appetite, found her cravings awakened by the sight of the dish. Before long, the 2 young women had nearly polished off the generous serving before them. Yang Mei's colleague, rubbing her stomach, leaned back in her chair, satisfied, and exclaimed, "Ah, how delightful. I am so full. Their cold dishes are truly exquisite. I wonder how they prepare them." Yang Mei, maintaining her composure, wiped the grease from the corners of her mouth with a tissue, reflecting, "Their culinary skills are remarkable, and the dressing appears to be a well-guarded secret. I wonder what the recipe entails." As this thought crossed her mind, Yang Mei felt a twinge of envy. Such a cold dish undoubtedly yields considerable profit. In a single day, one could earn several thousand yuan, surpassing her entire month's income. The more she contemplated, the more envy she felt. By afternoon, Yang Mei found herself somewhat distracted at work. As the clock signaled the end of the workday, she gathered her belongings, exchanged brief farewells with her colleagues, and hurriedly exited the office. She was eager to discover the identity of the vendor selling cold dishes. Finding the stall was not a challenge. Upon reaching the vicinity of the street where her colleague had previously taken her, Yang Mei spotted the cold dish stall, encircled by throngs of people. Her heart raced with excitement, confirming that the stall was indeed here. Just as she was about to squeeze through the crowd for a closer look, a familiar voice suddenly called out to her. "Yang Mei, what brings you here?" Turning around, she was taken aback to see her husband, Lin Hao. Seeing Lin Hao stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her. The negative remarks she had previously overheard resurfaced in her mind. Lin Hao was donning an apron and appeared to be busy with something, causing Yang Mei to furrow her brow slightly. "What are you doing here? Selling goods?" Lin Hao nodded, and Yang Mei cast him a disapproving glance. "You turned the house upside down just to set up a stall here?" Lin Hao chuckled, removing a disposable glove and tossing it aside, then took her hand. "Yes, I'm selling here, and I can earn quite a bit. Would you like me to show you my stall?" Yang Mei felt a wave of discomfort and shrugged off his hand. "How much can you earn in a day? 100? 200? Recognizing her concern masked by stubbornness, Lin Hao smiled and attempted to clarify. "Actually, it's more than that. I can earn." Before he could finish, Yang Mei interrupted, "Enough? No need to elaborate. Whether you earn 200 or 300, it hardly makes a difference. With disappointment, she scrutinized Lin Hao. Initially, she had hoped he was venturing into a legitimate business, only to discover he was merely a street vendor. How much could he possibly earn in a month? With this thought, her tone turned critical. Why can't you learn from others? She gestured towards the bustling cold dish stall. The owner there makes thousands a day, while you struggle to earn a few hundred. All while having turned our home into such a state. What on earth are you thinking? Can you not focus your efforts on something more worthwhile? Stop thinking you are clever just because you have a few tricks up your sleeve. Lin Hao was taken aback by her words, smiling faintly as he attempted to explain. No, Yang Mei, you misunderstand. Actually, Yang Mei, lacking patience, interrupted once more. What is there to explain? You are both selling goods. Why can't you learn from them? Struggling alone at your stall, how much do you think you can earn? Observing Yang Mei's apparent admiration for that cold dish stall, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Yang Mei, are you referring to that stall over there? Do you wish for me to emulate him? Pointing towards the stall amidst the crowd, Lin Hao's expression bore a hint of complexity, igniting a flame of indignation within Yang Mei. What attitude is this? Is it because he earns more than you that you're feeling proud? Taken aback by her reprimand, Lin Hao opened his mouth to retort, only to fuel Yang Mei's ire further. You are always like this. Every time I ask you to do something, you come up with a plethora of excuses. Whether it's the environment or the situation, you always have reasons to make a mess of things. Reflecting on the past, when Lin Hao would enthusiastically declare his intention to venture into business, only to return home laden with complaints, Yang Mei's discontent grew, prompting her to shoot him a fierce glare. Why can't you take a moment to reflect? After all these years, why haven't you made any progress? Lin Hao was perplexed, unaware of what grievances had led Yang Mei to unleash her frustration upon him. Although feeling quite helpless, he maintained his good-natured demeanor and attempted to explain, it's not like that, Yang Mei. If you want me to learn from the vendor of that cold dish stall, I truly believe it is unnecessary. He reasoned that there were hardly any stalls selling cold dishes in the vicinity, and this particular stall had monopolized the market. If learning were to occur, it should be others learning from him, not the other way around. However, Yang Mei was oblivious to this fact, and Lin Hao's self-satisfied demeanor only aggravated her further. Could you not be a bit more humble? Do you genuinely believe that by merely pushing a small cart to conduct business, you have risen above everyone else? Some vendors earn significantly more, yet you refuse to learn from them, choosing instead to stand here, content with your mediocrity. Aren't you afraid of starving? Lin Hao scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Yang Mei. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Boss, are you still selling this cold dish? Why are you just standing there talking for so long?" Upon hearing this, Yang Mei instinctively looked around. Boss, the proprietor of that cold dish stall, isn't even working there? Eager to seize the opportunity to discover who the vendor truly was, she suddenly heard a familiar voice beside her. You can choose for yourselves. Once you've made your selection, just pay and leave. This statement left Yang Mei wide-eyed, instinctively turning to look at Lin Hao, who had spoken. After greeting the customers, Lin Hao turned back to Yang Mei, smiling as he explained, I hadn't finished my thought. Weren't you the one who suggested I learn from the vendor of this cold dish stall? I genuinely believe there is no significant necessity for concern, as there are only a few vendors selling cold dishes here, and I am likely the most prosperous among them. Upon hearing these words, Yang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her charming face turning crimson, even wishing for a crevice in the ground to hide herself. After all this time, passionately instructing him, who would have thought that Lin Hao was the owner of this so-called cold dish stall? Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Hao merely chuckled, dismissing it lightly. Since you are here, why not try the cold dishes I prepare? I had previously mentioned wanting you to take some home to taste, yet you never accepted. Upon hearing Lin Hao's invitation, Yang Mei recalled that he had indeed offered to let her take some cold dishes home on several occasions, all of which she had declined. Ironically, she had come here several times with her colleagues, eagerly hoping to purchase his cold dishes, yet had never succeeded. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt, prompting her to push him playfully, her cheeks still flushed. All right, you attend to your business. I shall take my leave. As Yang Mei turned to depart, Lin Hao quickly stepped in front of her. Don't go just yet. A few impatient customers surrounding the stall called out loudly, Boss, are you still in business? Come collect the payments. Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. You can sort it out yourselves. The prices are clearly displayed. Many customers at the stall widened their eyes in astonishment. It was indeed the first time they had seen such a business practice, allowing customers to pay at their discretion. Was he not afraid that someone might take the food and simply leave without paying? Someone in the crowd muttered softly, overheard by others, who couldn't help but chuckle. I think this boss is genuinely clever. With so many eyes watching, who would dare to be so shameless as to take the goods without paying? Amidst the customers' discussions, Yang Mei and Lin Hao remained engrossed in their playful banter. What are you doing? Yang Mei exclaimed, noticing Lin Hao gripping her arm and refusing to let go. The blush on her face unwavering. What are you doing? Let go of me quickly. Aren't you supposed to be running your stall? Lin Hao, in a fit of playful defiance, responded, You've come all this way. If you don't keep me company, I want to run the stall today. Yang Mei shot him a fierce glare. How can you say you want to operate the stall? That's utterly irresponsible. Recognizing her temperament, Lin Hao quickly feigned a look of grievance. Since you're here, want you stay with me a while longer? Noticing several customers gazing in their direction, Yang Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment and relented. All right, just go ahead. I want to leave. Lin Hao was elated, pulling Yang Mei into the crowd. Come, you must try this. I believe the cold dish I prepared is quite delightful. As they made their way through the throng, Yang Mei's gaze fell upon Lin Hao. Seeing him so jubilant, she felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia. It had been a long time since she had witnessed such a vibrant and animated Lin Hao. In her memory, he always seemed shrouded in a dull, gray hue. His mere presence would plunge her life back into the depths of despair. Chapter 45, Setting Up the Stall. When did Lin Hao begin to transform into someone unrecognizable? The man from her recollections, one who indulged solely in debauchery. When did he gradually become more robust, vibrant, resembling a model husband? Before Yang Mei could fathom this, she was pulled into the crowd. Many of the customers buying cold dishes were regulars, cheerfully greeting Lin Hao. Boss, what is this? Have you brought the boss lady along? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei felt her ears flush crimson, unable to resist tugging at Lin Hao, eager to clarify. Yet, Lin Hao, brimming with pride, pointed at Yang Mei. Yes, this is the boss lady, my wife. Isn't she beautiful? Many patrons chimed in. The boss lady is truly lovely. The boss is indeed fortunate. Lin Hao graciously accepted their compliments. Of course, how could my wife not be beautiful? To me, she is the most beautiful woman in the world. A modest cart had been transformed into a makeshift stall, adorned with a simple table. On it, white porcelain bowls, intricately painted, held an array of cold dishes, including jellyfish strands, shredded potatoes, and kelp that Yang Mei had seen at home before. These were prepared and marinated, displayed alongside an assortment of disposable small bowls and plastic cups. Customers were free to choose a vessel of adequate size, with each serving priced accordingly, allowing them to select their preferred varieties of cold dishes based on personal taste. This self-service style quickly drew many patrons, resulting in several returning customers. Lin Hao's responsibilities were not overly demanding. Primarily, he collected payments, handed out tongs, or provided extra paper cups. He would then pack the selected cold dishes into bags, completing each order effortlessly. While Lin Hao busied himself behind the stall, working energetically, Yang Mei stood by, feeling somewhat out of place. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Hao glanced at her and handed her a small bowl. Why don't you have a bit to eat? You just got off work and probably haven't eaten much. Yang Mei accepted the bowl, standing there in a daze. Witnessing Lin Hao's diligent efforts stirred a complex mix of emotions within her. It appeared that the money Lin Hao had paid for Lin Miao Miao's kindergarten tuition might indeed have a legitimate source. Contemplating this, Yang Mei couldn't help but ponder whether she had misjudged Lin Hao. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, adeptly packing orders for several customers, turned back to invite Yang Mei. Don't just stand there. Hurry and eat something. Otherwise, your stomach will start to ache from hunger. Haven't you been feeling unwell lately? Yang Mei nodded gently, selecting a few cold dishes and savoring the freshness of the chilled delicacies. The taste was far superior to those that had been packed for travel. The jellyfish was crisp and refreshing, the kelp was perfectly seasoned, and the shredded potatoes were both sweet and crunchy. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Mei had already finished a small bowl of cold dishes. Observing Lin Hao sweating profusely from his labor, she set down her bowl, fidgeted with the hem of her clothing, and softly inquired, "May I lend you a hand?" Lin Hao, not one to refuse assistance, smiled and nodded. "Certainly. Please take those bowls over to the customers." Following the direction of his finger, Yang Mei noticed the small cart filled with disposable bowls and utensils. She retrieved them, neatly organized them, and delivered them to the patrons. Just as she placed the tableware, another customer handed her their small bowl. Yang Mei accepted it and asked Lin Hao how to pack it. He gestured, "There are lids over there. Cover it, put it in a bag, and provide a pair of chopsticks. Yang Mei nodded. Although she was no stranger to household chores, the initial unfamiliarity faded quickly as she adapted. Together, the two of them busied themselves behind the stall all night, and the more than 10 kilograms of cold dishes that Lin Hao had brought were completely sold out. Yang Mei leaned against the cart, straightening her back and instinctively rubbing her waist. It had been a long time since she had engaged in such physical labor. Reflecting on this, she turned to Lin Hao, and they shared a smile, creating an unexpectedly warm atmosphere. However, despite the dishes being sold out, many customers remained unsatisfied, standing nearby with discontented expressions. "Boss, my brother has been waiting here for a long time. Why aren't you replenishing the cold dishes?" Lin Hao, apologetic, smiled sheepishly. "I'm truly sorry, everyone. The cold dishes are all sold out, and I must close up for the night." Upon hearing this, the customers were reluctant to leave, immediately raising their voices in protest. "How can that be? I came here right after work and waited so long without eating. This is quite unreasonable." "So we waited for nothing?" Indeed. Many surrounding customers wore disgruntled expressions. Lin Hao chuckled. "Everyone, please remain calm. Here's what I propose. I will return tomorrow to set up my stall again. If you come by and greet me, I will treat you to a serving of cold dishes as a gesture of friendship. How does that sound?" Hearing this, the crowd's expressions softened, and a few even raised their hands. "Boss, I've also waited a long time. Shouldn't we get a portion too?" Lin Hao, with a grand gesture, replied, All right. Anyone who has been waiting here without receiving food today can come back tomorrow for a free serving. Is that agreeable? I sincerely apologize, everyone. We truly had limited supplies today." After offering his apologies once more, the surrounding customers finally dispersed. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Yang Mei became displeased. As the customers left, she tugged at his sleeve and quietly said, "How can you offer them free meals? Do you have any idea how much you'll lose for each portion? Just moments ago, many people insisted that you treat them for free, and you readily agreed. You truly lack the awareness of the value of money." Lin Hao said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. "It's merely a cold dish. We won't incur significant losses. Furthermore, as guests, they are often old patrons bringing in new ones. By treating them once, who knows, they might introduce 2 or 3 new customers to us next time." With this thought, Lin Hao patted the modest little cart. Besides, in the restaurant business, it is essential to rely on repeat customers for profit. Seeing Yang Mei still pouting, clearly dissatisfied, Lin Hao playfully pinched her nose. All right, I understand your concern. You needn't worry so much. I am confident I will earn enough money." Chapter 46. Closing up and heading home, Yang Mei finally realized Lin Hao had made an affectionate gesture towards her, causing her to take a step back, unsure of where to place her hands. "Don't say such things. Who is worried about you?" Observing Yang Mei's stubborn yet soft demeanor, Lin Hao found her utterly endearing. Responding with a laugh, Fine, I admit my mistake." After wrapping up their work, Yang Mei assisted Lin Hao in packing up the stall, and together they pushed the cart step by step towards home. Under the streetlights, their shadows elongated, inexplicably imbued with warmth. In fact, as they walked, Yang Mei couldn't help but think that continuing this way would be quite pleasant. However, all paths must eventually end. Before long, they arrived at her doorstep. Lin Hao nudged the cart towards the building, smiling as he said, "Let me walk you back. It's quite late, and it wouldn't be very safe for you to return alone." Yang Mei furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before hesitantly declining. "No, it's better if you don't. I fear you might run into my brother, and it could lead to an unpleasant situation." Lin Hao understood that he was not favored by Yang Mei's family and didn't want to put her in a difficult position. Moreover, considering that Yang Mei was currently staying at her brother's home, any discord between him and Yang Sheng might make her uncomfortable. With this in mind, Lin Hao could only nod reluctantly. "All right then, I'll visit you in Miao Miao next time." Perhaps it was the enchanting moonlight of the night or the warmth of the path they had just walked. But Yang Mei this time did not respond with her usual stubbornness nor maintain a cold demeanor. Instead, she nodded in agreement. "All right, let us discuss it next time." After saying this, she turned and headed back towards Yang Sheng's home. Lin Hao stood downstairs watching her leave, feeling a surge of emotions. The fact that they could return in such amiable spirits signified a rekindling of their relationship. It seemed he needed to continue striving to demonstrate his growth and responsibility to win Yang Mei back. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hao had resolved to show Yang Mei his transformation as he entered his home, which was filled with Yang Mei's brother, Yang Sheng, reshaping. and Lin Miao Miao. Upon the return of Yang Mei, Li Xiufan's already displeased expression darkened even further. Meanwhile, Lin Miao Miao's eyes reddened, and she burst into tears. Yang Mei, taken aback, hurried over and embraced Lin Miao Miao. "What's the matter, Miao Miao? Please don't cry." Li Xiufan, with a face full of discontent, lamented the fact that someone had spoiled this child, who had developed quite the temper. She dared to retort when reprimanded. Yang Sheng, overhearing this, could not help but shoot Li Xiufan a disapproving glance. "Mom, I'm not trying to criticize you, but Miao Miao is just a child. Why do you hold her accountable?" Li Xiufan rolled her eyes and retorted defiantly, "What is wrong with that? I merely spoke a few words about that good-for-nothing Lin Hao." This little girl dares to argue back, showing utter disrespect. With that, she cast a cold glance at Yang Mei, indirectly criticizing her parenting. One can only wonder who raised such an ill-mannered child. It's true what they say, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes, and the offspring of a mouse will dig holes. Hearing this, Yang Mei felt a surge of anger and frustration, her voice rising involuntarily. "Mom, could you please refrain from saying such things in front of a child?" Li Xiufan, now irate, slammed her hand on the table. "What's the matter? Is your child so precious that I can't even say a few words? How can you have the audacity to come to my son's home to eat and drink without shame?" Yang Mei, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, "Mom, I am your own daughter. I'm just staying with my brother for a few days. How can that be considered mooching?" Li Xiufan sneered dismissively. "If it's not mooching, then did you contribute anything?" Yang Mei could not fathom how her mother could be so biased. Both were children. Yet her brother received abundant affection while she faced constant challenges as a daughter. Lin Miao Miao, lifting her tear-streaked face from Yang Mei's embrace, looked heart-wrenchingly upset but still managed to make a face at Li Xiufan. "Grandma is a bad person," she scolded Dad. "I don't want to play with Grandma anymore." Li Xiufan, knowing she shouldn't argue with a child, chose to ignore Miao Miao's antics and turned her face away in displeasure. Yang Mei gently patted Miao Miao's back, speaking softly, "All right, Miao Miao, why don't you eat first?" Mention of the meal further soured Li Xiufan's mood as she slammed her chopsticks down. "What on earth have you been doing after work? Coming home so late? Do you not realize your family is waiting for you to eat?" She continued her tirade. "Even if you shamelessly mooch, you still act as if you're royalty. Do you even know what boundaries are?" Yang Mei, lacking the energy to explain, simply shook her head and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, Mom. You don't have to wait for me next time. Please go ahead and eat." Li Xiufan scoffed. "Who's waiting for you to eat? It's not like you're the good daughter who refuses to eat." Yang Sheng tugged at Li Xiufan, exclaiming, "Mom, can you please say a little less?" After speaking, he cast a comforting glance at Yang Mei. "It's all right, we are family. We should still share a meal together. Waiting a little longer is not an issue." At this point, Yang Sheng furrowed his brow slightly, as if a thought had crossed his mind. "But you usually finish work quite early. Why are you so late today? Have you encountered some trouble? Or is it that Lin Hao, that scoundrel, has been pestering you again?" Yang Mei immediately shook her head in a fluster. "No, brother, you misunderstand. It's not." Before she could finish her sentence, Li Xiufan interjected with an unhappy expression. "What? You still have contact with that scoundrel? You two are not divorced yet?" Yang Mei stiffened, stammering, "Not yet, after all. He is Miao Miao's father." At this moment, Li Xiufan was nearly banging her fist on the table in indignation. "Have you never seen a man before? Why are you clinging to such a worthless wretch?" Even Yang Sheng could not help but chime in. "Sister, you must not show weakness at this time. That man is exactly like this, isn't. Every time something happens, he softens up to you, but he never changes his ways." Upon hearing them criticize her father again, Lin Miao Miao pouted in displeasure. Chapter 47. Another dispute. Yang Mei recalled Lin Hao's behavior today and could not resist defending him a bit. Lin Hao has actually changed quite a bit recently. He no longer indulges in debauchery. He has even set up a small stall lately and is earning some money. Li Xiufan looked at her in disbelief, her eyes nearly rolling to the heavens. "You are truly beyond redemption. How can you still see something good in such a man? Have you forgotten how he squandered his life away? Now that he has no money, he sets up a stall, and you think that's admirable? I believe you have never encountered a real man." Although Yang Sheng did not criticize her as harshly as Li Xiufan, his gaze was filled with disappointment. "Sister, you should be well aware of what kind of person he is. How can you still naively believe that such a scoundrel would reform?" Seeing their disdain for Lin Hao, Yang Mei felt a pang of sorrow for him. When she was with Lin Hao years ago, her family thought she had found a promising partner. But who could have predicted his downfall? As her family's opinion of him deteriorated, she felt he had now turned over a new leaf. Yang Mei knew that no matter what she said, her family would not believe her, yet she could not help but murmur. He can earn several thousand yuan a day now. Yang Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister, what kind of nonsense has that scoundrel Lin Hao been feeding you? He can earn several thousand yuan a day? You believe such absurdity? He can spend several thousand in a day at most. At this point, Li Xiaofan refused to even glance at Yang Mei, seemingly on the verge of giving up on her hopeless daughter. Truly mindless, believing such nonsense. I regret ever spending money to raise you all these years. I have given birth to a burden, and now you bring another burden to feast on our family, draining our resources. Yang Mei, upon observing her mother's exasperated expression, could not help but feel a surge of self-disgust. Was she truly so inadequate? Li Xiaofan, indifferent to her daughter's lack of understanding, incessantly spewed sharp and caustic remarks. Surely, anyone with a modicum of intelligence would not believe such nonsense. Yet, some fools were convinced of its veracity. How could one earn thousands in a single day when she barely managed to earn that much in a month? If he possessed such prowess, would he have resorted to pilfering from their home, indulging in debauchery? Yang Mei found herself rendered speechless by the accusations, for they were rooted in undeniable truths, leaving her with no grounds for defense. However, reflecting on Lin Hao's demeanor that day, she began to entertain the notion that he might not be beyond redemption. Yang Sheng sighed deeply, offering gentle counsel. Sister, I implore you to expedite your divorce from him. Look at how he has been weaving charming lies, ensnaring both of you in his deception. If you delay, he may revert to his old ways, indulging in excess and perhaps even resorting to violence. We may not be able to rescue you in time. Li Xiaofan, irritated, slammed her chopsticks onto the table, her countenance icy. Why waste breath on such a fool? Just one command. Divorce him, take the child, and while you are still young, perhaps you can find someone better. If you insist on clinging to this scoundrel, then I shall disown you as my daughter. Though Lin Miao was young and did not fully grasp the conversation, she understood they were disparaging her father. She set her bowl down with a thud and vehemently defended him. My daddy is a good man. He buys food for mommy and me. He is not a bad guy. You mustn't say that about him. Li Xiaofan shot her a fierce glare. What does a child know? Just eat your meal. However, Lin Miao stubbornly fixed her gaze on Li Xiaofan. My daddy is a good man. If you call him a bad man, then you are the bad ones. Li Xiaofan, already of irritable temperament, was further incensed by the child's words and reached to twist Lin Miao's ear. You little brat, where are your manners? How dare you speak to me like that? Seeing the escalating situation, Yang Mei quickly intervened, raising her voice. Mom, what are you doing? You cannot lay a hand on a child. Li Xiaofan, noticing Yang Mei's defiance, shook her off. Fine. You are all lords and ancestors. If you insist on staying with that scoundrel, then go perish with him. Do not obstruct my view. With that, Li Xiaofan yanked Yang Mei away from the dining table. Get out of here. Do not stay under this roof. Yang Sheng, startled, quickly restrained Li Xiaofan. Mother, what are you doing? This is my sister. How can you throw her out of the house? Li Xiaofan glared at him fiercely. Your sister has become this way because of your indulgence. She is unable to comprehend either flattery or criticism, obsessively fixated on being with that scoundrel, devoid of any ambition. I refuse to have such a foolish daughter. Do not hinder me. Let this little wretch live her life with her dog of a man. As she spat out vile words, Li Xiaofan forcefully shoved Yang Mei toward the door. Yang Mei dared not retaliate, silently wiping her tears. Fortunately, Yang Sheng was there to protect her, quickly pulling Li Xiaofan away. Mother, enough. Stop causing a scene. It was just a few quarrels. Why must you be so angry with your sister? Can't we simply enjoy our meal? Li Xiaofan slammed the table with great force. Eat? What is there to eat? With such a foolish creature, I refuse to share a table with her. Let her leave. Yang Sheng, who was not known for his patience, could no longer maintain his composure and sternly addressed his obstinate mother. Mother, if you continue this way, I will become displeased. This is my home, and I invited my sister to stay. I never said she should leave. I will see who dares to force her out. Upon seeing his defiance, Li Xiaofan immediately slumped onto a chair, wailing in despair. Oh dear, what sin have I committed to bear such burdens? I have 2 children. Both are nothing but debt collectors. To have such a useless daughter is already lamentable, and now my son refuses to support me. Pointing at Yang Mei, she seethed. Let me tell you, as long as she is here, I will leave. I will not have a daughter as foolish as her. Chapter 48. Moving out. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei quickly stopped her brother and whispered, "All right, brother, do not clash with mother. I will move out with Miao Miao." Yang Sheng, however, was not inclined to agree and maintained a stern expression. "What will it look like for you to move out? I am your brother. I say you should stay here. And you will stay? Besides, where could you two possibly go at this hour?" Yang Mei, observing Li Xiufan's relentless demeanor, sighed heavily. "There are certainly places to stay. We can find a hotel for a few days. Brother, please do not let this matter come between you and mother." Yang Mei felt guilty about the situation of living at her brother's home, and seeing her mother nearly destroy his peace over this issue made her heart ache even more. She gritted her teeth, holding back tears, and reassured her brother, "Really, it will be fine for the two of us to stay outside. Do not worry about us." In her heart, Yang Mei vowed not to burden her brother any further. With that, she tugged Miao Miao toward the room. "Come on, Miao Miao, let us gather our things. Mother will take you to stay outside." Yang Sheng could not stop them, feeling a pang of sadness within, and shot a fierce glare at Li Xiufan, who was oblivious to everything, wiping her tears while stealing glances at Yang Mei through her fingers. As Yang Mei and Lin Miao Miao swiftly gathered their few belongings and emerged from the room with their suitcases in tow, Li Xiufan finally wiped away her tears and coldly settled at the dining table, casting her gaze upon the two. "I must tell you, if you do not divorce that scoundrel Lin Hao, do not ever return home," she declared. "Our family has no place for such blind fools as you." Yang Sheng hurriedly pulled Yang Mei towards the door, glancing back to shoot Li Xiufan a fierce look. "Mother, please say less." Upon reaching the threshold, Yang Sheng turned to Yang Mei, saying, "Mother is only here for a few days. Once she leaves, I will tidy up the guest room, and you two can return to stay." However, Yang Mei shook her head. "Brother, it's unnecessary. We do not know when she may come back. If she sees me returned, she will surely cause a scene. Do not let my situation disturb the harmony of our home." After bidding farewell to her brother, Yang Mei, dragging her luggage, sought nearby accommodations with Lin Miao Miao and checked in. Upon entering their hotel room, she noticed Lin Miao Miao standing there, somewhat awkward and at a loss, which made Yang Mei's tears flow once more. Seeing Yang Mei cry again, Lin Miao Miao hurriedly rummaged through her small backpack and presented her with cotton candy. "Sister, please do not be sad. I am giving you the cotton candy that Dad bought before. He said that eating it will bring happiness every day." As Yang Mei accepted the cotton candy, Lin Hao's face unexpectedly flashed in her mind. Remembering his appearance while working behind the cold dish stall earlier that day, she silently resolved to give him one last chance. If he could seize this opportunity, they would live together harmoniously. However, if he behaved as before, squandering money on frivolities, she would, no matter what, ensure their divorce. That night, Yang Mei tossed and turned in bed, unable to find restful sleep. The next morning, upon arriving at the office, she overheard her colleagues engaged in animated conversation. Among them, her colleague Zhang Shanshan, who had dined with Yang Mei previously, appeared particularly agitated. "I'm not lying. Everything I said is true." Just then, Zhang Shanshan spotted Yang Mei entering and rushed over. "Sister Yang, you didn't tell me that the owner of the cold dish stall is your husband." Yang Mei was taken aback. "How did you know?" Zhang Shanshan couldn't help but nudge her playfully. "How can you ask? I saw you running away so quickly yesterday, and it turns out you were helping your husband at the stall. I discovered it when I went to buy some with friends. But you looked so busy that I didn't want to interrupt." Yang Mei felt a rush of embarrassment color her cheeks. "No, I just happened to pass by." Zhang Shanshan giggled, grabbing her arm. All right, I see you're shy. However, as for one's own husband, it is not too much to lend a helping hand." At this point, Zhang Shanshan seemed to recall something, her small fist clenched in indignation. "Yet, your husband does have a criminal record. He has committed numerous egregious acts. So do exercise caution. Should he revert to his previous ways of bullying you, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall enlist my partner to confront him." Yang Mei observed Zhang Shanshan's little fist waving in the air and couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. "Rest assured, if he bullies me again, I will certainly let you know." Just then, a colleague nearby could no longer contain herself. "Yang Mei, I thought your husband had been unemployed, a vagrant, yet now he is out selling goods?" Yang Mei looked up and, upon seeing who spoke, offered a smile in explanation. "Not exactly. He has recently decided to venture into a small business." Since they were colleagues, there was no significant animosity between them, and the colleague's tone was relatively mild, even tinged with goodwill. "Yang Mei, I heard that your previous husband had questionable character. Do not let his recent change lead you to harbor excessive expectations." At this moment, Zhang Shanshan couldn't help but interject. I actually believe that Yang Mei's husband is doing quite well now. His cold dish stall earns several thousand yuan a day, which is far more comfortable than our daily grind in the office chasing projects, isn't it? A colleague in the office scoffed derisively. Zhang Shanshan, no one believed you when you said that before, and now you bring it up again. Earning several thousand yuan a day? That's merely a dream. If that were the case, we might as well all quit our jobs and set up stalls selling cold dishes. Zhang Shanshan retorted defiantly. How do you know he doesn't earn that much? Do you know how well his business is doing? With his daily turnover, making several thousand yuan is entirely feasible. You know, the colleague shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps when you visited before, there were just more customers. Chapter 49, taking on a new project. Seeing Zhang Shanshan's defiance, the colleague intentionally provoked her further. It's possible that in the past few days, fewer customers have shown up. Zhang Shanshan glared at her with round eyes, sensing that a confrontation was brewing. If you don't believe it, let's go see for ourselves at noon. Yang Mei, noticing that they were on the verge of an argument, quickly interjected with a smile to ease the tension. All right, let us not quarrel over trivial matters. In her heart, Yang Mei mused that it really didn't matter how much Lin Hao could earn in a day. As long as he could learn well, she would be content. Zhang Shanshan nodded, still somewhat unconvinced, casting a glance at the colleague. Just a few minutes after sitting down, someone notified her that her direct supervisor, Mr. Jiang, needed to see her. She knocked on Mr. Jiang's office door and, stepping inside, stood nervously before the desk. Mr. Jiang, I hear you have something for me? Jiang Siju nodded with a smile, placing several contracts before him. These are a few projects the company has recently undertaken, and I intend to hand them over to you for your review. Yang Mei initially believed this was merely a routine handover of ordinary affairs. She nodded with a smile and accepted the documents. However, as she flipped through a few pages, her expression began to shift. After perusing all the documents, she could not help but grip them tightly, her face a mix of anxiety and disbelief. Mr. Jiang, are you really assigning these projects to me? Jiang Siju, observing her reaction, nodded with a smile. Indeed, I have considered this thoroughly. These projects are quite promising and align well with your capabilities, so I plan to entrust them to you. He continued, at present, the company places great importance on these projects, and if executed successfully, there may be additional commissions and performance bonuses. Yang Mei increasingly found it hard to believe. These projects were among the company's most lucrative. Not only easy to manage, but also with minimal execution difficulties. As long as one performed well, project bonuses and performance incentives were guaranteed. Such projects were highly sought after within the company, with many vying for the opportunity. For someone like her, it was typically beyond reach, let alone acquiring several at once. Upon reflecting on this, she could not help but look at Jiang Siju with a mix of trepidation and gratitude. Mr. Jiang, my experience is quite limited. I might not be capable of handling such significant projects. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju quickly waved his hand, interrupting her. You need not underestimate yourself. Your abilities are well recognized by all, and you need not worry about the project's success. Simply put, if the project is completed successfully, the performance bonus is yours. Should there be any shortcomings, I will take responsibility. What is there to be concerned about? Jiang Siju's words were akin to openly bestowing her a monetary gift, and if Yang Mei were to decline, it would reflect poorly on her judgment. Ultimately, she exited the office with heartfelt gratitude, clutching the files. Even upon returning to her workstation, Yang Mei remained in a state of disbelief. At that moment, Zhang Shanshan approached her, inquiring with genuine concern, "What's wrong? Sister Yang, it wouldn't be that Mr. Jiang called you in for a reprimand, would it?" Yang Mei shook her head, still holding the project documents, uncertain of how to articulate her experience. "No, Mr. Jiang simply called me in to assign some tasks." Zhang Shanshan looked at her with worry, nodded, and then encouraged her. "Then let us go have lunch together." With that, she beckoned a few colleagues to join them. Yang Mei was somewhat taken aback by their eagerness. "So many of you. What are you planning to do?" Zhang Shanshan, with a hint of pride, raised her chin. "They mentioned they didn't believe your husband could earn thousands in a day. So I'm taking them to witness it firsthand." Upon realizing they were headed to Lin Hao's stall, Yang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment and hesitated to decline. "You all go ahead, I want to join. I have matters to attend to at noon." Nearby colleagues chimed in playfully, adding to the light-hearted atmosphere. Indeed, Yang Mei desired to enjoy some cold dishes. Unlike us, she need not traverse a great distance. When at home, she could indulge at her leisure. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shanshan nodded in agreement. "Well then, Yang Mei, you carry on with your tasks. We shall proceed to have our meal. Do take care to rest. Yang Mei nodded, watching them depart before returning to her desk to organize project documents throughout the afternoon. As she engaged in her work, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she eventually succumbed to slumber at her desk. When she awoke, it was Zhang Shanshan gently prodding her. Yang Mei, it's time to rouse. It's nearly time for work. Raising her eyes to meet Zhang Shanshan's gaze, Yang Mei smiled, propping her head up. Have you returned from your meal? Zhang Shanshan nodded, visibly excited, gesturing for Yang Mei to observe their colleagues. Surprised by the curious gazes from her co-workers, Yang Mei raised an eyebrow in inquiry. What is it? Zhang Shanshan, brimming with joy, replied, weren't they skeptical about how one could earn thousands in a single day? I just took them to witness it firsthand. With a hint of envy, she continued, your husband's stall maintains the same bustling crowd as before. Many patrons are unable to purchase cold dishes. We were outside, jostling for space, while those inside hurriedly consumed their dishes before squeezing back out. Zhang Shanshan's words inexplicably filled Yang Mei with delight. Such a flow of customers, earning thousands daily, was indeed an understatement. Her words were unrestrained, and nearby colleagues overheard, their gazes toward Yang Mei shifting, some filled with envy, others with jealousy. Previously, it was common knowledge that Yang Mei had what a man perceived as a failure, one who squandered his days in frivolity. Yang Mei, with her striking beauty and commendable work ethic, had long been the subject of unspoken resentment among co-workers. They had once mocked him in silence. Who would have imagined that this so-called failure could now generate income, potentially earning more in a day than they did in an entire month? Such thoughts inevitably stirred within them. How could someone deemed a failure earn so much in a single day? The labor they toiled for a month paled in comparison to his weekly earnings. Faced with their scrutinizing gazes, Yang Mei chose not to engage in confrontation. Given her current circumstances, should she successfully complete these projects, the performance bonuses would likely provoke even more envious glances within the company. At that moment, a colleague from the legal department hurried past, clutching several contracts. Another co-worker, unable to contain their curiosity, inquired, the legal department has been exceedingly busy lately, constantly visiting Mr. Zhang's office. What could they possibly be occupied with? A voice, lowered in secrecy, responded, Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, haven't you heard? Previously, we were on the verge of signing a substantial contract worth several tens of millions. However, for reasons unbeknownst to us, Mr. Zhang insisted on terminating the agreement, resulting in a penalty fee of several $100,000. Colleagues in the company looked on in disbelief, questioning the rationale behind such a decision. Why would he forfeit a lucrative contract and incur such significant penalties? Many employees were perplexed by Mr. Zhang's calculations, their expressions reflecting utter incredulity. Someone whispered, could it be that Mr. Zhang has recently faced some upheaval? He seems quite cheerful despite losing such a major deal. In the spirit of gossip, which is ever enticing, especially during the lunch break, conversations flourished as everyone discussed the unfolding drama. What is going on? No wonder the legal department has been frequently visiting Mr. Zhang's office. One might assume the company is embroiled in a serious legal dispute. However, it appears to stem from this incident. A colleague furrowed their brows, growing increasingly concerned. This contract. I've heard about it. I was informed that Mr. Zhang exerted considerable effort to secure it. It's so strange to abandon it so suddenly. Does anyone know the reason behind this? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei instinctively looked up, meeting her colleague's inquisitive gazes. She felt a twinge of guilt and quickly lowered her head. The underlying reasons were likely known only to her. If it weren't for her husband, Lin Hao, expressing certain sentiments in front of Mr. Zhang, he might not have resolutely decided to reject the collaboration with Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. Yet, Yang Mei refrained from voicing this in front of her colleagues, fearing it would invite further speculation and scrutiny. Without a clear answer, her colleagues relaxed, leaning against their desks. Why is it that Mr. Zhang's decisions seem so capricious, making a lot of noise without any substantial outcomes? I genuinely believed we would secure significant project funding and benefits from this contract. I was prepared to dedicate my youthful enthusiasm to the company. This remark elicited laughter from the group, though some pointedly remarked, Mr. Zhang is not one to make impulsive decisions. Despite his youth, his capabilities are widely recognized. It's hard to fathom how a confirmed contract could suddenly collapse. Could there be an issue on Kongpeng Pharmaceutical's side? Such speculation was not isolated, but soon others dismissed the notion. How could that be possible? Kongping Pharmaceutical is a prominent entity in the industry. Moreover, Mr. Jiang invested immense effort to obtain this contract. A company of such stature would hardly encounter product issues. The group nodded in agreement, yet Yang Mei, with a furrowed brow, quietly interjected, "It's not entirely impossible." As all eyes turned toward her, Yang Mei felt increasingly awkward and hastily waved her hand. "I'm merely speculating. Just a conjecture without any evidence. Please disregard my musings." In contrast, at this moment, Zhang Shanshan stood up with a sense of righteousness. "Oh, Sister Yang Mei, there's no need for concern. Everyone is merely engaging in light-hearted conversation. However, I must admit your point holds merit. Perhaps there truly was an issue with their product." Some onlookers couldn't help but chuckle at the ignorance displayed by the two and offered a gentle reminder. "You might not be aware, but Kongping Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, is a substantial pharmaceutical enterprise. Their products, while not necessarily exported internationally, are exceptionally popular domestically. If such a company were to have product issues, how could we ever trust the medications we buy from pharmacies in the future?" Many nodded in agreement, as it is common to purchase medicine for a cold or flu. As a well-established pharmaceutical factory, Kongpeng is the first choice for many. If even a reputable manufacturer like this were to produce faulty medications, what other alternatives would there be that we could trust? Yang Mei, wishing to avoid further debate, merely nodded and shifted the topic. The group quickly resumed their lively discussions on other matters, while only Zhang Shanshan continued to murmur quietly, "How is it impossible? Is it inconceivable that a major pharmaceutical company could produce substandard medications? I find it quite plausible." Yang Mei chuckled softly and patted her on the back without saying a word, returning to her workspace. As the day of demanding work came to an end, Yang Mei, weary from her exertions, made her way home. It was only as she approached her brother's doorstep that she instinctively turned to leave. However, recalling the cold, sterile room of the hotel filled her with an uncomfortable sensation. After much contemplation, she found herself wandering back to Lin Hao's cold dish stall. At mealtime, the stall was bustling with patrons, enveloping Lin Hao in a thick crowd. This time, Lin Hao did not immediately spot Yang Mei among the throng, remaining focused on his work. Most of the customers were regulars who, while waiting, would engage in casual conversation with him. "Boss, why isn't the boss lady here to help you today?" Lin Hao wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, "She has her job. She can't come help me every day." His words conveyed an intimacy that did not go unnoticed by the customers, who nodded approvingly. "The chemistry between the boss and the boss lady is admirable. We envy you." Lin Hao scratched his head, recalling that Yang Mei had been in a state of running away from home lately, which left him feeling somewhat helpless, yet he maintained a smile. "I believe I still have room for improvement. I need to treat my wife better so that she can be a bit happier." Standing outside the crowd, Yang Mei caught this remark, causing her heart to skip a beat. She had initially thought that Lin Hao's sweet words were merely flattery directed at her. Little did she know, he expressed the same sentiment in front of others, igniting a flicker of hope within her heart. Does this signify that Lin Hao has truly turned over a new leaf? At that moment, an astute regular customer who had visited a couple of days prior spotted Yang Mei and exclaimed, "Boss, look, the boss's wife has arrived." Lin Hao instinctively lifted his gaze and locked eyes with Yang Mei. Immediately, Yang Mei awkwardly lowered her head and attempted to turn away. Surrounded by a throng of people, Lin Hao found it difficult to extricate himself and called out, "Wait a moment. Take some cold dishes back to eat." Seeing Lin Hao's anxious demeanor, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Yang Mei's heart softened, and she gently replied, "Don't worry, I'm not leaving." Despite this, Lin Hao swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, emerging with several packages of cold dishes in hand, which he presented to Yang Mei. "I prepared this for the both of you when I first arrived today, intending to deliver it after closing. Since you're here, you can take it back for Miao Miao to taste." As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his brow. Observing Lin Hao's earnest dedication to his work, Yang Mei's heart melted further, and she accepted the cold dishes, murmuring, "You seem quite busy today. Do you need any help?" As if fearing Lin Hao might misunderstand her intent, she hurriedly glanced up at him. "I didn't come over on purpose. I just happened to pass by. If you could use my assistance, I would." Noticing the disarray in Yang Mei's speech, Lin Hao quickly interjected with a smile, "Of course. I'm nearly overwhelmed with work. I'm grateful for your help." With that, he familiarly pulled Yang Mei into the bustling crowd. Though Yang Mei could have easily pulled away, she found herself following him, head bowed, for reasons she could not quite articulate. Many of the regular customers regarded her with newfound admiration, noting her beauty and her willingness to assist Lin Hao daily after work, which elicited a hint of envy. The boss's wife truly is a supportive partner. Boss, you are indeed fortunate. Lin Hao grasped his wife's wrist, his heart brimming with happiness. Even when he possessed a fortune in his youth, he often felt a void within during the quiet of the night. Now, though he was impoverished and his home barren, holding the hand of his beloved filled his life with contentment. This time, Yang Mei exhibited remarkable proficiency, collaborating with Lin Hao to collect payments, tally accounts, and package orders for customers. After several bustling hours, as mealtime passed, the flow of customers gradually diminished, and the cold dishes were nearly sold out. The two finally paused, stretching their limbs. A person like Yang Mei would never disdain the complexity of tasks nor perceive such laborious days as burdensome. Her capability and demeanor in the workplace reflected this. For Yang Mei, the true hardship lay in Lin Hao's previous aimlessness and lack of ambition. Having endured such arduous times, this current life, in contrast, was imbued with a hint of sweetness. As per usual, Lin Hao and she supported the modest cart back home. Upon reaching the doorstep, Yang Mei smiled and bid him farewell. All right, I shall take my leave now. However, at that moment, Lin Hao unexpectedly grasped her hand. Mimi, why don't you and Miao Miao come back to stay with me? He continued earnestly. I've pondered this for quite some time. In the past, my behavior was indeed reckless, and I have wronged you both in many ways. Reflecting on those events, Lin Hao felt a sense of helplessness, but I am truly striving to amend my ways. You must have noticed that I have refrained from my previous misdeeds during these days. At this juncture, he gazed deeply into her eyes with sincerity. I understand that Yang Sheng is your brother, and though he is indeed family, residing at his home can be quite inconvenient. It is far more comforting to stay at our own home. Noticing that Yang Mei's expression was not as frosty as before, Lin Hao felt a spark of hope for his appeal. Please, come back and live with me. I assure you, I will make a genuine effort to change and will not revert to my former self. Had these words been spoken previously, Yang Mei would have rolled her eyes in impatience and walked away. Yet now, witnessing Lin Hao's transformation, it would be disingenuous to claim she was not moved. However, she recalled that he had uttered such sweet nothings before, leaving her uncertain whether this time he was truly committed to change. Hesitantly, she withdrew her hand. We need not rush into moving back. I will stay outside for a couple of days. The mention of accommodation prompted Yang Mei to remember how her mother had unceremoniously sent her away from her brother's house the previous night, deepening her discomfort, causing her to speak with a touch of weight. Do not think that just because you have set up a small stall, it signifies a true change. Regardless of how appealing the words may sound, they are merely surface level. Tangible results are necessary to prove any transformation. At this point, Yang Mei felt a hint of embarrassment. After all, Lin Hao's cold dish stall had indeed become one of the most notable in the area. Thus, she quickly added, I do not wish to deny your progress, but your eagerness for me and Miao Miao to return is a bit too hasty. Let me ponder this for a couple more days. Lin Hao understood her perspective and recognized the need for patience, so he nodded in agreement. Very well then, take your time to consider. He reassured her, rest assured. I will not revert to my former ways. Yang Mei observed Lin Hao's face and sighed quietly within. Let us hope so. With that, she bid him farewell and turned towards the direction of the hotel. The hotel was not far from Yang Mei's brother's home, so Lin Hao found no oddity in her chosen path. After casting a few more glances, he returned home with his belongings. Upon entering her hotel room, Yang Mei was greeted by her daughter, Lin Miao Miao, who sat at the table, idly toying with something. Seeing her return, Miao Miao promptly jumped off the chair and rushed to her side, beaming with a sweet smile. Mom, you're back from work. Are you tired today? Can I pour you some water? Seeing her daughter's obedient and understanding demeanor, Yang Mei felt a mix of heartache and guilt, forcing a smile as she nodded. Then it's hard work for my dear Miao Miao. Upon hearing this, Lin Miao Miao cheerfully replied, It's not hard at all. Mommy, please sit down. I'll pour you some water. With that, she dashed to the table where the kettle was placed, her small frame reaching for it, and poured a cup of water for Yang Mei, presenting it before her. Gripping the cup, Yang Mei tenderly ruffled her daughter's hair. Miao Miao, do you want to go to school? This question had lingered in Yang Mei's mind for quite some time. Previously, she had refused to let Lin Miao Miao attend the kindergarten chosen by Lin Hao, always suspecting that he was deceiving her. However, during this period, witnessing Lin Hao's transformation, She began to reconsider the truth of his words, particularly regarding sending Lin Miao to school. Lin Miao, uncertain of her mother's intent, furrowed her brow and hesitated for a moment. Mommy, if you're unhappy, Miao can skip school. Yang Mei felt a pang in her heart, finally beginning to contemplate Lin Miao's feelings about school. Miao, how was the kindergarten you attended before? Upon hearing this, Lin Miao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mommy, the kindergarten I went to was wonderful. The other children were all very nice, and the teachers treated me well. I liked them very much. Observing Lin Miao's eager expression, Yang Mei couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Had she truly misunderstood Lin Hao for too long, to the point of doubting his sincerity, and had this delay affected her daughter's education? A sudden realization struck Yang Mei, and she looked at her small yet remarkably sensible daughter, speaking earnestly. Then, Miao, would it be all right if Mommy sends you back to the kindergarten where you previously attended? Lin Miao, still a child at heart, had been mature out of necessity, and upon hearing this, she nearly leaped with joy. Really? Mommy, can I really go to school? Seeing her daughter's delight and cautious gaze, Yang Mei embraced her tightly. Yes, Miao, I promise I will send you to school. The next day, Yang Mei rose early, taking Lin Miao to the kindergarten, where she engaged in thorough discussions with the principal, ensuring that Lin Hao had fully paid her daughter's tuition before entrusting her to the kindergarten, reminding her to study diligently. Watching Lin Miao laugh and play with her peers in the kindergarten brought a complex mix of emotions to Yang Mei, yet inexplicably, she felt a hint of gratitude towards Lin Hao. Regardless of whether she would be able to gather the funds for her daughter's tuition in the coming semester. At least for now, she wanted her to enjoy a joyful childhood. After a brief conversation with the principal to understand the kindergarten's specifics, Yang Mei finally felt reassured enough to leave her precious daughter in their care, promptly hurrying off to her company. As soon as she entered the office and had yet to take her seat, a sharp woman's voice called out to her. Who could it be? Wasn't that the wife of the soothsayer, Yang Mei? Still coming to work, despite her husband's remarkable prowess. Why not venture out to practice divination? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's expression soured, and she turned to the speaker, a colleague from another department named Jiang Cece. Their past altercations over a project had rendered them perpetual adversaries. Jiang Cece, known for her spiteful nature, often sought to provoke Yang Mei, and today seemed no exception as she approached, armed with malicious gossip. Yang Mei, her face icy, retorted, What my husband does is none of your concern. You have no right to speak here. Jiang Cece scoffed derisively. Whether your husband is swindling others is irrelevant to me. However, his nonsensical ramblings in the office, misleading manager Jiang, are utterly unacceptable. Wouldn't you agree, Yang Mei? Her words drew the attention of everyone in the office, making Yang Mei the center of scrutiny, which only deepened her discomfort. Do you have any evidence to support such slander? She demanded. Jiang Cece crossed her arms and shot her a disdainful glare. Evidence? What need is there for proof? Do you think everyone here is a fool? Why did that multi-million project suddenly get abandoned by him? You must know the answer best. Yang Mei's brow furrowed deeper, puzzled by how Jiang Cece had learned of Lin Hao's words during his previous visit to the company. Nevertheless, Jiang Cece's insinuations had already altered the perception of Yang Mei among their colleagues. After all, Manager Jiang was their superior, and the larger the profits from his contracts, the more substantial the performance bonuses for everyone. Yang Mei's actions had undoubtedly infringed upon their interests. Yet Jiang Cece, seemingly reveling in the escalating tension, continued to mock. Your husband spends his days indulging in debauchery and frivolity. He is utterly inept. He may excel in this particular realm of chaos, but one wonders where he acquired such talents. In response to Jiang Cece's veiled insults, Yang Mei shot back. My husband's character is not for you to critique. If you have any objections to Manager Jiang's decisions, you could very well address him directly rather than spewing such bitterness here. Jiang Cece, infuriated by Yang Mei's unabashed pride, retorted, Do not think that just because Manager Jiang has been swayed by your pathetic husband, you can act with impunity. Who do you think you are? At that moment, Zhang Shanshan, unable to endure the exchange any longer, stepped forward, gripping Yang Mei's arm as she confronted Jiang Cece. What do you mean by that? From where did you hear such unfounded rumors to cast aspersions on Sister Yang Mei? On what grounds do you claim that her husband has incited General Jiang? Such accusations could indeed be deemed defamatory. Do you realize that? Observing Zhang Shanshan's agitated demeanor, Yang Mei felt a sense of warmth in her heart and gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. Meanwhile, Jiang Cici's ire only intensified. Then go ahead and sue me. I intend to take legal action against Yang Mei as well. Her incompetent husband has been spreading alarmist tales that jeopardize the company's interests. At this juncture, Jiang Cici glared fiercely at Yang Mei. Tell me, do you not suspect that your husband accepted money from the rival company to deliberately create turmoil within our organization? Chapter 53. Colleagues in dispute recently. Jiang Cici had been fraught with anxiety over performance evaluations, desperately seeking new projects. Consequently, she was incensed to learn that Yang Mei had carelessly squandered a major project that was soon to land at the company. With her frustration boiling over, she seized the opportunity to confront Yang Mei. You have the audacity to gossip in the finance department and even dare to sway General Jiang. Do you believe I want to expose you at the monthly company meeting? Yang Mei, emboldened by her knowledge of the situation at Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, was aware that the fault lay with the partner company. Thus, she remained unperturbed in the face of Jiang Cici's provocations. General Jiang is a discerning and mature individual, not someone my husband can easily manipulate with a few words. His actions are undoubtedly informed by his own considerations. If you have further inquiries, I suggest you address them directly to General Jiang instead of causing a scene here. Jiang Cici, infuriated, retorted with a mocking smile. Oh really, Yang Mei? Do you truly believe that your association with General Jiang elevates your status? Or do you take pride in the notion that your ineffectual husband managed to deceive him? Have you ever considered the sentiments of your colleagues? A lucrative contract was abruptly jeopardized, and you remain here, unperturbed. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt? Her words thrust Yang Mei into a pit of dismay. Numerous colleagues around them now exhibited signs of anger, previously perplexed by the sudden cancellation of a multi-million-dollar contract. Now realizing it was due to Yang Mei's worthless husband. I knew it. The contract was cancelled because of her useless spouse. What a bizarre colleague to endure. And an equally peculiar husband. Some were already clamoring for an explanation from Yang Mei. Speak up. What ulterior motive does your husband possess by coming to the company and spouting nonsense? At that moment, the previously animated crowd fell silent, as if they had seen something alarming. The office inexplicably quieted, the previous clamor dissipating. Yang Mei instinctively lifted her gaze, only to find General Jiang standing at the doorway. His expression stern. What are you all arguing about? Are you not working? Jiang Cici was suddenly taken aback, uncertain of how long Jiang Ciju had been eavesdropping at the door. Hastily, she approached him with an exaggerated smile. Mr. Jiang, what brings you here? Jiang Ciju's expression was slightly stern. If I hadn't come, I would still be oblivious. In your eyes, I am merely a fool easily swayed by a few sweet words. Am I not? Jiang Cici's complexion paled, and she quickly offered a sincere apology. Of course not, Mr. Jiang. You misunderstand me. I did not imply that your decisions are flawed. I merely suggested that Yang Mei's husband harbors ulterior motives and is maliciously slandering. As she spoke, Jiang Cici pointed an accusatory finger at Yang Mei, attempting to shift all blame onto her. Yang Mei, upon hearing this, was not angered, rather. She gazed back at Jiang Cici with a bemused smile. Although she dared not speak on other matters, she felt entirely confident regarding this issue, and thus she had no impulse to defend herself. Jiang Ciju cast a cold glance in her direction. It is not your place to critique the company's decisions. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to bring it up at the board meeting. Jiang Cici lacked the courage to confront Jiang Ciju at the board level, fully aware that such actions could jeopardize his standing within the company. After all, he was a senior executive and the son of the chairman. It would take but a word for him to dispose of her. Thinking of this, Jiang Cici quickly donned a conciliatory smile. Mr. Jiang, you are mistaken. How could I ever question your decisions? I merely doubt the intentions of Yang Mei's husband. Since you believe otherwise, we will certainly follow your lead. At this moment, Jiang Ciju was not inclined to indulge in lengthy explanations. He simply awaited the revelation of the issues surrounding Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, anticipating that these individuals would soon see the truth. With a hint of disdain, he muttered about their short-sightedness before turning to leave. Even as Jiang Cici felt scolded by Jiang Ciju, she dared not speak further. After enduring his reprimand, she turned to Yang Mei, her anger boiling over. Yang Mei, what are your true intentions? Look at how you've misled Mr. Jiang. As she spoke, she lowered her voice, fearing Jiang Ciju might overhear and retaliate. Yang Mei, however, merely chuckled, raising her voice deliberately. What did you just say? That Mr. Jiang's decisions are problematic? You should discuss that with him. Jiang Sisi, now aware of Yang Mei's intentions, glared at her with gritted teeth. You and your pathetic husband will inevitably face misfortune. With that, Jiang Sisi stormed out of their office. Yang Mei, witnessing Jiang Sisi's fury, felt a sense of satisfaction and returned to her workstation, unfazed. Although Jiang Sisi's words stirred whispers among their colleagues, Yang Mei remained unconcerned. Knowing that the downfall of Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited was merely a matter of time, she believed that the truth would ultimately prevail, and one day, everyone would understand the reality of the situation. Similarly, Jiang Siju was also waiting for that day to arrive. However, Yang Mei had still underestimated the impact of Jiang Sisi's words. During the midday break, Zhang Shanshan, visibly agitated, rushed to her side. Sister Yang Mei, these people have truly gone too far. Observing Zhang Shanshan's indignant demeanor, Yang Mei raised an eyebrow. What? Have you heard something unpleasant? Zhang Shanshan nodded, gritting her teeth as she recounted the slurs directed at Yang Mei. They claim that your husband is a worthless failure, deliberately stirring trouble at our company, merely seeking to profit from this opportunity with the rival firm. Now they are even asserting that you are a spy sent by the rival company. When Zhang Shanshan first heard this, she nearly charged in to confront them directly. I refuse to believe such nonsense. They are simply envious of you, Sister Yang Mei. Envious of your prominence within the company. Yang Mei shook her head, chuckling softly. Whether it is true or not will soon be revealed. So why let their words disturb your peace? After saying this, Yang Mei confidently gathered her documents, leaving Zhang Shanshan somewhat perplexed. Sister Yang Mei, are you so certain that Kongpeng Pharmaceuticals products are flawed? Yang Mei smiled mysteriously. Just wait and see. Her demeanor piqued the curiosity of her colleagues. Yet no matter how they pressed her, Yang Mei remained reticent. That evening, after work, Yang Mei went to pick up her daughter, Lin Miao, from school. Watching her daughter joyfully wave goodbye to her friends, Yang Mei's heart swelled with complex emotions. Upon returning to the hotel with Lin Miao, Yang Mei asked with a smile, Miao, how did you find school today? The delight and excitement on Lin Miao's face had not yet faded as she replied with a grin. I had so much fun. They all said they missed me, and I missed them too. Thank you, Mama. Seeing her daughter so happy, Yang Mei suddenly felt that all her efforts were worthwhile. The next morning, as Yang Mei headed to work, she encountered Jiang Sisi once more. Their paths crossed again, and Jiang Sisi wore a mocking expression. So, Yang Mei, it seems you are banking everything on your useless husband, right? We shall see when you lose this contract, whether you and your pathetic husband can bear the consequences. Yang Mei merely shook her head, dismissing her entirely, while Jiang Sisi continued to shout in frustration behind her. You and your worthless husband are bound to face misfortune someday. Don't get too smug. I look forward to the day the company brings you to ruin. Upon entering the office, the atmosphere was palpably different. Following Jiang Sisi's earlier remarks, many colleagues regarded Yang Mei with a perplexed gaze. Only Zhang Shanshan, who had always been close to Yang Mei, breezed over to greet her. Sister Yang Mei, good morning. Yang Mei chose not to dwell on the negativity, nodding in acknowledgement before returning to her work. After nearly an entire morning had passed, it became evident that the personnel from the legal department had hurried to General Manager Zhang's office on several occasions. Witnessing this scene, Yang Mei furrowed her brows slightly. As anticipated, just before noon, a hushed voice emerged in the office, uttering, "Have you heard? It seems that there are indeed issues with the pharmaceuticals from Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited." This statement struck like a thunderclap, causing many colleagues to widen their eyes in disbelief, with several immediately casting their gazes toward Yang Mei. Someone quietly inquired, "Is it true? Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited? They are a well-established pharmaceutical company. How could their products possibly have problems?" Colleagues who had caught wind of the rumors nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I've seen the legal department preparing to propose a contract termination and demand compensation for breach of contract." Zhang Shanshan, having overheard, clapped her hands in delight. "I told you so. What does it matter if they are a long-standing pharmaceutical company? Just because they have a reputable brand does not mean their products are immune to issues. Who can predict such matters?" At this moment, a colleague countered, "Everyone has said it's merely a rumor. There's no need to take it so seriously, right? What if it's a misunderstanding or just idle gossip?" Zhang Shanshan, not one to back down, retorted, "As the old saying goes, where there's smoke, there's fire. If it were unfounded, why would anyone fabricate such tales?" At this juncture, some turned their attention to Yang Mei. "Yang Mei, Didn't your husband come to the company specifically to tell General Jiang that there were problems with the pharmaceuticals from Kangpeng? Do you know whether this is true or not? Yang Mei lifted her gaze, her expression remarkably calm. I'm not quite sure myself. Previously, Jiang Cece accused me of spreading baseless rumors, so I dare not speak freely now. Observing Yang Mei's non-committal response, the office gradually dispersed, hesitant and subdued. Who could have predicted that shortly after lunch, someone would exclaim from the office, "Did you see the news? I heard that someone who took the medicine produced by Kangpeng Pharmaceutical ended up in the hospital." This proclamation sent the entire office into a frenzy. As everyone began to exchange information fervently, "My goodness, is that true? Kangpeng Pharmaceuticals products, made with substandard ingredients? How could they profit from such unscrupulous practices?" Another chimed in, "Just the other day, I caught a cold and purchased their cold remedy. I hope I won't face any consequences." Faces reflected a mix of outrage and anxiety, each response unique. The entire company was abuzz with this news. The contract that General Manager Jiang had signed with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical, due to its substantial monetary implications, was common knowledge throughout the organization. Reactions varied from anticipation to envy. Now, it was rumored that General Jiang had carelessly let go of such a significant contract, leading to mockery and those eager to witness the unfolding drama within the company. As this news spread, all eyes turned toward General Manager Jiang's office. Jiang Siju was in his office, utterly elated, unable to restrain himself from slapping the table emphatically. "At last, I have awaited this day," he exclaimed. "I always knew that Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, profiting from such unscrupulous means, would eventually meet their downfall." At this moment, the assistant in the office was uncertain whether to feel joy or concern. After all, with the exposure of Kangpeng Pharmaceutical's misconduct, their company would soon initiate a series of preventive measures, the outcomes of which remained to be seen. Meanwhile, the staff in the office had gathered around Yang Mei. "Your husband is truly remarkable," someone remarked. "How did he even become aware of the issues with Kangpeng Pharmaceuticals products?" Others could not help but direct their inquiries towards Yang Mei. However, she merely waved her hand dismissively. "I am not sure where he acquired this information, but I prefer to believe it rather than dismiss it, so I informed President Jiang." In the office, flattery towards Yang Mei began to flourish, as if everyone had forgotten the prior mocking of her for marrying a seemingly ineffectual husband. "Yang Mei, your husband is truly impressive. He even knows this." Indeed, this is exceedingly rare insider information. Obtaining such knowledge is no less challenging than accessing a safe. Expressions of envy surfaced among the colleagues. "Yes, Yang Mei, your husband is extraordinary, capable of earning and possessing such valuable knowledge, a true gem." Chapter 55. A clash of wits. Just then, a gloomy Jiang Cece passed by the office door. Some sharp-eyed colleagues noticed and intentionally called out, "Isn't that Jiang Cece? She was just here stirring up trouble in our offices. Why is she silent now?" Jiang Cece, known for her fiery temperament, could not tolerate such provocation and turned to glare at the speaker. "Who are you to speak to me?" she retorted. "What, have you become Yang Mei's lapdog now?" Yang Mei, usually of good temperament, had grown weary of Jiang Cece's persistent harassment and seized the opportunity to retaliate. Thus, she smiled and asked pointedly, "What is the matter? Jiang Cece, did you not claim this morning that you would ruin me in court? Why the silence now?" Jiang Cece, unwilling to concede, stubbornly replied, "What is so impressive about hearing a bit of gossip? Do you really think you're capable of divining the future? What skill is mere gossip?" Yang Mei reveled in Jiang Cece's flustered demeanor, deliberately casting her a haughty glance and refraining from responding. This only served to infuriate Jiang Cece further. While she diligently worked for the company, Jiang Siju could reprimand her at will, yet Yang Mei had effortlessly ascended to success, relying on the perceived shortcomings of her husband. She was indignant, questioning why such a woman could be favored. The more she pondered, the more incensed she became, and Jiang Cece sharply remarked to Yang Mei, "Relying on a man to ascend the ranks, what skill is that? If you possess true capability, you ought to demonstrate it in your work." Zhang Shanshan, who had always disdained Jiang Cece, seized the opportunity to stir trouble for Yang Mei and indignantly retorted, "That is certainly preferable to those who merely spew acidic remarks without taking action." Jiang Cece shot her a fierce glare. "Who are you implying merely talks without doing anything? At least I conduct myself with integrity, unlike certain individuals who resort to unscrupulous means. It's utterly revolting. How can someone like that still have the audacity to remain in the company?" Her words were harsh and even slanderous towards Yang Mei. Yang Mei's expression hardened as she glared back. Jiang Cece, my restraint does not grant you the liberty to speak recklessly. You must take responsibility for your words. Today, clarify exactly who you are accusing of employing underhanded tactics. Jiang Cece stood her ground, countering with equal fervor. Whoever employs unscrupulous means is well aware of their own deeds. Just as their argument escalated, Jiang Siju entered with a cold demeanor. I too wish to understand what you mean by unscrupulous means. Jiang Cece felt as though she had been cursed by bad luck, for every time she sought trouble with Yang Mei. She encountered Jiang Siju. At that moment, Jiang Siju barely cast her a glance as he swiftly approached Yang Mei, exclaiming with excitement, Sister-in-law, I owe you and Brother Lin a great debt of gratitude. Thank you so much. The issues surrounding Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited's products had stirred a storm of controversy throughout the city. Countless news outlets began reporting on the matter. Upon receiving the news, Jiang Siju was nearly overwhelmed with joy. If the previous reports could only be deemed internal gossip, the coverage by the media effectively sealed the matter's fate. Consequently, their decision to decline collaboration with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited proved to be a sagacious one. Initially, when the opportunity for collaboration arose, some within the company had expressed skepticism towards Jiang Siju, believing that a young individual could not handle such a significant account. Yet, after he resolutely abandoned the partnership, those same voices began to criticize him, questioning his competence. Some even contemplated escalating their grievances to his father. The pressure Jiang Siju had endured during this period was immense. However, the quality inspection results he received had compelled him to persevere. He understood that once these attacks subsided, a bright future awaited him. Indeed, the recent troubles with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company Limited had silenced the upper management who had previously doubted him, especially in the past. Those executives who had vehemently attacked this collaboration now appeared visibly awkward upon seeing him, reluctant to utter a word. At this moment, Jiang Siju felt a genuine sense of vindication, so much so that he longed to share a celebratory drink with Lin Hao. Thus, he promptly rushed to the office, expressing his heartfelt gratitude to Yang Mei. Sister-in-law, I absolutely must invite you and Brother Lin for a meal. Please let me know when you both are available, and we shall dine together. Yang Mei, feeling both embarrassed and elated, hesitated, saying, Oh no, it's really not necessary, Mr. Jiang, it's our duty. Jiang Siju waved his hand dismissively. Sister-in-law, do not be so modest. You and Brother Lin have truly been a tremendous help to me. Please discuss with Brother Lin and see when you are free. Let us go out for a meal, shall we? At this juncture, Jiang Siju cast a cold glance at Jiang Cece and continued, This will also prevent certain individuals from gossiping and assuming there is something inappropriate between me and my sister-in-law. With a disdainful chuckle, he added, If these gossip-mongers had spent their time improving their professional skills instead of prattling, they would be far better off. In the days that followed, Jiang Cece, thoroughly chastised by Jiang Siju, was in a dismal state. After he left, she coldly flung her hand and stormed out, leaving the office in an eerie silence. The colleagues who had once been present now regarded Yang Mei with eyes that had shifted from envy to jealousy. After all, to receive such treatment from someone like Jiang Siju meant a guaranteed ascent within the company. He was known to be a rather unapproachable executive, and many colleagues both revered and feared him. Yet here he was, affectionately calling Yang Mei's sister-in-law and treating her with such warmth. It was a sight they had never witnessed before. Chapter 56. The arrival of a competitor. With this thought, the colleagues in the office felt increasingly aggrieved. It was clear that they had all started from the same starting line. So how was it that Yang Mei had seemingly hit the jackpot, with everything revolving around her? First, she found a husband who no longer squandered his days and could earn in a day what they made in a month. Now, she was being treated like a guest of honor by Mr. Jiang, who even wished to dine with her. It was simply infuriating to witness such disparity. Yang Mei, overwhelmed by her excitement over Jiang Siju's attention, found herself feeling a sense of helplessness. If this continued, how would her colleagues perceive her when she secured those lucrative projects in the future? As she concluded her day of work under the weighty gazes of her colleagues, Yang Mei gently rubbed her temples, feeling fatigued and ready to leave. Coincidentally, her brother Yang Sheng had mentioned he had no plans and wanted to invite Yang Mei and Lin Miao over for dinner. Yang Mei felt too embarrassed to accept, so she politely declined. Yang Sheng, understanding that he couldn't insist, suggested, How about I pick up Lin Miao for dinner and then take her to class. After contemplating for a moment, Yang Mei decided this was a good idea and agreed. As her workday concluded, she found herself enjoying a rare moment of leisure. With Lin Miao Miao absent from the hotel and no obligations to take the child out for a meal, her thoughts wandered. Perhaps she should visit the cold dish stall to check on Lin Hao. Although Yang Mei did not particularly wish to see him, she felt compelled to discuss the dinner invitation from Jiang Siju. On her way to Lin Hao's stall, Yang Mei noticed that other cold dish vendors had begun to appear near the end of the street. Frowning slightly, she decided to purchase a portion of cold dishes, only to realize that the ingredients were quite similar to those used by Lin Hao, albeit lacking in flavor and offered at a lower price. Contemplating this, she carried the cold dish to Lin Hao's stall. Upon arriving, she observed Lin Hao busily attending to his customers. Despite feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to the judgmental glances from his colleagues, Yang Mei's spirits lifted considerably. Today, she did not need to initiate conversation. A regular customer had already cleared a path for her. With a hint of awkwardness, she entered the back of the stall and greeted Lin Hao. "I'm not here specifically to see you, but I have something I wish to discuss." Seeing her approach, Lin Hao joyfully set aside his tasks, gesturing to the customers. "You all know the prices. Please pack your own orders. I have something to attend to." He then led Yang Mei away from the crowd. Familiar customers nearby teased, "Boss, you truly are a devoted husband. The moment the boss lady arrives, you abandon your stall?" Laughter erupted. Indeed, with such earnings, it seems he's under the thumb of his wife. Their good-natured teasing did not irk Lin Hao. Rather, it caused Yang Mei to blush deeply. Once they were outside the throng, Lin Hao inquired with a smile, "What brings you here today? Is there something you need to tell me?" Yang Mei subtly withdrew, furrowing her brow as she reminded him, "Are you aware that someone has started selling cold dishes on the other side of the street?" Lin Hao, unfazed by this news, nodded in acknowledgement. "I hadn't noticed, but it is not unexpected." Seeing that Lin Hao appeared entirely unconcerned, Yang Mei could not help but present the cold dish before him. "Look, this is what they're selling. The ingredients are similar to yours, yet the price is lower. Aren't you worried that, eventually, your stall might have no customers left?" Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I have my plans." His apparent lack of concern vexed Yang Mei, prompting her to drop her hand in frustration. Having known Lin Hao for some time, she assumed he was overly confident, believing that no one could possibly rival him or take away his business. Noticing her irritation, Lin Hao chuckled and patted her shoulder. Mei, I appreciate your concern. Thank you for sharing this with me. I assure you, I am aware of the situation and will find a way to address it. You need not worry about me." Even at that moment, Yang Mei remained a touch obstinate. "Who cares about you? It's not that I'm speaking of you. Every time I mention something, you simply respond with 'I know.' Yet I fail to see any action from you." Lin Hao chuckled, not bothering to retort. Over the past few days, he had grown accustomed to Yang Mei's soft-hearted yet sharp tongue, feeling no anger, but rather finding her endearing. At that moment, as Yang Mei observed the smile on his face, she felt a twinge of awkwardness mixed with an inexplicable shyness. Suddenly, she seemed to recollect something, slapping her forehead. "I remember. The reason I came today was to discuss another matter with you. Manager Jiang expressed a desire to treat us both to a meal and inquired about your availability." Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, does this pertain to the news regarding Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited?" Yang Mei quickly nodded in affirmation. "Yes, it just broke today." Although Lin Hao had not had the chance to peruse the newspaper, he could surmise the nature of the situation, thus he responded with a smile. "Right. Just have him set the time. As a sole proprietor, I have no rigid schedule." While Yang Mei ostensibly came to inform Lin Hao about manager Jiang's invitation, she still assisted him in setting up the stall, working diligently until evening. After bidding Yang Mei farewell as she returned to her hotel, Lin Hao began to pack his things for home, reflecting on the recent turn of events. He had anticipated that someone would eventually decipher the nuances of this cold dish, but he did not expect it to happen so swiftly. It appeared that a transformation on his part was imperative. A few days later, Manager Jiang's call reached Lin Hao. He expressed gratitude for the assistance Lin Hao had provided regarding Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, and reiterated his invitation for a meal. Lin Hao did not decline, accepting with a smile, and they arranged to meet at the Bainai Piaosheng Hotel. Despite the fact that Kangpeng Pharmaceutical had indeed faced quality issues in the past, by the time Lin Hao became aware of it, the matter had already generated considerable buzz. This occurrence was merely a precursor. It was unlikely to create overwhelming public pressure in the short term. However, Lin Hao pondered that perhaps, upon learning of the situation, Manager Jiang might have subtly nudged matters along. After all, Lin Hao could easily deduce that a loss of several $100,000 could weigh heavily on even a corporate executive. And Manager Jiang must be feeling considerable pressure within the company, likely wishing for the Kangpeng pharmaceutical situation to be exposed sooner rather than later. Chapter 57. The means of earning money in these past few days. Manager Jiang, buoyant with success at the company, sought out Yang Mei just before noon, cheerfully suggesting they drive together to lunch. Faced with the curious gazes of her colleagues, Yang Mei appeared far more composed, readily agreeing to join him. In full view of everyone, she climbed into Manager Jiang's car, and they proceeded to the Bainai Piaosheng Hotel. At that moment, Lin Hao had already been waiting at the entrance of the hotel. Upon seeing Yang Mei alight from the vehicle, he strode forward, disregarding Manager Jiang's bemused expression, and seized her arm. Mei, how have you been? Is the company busy these past few days? Manager Jiang's face displayed a mix of helplessness. Brother Lin, you and your wife are merely out for a meal, yet it feels as though you are rekindling the flames of a honeymoon. If one were unaware, they might assume you two had not seen each other in ages. Lin Hao could not help but inwardly exclaim. Jiang Siju's attitude epitomizes the notion of only witnessing the thief indulge while remaining oblivious to the consequences. At this moment, Yang Mei was rather accommodating. Did you not notice how unyielding she was when she left home a few days ago? However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, casting a light yet meaningful glare at Jiang Siju instead. What do you know? My affection for your sister-in-law is as boundless as the sky and as deep as the sea. Even after just a few hours apart, I miss her. Jiang Siju's eyes sparkled with mockery and jest. Brother Lin, enough. Your words are so sweet they could rot my teeth. Perhaps you should speak less. Yang Mei found herself at a loss amidst their banter. Her cheeks flushed as she tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve. Only then did Lin Hao shrug, and the group settled into the private room they had reserved at the Baina Aroma Hotel. As cups clinked and wine flowed, Jiang Siju, having partaken in some libations, bore a faint blush as he regarded Lin Hao earnestly. Brother Lin, I am truly grateful to you. Observing his demeanor, which suggested he had faced some grievances at work, Lin Hao remained silent, listening intently. You cannot fathom how I was spoken of when the contract from Kangpeng Pharmaceuticals landed in my lap. They labeled me reckless and inexperienced, unwilling to entrust this contract to me. Jiang Siju, typically reluctant to discuss such matters, found himself opening up under the influence of alcohol, feeling a kinship with Lin Hao. Later, when I relinquished the contract, they began to question my capabilities, hurling baseless accusations that nearly drove me to despair. Lin Hao recognized that Jiang Siju was undoubtedly under pressure, yet he remained unaware of the extent of his struggles at the company. As Jiang Siju grew animated, he took another swig of his drink. I cannot thank you enough. Brother Lin, from now on, you are like a real brother to me. If you ever need anything, count on me to assist. Lin Hao nodded, appreciating the sentiment. Suddenly, he recalled a textile factory he had previously considered and furrowed his brow slightly, tentatively inquiring, do you have any spare funds lately? Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's face paled, fearing Lin Hao intended to borrow money from Jiang Siju, and she quickly restrained him. Why do you ask that? Just enjoy your meal. Lin Hao waved his hand, understanding her concern, and replied with a smile, I am not seeking to borrow money. Jiang Siju, having developed a deep trust in Lin Hao's words, nodded with a grin. I do have some spare cash. Why do you ask, Brother Lin? Do you have some clever scheme? Noticing Yang Mei's anxious demeanor, Jiang Siju continued, Oh, sister-in-law, do not fret. Even if Brother Lin were to ask me for a loan, it would be no problem. I have firmly decided on our friendship. As he spoke, another thought crossed his mind. He retrieved a bank card from his pocket and presented it to Lin Hao. Brother Lin, he said, speaking of money, I have 300,000 here, which was lost to you in our previous wager. You must accept it. Please do not refuse. Upon seeing Jiang Siju offer the money, Yang Mei quickly interjected, No, Mr. Jiang, we truly cannot accept this. Jiang Siju held Yang Mei back and earnestly addressed Lin Hao. Brother Lin, you absolutely must accept this. Even if you disregard the 300,000 from our previous bet, it cannot be overlooked that you have helped our company avoid losses exceeding $1 million. This 30,000 is a token of my gratitude. If you refuse this, it would be quite disrespectful to our friendship. The weight of his words left Yang Mei speechless. Now that the matter had been stated so plainly, any further refusal would be seen as a lack of appreciation. Lin Hao, glancing at the bank card resting on the table, suddenly smiled and did not decline. He took the card before him, toyed with it for a moment, and then raised an eyebrow at Jiang Siju. Mr. Jiang, I happen to have a lucrative idea. Would you be interested in hearing it? Jiang Siju's interest was piqued. While he had no shortage of ways to earn money, he was eager to collaborate with someone like Lin Hao. He nodded in agreement. Of course. Pray tell, Brother Lin, what is your scheme for making money? Lin Hao grinned and replied, if you can gather around 400,000 to 500,000, I assure you that within a month, you could earn at least 20 times that. Yang Mei gasped, dropping her chopsticks, her eyes wide in disbelief as she grasped Lin Hao's wrist tightly. You mustn't jest. 400,000 to 500,000 is no small sum. And to multiply it 20-fold in just a month would amount to an entire 10 million. Such a method of earning seems utterly unbelievable. As if struck by a sudden realization, Yang Mei bit her lip and questioned him. You must not be involved in anything illegal, right? Do not drag Mr. Jiang down with you. Lin Hao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Fear not. It is a legitimate avenue for profit. Even Jiang Siju found it hard to believe. If anyone were to tell him that 400,000 to 500,000 could multiply 20-fold in a month, he would surely think them mad. Yet, the individual making such claims was Lin Hao, and he could not dismiss it entirely, given the prior dealings with Kangpeng Pharmaceutical Company, Limited. After much contemplation, Jiang Siju resolved in his heart. Chapter 58. Bestowing the VIP card. Jiang Siju felt that after several encounters with Lin Hao, he deemed him not to be one who resorts to deceitful means for profit. Thus, perhaps this proposed method of earning was indeed credible. With this thought, Jiang Siju decisively nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall prepare the funds in advance. When the opportune moment arises, Brother Lin, do not hesitate to contact me directly. The dinner was truly a delightful affair for both hosts and guests alike. Aside from Yang Mei, who harbored some skepticism regarding Lin Hao's claims of making 20-fold profits, everyone seemed at ease. After the meal, Lin Hao accompanied Yang Mei on her way back, as she anxiously tugged at his arm. Be prudent with your money. Do not let it implicate President Jiang. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I guarantee that this is a legitimate avenue for profit, devoid of any unscrupulous dealings. As he spoke, he presented his bank card to Yang Mei. Perhaps you could take a portion of this for your needs? I will utilize the remainder to generate more income, which I can return to you later. Yang Mei furrowed her brow slightly. Upon seeing the bank card, her initial impulse was to take it from Lin Hao, given his history of reckless spending. However, reflecting on her current insistence on divorcing him, it felt somewhat inappropriate to manage his finances. Yang Mei sighed inwardly, conceding to trust him this once, viewing it as a test of his resolve. Since this money is from President Jiang, you may keep it. I am not in need of funds at the moment. Nor do I require you to provide me with any. Lin Hao was uncertain whether Yang Mei's words stemmed from displeasure or mere politeness, so he simply tucked the card away. He contemplated that once the acquisition of the textile factory was complete, he could transfer funds to Yang Mei. Meanwhile, Yang Mei appeared preoccupied and reluctant to converse with Lin Hao. He could only offer her the cold dishes he had prepared in advance, watching her depart with a heavy heart. In the ensuing days, Lin Hao devoted himself to planning the acquisition of the textile factory. During his idle hours, he would stroll near the factory premises. However, he soon noticed that others seemed to be mimicking his cold dish stall, engaging in sales of their own. Yet, perhaps due to a lack of flavor compared to his offerings, their sales were not thriving. A few establishments that had opened recently closed after just a few days. While Lin Hao was immersed in his preparations, he unexpectedly received a call from Zhao Zhaodian, inviting him out for a meal and mentioning that he would present the VIP card they had discussed earlier. Lin Hao considered the matter. Zhao Zhaodian was a reasonable person with commendable character. Such a reputation warranted a friendship, and thus Lin Hao readily accepted the invitation. The venue was once again set at Xian and Yiping Xiangyuan, where they had previously dined. Upon Lin Hao's arrival, the staff, having been instructed, respectfully ushered him into a private room. Inside, two individuals were seated, and upon Lin Hao's entrance, they promptly rose to greet him. Brother Lin, it has been a while. One of them, Zhao Zhaodian, the host for the evening, warmly approached and clasped Lin Hao's hand. Lin Hao smiled and nodded. Zhao Ge, how have you been? Are you reaping bountiful rewards lately? Zhao Zhaodian waved his hand dismissively. Dear Lin, you are being overly modest. How could I possibly compare to your elegance? I have merely been adhering to a routine in my work lately. With that, he gestured towards another gentleman, smiling as he introduced him. I almost forgot to introduce you. This is Mr. Wu Zhongwan, the chairman of Feng Company. Upon saying this, he patted Lin Hao on the shoulder and exchanged a knowing glance. Chairman Wu, upon learning that I was dining with a young talent today, insisted on coming over to greet you. I hope you do not mind. The gentleman referred to as Chairman Wu nodded in agreement, smiling. Mr. Lin, I am Wu Zhongwen from Feng Company. I dare not claim the title of chairman, as I have come uninvited today, so I hope you won't take offense. Lin Hao understood that Zhao Zhaodian was deliberately broadening his network, and he was not foolish enough to dismiss the opportunity. He quickly nodded, smiling as he said, "It is my honor, Chairman Wu, to have you here for dinner. How could I possibly take offense? Please, take a seat." The group then seated themselves with laughter. At the dining table, Zhao Zhaodian initiated the conversation again. Smiling at Lin Hao, "I must express my gratitude to you, dear Lin. Your assistance has been invaluable to me in recent days." Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. "I cannot claim to have helped. I merely shared what I knew." At this moment, Wu Zhongwen chimed in. "I have heard about this. It seems that even the recent issues with the pharmaceuticals from Kongpeng Pharmaceutical Company have come to your attention, Mr. Lin. You are quite well informed." Lin Hao chuckled lightly, remaining silent while discreetly assessing Wu Zhongwen. Today, Wu was dressed in a well-tailored suit, exuding an air of refinement, and spoke with a sense of propriety that conveyed an amiable demeanor, which greatly pleased Lin Hao. In a distant future, he had encountered numerous individuals like Zhao Zhaodian. Some truly embodied the essence of a cultured businessman, radiating a demeanor that set them apart, while others, upon acquiring wealth, resembled nouveau riche, eager to flaunt ostentatious gold chains. It seemed that the man before him belonged to the former category, which resonated well with Lin Hao's preferences. However, Feng Company sounded somewhat familiar. As Lin Hao pondered this, he noticed Zhao Zhaodian smiling at Wu Zhongwen and saying, "I must tell you, Chairman Wu, that Lin's intuition is remarkably accurate. Even I find myself seeking his advice on certain matters. Given that you are dining with him, seize the opportunity if you have any questions." Noticing a hint of curiosity in Lin Hao's gaze, Zhao Zhaodian explained with a smile. "My dear Lin, I must confess that Chairman Wu is currently contemplating some new projects for his company. We were discussing this, and I suggested we dine together in hopes that you might offer some insights." Wu Zhongwen then presented his business card to Lin Hao, beginning his introduction. "Mr. Lin, our work at Feng Company primarily focuses on outdoor sports. Currently, there are relatively few individuals engaged in this field. To speak candidly, our company stands out as a remarkable entity." Chapter 59, The Incident Occurred. Lin Hao smiled as he accepted the business card. The card was designed with a minimalist elegance, clearly displaying the company's name along with Wu Zhongwen's name and title. Indeed, outdoor sports have emerged as a burgeoning trend in recent years. The individual before him has astutely recognized this business opportunity early on by founding a company dedicated to outdoor sports, which speaks volumes about their perceptiveness in the industry. Lin Hao's eyes held a glimmer of admiration. In the foreseeable future, outdoor activities and camping will gradually captivate the younger generation. With the accelerating pace of modern life, an increasing number of young people are grappling with immense workplace pressure, necessitating effective means to alleviate stress and restore balance to their lives. In this context, outdoor sports and camping have become their preferred choices. Among these activities, outdoor sports reign supreme in popularity among the youth. Lin Hao vividly recalled that in his memory, outdoor marathons became a significant trend for an entire generation. Countless young individuals traveled from various corners of the nation to partake in grand outdoor marathon events. This burgeoning wave of sporting enthusiasm has also garnered the support of the state. Companies engaged in outdoor sports have thrived during various large-scale events, reaping substantial rewards. With this in mind, Lin Hao felt a sense of clarity. It appeared prudent to establish a connection with the individual before him, as the field they were developing undoubtedly held promising prospects for the future. However, he found the name of the company, Feng, vaguely familiar, yet not entirely recognizable. Lin Hao furrowed his brow and inquired tentatively, "Is Chairman Wu embarking on any new projects recently?" Wu Zhongwen nodded, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, our company is planning to organize an outdoor cross-country marathon in Qinghai province. After all, the scenery there is breathtaking, with magnificent mountains and renowned lakes, which I believe will attract many young participants." Upon hearing about the outdoor cross-country marathon in Qinghai province, Lin Hao suddenly recalled why the name Feng resonated with him. If memory served him correctly, This very company had experienced a significant incident during their previous outdoor marathon in Qinghai province. Many of the young participants were novices in outdoor activities and lacked a strong sense of safety awareness. During the cross-country run, some strayed from the group, venturing into the deep woods in search of excitement, resulting in several individuals going missing. Once this incident was reported, the company's reputation suffered a tremendous blow. Subsequently, after the bodies of the young victims were discovered, their families besieged the entrance of Dengfeng Company, hiring a funeral band to play mournful tunes outside the premises, thus tarnishing the company's reputation irreparably within the industry. This immense setback led to the abrupt bankruptcy of Dengfeng Company, which had been on an upward trajectory. The chairman, Wu Zhongwen, burdened by the weight of this calamity, tragically took his own life by leaping from the rooftop of the company one fateful night, ending his brief existence. Reflecting on this, Lin Hao felt a chill run down his spine as he scrutinized the man before him, a sense of sorrow welling up within him. It was truly unexpected that someone as gentle and cultured as Wu Zhongwen would meet such a tragic fate. Unbeknownst to Wu, Lin Hao had glimpsed his future and was now curiously observing him, smiling as he inquired, "I have heard from General Zhao that Mr. Lin possesses an exceptionally keen intuition. Hence my visit to seek your insights. Do you have any valuable suggestions regarding my project?" As Lin Hao listened to Wu Zhongwen's introduction of his new endeavor, he recalled the media reports from that time, which stated that Dengfeng Company had sought alternative routes due to mismanagement, ultimately culminating in a tragic outcome. Lin Hao could empathize. For despite the promising future of outdoor sports, that was merely a prospect, and at present, Dengfeng Company found itself in a rather precarious position. This urgency for new activities to boost revenue was understandable. However, the ensuing tragedy was indeed a harrowing consequence. Having formed a favorable impression of Wu Zhongwen, Lin Hao smiled gently and offered a kind reminder. "Mr. Chairman, have you conducted a thorough investigation into the geographical conditions of Qinghai province? Outdoor activities inherently carry certain risks, and venturing there without proper caution may not be advisable." Wu Zhongwen nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lin's wisdom. "You are absolutely right, Mr. Lin. I have dispatched personnel to survey the terrain for outdoor activities, and we will compile a detailed report. Understanding the specifics of the proposed trail for our event is crucial." Observing Wu Zhongwen's meticulous preparations, Lin Hao began to discern where the responsibility truly lay. Thus, noting the eager glances exchanged between them, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "As for this endeavor, I neither endorse nor dismiss it outright. However, considering that outdoor sports are still in their nascent stages, not everyone is fully aware of the associated dangers. To embark on such an event, particularly in a distant location like Qinghai, may pose significant challenges in terms of management, especially with a large group." Indeed, this concern had long been contemplated by Wu Zhongwen, who smiled at this moment, seemingly unfazed by the matter at hand. "Mr. Lin need not worry excessively. Regarding this issue, we have already taken it into consideration. Hence, prior to the commencement of the event, participants will receive guidance and be informed of the potential dangers involved. Furthermore, they will be required to sign a personal safety waiver." However, Lin Hao did not concur with this perspective, frowning and shaking his head. "Chairman Wu, one must not regard this personal safety waiver too seriously. Allow me to explain. Although the waiver is signed, should an unfortunate incident occur, the document would hold no real weight. It merely serves to absolve legal responsibility." At this point, Lin Hao recalled the tumultuous families from years past and sighed deeply. Yet for these families, such an agreement would only fuel their anger further. Zhao Zhaotian, sensing something amiss, directly inquired, "Lin, are you implying that you believe Chairman Wu's project is bound to encounter issues?" Lin Hao chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "I wouldn't say it's a certainty. I merely harbor some concerns." Zhao Zhaotian and Wu Zhongwen exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of confusion. Lin Hao, feeling helpless, shrugged his shoulders. He had voiced his apprehensions, and whether Chairman Wu chose to heed them was entirely up to him. Wu Zhongwen had initially come to Lin Hao for his remarkably keen intuition. Upon hearing Lin Hao's somewhat unexpected response, he refrained from immediate rebuttal and fell into a contemplative silence. Zhao Zhaotian, familiar with Wu Zhongwen, understood his thoughts and continued to probe. "I say, Lin, while the situation is as it is, to simply abandon the event seems rather extreme. Is there no way you might propose a solution?" Wu Zhongwen earnestly looked at Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, I must confess, this project has been in the works for quite some time. The concerns you raised are indeed potential hazards, but to abandon it outright would place us in a difficult position. Might you devise a way to navigate through this? Lin Hao observed the two, feeling as though they regarded him as some kind of oracle, his expression of exasperation growing more pronounced. He could at most predict the chaotic events that might unfold in the future, yet he was not one to fulfill every request. How could he conjure a solution for Wu Zhongwen at this juncture? Moreover, one cannot reason with reckless souls. Those young individuals, seeking thrills in the depths of the wilderness, must surely understand the inherent dangers of their actions. He firmly believed that Wu Zhongwen had already conveyed the stakes involved before organizing this event. However, they stubbornly refused to heed advice. Who then can assist in managing such individuals? Yet, to return to the crux of the matter, there are numerous companies engaged in outdoor activities, yet it was solely Kai Tudingfeng Company that encountered issues. Could there be other underlying reasons? Lin Hao furrowed his brow, meticulously recalling the details disclosed in the news reports. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He remembered that the reports had mentioned the campsite's exceedingly poor signal reception. The victims had attempted to call for help from the station base, but their efforts were in vain. Moreover, it coincided with a torrential downpour, causing one to tumble down the muddy slope. Upon this realization, Lin Hao sighed and reassured, "Chairman Wu, I understand that significant thought has gone into organizing this event. However, I must candidly inform you that such dangers are, in fact, difficult to circumvent." Noticing the dimming of Wu Zhongwen's expression, Lin Hao let out another soft sigh. "If you seek my counsel, I can only remind you of a few crucial points." Wu Zhongwen, upon hearing this, instantly adopted a serious demeanor, attentive and ready to listen. Firstly, if you are to proceed with such an event, it would be prudent to carry signal boosters and provide each participant with a location wristband. This way, should any issues arise, immediate rescue can be facilitated. Secondly, it may be wise to refrain from organizing this event during this period. I have heard that Qinghai has recently been experiencing sudden downpours in the mountains. If rain were to fall during outdoor activities, the safety of many could be jeopardized. Wu Zhongwen nodded vigorously. Although the validity of intuition is often uncertain, Mr. Lin, your suggestions are undeniably constructive. Rest assured, I will take all of them into account and optimize the event further upon my return. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, feeling that he had said enough and unwilling to elaborate further. Zhao Zhaotian, while eager to understand how Lin Hao had deduced these matters, felt constrained by the presence of others and refrained from asking further. After the meal, Lin Hao took his leave, declining Zhao Zhaotian's offer to see him off. Zhao Zhaotian and Wu Zhongwen stood at the entrance of Yipingxiang Garden, watching Lin Hao depart, each wearing a distinct expression. "Old Zhao, we are not strangers. You must enlighten me about this. How capable is this Mr. Lin? Can his words be trusted?" Facing such inquiries, Zhao Zhaotian felt equally at a loss. How to ascertain the trustworthiness of Lin Hao was beyond him, and he could only sigh. "Let me tell you, old Wu, it is better to err on the side of caution. I believe that since he has shared these insights with you, and you yourself have stated that at the very least, his advice is sound, you should indeed avoid hosting this event for the time being. Wait a while, assess the situation, and then make a decision." Wu Zhongwen appeared to waver slightly. "However, you must understand that I have been meticulously planning this event for nearly 6 months. Over this duration, I have invested considerable effort, and now that the event is on the verge of materializing, it is quite challenging for me to decisively postpone it upon receiving such a few words of hesitation." Zhao Zhaotian could genuinely empathize with this sentiment, having endured similar dilemmas himself. Therefore, he did not press the matter further, but simply patted the other's shoulder. "Old Wu, having reached this juncture, the decision to heed or disregard rests solely with you." Wu Zhongwen could only exhale a deep sigh. "Let me propose this. I will discuss the matter with the upper management upon my return and reassess the risks associated with this event." With this, Wu Zhongwen did not linger, driving straight back to the company, intending to confer with the project team further. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had taken advantage of his free time to visit the textile factory on the outskirts of the city to assess the situation. In the following days, Lin Hao primarily dedicated his time to waiting at the textile factory. Soon enough, he awaited the arrival of the individual he had been anticipating, promptly dialing Jiang Sijou's number. A few days prior, Jiang Sijou had, due to the lucrative opportunity Lin Hao mentioned, withdrawn a portion of his savings. After some calculations, he estimated that he had around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan at his disposal, eagerly awaiting Lin Hao's contact. As expected, It wasn't long before he received Lin Hao's call, which indicated that everything was in order and they could proceed with the investment. Without hesitation, he sought to arrange a meeting with Lin Hao to visit the textile factory together. They agreed to meet the following morning to finalize the acquisition and avoid any unnecessary delays. After concluding the call with Jiang Siju, Lin Hao checked the time and decided to push his small cart out of the house, intending to sell his cold dishes on the street. Just as he had wheeled his cart a short distance from home, he unexpectedly received a phone call. Upon glancing at the screen, his heart leapt with joy as he saw it was Yang Mei. He answered eagerly, "Hello, Mei Mei, what prompted you to call me suddenly?" On the other end, Yang Mei's voice trembled slightly. "Lin Hao, how much spare money do you have? Could you lend me a little?" Lin Hao was taken aback. "How much do you need?" 150,000, came the reply, laced with a hint of inexplicable emotion, perhaps embarrassment or regret. However, Lin Hao did not dwell on it and readily agreed. "All right, I will bring the money to you right away. Where are you? Please provide an address." Yang Mei, her voice still shaking, disclosed an address for a police station. Lin Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. "What on earth are you doing at the police station? Is something wrong?" Yang Mei urged from the other end. "Just bring the money first. The situation is a bit complicated, and I can't explain it all at once." Lin Hao surveyed his surroundings. Realizing that there was no suitable spot by the roadside to set up his stall, he could only push his modest cart directly towards the police station. Meanwhile, Yang Mei stood anxiously at the entrance of the station, awaiting news. Just as she was finishing work that day, she had received a call from the police, informing her that her brother, Yang Sheng, had been taken in for fighting. The news left Yang Mei pale with fear, prompting her to hurriedly grab her bag and head to the station. Upon her arrival, she learned that her brother had gotten into a dispute at his workplace over a trivial matter. Yang Sheng, known for his fiery temper, had escalated the argument into a physical confrontation. His imposing stature and volatile nature had led him to engage in similar altercations in his youth over insignificant issues. In other words, Yang Sheng had become embroiled in brawls, often leaving his opponents at a disadvantage. Initially, during the scuffle, he had shown some restraint. However, as the confrontation progressed, his temper flared, and he began to strike with increasing severity. Ultimately, he not only fractured the other party's arm, but also vandalized their vehicle. The situation quickly spiraled out of control, prompting the other party to file a police report. While such incidents could be viewed as neither grave nor trivial, if the opposing party chose to pursue the matter, it could result in Yang Sheng facing serious legal repercussions, potentially leading to incarceration. Although a few days of detention might not seem significant, a criminal record could jeopardize his job, making it exceedingly difficult to secure a similar position within the system in the future. Despite his hot-headedness, Yang Sheng recognized the gravity of the situation and inquired at the police station about the possibility of a private settlement. The other party was open to negotiation but quoted an exorbitant sum, a total of 300,000 yuan, comprising 200,000 for vehicle repairs and 100,000 for personal compensation. However, Yang Sheng only had 150,000 in his provident fund, leaving him unable to meet the demand. The opposing party was relentless, insisting that if he did not pay up, the matter would not be resolved. In desperation, he called his sister, Yang Mei, asking her to retrieve their family's savings. Flustered, Yang Mei rushed home to collect the passbook and hurried back to the police station, finally managing to meet her brother. Clutching the hard-earned savings they had accumulated over the years, Yang Mei promptly headed to the hospital to negotiate a settlement. However, the attitude of the other party was exceedingly hostile, dismissively stating that unless they received 300,000, they would proceed with legal action. Yang Mei, unwilling to allow her brother to bear the burden of a criminal record for such an incident, persisted in her apologies. Yet the other party offered her not even a glance. Left with no other option, Yang Mei returned to the police station, where she and her brother discussed how they might raise the additional 150,000. Yang Mei's immediate instinct was to call her parents. However, Yang Sheng resolutely disagreed. He was acutely aware that he had erred in this situation. While the family might be able to scrape together 150,000, that sum was undoubtedly their life savings. Though impulsive, he was not devoid of conscience and could not bear the thought of his parents sacrificing their hard-earned money due to his mistakes. Firmly, he refused to ask his family for financial assistance, leaving Yang Mei to explore alternative solutions. Yet, after making a flurry of calls to every friend and relative she could think of, she was still unable to gather even 20,000. This sense of futility enveloped them both in despair. In a moment of frustration, Yang Sheng declared. Let that scoundrel sue me. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, convinced that the other party was attempting to exploit this opportunity to extort him. In light of this, he even considered withholding the 150,000 entirely. However, Yang Mei could not bear to watch her brother languish in jail. With a criminal record, finding employment would become an insurmountable challenge, and the prime years of his life would be squandered, leaving little room for future growth. Resolute, Yang Mei gritted her teeth. She knew her brother had always looked out for her, shielding her from their mother's scoldings throughout their lives. With this in mind, she steeled herself and called Lin Hao. She was aware that Lin Hao had recently received 300,000 from Jiang Siju and could potentially assist her. As soon as Lin Hao answered, he hurried to the police station. At the entrance, he finally spotted the anxious Yang Mei and rushed to her side. Mei, what on earth happened? Chapter 62. The cost of 300,000. Upon seeing Lin Hao, who appeared to be her anchor, tears streamed down Yang Mei's face. Sensing her distress, Lin Hao felt a pang of sympathy and gently comforted her. It's all right, don't panic. Let's discuss everything slowly and find a solution together. With Lin Hao's presence, a heavy burden lifted from Yang Mei's heart. My brother, Yang Sheng, he got into a fight at work, she sobbed, recounting the entire ordeal. The memories of the cold treatment she received at the hospital only intensified her sense of injustice, and her tears flowed freely. Lin Hao sighed deeply, presenting his bank card to Yang Mei. This card has 300,000. Use it to resolve the situation first, and we can deal with the aftermath later. Originally, Lin Hao had intended to invest this money in a textile factory with Jiang Siju. However, if he were to part with 150,000 now, he would face a significant loss in potential profits. Nevertheless, for Lin Hao, those millions were not of paramount importance. Money could be earned again. What truly mattered was the thought of Yang Mei witnessing her brother's life being irrevocably damaged, which would burden her with guilt for eternity, a fate Lin Hao was determined to prevent. Clutching the bank card in her hand, along with the passbook containing a substantial sum of 150,000 yuan in housing funds saved by her elder brother, Yang Mei's trembling heart finally found solace. Exhaling deeply, she hurriedly dialed the plaintiff at the hospital, requesting his presence at the police station to negotiate a resolution to the matter. Lin Hao accompanied her. Waiting at the station, when the man, wrapped in bandages, entered with an air of arrogance, he demanded money outright. Where's the money? Wasn't it agreed upon that I would receive 300,000? Hand it over. Upon witnessing the man's insufferable demeanor, Lin Hao could not help but frown. Yet, at that moment, Yang Mei, displaying remarkable composure, presented the 30,000 to him. This is our compensation. Please speak with the officer and refrain from suing us. I sincerely apologize. Yang Mei adopted an exceptionally humble posture this time. Fortunately, despite the man's unpleasant attitude, he was not entirely unreasonable. After accepting the money, he approached the police to clarify the situation. Upon realizing that both parties had reached an amicable settlement, the police merely offered a mild admonition and instructed them to wait outside the station for the release of the individuals involved. After expressing her immense gratitude, Yang Mei waited outside with Lin Hao. Before long, Yang Sheng, looking somewhat haggard, emerged from the police station. He had endured considerable distress due to the brawl and had feared imprisonment. He had even begun to succumb to despair when he unexpectedly received word that the matter was resolved and he could leave. Like a lost soul, he walked out of the station, and upon seeing his sister waiting for him, he snapped back to reality, hastening towards her and asking, "How was I released? Didn't they demand 300,000 from us?" Seeing her brother unharmed, tears streamed down Yang Mei's face as she trembled while explaining, "Yes, they demanded 300,000, and I have given it to them. Brother, thank goodness you're all right." However, to her surprise, Yang Sheng did not share her relief. His expression darkened upon hearing her words, and he grasped her hand tightly. "Where did you procure that 15,000? Did you contact our parents?" Though Yang Sheng had a volatile temperament and had caused his fair share of trouble throughout his life, he had always held deep concern for his family. This was precisely why, when the incident first occurred, he had resolutely refused to ask their parents for money. Now, witnessing Yang Mei actually produce 30,000 for the settlement, his immediate reaction was to fear that their parents had sacrificed their savings to secure his release, his face growing grim as he gritted his teeth. "I will confront that scoundrel and demand our money back. Let them sue. I can afford to lose this job." Yang Mei quickly intervened to restrain him. "Brother, please don't act impulsively. You now have a criminal record. Finding work will be exceedingly difficult." Yang Sheng was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. Yet when he thought of his parents, he gritted his teeth and said with resentment, "No job is no job. At worst, I can serve dishes for a living. No matter what, I cannot allow my parents' hard-earned retirement savings to be entirely squandered." Considering his younger sister, he refrained from forcefully breaking free, biting his lip as his eyes began to redden. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Yang Mei hastily explained, "Brother, please don't be upset. I haven't asked our parents for money, nor have I mentioned it to them. This money was given to me by Lin Hao." Upon hearing this, Yang Sheng managed to calm down, taking a couple of deep breaths and directing his gaze towards Lin Hao. "Him? Where would he get 150,000? Yang Mei stammered, at a loss for how to elucidate the situation, and could only muster the courage to say, "I borrowed 150,000 from him. Regardless of how he acquired the money, as long as you are safe, that is what matters." Yang Sheng had always looked down on Lin Hao, considering him a spineless coward. Now, learning that his sister had even gone to borrow such a sum from that scoundrel for his sake, only intensified his anger. Previously, Lin Hao had treated his sister poorly. Now, with both of them indebted to one another for such a substantial amount, wouldn't Lin Hao become even more arrogant? Contemplating this, his expression darkened. "I won't allow this. That brat is nothing but a thug. 30,000. Why doesn't he just go rob it? I will retrieve the money." Yang Mei turned pale, gripping Yang Sheng's hand tightly to prevent him from leaving. "Brother, please don't act impulsively. It's already quite difficult for you to be out. Let him have the 30,000, and let us just put this matter behind us, all right?" Yang Sheng was not inclined to listen, his face flushed with rage. "It was that scoundrel who spoke without thinking. Why should I restrain myself? That brat is utterly shameless. He dares to extort us for 30,000. I will definitely get my money back. If he refuses, I'll break his other hand." Seeing the situation escalating, Lin Hao quickly stepped in to mediate. "Yang Sheng, you really should not act rashly. I believe Mei is right. At this moment, your safety is paramount. 30,000 can be earned again." Yang Sheng was not the type to heed advice, and Lin Hao's condescending tone only fueled his fury further. "Who do you think you are? A spineless coward daring to lecture me? How I conduct my affairs is none of your concern." He could not help but yell at his sister, "I'm going to get that money back. Return that 150,000 to him, and sever all ties with him." Yang Mei, having already altered her perception of Lin Hao due to previous events, felt increasingly grateful to him for alleviating her immediate crisis. However, witnessing her brother's attitude upon his return left her feeling embarrassed, prompting her to speak up. "Brother, please don't act like this. Thanks to Lin Hao this time. Otherwise, you would still be at the police station." This remark truly ignited Yang Sheng's explosive temper. "Am I to rely on this useless fool for salvation? Do I need this imbecile to rescue me? I will go demand the money back right now." Observing her brother roll up his sleeves, ready to strike, tears streamed down Yang Mei's face once more. She understood her brother's temperament all too well. Yang Sheng had always been quick to anger, engaging in numerous fights, and during the most severe incident, he was even sent to a juvenile detention center. Thus, he did not harbor a profound fear of imprisonment. However, this matter was tied to his career, and he could not afford to act so rashly. Lin Hao, possessing a good-natured disposition, stood by with a slight frown. "Regardless of your attitude towards me, we have already disbursed 300,000. If you go and beat someone up again over this, won't our money be wasted?" Yang Sheng clenched his fists, directing his ire at Lin Hao. "You worthless wretch, don't lecture me. Do you believe I won't cripple that pretty face of yours first?" Yang Mei, overhearing this exchange, could not help but feel embarrassed for him. Gritting her teeth, she interjected, "Brother, you cannot act so impulsively. If you continue this way, I will have to call Mom and Dad." Lin Hao had kindly offered to assist them with the money, and Yang Mei was grateful beyond measure. However, her brother's attitude upon his release was disheartening. Even for Yang Mei, the bystander. This threat unexpectedly calmed the irritable Yang Sheng. It wasn't that he feared his parents, but he genuinely harbored no malicious intentions and deeply valued family. It was precisely for this reason that he had previously clashed with his mother to protect his sister. Likewise, he sincerely wished to keep their parents unaware of his brawling and the exorbitant 30,000 he had to pay. After all, his parents were elderly, and he could not bear to add unnecessary worry to their lives due to his reckless actions. With this thought in mind, he took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain composure, and glared at Lin Hao through gritted teeth. "I don't need you, a worthless fool, to teach me how to handle my affairs." At this juncture, Catching his sister's worried gaze, he restrained his temper and turned to Lin Hao, stating that 150,000 will be considered a loan from you, and I will return it promptly. Don't think that by lending me that amount, you can start barking orders at me. You have no right to dictate to me. Yang Mei's expression was a mix of helplessness and exhaustion. Brother, please don't speak like that. Yang Mei held a profound affection for her brother. Otherwise, she would not be willing to tidy up his mess. Although the family had always favored sons over daughters, Yang Mei, due to her brother's care for her, firmly believed that he was more important than herself. Otherwise, why would she be willing to set aside her dignity and principles to call Lin Hao for a loan on his behalf? Yang Sheng was aware of Yang Mei's sentiments and, suppressing his irritation, finally said to her, "Please do not inform our parents about this matter. I shall return home now and will certainly repay the money promptly." As she bid farewell to her brother, Yang Mei exhaled deeply, while Lin Hao, standing nearby, shook his head and offered his counsel. "Yang Mei, you truly ought to dissuade him. You may have managed to assist him this time, but what about the next occasion? He has already broken someone's hand. What if he inadvertently causes a fatality next time? Do you possess a means to extricate him then?" Lin Hao's words, though harsh, rang with truth. Yang Mei had harbored concerns about such eventualities, yet she had been reluctant to envision the situation spiraling into something dire. It was only after her brother's entanglement in a brawl that led to his detention and the loss of a staggering 300,000 that she fully comprehended the magnitude of trouble her brother's impulsive temperament could incite. Acknowledging this, she replied to Lin Hao, "Very well, I understand. I shall endeavor to counsel him further in the future. I truly appreciate your assistance this time." Observing Lin Hao beside his rudimentary cart, still laden with unsold goods, Yang Mei felt a twinge of embarrassment and fidgeted with her clothing. "Are you still planning to operate your stall today? If you are taking orders, I could lend you a hand." Lin Hao glanced at the sky, noting that there was still time left in the day. Considering the potential for additional earnings, he nodded. "It's all right. You need not accompany me. You must be tired as well. Return home and rest." Yang Mei waved her hand dismissively. "Meow Meow and the others have an activity at kindergarten today, and the school will provide a uniform dinner. After the event, the teachers will arrange transport for them back home. Hence, I am not concerned. I can assist you with your work first and still return to help her with her homework." Seeing Yang Mei's earnestness, Lin Hao relented, and the two pushed the cart to the street. Many loyal customers were already gathered near their stall, eagerly awaiting Lin Hao's arrival. As they approached, the customers surrounded them, and after a bustling evening, they garnered a few thousand yuan. Upon concluding their business for the day and returning home, Yang Mei continued to express her gratitude to Lin Hao. "I am truly grateful to you. You have alleviated my urgent predicament. Rest assured, I will find a way to repay the 150,000 as swiftly as possible." Noticing how much this sum weighed on Yang Mei's mind, Lin Hao smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "It matters not. Why speak of such things? We are partners, united as one. My finances are yours as well. Why discuss loans or repayments?" Chapter 64. The slow earnings of the stall. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable warmth surged within Yang Mei's heart. The friends and relatives she had previously reached out to had all been polite on the phone, yet when it came to money, they had flatly declined her requests. To claim she was unaffected would be disingenuous. After all, regardless of how close one may be, conversations about money invariably render people cautious. It was precisely this experience that made Yang Mei acutely aware of the cold realities of human relationships and the fickle nature of societal ties. However, her husband, Lin Hao, despite his own financial struggles, unhesitatingly took 150,000 for himself. He endured the arduous journey merely to rescue Yang Sheng, who had consistently been treated poorly by him, from the police station. This gesture left Yang Mei somewhat touched. Perhaps this incident revealed that, regardless of everything, her husband still harbored feelings for her. Even after she had coldly neglected him and quarreled with him in the past, he was still willing to provide her with tangible assistance in such a moment of need. This realization infused Yang Mei's gaze towards Lin Hao with an added layer of gratitude and warmth. As Lin Hao looked upon her fair visage, glistening with perspiration, he could not help but reach out to wipe away a droplet of sweat. As he tenderly brushed his wife's face, a pang of sorrow gripped his heart. Yang Mei, once as vibrant as a blooming flower, now bore the scars of life's harsh trials merely by being with him. Women of her age had already established happy families, perhaps indulging in luxurious skincare routines on their plush beds. Yet, Yang Mei had to endure the elements for survival. even working alongside him after long hours. Lin Hao felt a deep ache in his heart as he gazed earnestly into Yang Mei's eyes. In due time, when circumstances allow, I shall buy you a car, he declared. That way, you can commute without braving the wind and rain. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei was momentarily taken aback before shaking her head. There's no need. It's a waste of money. With a hint of embarrassment, she added, I don't even know how to drive, nor do I wish to obtain a license. A car would only sit idle at home, so it's better to save the money. As she spoke these words, a flicker of skepticism illuminated her eyes, suggesting that she believed Lin Hao's words were merely intended to placate her. Having spent years together, Lin Hao understood her well. He recognized that she did not fully trust his intentions. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was not surprised, for his past was indeed filled with shadows he preferred to forget. Thus, it seemed that he must wait until he could secure the textile factory acquisition and attain greater financial stability before he could purchase the car and present the keys directly to Yang Mei. Handing her the actual car keys would undoubtedly convey more sincerity than mere words. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao refrained from saying more. Although the prospect of buying a car was not imminent, Yang Mei's attitude towards Lin Hao shifted significantly due to his loan of $150,000. The following day, she finished her work early and made her way to Lin Hao's stall. Upon arriving at the street corner, she found that Lin Hao had already set up his stand. Today, the foot traffic was noticeably busier than usual, prompting a smile to grace Yang Mei's face as she prepared to lend a hand. However, the sign displayed at the stall caused her complexion to pale. What had once read cold dishes was now replaced by the word stall for sale. Beneath, there is a line of small print. Stall for sale, 80,000, non-negotiable. Next to this sign, a more conspicuous one stands tall. Exclusive cold dish formula, 2,000 per person, guaranteed to teach you. Upon seeing these two signs, Yang Mei stood frozen, struck as if by lightning, inevitably recalling the matter of Lin Hao borrowing $150,000 from her yesterday. Could it be that he had scraped together that sum with great difficulty? Is that why he is now selling his stall? Contemplating this, Yang Mei found herself bewildered by her own feelings. Meanwhile, Lin Hao noticed Yang Mei standing not far off, greeting her with a smile. Mei, you've arrived. Have you eaten yet? In front of so many people, Yang Mei felt it inappropriate to press for answers, so she simply responded and took a few steps closer. I see you are quite busy today. I thought I might lend a hand. As usual, Yang Mei busied herself alongside Lin Hao, and it was only when they were returning after closing the stall that she finally voiced her most pressing concern. Why do you suddenly want to sell the stall? Is that $150,000 I lent you really borrowed? Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. No, don't overthink it. That $150,000 was given to me by General Jiang previously. Hearing this, Yang Mei was even more perplexed. Then why the sudden decision to sell the stall? Lin Hao shrugged. I think the stall generates profit too slowly. There's no need to continue. Yang Mei gasped in surprise, even questioning if she had misheard. Too slow? That stall can earn several thousand a day, over 10,000 a month, nearing $1 million in a year? Such a rate of income, and yet you find it slow? However, in Lin Hao's eyes, the profit from the stall was indeed unsatisfactory. After all, in that distant future, he envisioned himself as a billionaire. Earning just over 10,000 a month would require years of toil to reach 100 billion. Observing Yang Mei's bewildered expression, Lin Hao smilingly elaborated. You mentioned before that there are other cold dish stalls nearby, and that was when I decided to sell mine. Although our stall is quite profitable, it lacks technical complexity. His reasoning resonated with Yang Mei, rendering her momentarily speechless as she recalled the cold dish stalls she had seen days prior, unsure of how to counter his argument. If others truly wished to learn, they could likely figure it out after a few days of contemplation. Lin Hao shrugged. Since they can acquire my skills whether I teach them or not, it's better to reap the benefits while they remain unaware. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei frowned again, retorting with some dissatisfaction. Even so, there's no need to sell the stall. Lin Hao, however, shook his head. Since I intend to teach others the cold dish formula, the market will inevitably become crowded with competitors. Chapter 65. 20-fold profits. Lin Hao did not share Yang Mei's intense obsession with the cold dish stall. He recognized that once new stalls emerged, they would inevitably siphon off the customer base, diminishing the potential for profit. Yang Mei had to concede that Lin Hao's reasoning was indeed sound. Given this reality, it would be prudent to sell the stall now, while they remained the sole focus of attention, maximizing their profit. The stall's value would undoubtedly peak at this moment. While Yang Mei understood the logic behind this, she couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Despite the anticipated competition, the stall could still generate a substantial monthly income. Even if it amounted to just over 10,000 yuan, that would accumulate to over 100,000 in a year. She even contemplated suggesting to Lin Hao that if he was reluctant to manage the stall, he might as well transfer it to her. However, her pride held her back. Lin Hao, on the other hand, maintained an optimistic demeanor, waving his hand dismissively. It's all right. If we lose this avenue of income, there will always be other ways to earn. There are countless methods to make money. Why focus solely on this small venture? Had this conversation taken place in the past, Yang Mei would have rolled her eyes and admonished Lin Hao. However, witnessing his confident demeanor now rendered her retorts impotent, leaving her only to cast an exasperated glance his way. It's easy for you to say. Why haven't I seen you come up with any money-making schemes before? There are plenty of ways to spend money. Lin Hao chuckled helplessly. All right, I admit my fault. Can we not dwell on past grievances? Seeing his pleading expression, Yang Mei couldn't help but chuckle and lightly poke his forehead. Fine, it's your stall. How you choose to handle it is your business. I won team medal. As they conversed, they arrived at her doorstep. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, Yang Mei had already been expelled by her mother from her brother's home, mistakenly believing she still resided with Yang Sheng. As he watched Yang Mei depart, Lin Hao realized it was time to initiate his next plan, collaborating with Jiang Siju to acquire the textile factory. Shortly after Lin Hao advertised the sale of the stall and the cold dish recipe, numerous interested individuals began to surface. If the first day had been marked by hesitation, the second saw several individuals transfer funds to Lin Hao, eager to learn the recipe. Lin Hao was generous with his knowledge, willing to teach anyone keen to learn. Just as he sold the cold dish recipe, competitors quickly surfaced, establishing similar stalls and unapologetically vying for his business. Faced with their wary glances, Lin Hao could only shrug in resignation. Fortunately, the brief passage of days had not yet significantly diminished his customer base. Typically, patrons, aside from their impatience, would instinctively gravitate towards his establishment for purchases. However, upon noticing the presence of several competing stalls siphoning off a portion of the foot traffic, the envy directed towards this cold dish vendor surged. By the third day, the number of individuals seeking Lin Hao for his cold dish recipes had doubled almost instantaneously. The stall, which had displayed a price tag of 80,000, transitioned from being overlooked to increasingly frequented by bargain seekers. By the fifth day, the stall was decisively purchased for the full sum of 80,000. Henceforth, Lin Hao completely extricated himself from the cold dish industry, leaving his stall to a successor who was now confronted with a growing number of competitors selling similar fare. Lin Hao remained unperturbed by the ensuing rivalry. With over 100,000 in hand, along with the 150,000 previously acquired from Jiang Siju, Lin Hao's assets totaled nearly 300,000. Thus, it was not long before he arranged a meeting with Jiang Siju to discuss the acquisition of a textile factory. As they drove towards the outskirts of the city, Jiang Siju could not suppress his curiosity. Brother Lin, what exactly is your method for making money? He inquired. You haven't elaborated on it yet. Lin Hao smiled and explained. The textile factory is on the brink of closure due to mismanagement. However, they possess numerous imported facilities that, with a bit of refurbishment, can be put back into use. If we manage to sell them, we stand to gain a significant profit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Siju furrowed his brow slightly. Brother Lin, are you suggesting that we are purchasing second-hand equipment merely to refurbish it and resell at a first-hand price? That seems rather unscrupulous. Lin Hao chuckled and shook his head. You've misunderstood, Mr. Jiang. I would never engage in such practices. We are simply acquiring the machinery and reselling it secondhand. It's merely a matter of reselling used equipment. Lin Hao appreciated Jiang Siju's principled approach to business, finding joy rather than irritation in his inquiries. He believed that having a teammate with integrity was preferable to encountering those who would abandon all principles in pursuit of profit. Thus, Lin Hao amiably clarified, moreover, we will also provide some maintenance and refurbishment services, which cannot be deemed deceitful. Besides, does Mr. Jiang not see the merit in this 20-fold profit? Jiang Siju chuckled lightly, offering no dissent. If Lin Hao's strategy was to refurbish second-hand equipment and resell it at a first-hand rate, Jiang Siju would indeed regard such actions as unsavory. However, if Lin Hao were to transparently communicate that he was reselling second-hand machinery, then this mutually beneficial arrangement could be seen as astute foresight. The journey progressed swiftly, and before long, they arrived at the outskirts, with the textile factory looming ahead. Lin Hao surveyed the dilapidated structure, contemplating his next move. This textile factory is considered a well-known and established establishment, having once flourished for a considerable period. The owner accumulated some wealth from this enterprise, which allowed for substantial investments in high-quality machinery. However, as time progressed, the factory failed to adapt to contemporary trends, leading to a significant decline in product sales. Ultimately, it was forced into bankruptcy. As a result, most of the employees either resigned or were reassigned, leaving only a few to manage the remaining operations. Chapter 66. Acquisition of $1 million in capital. Currently, the only individual overseeing matters at the factory is the nominal factory director. However, this director is solely focused on swiftly divesting the factory to extricate himself from the situation. Lin Hao and Jiang Siju arrived near the factory and parked their vehicle. As they approached, they observed the director bidding farewell to a group of individuals. "Excuse me, are you the person in charge of the textile factory?" Lin Hao inquired as they stepped closer. The factory director, noticing their refined attire, adopted a tone of courtesy. "Greetings, I am indeed the director of this textile factory. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" This situation required Lin Hao to take the lead, as Jiang Siju, accustomed to executive dealings, was less adept at engaging with someone of this stature. With a warm smile, Lin Hao responded, "We have heard that there has been a factory closure in this area, and we came to see if there is anything available for acquisition. Should you have any scrap materials or outdated machinery that you need assistance with, we would be happy to take them off your hands." Initially, the director regarded the two with a degree of respect, but upon learning they were there for scrap, his demeanor shifted, his shoulders relaxed, and a hint of disdain crept onto his face. "Ah, so you're here for scrap. You've come to the right place, as we do have quite a bit of waste. However, I fear you may not have sufficient funds to purchase it." Jiang Siju, known for her fiery temperament, was taken aback, as she was accustomed to overseeing others rather than being scrutinized herself. Her expression soured, but mindful of Lin Hao's need to negotiate, she restrained her irritation. Lin Hao, displaying his usual good-natured demeanor, simply smiled and replied, "That may not be the case. We are specifically here to acquire some second-hand materials. Whether fabric or machinery, we are in need of both." With a confident grin, he added, "My brother and I have prepared nearly $1 million in capital. While I cannot claim we could purchase the entire factory, I believe we could acquire a substantial amount of equipment and materials. What do you think, Director?" The factory director, initially skeptical of these well-dressed individuals, began to reconsider the potential for profit. Who among you could have imagined that one could casually announce a price of $1 million? Instantly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. In this day and age, such a naive spender exists, willing to invest $1 million merely to acquire scraps? Although the offer was presented on a silver platter for him to exploit, even the director of the textile factory couldn't help but ponder silently. What kind of folly must one possess to engage in such a ludicrous act? Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that while these two individuals may exhibit a touch of folly, they indeed wield genuine wealth. Should that $1 million truly fall into his grasp, it would surely yield a profit of $200,000 to $300,000. What a windfall that would be! With this thought in mind, his gaze towards Lin Hao and Jiang Siju became increasingly fervent. These two affluent gentlemen. No, these two esteemed individuals. The director's smile grew ever more radiant, nearly spilling over with his exuberance. Jiang Siju, however, was not oblivious. Upon hearing himself labeled a naive spender, he merely rolled his eyes. Had it not been for Lin Hao's suggestion of potential profit, he wouldn't have eagerly come forth to play the fool. Lin Hao, seemingly oblivious to the exchange, continued to smile at the factory director, awaiting the continuation of his discourse. At this juncture, the director, brimming with enthusiasm, regarded the two men as if they were long-lost friends. "Ah, gentlemen, there exists a plethora of items within our textile factory ripe for acquisition. Whether it be a variety of fabrics or the machinery housed within, all can command a handsome price. Should you wish to procure, feel free to peruse at your leisure." Lin Hao nodded, responding with a smile. "If that is the case, let us proceed at the price of scrap metal, paying by the pound, shall we?" The director readily agreed. "Very well, choose as you please." The machinery in the factory was cumbersome and unwieldy, and the director himself had no knowledge of their origins, only that some may have been costly at the time of purchase. However, with the textile factory on the brink of bankruptcy, he harbored no illusions about profiting from these machines. When Lin Hao proposed to purchase at the scrap rate, the director was elated. One machine could potentially fetch thousands. Why would he not welcome such an opportunity? Observing the director's expression, akin to someone who had struck gold, Lin Hao chuckled inwardly and continued, "Since you have no objections, let us proceed with this arrangement. However, there appears to be an overwhelming number of machines here. We may need to be discerning. Some are in such poor condition that we shall forego them." The director's demeanor shifted, a hint of displeasure crossing his face as he noted their pickiness. As if dissatisfied that these supposed Navi spenders dared to be selective, unwilling to take all the machinery off his hands. Yet, contemplating the opportunity before him, he led them into the factory, casually gesturing towards the machines within. "Here they are. Feel free to examine and select." Observing the male protagonist, they appear to possess an easily bullied demeanor. The factory manager, devoid of any pretense, merely gestured towards the batch of goods, indicating that upon sale, he would receive a substantial kickback. If all goes well, once weighed and paid for, they could simply call for a vehicle to transport their haul. However, should they require assistance, the factory does have vehicles available, albeit at the cost of fuel. Lin Hao, unfazed by the manager's opportunistic demeanor, smiled and nodded. "In that case, let us first take a look," he suggested. The factory manager, not wishing to engage in further banter, cast a disdainful glance at the dilapidated equipment before turning to leave. He was unconcerned about the possibility of these two individuals pilfering anything in his absence. Once the manager departed, Jiang Siju could no longer contain his frustration. "Lin, did you see that man's attitude?" Jiang Siju, accustomed to being revered, was incensed by such treatment. "I've never encountered someone so miserly and unscrupulous. We arrived to help them dispose of their waste, and he treats us with such disdain. Even now, he expects us to pay for transportation. Can it get any more parsimonious than this?" Lin Hao, contemplating the substantial profit he would earn from the eventual sale, remained in good spirits and waved dismissively. "Come now. We did come here to collect scrap. What favorable attitude could we possibly expect from a factory manager towards two scrap collectors?" Jiang Siju was momentarily silenced by this logic, his irritation manifesting as he struck the wall beside him in frustration. Lin Hao, maintaining his amiable disposition, reassured him. "All right, let us not dwell on this. We are here to hunt for treasures. Do not let this encounter dampen your spirits. Let us see what they have." With that, Lin Hao began to explore the factory. Although the textile mill had ceased operations, it was not excessively filthy or disordered. Many fabrics remained largely intact, merely coated in a layer of dust, lending an impression of disorder and age. Lin Hao was quite pleased, nodding as he examined the surroundings. Jiang Siju, unable to discern the potential within, followed Lin Hao curiously, surveying the area without gleaning any insights. Noticing the absence of others, he tugged at Lin Hao's sleeve and inquired, "Lin, what captivates you so? This pile of scrap metal and some gaudy, seemingly useless rags bring you joy? What is there worth purchasing here?" Lin Hao chuckled, patting Jiang Siju's shoulder, and casually extracted a piece of fabric from a towering stack nearby, presenting it to him. "Feel the texture of this cloth." Though Jiang Siju was not well versed in fabrics, he had experienced many quality materials. As he touched the cloth, he furrowed his brow slightly. Despite its aged appearance, the fabric felt surprisingly pleasant, as if interwoven with silk. Lin Hao nodded in affirmation. The fabric in question is indeed woven with a blend of silk, initially intended for supply to high-end manufacturers. However, due to subsequent sluggish sales, it has remained languishing in the warehouse. Moreover, the current manager, lacking familiarity with the textile industry, has inadvertently provided us with a fortuitous opportunity. The textile factory produces a vast array of fabrics daily, aside from the personnel specifically tasked with product management. Others are oblivious to which fabrics hold value and which do not. Jiang Siju clapped his hands in excitement. "Brother Lin, if I understand you correctly, we should select some valuable fabrics from this collection to resell? The fabrics produced here are indeed of good quality, but have simply lacked a market." Thus, Jiang Siju felt no qualms about this venture, his demeanor reflecting exhilaration. Yet, gazing at the warehouse brimming with fabric, he felt a sense of trepidation. "Brother Lin, how can we ascertain how many of these fabrics are blended with silk? We have no way of knowing. Furthermore, if the professionals in textile are unable to sell them, how can we?" Observing Jiang Siju's troubled expression, Lin Hao chuckled and patted him on the shoulder. "Relax, I brought you here for a reason, I assure you. We won't end up stuck with this entire stock. Moreover, this is merely an appetizer. The real treasures lie ahead. Let us venture further." With that, Lin Hao set down the fabric and began to navigate through the heavy machinery in the factory. If his memory served him correctly, many of these machines were imported from abroad. Among them was a particular machine dedicated to printing, utilizing a relatively obscure electronic printing program. This program has since been adopted by many textile factories, yet in the current era, it remains undervalued. The decision to purchase this printing machine was primarily based on its status as the least expensive among the imported equipment. With no one aware of the inherent value of the program it housed, Lin Hao focused intently on locating the electronic printing machine, while Jiang Siju trailed beside him, curiously inspecting the surroundings, hoping to seize an opportunity. It was not until Lin Hao stopped in front of a seemingly newer machine that Jiang Siju hurriedly approached. "So, Brother Lin, have you discerned anything of significance? Is this the machine you're searching for?" Lin Hao opened the machine and examined its operational logic. Although the intricate code eluded his understanding, he vaguely recalled the descriptions from news reports and nodded in satisfaction, pointing at the machine. "Indeed, this is the one." Jiang Siju, still somewhat bewildered, had been observing without comprehending much. Seeing Lin Hao's enthusiasm, he eagerly pressed for clarification. "Lin, could you enlighten me on where the true value of this machine lies?" Lin Hao chuckled softly, pivoting the control panel of the printing machine towards Jiang Siju. "This printing machine, imported, carries a price tag of over $100,000. However, its true worth resides in the electronic printing program it houses. This program has yet to be officially released, yet numerous foreign textile factories have begun integrating such innovative software into their machines for electronic printing." Lin Hao, having specifically sought out this electronic printing machine, was well versed in its intricacies. Nonetheless, the majority of domestic textile factories continue to operate with outdated programs. Should there be a generational update of the software, many machines embedded with obsolete programs will inevitably face obsolescence. Understanding Lin Hao's perspective, Jiang Siju immediately grasped the implications. This particular printing machine, equipped solely with new programs, can remain functional for a considerable duration as long as it is well maintained. Moreover, it stands to benefit from the emerging trends in textile machinery, ensuring it can command a handsome price in the future. "Is that what you mean?" Jiang Siju, demonstrating his acumen as a business elite, promptly comprehended Lin Hao's intention. Observing Lin Hao's approving nod, Jiang Siju clapped his hands in delight. "Ah, Lin, you truly are remarkable." Chapter 68, 120,000 for scrap metal. Indeed, Lin possessed a discerning eye for detail, recognizing even the minutiae. Yet, a frown creased Jiang Siju's brow as he pondered. Given that this machine is an imported model equipped with such advanced software, why would the factory manager be willing to sell it as scrap metal? Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. The factory manager, as a high-ranking executive, likely lacked awareness of such specifics. Moreover, the textile factory had been neglected for quite some time. Those who possessed true expertise had long since departed, leaving no one to inform the manager of this imported equipment. Lin Hao had anticipated these inquiries, enabling him to respond with clarity when Jiang Siju posed his questions. Even if one were to summon the factory manager, he would only be aware that some machines in the factory were imported. However, if questioned about which machines were imported, their origins, or the nature of the embedded programs, he would likely be at a loss for words. Lin Hao's reasoning was indeed sound. Jiang Siju, reflecting on his own experiences, recognized that if the roles were reversed, he too would struggle to delineate the specifics of outsourced projects and their respective companies. Thus, leveraging this information gap, they could undoubtedly reap substantial rewards from this textile factory. Jiang Siju surveyed the imposing printing machine before him, estimating its weight to be several hundred pounds. Even at scrap metal prices, it could be acquired for just over 10,000. Yet, machines of this caliber typically command prices in the range of hundreds of thousands to even millions. After careful consideration, Jiang Siju realized that the mere existence of this machine could yield profits multiplied by dozens. This was indeed the first time he had stumbled upon such a lucrative opportunity. With this thought, Jiang Siju could not help but glance at Lin Hao. "Brother Lin," he said, "could this be another one of your instincts? It seems you have an abundance of such insights." Lin Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, the mountain man has his own clever plans." Observing Lin Hao's deliberately mysterious demeanor, Jiang Siju understood his reluctance to elaborate, so he wisely refrained from pressing further and instead clapped Lin Hao on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Brother Lin, it appears I have truly aligned myself with the right person. As you feast, I am content to savor the broth." Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. I wouldn't say anything about feasting. I only have around 300,000 on hand, and a significant portion of this capital comes from you. So ultimately, the lion's share belongs to you. As he spoke, Lin Hao slightly furrowed his brow. However, I anticipate that our acquisition plan will require approximately 120,000. Yet, with only 1 million at our disposal, we may have to initially select items that can be quickly resold for higher profits. Lin Hao let out a soft sigh. Had he not sent that 150,000 to Yangmei, they would undoubtedly have been able to reap substantial rewards from the textile factory with this 120,000. Jiang Siju waved his hand grandly. Enough of that. Brother Lin, you need not worry about the money. This 300,000 is yours, and I will distribute the profits accordingly. As for the remaining 200,000, I will devise a way to manage it. With that, Jiang Siju rubbed his hands together in excitement. Since we are here, we must seize the opportunity. How could we possibly walk away without gathering enough? He then cast an eager glance at Lin Hao. Brother Lin, take your time selecting. Jot down everything you choose, and we will have it all transported at once. Seeing Jiang Siju's extravagant confidence, Lin Hao nodded in agreement. After all, this batch of equipment was sure to fetch at least 10 million at the outset. Jiang Siju wouldn't likely object to fronting an additional 20 or 30,000 for the initial investment. As he accompanied Lin Hao, listening to him detail which fabrics and equipment could yield profits within the textile factory, Jiang Siju was thoroughly enlightened. The two busily selected some standout equipment, labeled their choices, and finally called the factory manager back in. Manager, we have made our selections. These pieces of equipment and fabrics seem promising, and we intend to acquire them all at once. What do you think? The factory manager, much like Lin Hao, lacked in-depth knowledge about the specific equipment and fabrics within the textile factory. Upon inspecting the labeled items, he noted that some were new while others were old and even rusted, resembling scrap metal. The fabrics varied in color and material, some covered in dust and mixed with an assortment of unidentifiable debris, rendering the factory manager hesitant to even touch them. The criteria by which these two individuals selected their items remained elusive to the factory director, who, choosing not to dwell on the matter, simply nodded. Since you have made your selections, I shall summon someone to weigh them. Jiang Siju, initially anxious about the concealed value of the equipment, exhaled a long sigh of relief upon realizing that the director genuinely lacked discernment, and proceeded to observe the weighing process. The weighing alone consumed several hours, for the equipment was exceedingly cumbersome, requiring considerable effort to extract from the factory. Eventually, the total weight of the machinery was determined to be approximately 500 to 600 tons. Based on the market price for scrap metal, this amounted to roughly 1,200,000, aligning closely with Lin Hao's prior estimation. Lin Hao and Jiang Siju had previously assessed their available funds to be around 1 million. Regarding the additional 200,000, Jiang Siju waved his hand dismissively and promptly devised a means to produce it all at once. Noticing Lin Hao's lingering hesitation, Jiang Siju, in a magnanimous tone, remarked, Brother Lin, do not dwell on it. This 200,000 is inconsequential to me, including any subsequent labor and transportation costs, which I shall also cover. As a token of my gratitude to you. Lin Hao understood that Jiang Siju was not one to be overly meticulous about such matters, thus he nodded in agreement. In that case, the last piece of equipment we selected will belong to you. At this moment, Jiang Siju regarded Lin Hao almost as a deity, regretting not having met him sooner. Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, he expressed his refusal with a countenance that clearly indicated disagreement. All right, Brother Lin. Why must you differentiate so clearly between us? The last piece of equipment you chose shall indeed be yours. Consider this 200,000 merely as an initial investment I am extending to you. Chapter 69. Selling for 10 million is no problem. Jiang Siju sincerely wished to cultivate a friendship with Lin Hao, and his face radiated genuine warmth. We are friends. After all, there is no need for such precise accounting. Simply remember this as a favor. Lin Hao's expression betrayed a hint of helplessness. It was not that he was particularly in need of the 200,000. Whether the last piece of equipment proved profitable or not was of little consequence to him. In his eyes, this sum was trivial, yet the value of a favor from him held far greater significance. In that distant future, he had lacked the foresight to predict his own ascent from humble beginnings to vast wealth, accumulating tens of billions, even hundreds of billions. In this lifetime, Lin Hao was entirely confident in his ability to amass assets exceeding 1 trillion. What does 1 trillion signify? to possess such wealth. A single favor from him would undoubtedly start at no less than 8 figures, if not more. Thus, to attempt to purchase his favor with a mere 200,000 seemed rather absurdly advantageous. Lin Hao was not inclined to quantify the bonds of friendship in cold, hard figures. Rather, he simply had little inclination to remain indebted to anyone. Noticing Lin Hao's intent to decline once more, Jiang Sizu's expression shifted slightly. Brother Lin, does this imply that you do not consider me a friend? 200,000, and still you wish to haggle? How can one discuss camaraderie in such a manner? Lin Hao, observing his unwavering determination, reluctantly acquiesced. After all, Jiang Siju's intentions were well-meaning. He would consider this favor as a gift to him. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao chose not to dwell on it, nodding with a smile. All right, thank you very much this time, he said. Jiang Siju waved his hand dismissively. Brother Lin, there is no need for such formality between us. We are beyond keeping score. Once they had completed the procurement, the two of them exuberantly drove back to the city from the outskirts. En route, Lin Hao produced a list detailing the equipment and materials they had acquired that day, along with potential trading partners from various companies. He then handed this list to Jiang Siju. As I've mentioned before, since we VE invested in these items, we cannot let this batch languish in our possession. With the list in hand, Lin Hao's face radiated confidence, seemingly unperturbed by the thought of these goods failing to sell. In due time, we shall sell all these items at the prices indicated here. I've calculated that if we sell at the marked prices, reaching 10 million should be quite feasible. The mention of 10 million left Jiang Siju momentarily speechless. Over the years, he had dabbled in investments in minor companies. Although the company he currently worked for was under his father's name, he had invested in numerous projects himself, effectively becoming a partial stakeholder. Yet, despite his efforts to develop the advertising firm, the total profits barely exceeded a few million. To an ordinary person, such profits might seem unattainable. However, for someone like Jiang Siju, who grew up in a wealthy family, it appeared rather insignificant. Furthermore, both his father and uncle boasted cash flows in the millions. In comparison, his endeavors felt more akin to a child's play. Lin Hao's projection of 10 million represented the most substantial sum he had ever anticipated earning, leaving Jiang Siju overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words. Just then, they encountered a red light, prompting Jiang Siju to stop the car. He took the list and scrutinized it in detail, unable to suppress his astonishment as his mouth fell agape. Brother Lin, this is beyond mere calculation. With so many individuals and such an array of equipment, I'm amazed at how you compiled this information so comprehensively. Lin Hao vaguely deflected the praise. Gathering this information isn't particularly difficult. Given that we are acquiring a textile factory, it's essential to understand the market for its equipment and materials. I merely conducted some research. Noticing Jiang Siju's awe, Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. You are, after all, a child of privilege. For you, such matters are simply a matter of asking, and someone will present the information to you. Collecting such information is not particularly challenging. One merely needs to search online and remain observant, subsequently organizing the findings. Perhaps Lin Hao's casual remarks were too understated, leading Jiang Siju to believe him. Yet he still displayed an expression of appreciation. Brother Lin is truly thorough in his endeavors, remarkably impressive. Lin Hao stroked his chin, contemplating that in a few days, once the news about external provincial resources is released, many will likely flock to the outskirts of the city in search of fortune. However, Jiang Siju was unaware of this information and was still in awe of Lin Hao's foresight. Brother Lin, I have never encountered someone with such keen business acumen as you. Following you has indeed allowed me to earn quite a bit of money. Lin Hao shrugged. In truth, he was not the only one harboring such thoughts. Many others were waiting in the shadows for an opportunity, biding their time. In a couple of days, once the news is confirmed and made public, those eager individuals will surely make their way to the outskirts to seek their fortunes. Yet, what they do not realize is that by acting swiftly, they could have extracted all the truly valuable treasures today. In the future, should they wish to delve into this venture, they may find little of worth remaining. Earning small sums may be feasible, but if they aspire for substantial wealth, they might find no opportunity. At that moment, Jiang Siju's phone suddenly rang. Lin Hao, not wishing to eavesdrop, quickly turned his head away. Nevertheless, a robust voice emanated from the phone. You little rascal, where have you run off to now? On the other end, Jiang Siju's face was a picture of exasperation. Dad, what kind of talk is that? I am no longer a child. I have my own work now, and of course, I am busy with other matters outside. Could you refrain from treating me like a child all day long? Lin Hao immediately deduced that the caller was Jiang Siju's father, the successful business magnate Jiang Yaohui. Spare me your nonsense. Be here within 40 minutes, and don't dawdle. With that, the call abruptly ended. Lin Hao found their father-son communication both amusing and somewhat pitiful. Chapter 70. The tragic conclusion of father and son. Lin Hao could discern that although Jiang Siju's words hinted at dissatisfaction, he still tolerated his father's behavior. In this light, their relationship resembled the most traditional father-son dynamic, albeit with a charming vibrancy. Noticing Jiang Siju's troubled expression after the call, Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Since the items had already been purchased, there was no need to rush into other matters. Why don't you head back first? I'll catch a ride shortly. They had originally planned to complete the acquisition of the textile factory's items today and then procure the necessary parts for the machine refurbishment. However, with Jiang Yaohui's unexpected call to Jiang Siju, it seemed their plans would be postponed. Observing Lin Hao's calm demeanor, Jiang Siju felt a twinge of embarrassment, offering an awkward smile. It's nothing, Brother Lin. My father simply has that temperament, so please do not take it to heart. With a sigh of resignation, Jiang Siju added, It seems I won't be able to purchase the parts today. However, I am not in a hurry. I can first take you back. May I inquire where you plan to go afterward? Lin Hao glanced at the sky outside and, perceiving it was still early, smiled. How about you drop me off at the company? I can conveniently have a meal with Yang Mei. Jiang Siju nodded, pressing the accelerator, and the car sped off once more. On the road, noticing Jiang Siju's troubled expression, Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Is it merely a scolding from your father that has put you in such a mood? Is your relationship with him so strained? Jiang Siju shook his head. My relationship with my father is neither good nor bad. We are simply father and son. The issue lies in his stubbornness. We struggle to communicate. With another deep sigh, he continued, the main problem is that lately, he has been fixated on wanting grandchildren. He constantly tries to set me up with various women for blind dates, which is quite a headache. Lin Hao, taken aback, regarded Jiang Siju with curiosity. But you're not very old. Why the rush to marry? Jiang Siju, feeling understood, replied, Indeed. I don't consider myself old. Yet, my father is in a hurry. No matter how I explain it to him, he refuses to listen. Jiang Siju was approximately 30 years of age. While it is often said that a man should establish himself by 30, this age also marks a critical period for career development. Choosing to marry at this juncture could potentially hinder professional advancement. Moreover, as a workaholic, Jiang Siju was wholly devoted to his career, yearning to achieve something substantial to demonstrate to his family that he could carve out his own path through merit. Under these circumstances, Jiang Siju found little inclination to date, dine, or marry. Nevertheless, regardless of how he attempted to reason with Jiang Yaohui, his father persisted with a singular refrain, At 30, when do you plan to marry? In your 40s or 50s? Frustrated, Jiang Siju tapped the steering wheel. What of marrying in my 40s or 50s? Many people do so nowadays. Besides, I am not here solely to provide him with grandchildren. I have my own life and career to pursue. Jiang Siju felt immense distress over his father's insistence on marriage. His father, being quite stubborn and embodying the traits of a traditional patriarch, would not entertain any explanations, reiterating the necessity of marrying and having children promptly. Each time Jiang Siju asserted his youth, his father would scoff, You call yourself young? Have you looked in the mirror? At your age, you ought to consider having a son to ensure someone will care for you in your old age. As the conversation dragged on, Jiang Siju grew increasingly exasperated. The father-son relationship had grown considerably cold due to the incessant pressure of marriage proposals. Observing that traditional methods of matchmaking were futile, Jiang Yaohui took it upon himself to orchestrate blind dates for Jiang Siju. He would frequently call Jiang Siju, informing him of yet another arranged meeting with a potential partner at a hotel for lunch. Initially, Jiang Siju would begrudgingly make an appearance to appease his father. But as he became engrossed in his work, he found himself unable to carve out time for these encounters, ultimately neglecting many young women who had been left waiting in vain. Curiously, each of the young ladies Jiang Yaohui selected hailed from affluent backgrounds, daughters or granddaughters of prominent figures, or nieces of influential families. It could be said without hesitation that they belonged to the upper echelons of society. The disappointment of being stood up by Jiang Siju would surely lead these young women to voice their grievances at home. which would only serve to further inflame Jiang Yaohui's already heightened frustrations regarding his son's marital prospects. Witnessing Jiang Siju's distress, Lin Hao could only shake his head in resignation. Although Lin Hao had never experienced such turmoil, he could comprehend the situation. For someone like Jiang Yaohui, who had achieved considerable success and maintained a seemingly happy family life, the desire for a grandchild was a natural expectation as he entered middle age. However, if Lin Hao recalled correctly, Jiang Yaohui's health had been deteriorating. Years of social engagements, late-night drinking, and relentless work-related stress had taken a toll on his body, culminating in a diagnosis of late-stage liver cancer. In the current medical landscape, such a diagnosis was tantamount to a death sentence. Even the doctors had expressed their helplessness, lamenting that had he sought medical attention sooner, there might have been a chance for intervention. Regrettably, it was now far too late. This revelation struck Jiang Siju profoundly. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, believing that his relentless focus on his career had led to a neglect of his father's well-being, resulting in this tragic outcome. Enduring the dual blows of career and familial loss, Jiang Siju became a recluse in his 40s, fading from public view. Tragically, it was during this time that Jiang Yaohui succumbed to his illness, leaving behind a son who had also become a shadow of his former self. Thus, it seemed that both father and son ultimately met with a tragic fate. However, these events lay years ahead, and at present, they remained oblivious to the looming tragedies, consumed instead by the pressing dilemma of marriage. Lin Hao wished to broach this sensitive topic with Jiang Siju, but before he could utter a word, their vehicle came to a halt outside the company building, where a luxury car worth millions was parked nearby. Chapter 71. What does one wish to achieve without marriage? Beside the opulent vehicle stood a sharply dressed man, seemingly waiting for someone. Jiang Siju's immediate reaction was to turn off the engine, his expression darkening slightly as he opened the car door. "Come on, Lin Gu, let's get out. My sister-in-law should be upstairs." Lin Hao, observing his friend's discomfort, merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Do not concern yourself with me. You may attend to your own affairs." Jiang Siju's nodded appreciatively, albeit with a hint of frustration, as he strolled toward the luxury vehicle. The impeccably dressed man in front of the car was none other than Jiang Yaohui's secretary. Upon seeing Jiang Siju's, he smiled and offered a slight bow, subsequently opening the car door to reveal Jiang Yaohui's furious visage. Jiang Yaohui, seemingly clinging to his identity as both father and chairman, refused to exit the vehicle, choosing instead to glare at Jiang Siju's with intensity. "Where have you been? Did you fail to meet the young lady I instructed you to see? How can you, a grown man, allow a young girl to wait for you in a restaurant for 2 hours? Do you possess no sense of responsibility or accountability?" Irritated, Jiang Siju's ran his fingers through his hair and replied, "Father, I have made it clear that I am not interested in marriage or blind dates. Could you refrain from arranging those chaotic encounters for me? I simply do not have the time to dine or shop with them." Jiang Yaohui was so enraged that he nearly shattered the leather seat of the car. "Not interested in marriage? What do you intend to do instead? At your age, should you not be establishing a family and a career? Why do you persist in such aimless pursuits?" Jiang Siju's, visibly displeased, retorted, "Father, what do you mean by that? Who is considered old at this age? I am barely in my 30s. Moreover, what do you mean by aimless pursuits? I am not out smoking, drinking, or gambling. I am engaged in legitimate work." To Jiang Yaohui, Jiang Siju's notion of legitimate work seemed trivial, akin to childish play, and he had never taken it seriously. As the conversation progressed, Jiang Yaohui cast a disdainful glance at his son. "Legitimate work? What have you earned from it? Over the years? How much have you managed to save? Just look at this small company. I invested in it years ago merely for amusement. Do you see me managing it now? You, on the other hand, seem to treat it as a treasure. What is there to cherish about this insignificant little firm? Tell me, has your total revenue even reached 10 million over the years?" Jiang Siju's despised having his efforts so easily dismissed, and his countenance darkened. "Father, must you always evaluate everything based on monetary gain? Although my revenue over the years has indeed not reached 10 million, I have been earning through my own hard work. Is there anything wrong with that?" At this point, Jiang Yaohui opened the car door and stepped out to stand before Jiang Siju's. Though he was no longer as towering as his son, his presence exuded equal authority. "I wonder if you possess any self-awareness. Setting everything else aside, even a mere cook at your uncle's hotel earns more than you do in a year. And yet you stand here, proud of yourself, oblivious to your own limitations. Jiang Sizhu's understood that, in his father's eyes, the money he had earned over the years was utterly insignificant. However, being reprimanded in front of so many people still left Jiang Sizhu somewhat irked. "Dad, what's the matter? I admit I have earned little over the years, but at the very least, I can support myself." Jiang Yaoi glared at him with irritation. "How can you not feel ashamed? The few million you've earned are trivial, and you dare claim to support yourself?" Jiang Sizhu, perplexed by his father's discontent with his profession, wore a slightly sullen expression. "I earn my living through my own abilities. What is there to be ashamed of? Relying on my own hands is far better than being dependent on others." Their altercation outside had already attracted the attention of many in the company, yet out of respect for Jiang Sizhu, no one dared to openly intervene. Jiang Yaoi had long noticed this and chose not to continue the argument. His face hardened as he declared, "Enough of this nonsense. You need to find a suitable girl to marry. Having a wife will keep you in line and prevent you from wasting time." He added menacingly, "If you disregard my advice, I will freeze all the funds in your bank account. Let us see how you plan to eat then." Traditional parents like Jiang Yaoi often resorted to economic pressure as a primary means of discipline for disobedient children. While this tactic may not be particularly sophisticated, it proved effective. Hearing his father's words, Jiang Sizhu felt a flush of embarrassment. Over the years, he had indeed made some money, but he spent it lavishly and had little saved. The luxurious apartment he lived in and the expensive car he drove were all acquired thanks to his family's resources. Had it solely depended on his personal efforts, he could not have afforded them. Yet, confronted by his father's lofty gaze, he gritted his teeth, steeling himself, and thrust the car keys into his father's hand. "I said I won't go. Even if you cut off my bank account, I still want to comply. I can always return these houses and cars. I won't starve relying on my own hands." Jiang Yaoi widened his eyes in disbelief, astonished that his son had truly become so resolute this time. It was not the first occasion he had used the threat of taking away the house and car to coerce Jiang Sizhu. Previously, his son had always recognized his inability to afford such luxuries and would merely engage in a few exchanges before letting the matter slide. However, this time, Jiang Sizhu dared to assert himself and return the car keys without hesitation, leaving Jiang Yaoi feeling that his paternal dignity had been profoundly challenged. Jiang Yaoi's expression darkened immediately. "You won't starve? Humph. How much have you spent on cars and houses over the years, all funded by our family? Do you truly believe that without our support, your little, pitiful company could afford you such a comfortable life?" Jiang Sizhu felt his face pale at these words. He had to concede that his father's statements were, in fact, grounded in truth. However, in this situation, Jiang Yaoi's words left Jiang Sizhu feeling profoundly embarrassed. Chapter 72. It would be best to visit a hospital for an examination. It seemed his father regarded him as nothing more than irretrievable refuse. And Jiang Sizhu felt his dignity had been grievously insulted. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. He thought defiantly, "Do not look down upon me. One day, I shall earn enough to buy a house and a car." Previously, Jiang Sizhu might not have possessed such confidence. Yet now, he had Lin Hao by his side. With Lin Hao, a discerning mentor teaching him the art of investment. Could he truly fear financial failure? Although Jiang Sizhu would not place all his hopes solely on Lin Hao, having such a person nearby alleviated his worries, sparing him from aimlessly investing like a headless fly as he had done before. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaoi was so furious he nearly slapped Jiang Sizhu across the face. Fortunately, the secretary, perceptive of the chairman's agitation, quickly interjected, "Chairman, there is a banquet later. Perhaps you should compose yourself and attend." Jiang Yaoi, gripping the keys handed to him by Jiang Sizhu, felt even more incensed at the sight of his son stubbornly holding his ground. He shot him a fierce glare and declared, "Very well. I shall see just how long you can maintain this obstinacy." With that, Jiang Yaoi stormed off to his car. Noticing Lin Hao standing nearby, he cast a scornful glare in his direction, perhaps mistaking him for one of Jiang Sizhu's unsavory associates. Lin Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, merely shrugged. He had not anticipated that his first encounter with this business titan would unfold in such a manner. However, seeing the chairman's grim countenance reminded him of the time he had read in the news about Jiang Yaoi's diagnosis of liver cancer, which seemed to coincide with the present moment. With this thought, Lin Hao deemed it necessary to offer Jiang Sizhu a word of caution. Jiang Sizhu stood there, engulfed in the exhaust fumes of his father's vehicle, his expression a mix of embarrassment and resignation. As Lin Hao approached, Jiang Siju shook his head in exasperation. Brother Lin, I truly apologize for subjecting you to this spectacle. Lin Hao shook his head and smiled. As you said, we are friends. There are no such things as embarrassing moments among friends. Yet, I perceive that your relationship with your father seemed quite harmonious. What led to such a fierce quarrel today? The mere thought of the incident ignited Jiang Siju's anger, and he glared in the direction the car had departed, gritting his teeth in vexation. That old man is incorrigible. So stubborn. He constantly threatens me with the matter of my bank card. Who is he trying to intimidate? I refuse to stoop to his level. Observing Jiang Siju's demeanor, Lin Hao understood that his friend was not genuinely angry with his father. Rather, he was momentarily flustered by his father's remarks, causing him to speak in haste. Recalling a previous news report about a severe depression diagnosis following the death of his father, Lin Hao inexplicably felt a twinge of sympathy for the man before him and spoke up. Between fathers and sons, what grudges could linger overnight? Moreover, I just heard from your father's secretary that he has a banquet to attend this evening. At this, Jiang Siju also displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. Indeed, the old man spends his days attending various frivolous engagements and drinking incessantly. Given his already frail health, one wonders how he can continue this way without risking his well-being. Lin Hao furrowed his brow slightly. I believe your concern is not without merit. It would be wise to choose an opportune moment to take your father for a medical examination. After enduring such experiences, Jiang Siju had unwavering faith in Lin Hao's instincts. Hearing this reminder, his immediate reaction was a surge of worry for his father's health, prompting him to ask urgently, Brother Lin, does your comment imply that you have sensed something amiss? Gripping Lin Hao's arm tightly, his expression turned anxious. Brother Lin, please tell me, is my father ill? Is it serious? Can it be treated? Lin Hao sighed resignedly. His intuition was not akin to prophetic foresight. He could not directly convey that he foresaw his father developing liver cancer, so he opted for a more tactful approach. Not precisely. I only noticed that Chairman Jiang appeared rather unwell, his gait somewhat unsteady. Perhaps it is due to his frequent engagements and advanced age, which render him unable to drink regularly. Given the circumstances, I recommend a timely visit to the hospital for an examination. Seeing Jiang Siju's continued anxiety, Lin Hao offered a reassuring smile. My words do not carry definitive implications. If the examination yields no concerns, that would be the best outcome. However, should anything arise, it would be prudent to seek the advice of a medical professional. Although Lin Hao refrained from stating it outright, Jiang Siju regarded his words with utmost seriousness, and the alarm bells in his mind rang loudly. The issue lay in the fact that his father was perpetually occupied, seemingly devoid of the inclination to attend a health checkup. Their company did conduct annual health assessments, yet the old man had never participated, often preoccupied with social engagements. Recalling the hurtful words exchanged in a recent argument with his father, Jiang Siju felt a pang of resentment as he ground his teeth in frustration, casting a displeased glance in the direction his father had departed. Moreover, we just had an intense quarrel, with words exchanged that were particularly harsh. I had firmly declared that I did not require his oversight, that I could manage perfectly well on my own. Calling him now would contradict that stance. Observing Jiang Siju's demeanor, Lin Hao discerned the deep concern he harbored for his father's health. Yet, at this moment, he stubbornly refused to relent, presenting an air of pride. Lin Hao could only smile helplessly. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still father and son. Moreover, Chairman Zhang's insistence on your marriage stems from a place of love. If viewed from a different perspective, this could indeed be seen as a manifestation of the bond between you two. After all, blood is thicker than water. Is there truly any shame in this? Jiang Siju initially wished to remind his father, but he found himself at a loss for words, unable to bridge the gap in his heart. However, since Lin Hao had already broached the subject, he gritted his teeth and acquiesced. Fine, I shall call my father. Chapter 73. 3 lines that do not connect. As soon as Jiang Siju uttered these words, the phone tightly held in his hand was already dialing a number. Lin Hao, observing his impatient demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. While he verbally dismissed his father's well-being, in reality, he was more anxious than anyone else when faced with the situation. Once the call connected, the irritable voice of Jiang Yaohui came through the line. How dare you call me? Are you regretting your decision? Before Jiang Yaohui could finish, Jiang Siju interrupted him. That's not it. Do you have some time recently? I would like to take you for a health check. Lin Hao's heart sank upon hearing this. And as expected, Jiang Yaohui's furious shout echoed through the phone, clear even from a distance. You little brat. I knew you had ulterior motives in calling me. You ungrateful wretch. I've raised you for nothing. Though the words were harsh, Jiang Siju seemed accustomed to this tirade, brushing it off and earnestly explaining, Father, I understand your stubbornness, but when it comes to health, you must not be obstinate. At your age, with all the drinking and socializing, it's high time you had a checkup. He glanced at Lin Hao, contemplating before adding, I have a friend whose intuition is remarkably acute. Upon seeing you today, he sensed something was off with your health. Perhaps you should spare a moment, and let me take you to the hospital for an examination. Instead of persuading Jiang Yaohui, this only fueled his anger further. Where did you pick up such dubious friends, cursing your father? You little wastrel. Throwing away our family's money on who knows what kind of scoundrels. At this point, Jiang Siju could no longer contain his frustration. Father, could you please stop being so stubborn? Are you not aware of your own health condition? Why can't you simply go to the hospital for a checkup and see what the doctor says? What does it matter who my friends are? Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words regarding the dynamic between the father and son. Meanwhile, Jiang Yaohui showed no signs of relenting, bellowing with conviction. I've said I want to go, and I mean it. I know my body best, and I am not ill. It seems you ought to have your eyes checked. Refrain from associating with those dubious acquaintances. After making this remark, Jiang Yaohui abruptly hung up the phone. Jiang Siju took a few deep breaths, clutching his phone as he struggled to regain his composure. Turning to meet Lin Hao's resigned gaze, Jiang Siju managed a somewhat awkward smile. I apologize, Brother Lin. It seems that I cannot engage in 3 sentences with my father without it escalating into an argument. I must have made quite the spectacle for you. Lin Hao shook his head, expressing his concern. However, it appears that Chairman Jiang is genuinely resistant to this medical examination. Personally, I believe that matters of health should not be trifled with. Jiang Siju nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share that sentiment. He stroked his chin, smiling as he continued, nevertheless. It's not all bad. My father, though stubborn, does listen to some people. I shall speak with my mother and urge her to persuade him to visit the hospital for a comprehensive health checkup, regardless of the outcome. I am truly grateful to you, Brother Lin. Seeing Jiang Siju's heartfelt gratitude, Lin Hao merely nodded with a smile. It's no trouble at all, just a small favor. Jiang Siju, overwhelmed with appreciation for the man before him, inquired, How about this, Brother Lin? Shall I fetch my sister-in-law so that the 3 of us can enjoy some tea together? Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. Let's forego the tea, it's work hours. Let her attend to her duties. I can wait until she finishes. Jiang Siju dismissed the matter lightly, chuckling. Brother Lin, it's merely a triviality. There's no need to be so tense. After all, my sister-in-law is currently in the business department and likely preparing to finalize contracts with others. It would be perfect for her to report her progress in the office while you enjoy some tea. Yet Lin Hao remained resolute, shaking his head. As a businessman with a fortune exceeding 100 million, he had transformed into a person of immense discipline during that period, firmly believing in the strict separation of personal and professional matters. It was precisely this nature that allowed him to achieve significant success in his career. Observing Lin Hao's serious attitude on this subject, Jiang Siju chose not to press further and nodded, proceeding to ask, Then, Brother Lin, during this time, I shall reach out to the individuals you previously mentioned and see if there are any nearby components we can procure to refurbish the machines. Lin Hao nodded in agreement. And as if recalling something, added, if memory serves, there seems to be one machine that can be sold locally for approximately 150,000. Shall I reserve that machine for you? We can deduct the amount directly from my investment. Jiang Siju did not concern himself with such matters. Moreover, he was still somewhat unclear about the specific equipment Lin Hao referred to. Seeing Lin Hao's interest, he simply waved his hand. In any case, Brother Lin, feel free to take whichever machine you require. Our temporary warehouse, I took you to see it, and I believe I also provided you with a key. All the items are stored there, and you can retrieve them at your convenience without needing to keep an exact account with the brothers. Lin Hao nodded, understanding that Jiang Siju had a rather carefree disposition and thus did not insist on precision. The machinery Lin Hao referred to was one of the many instruments they had dragged back, specifically a foreign imported loom. This loom was priced higher due to an integrated electronic chip within it. However, with the closure of the weaving factory, no one seemed to care about the value of that integrated electronic chip. Yet, Lin Hao recalled that this imported chip was a precious treasure for certain electronics companies, despite it being essentially worthless in the current market. Without delay, that night he chose not to return home, opting instead to head directly to the temporary warehouse. Chapter 74. Turning over more than 2 million. The assortment of machinery they had retrieved was both extensive and varied, and even Lin Hao spent quite some time searching among the instruments before locating the loom he desired. The equipment was not overly worn. In fact, with a bit of cleaning and a fresh coat of paint, it could shine like new. Unfortunately, Lin Hao did not intend to keep this loom. He merely needed to extract the integrated electronic chip. Such technological achievements, particularly electronic chips, must be imported when domestic production capabilities are lacking. However, foreign entities are notoriously protective, unwilling to allow even the slightest information to be gathered, as if fearing it might be replicated. This loom, imported from abroad, housed the integrated electronic chip internally. The entire machine was designed with an interlocking structure, where every bolt and gear was intricately connected, making disassembly perilous. Removing just a few components could render the loom inoperative. This information barrier has resulted in the inability to master the truly core technological fields domestically, leaving them perpetually at the mercy of foreign merchants. The integrated chip within the loom, if sold on the black market, would command a starting price of at least $2.5 million, yet it remains largely unsellable. Lin Hao felt no inclination to extract the chip and slowly circulate it through the black market. The process seemed tedious, and he only wished to convert this asset into cash swiftly. If he had the patience for black market dealings, he could potentially earn far more. With this in mind, Lin Hao shifted the machine slightly and retrieved a manual cutting tool he had recently purchased. Lacking any other means to open the intricately designed metallic casing, he prepared to proceed. Regardless of which gear is mistakenly disassembled, the entire machine will inevitably come to a halt. Given this reality, it would be more straightforward to simply sever the entire apparatus. Throughout the night, the temporary warehouse resonated with the shrill sounds of a manual cutting machine. Lin Hao found the noise less jarring and instead felt a sense of anticipation. After all, once he procured the assembled electronic chip, he could effortlessly sell it for over 200,000. By the time the cutting was completed, it was nearing midnight. Lin Hao, sensing a pungent aroma lingering in the temporary warehouse, frowned slightly. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to lock up the warehouse and returned home, cradling the assembled electronic chip, where he enjoyed a restful and secure night's sleep. With the dawn of the next day, he would be able to sell the item for profit. Meanwhile, Yang Mei lay on the plush hotel bed, eagerly awaiting the morning light, as she had a significant project to finalize. Early the next morning, Yang Mei first escorted her daughter, Lin Miao Miao, to kindergarten before hurrying to the office. As a member of the business team, she was tasked with renewing a contract originally provided by Jiang Xizhu. This time, their partner was Imacino Electronics Technology Company, Limited. Though Imacino was an electronics company, it still required a degree of advertising investment. Without it, their clientele would be limited to a few local entities, hardly yielding substantial profits. Through interprovincial collaborations, their advertising efforts had brought in unexpected revenue. This was precisely why they had maintained a fruitful partnership with Yang Mei's advertising firm for several years. Such long-standing clients typically presented easy contracts, as they could simply renew based on the previous year's agreement. Thus, Jiang Xizhu entrusted this straightforward task to Yang Mei. After all, signing the contract would secure her a generous performance bonus. Who could resist such an opportunity? Yang Mei did not anticipate any complexities with the contract. After announcing the company's name at the reception, she proceeded to the partner's office via the elevator. The director in charge of advertising at Imacino Electronics was surnamed Feng. After knocking 3 times, a deep male voice beckoned her to enter. With a click, the door opened, revealing Yang Mei's lovely visage. "Good day, Director Feng. I called yesterday to schedule this appointment. I am here to renew the advertising contract." Yang Mei's company was named Yingjialami Limited, originally a small foreign trade firm. Yingjialami had evolved over the past 2 years alongside the changing times. Jiang Xizhu's early interest in advertising led to a division of the company's operations into 2 major sectors: the Foreign Trade Procurement Department, where Yang Mei had previously worked, and a nascent advertising project department. Currently, Jiang Xizhu had shifted the majority of his focus to the advertising sector, gradually reallocating numerous talented individuals from the procurement department to bolster the advertising team. After years of transformation, the company has swiftly evolved into a medium-sized advertising firm under the leadership of Jiang Xizhu. Yang Mei, who had previously been content in her role as a procurement officer, found her department's projects largely appropriated by others due to prior incidents. Reflecting on this, Jiang Siju decided to temporarily transfer Yang Mei to the advertising project department, entrusting her with several lucrative projects at hand. Thus, it was the first time she encountered Director Feng. Director Feng had a long-standing partnership with Yingjialami Company, Limited. When Yingjialami initially ventured into advertising, it was this very director who, recognizing their modest advertising budget, tentatively assigned them a few small projects. To their surprise, the response was quite favorable, leading to a long-term collaboration. Had it been the former personnel from the advertising department seeking a contract, he would have readily signed without hesitation. However, today's visitor was an unfamiliar face, her voice reminiscent of a lark emerging from the valley, melodious and delightful. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze and beheld Yang Mei's visage, a testament to time's passage, yet still enchanting. He unconsciously swallowed. Why had Yingjialami suddenly sent a different representative today? Feng Liangheng pondered, his gaze intensifying with fervor. Chapter 75. Lack of cooperative intent. Was this not a fortuitous opportunity presenting itself? With this thought, Feng Liangheng warmly rose, hastily opening the door to usher her inside. Please, miss, take a seat. Yang Mei, somewhat taken aback by the warmth of his welcome, stepped into the office, her curiosity piqued by his enthusiasm. Hello, Director Feng. I am Yang Mei from Yingjialami Company, Limited, and I've just taken over this project. I'm here to discuss the contract renewal with you. Upon her entrance, Feng Liangheng's demeanor shifted significantly. Seizing a moment when Yang Mei was unaware, he discreetly scanned her from head to toe, noting not only her striking beauty, but also her well-maintained figure, igniting his ardor further. As Yang Mei exhibited such courtesy, Feng Liangheng quickly approached, grasping her delicate hand. Hello, Miss Yang. I am Feng Liangheng, the director at Amizeno Electronic Technology Company, Limited. It is a pleasure to meet you. Yang Mei smiled and briefly returned the handshake, feeling slightly awkward as she withdrew her hand. Hello, Director Feng. She was unaccustomed to interacting with someone so exuberant, fearing her earlier demeanor might have been inappropriate, her eyes reflecting a hint of apology. Unbeknownst to her, Feng Liangheng was entirely unfazed. He rubbed his fingers together, savoring the softness of Yang Mei's touch, his gaze becoming increasingly inappropriate. Miss Yang, you are so beautiful and yet personally handling business matters. It must be quite exhausting. One might say that Jiang is rather unmindful of your well-being. Faced with such banter, Yang Mei could only respond with an awkward yet polite smile. It's part of the job. There's nothing arduous about it. As she spoke, Yang Mei opened the folder and presented it before Director Feng. Director Feng, here is our contract for this year. Would you care to take a look? With such a captivating beauty before him, Feng Liangheng found it difficult to focus on the contract, yet he still managed to utter, of course. I would like to see it. As he took the contract, he casually brushed his fingers against Yang Mei's hand. Noticing the slight change in her expression, he feigned nonchalance and settled into the sofa like a lord. This is the contract for this year, right? All right, let me have a look. While Feng Liangheng's previous enthusiasm had merely left Yang Mei feeling somewhat flustered, his recent touch had unmistakably revealed his intentions, causing her demeanor to shift uneasily. However, considering that this was a long-standing client of the company and the deal was substantial, Yang Mei suppressed the rising nausea within her. Forcing a smile as she sat down on the sofa, deliberately choosing a spot far from Feng Liangheng. Observing her discomfort, Feng Liangheng was unperturbed, letting out a soft hum. Secretly thinking, let her play the virtuous woman for now. We shall see how I deal with her later. After briefly glancing through the contract, he closed the folder with an exaggerated expression of displeasure. The sharp sound of the folder snapping shut startled Yang Mei, causing her gaze to instinctively dart to the document in his hands. Seeing her anxious demeanor, Feng Liangheng felt emboldened, leaning back against the sofa, tapping the hard surface of the folder with his fingers and coldly stating, Miss Yang, I sense that your company lacks genuine intent for collaboration. Yang Mei immediately tensed at his words. Director Feng, this is not our first collaboration. You must recognize our capabilities and sincerity. She inquired. What specific concerns do you have regarding the contract that prompted such a statement? Feng Liangheng nodded, visibly displeased. There are several significant issues with this contract that I find unsatisfactory. Yang Mei's mind raced with uncertainty. Director Feng, our current contract is largely consistent with those from previous years. Could you specify which aspects you find unsuitable? Feng Liangheng raised an eyebrow at her. Miss Yang, sitting so far away, How can you possibly hear what I am saying? Must I raise my voice to discuss a collaboration with you? Upon realizing his intention for her to move closer, Yang Mei's expression stiffened. She vividly remembered the earlier incident when he had touched her hand while taking the document. Sitting closer to him now, she wondered what he might do next. Yet, observing his serious demeanor, it seemed he genuinely intended to discuss the contract's contents. Her resolve wavered. In broad daylight and within the confines of the office, surely he would not dare to act inappropriately. Subconsciously glancing toward the door, Yang Mei gritted her teeth and reluctantly shifted her position to sit a bit closer to Feng Liangheng on the sofa. Director Feng, if there are any issues, I can contact the legal department to further negotiate the terms of the contract, she proposed. Feng Liangheng still wore an expression of dissatisfaction. If you view me as a formidable adversary, then what is there left to discuss about this contract? You clearly do not trust me. So it would be best for you to leave, Miss Yang. With that, he slammed the folder onto the coffee table. The sharp sound startling Yang Mei and causing her to stiffen momentarily. Faced with such a blatant threat, Yang Mei clenched her teeth, stood up, and stepped forward to Feng Liangheng. Director Feng, what seems to be the problem? She had no choice. This contract had only recently been handed to her by Jiang Siju, and it was content she had never dealt with before. Yang Mei was always diligent and responsible in her work, and she was particularly unwilling to betray the trust Jiang Siju had placed in her. Furthermore, she truly needed the performance bonuses from this project to prepare for her daughter Lin Miao's upcoming tuition fees. As Jiang Siju stood before her, he became somewhat entranced by the fragrant allure that Yang Mei exuded upon her approach, intensifying the fervor within him. Miss Yang, this is more like it, when discussing business. One should maintain a certain demeanor. Sitting so far apart, one might think you were coming to negotiate while bearing a chastity plaque. Though Feng Liangheng's admonitions sounded somewhat inappropriate, Yang Mei chose not to retort, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Director Feng, may I ask which specific aspects of this year's contract you find unsatisfactory? Chapter 76. Playing the innocent Feng Liangheng lifted his gaze to smile at Yang Mei. There is nothing particularly wrong with the contract. My only grievance is. As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Yang Mei's hand. It is simply that you are rather too aloof. He continued, since we are discussing cooperation, it would be better to cultivate a sense of closeness. At that moment, Feng Liangheng had shed his veneer of false piety, revealing his true, predatory nature. Yang Mei was instantly taken aback, her complexion paling as she retreated a few steps in her high heels. Director Feng, please conduct yourself appropriately. She forcefully shook off his hand, her eyes reflecting a clear wariness. Yet Feng Liangheng appeared utterly unfazed, crossing his arms and casting her a haughty glance. Conduct myself appropriately? And if I do not, what will you do, Miss Yang? Sue me in court? After uttering those words, Feng Liangheng swiftly advanced, gripping Yang Mei's wrist and attempting to pull her towards him. You little vixen, stop pretending to be so high-minded. Now that you're here, you expect me to sign the contract with just a few casual words? That is nothing but a dream. He then wrapped his arm around her slender waist, leaning in to plant a kiss on her face. This year, it seems your company has intentionally sent someone to me, selecting such a beautiful young lady to deliver documents, as if to bestow upon me a special privilege. If you desire me to sign the contract, you must comply with my wishes. With a sharp crack, Yang Mei delivered a furious slap across Feng Liangheng's face, causing his complexion to change dramatically. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Mei forcefully pushed the man away, clutching her skirt and retreating hurriedly, her voice rising in a piercing scream. Don't come any closer. I warn you, do not act recklessly. Or else, before she could finish her warning, she was rendered speechless by the furious glare of Feng Liangheng, whose expression darkened ominously, resembling a beast fixated on its prey. Very well, you audacious little wretch, dare to lay hands on me. He spat, his lips twitching with pain from the slap, as if reminding him of the significant humiliation he had just endured. Gritting his teeth, he seized a folder from the table, pointing it threateningly at Yang Mei. Listen well, you insolent creature, whether this collaboration proceeds this year rests solely in my hands. You would do well to come here and apologize, or else you can forget about this contract. I will never grant it to your company. Apologizing? If Yang Mei were to comply and approach him for an apology, it would be akin to leading a lamb to the slaughter. She certainly would not commit such folly. However, upon seeing the folder Feng Liangheng held, her heart began to race with anxiety. This contract was one of the most significant agreements for the company in recent years, essential for financing their operations. If she were to jeopardize it, She feared the repercussions from manager Jiang would be severe. Despite the favors Jiang had extended to her, he would surely not tolerate her carelessness in offending a client. It was precisely this understanding that emboldened Feng Liangheng to act so brazenly towards Yang Mei. Noticing her face fill with panic and regret, he revealed a hint of satisfaction. Yang Mei bit her lip, glaring at Feng Liangheng as she vehemently declared, "Director Feng, personal matters are separate from professional ones. Please do not conflate the two. My personal actions have no bearing on the company's collaboration, and I expect you to maintain a clear distinction." Yet, Yang Mei had miscalculated. The man before her, capable of using the contract as leverage against her, would never adhere to such distinctions. Feng Liangheng had employed this tactic more than once, and he was no stranger to her protests. Growing impatient, he dug his fingers into his ears. "Stop wasting my time with your nonsense. You have two options today. Either stay here and please me, and I shall sign the contract as you desire. There exists another option. You may take your contract and leave at this very moment. Should you lose this deal, I am eager to see how you will explain it to your superior, Mr. Jiang." If this were merely a matter concerning Yang Mei's performance and commission, then the contract could be discarded without much concern. However, this pertains to a long-standing client of the company. If this were to be mishandled, Yang Mei would have no face to return to Mr. Jiang. Observing the myriad of emotions flitting across Yang Mei's face, as if it were a painter's palette, Feng Liangheng felt a surge of satisfaction. He chuckled derisively and continued his threats. "I warn you, if you dare to step out of this door today, we will refuse to accept any advertising contracts from your company in the future. There are ample advertising firms around. Your company is not indispensable." After delivering these threats, he noted the change in Yang Mei's complexion and scrutinized her with an insidious gaze. "You are no longer a naive young woman. Why pretend to maintain an air of innocence? An evening could yield substantial commission while also aiding the company in retaining major clients. What a lucrative deal this is. Do not miscalculate." His words were blunt, causing Yang Mei's face to flush with indignation. She yearned to unleash a torrent of insults upon him, but found herself at a loss for words. Witnessing Feng Liangheng's shameless demeanor, she felt as though he had devoured her very heart. "Director Feng, should you persist in leveraging company matters to coerce me into personal dealings, I will have no choice but to discuss this with the president of your company, Amazon Electronics Technology Company, Limited. I believe your organization cannot possibly be entirely governed by your conduct." This bold assertion succeeded in altering Feng Liangheng's previously smug expression. Faced with this woman, who was clearly not one to be trifled with, he tossed the contract to the ground and stomped on it with disdain. "You no longer have the opportunity to enter here, let alone meet our president. Just see if you will ever have the chance to cross our company's threshold again." With that, he made a call. "Hello, security? Please come to my office immediately. There is a deranged woman here who has not only assaulted me, but also intends to steal the company's confidential documents." Chapter 77. Remove her from the premises with a few choice words. Feng Liangheng sought to frame Yang Mei, issuing orders with an air of superiority. "Hurry and come here. Throw her out." Yang Mei, incensed by this blatant distortion of truth, felt her blood surge, her face reddening with fury. "How shameless! When have I ever stolen your company's confidential documents or assaulted you? You are utterly despicable." Over the years, Yang Mei, due to her beauty, had indeed attracted the unwelcome attention of many men. Yet, this was the first time she had encountered such direct threats. Feng Liangheng, however, had no interest in playing the gallant gentleman. He simply scoffed coldly. "I declare you have stolen the confidential documents, and thus you have. I assert you have struck me, and therefore you have. There is no one here to testify on your behalf. What can you do about my claims? If you possess the courage, feel free to sue me." Upon witnessing the triumphant demeanor of the other party, Yang Mei's chest heaved with agitation. Her teeth clenched so tightly that not a word could escape her lips. Yet, Feng Liangheng, seemingly insatiable at this moment, continued to threaten her from the sidelines. "I must inform you, your blatant disregard for my goodwill is nothing short of a lack of appreciation. Not only will I accuse you of stealing our confidential documents, but I shall also report you to President Jiang." As Yang Mei's expression shifted to one of heightened anxiety at his words, the smug satisfaction upon Feng Liangheng's face deepened. "I intend to tell President Jiang that you are neglectful in your duties, woefully incompetent in your business acumen, refusing to sign contracts, and in your greed for kickbacks, deliberately inflating prices. Furthermore, you attempted to bribe me. Just wait until President Jiang learns of this. I shudder to think of how he will deal with you. Yang Mei's loathing for this shameless individual was profound, her heart a tumult of anger and panic. Should this man truly approach President Jiang with his fabrications, not only would she betray the goodwill extended to her, but she could also tarnish the company's reputation. You despicable scoundrel! Do you not fear the repercussions of your actions? Do you not dread the consequences should the company find out? Feng Liangheng, who detested being coerced with company matters, glowered in irritation. At that moment, a loud bang resonated as the office door was flung open and security personnel stormed in. Director Feng, which lunatic has been causing chaos in your office? By now, Feng Liangheng was thoroughly incensed, no longer interested in pursuing Yang Mei, and pointed an accusatory finger at her. It is this madwoman. Get her out of here immediately. She barged into my office, shouting, and even attempted to steal confidential documents. Such a person should never be allowed in this company again. As Yang Mei observed the security team advancing towards her with menacing intent, her heart raced, and she implored loudly, "Do not believe him. This man is deceiving you. I have not stolen any confidential documents. He has." However, the security personnel, unwilling to trust the words of an outsider, were further convinced of her supposed instability. With their intimidating demeanor, they brandished their batons and closed in on her. As a frail woman, Yang Mei stood no chance against these burly men and was swiftly overpowered and dragged out of the office. Meanwhile, Lin Hao was blissfully unaware of Yang Mei's dire predicament. Rewinding to this morning, as Yang Mei made her way to Amisono Electronics Technology Company, clutching her contract, Lin Hao had already awakened, stretched lazily, and headed downtown with a piece of electronic chip assembly in hand. Standing beneath the unfamiliar corporate edifice, Lin Hao gazed upward at the gleaming golden sign that read Amisono Electronics Technology Company. Indeed, this was the place. Amisono Electronics Technology Company was a renowned entity in the electronic technology sector, distinguished for its notable achievements. However, due to certain informational barriers and technological regulations, their products had yet to reach international standards. In Lin Hao's possession lies a composite electronic chip encompassing technological means and information that are, without a doubt, the most coveted by them at present. Thus, with this chip in hand, Lin Hao's confidence swells immensely. Upon entering the building, he was courteously intercepted by the receptionist. "Good day, sir. Whom may I assist you in finding?" Lin Hao, noting the receptionist's pleasant demeanor, responded with a smile. "Hello, I am here to see your general manager." The receptionist instinctively sized him up, noting his rather ordinary attire, which did not suggest a connection to the general manager, causing her to harbor doubts. "Sir, do you have an appointment?" Lin Hao shook his head. "I apologize, but I do not have an appointment. However, I possess a composite electronic chip that I believe your company would find invaluable. If you doubt my word, feel free to call your general manager." Before he could finish, the sound of the front door being hastily pushed open echoed through the lobby. A man in a suit rushed in, barely making it to work on time, clocking in with a sigh of relief. This man was Feng Liangheng, the director of the advertising and publicity department, who was almost late. Upon seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the receptionist and Lin Hao, he felt quite irked and huffed in discontent. "What are you staring at?" Unbeknownst to Feng Liangheng, Lin Hao's wife would soon be arriving at his office in half an hour, with some ulterior motives in tow. Observing Lin Hao's thrift store appearance, Feng Liangheng's face contorted in disdain, and he shot a condescending glare at him. "Where did this impoverished wretch come from, and why is he in our company?" The receptionist, taken aback by the question, quickly interjected, "Director Feng, this gentleman claims he is here to see the general manager." Upon hearing this, Feng Liangheng unleashed his pent-up irritation from nearly being laid upon the receptionist. "Have you no discernment? Allowing just anyone into the company? A destitute fool like this thinks he can meet the general manager? Do you believe our general manager has time to spare?" The receptionist felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Director Feng, this gentleman states that he possesses a composite electronic chip." Before she could finish, Feng Liangheng rudely interrupted, "You truly are gullible. How could this destitute fellow possibly have access to such advanced technology? Enough of this nonsense. Get him out of here immediately." Chapter 78. Personally going down to receive Lin Hao, confronted by this unreasonable individual, felt his expression darken. "Sir, may I inquire on what grounds you deem it appropriate to expel me? I have come sincerely to purchase electronic chips, and you address me with such disdain? This hardly seems like the proper way to treat a guest." Feng Liangheng, who typically held the utmost contempt for those lacking wealth yet daring to intrude upon their company. Couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Lin Hao in any meaningful way. I scoff at your presumptions. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You merely seek an opportunity to enter, bask in the cool air conditioning, and perhaps engage in idle chatter with the receptionist. Am I correct? Begone. Our company has no need for individuals like you. This remark not only berated Lin Hao, but also inadvertently affected the receptionist, who, constrained by the authority of the person before her, could only swallow her indignation. As Lin Hao remained steadfastly in place, refusing to leave, Feng Liangheng's expression darkened. Just as he was about to hurl another insult, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? What is it? What? Signing the contract today? Very well, I shall head up immediately. His assistant urged him to return to the office, informing him that representatives from Yingjialami Company would be arriving to renew their previous advertising contract. With a final glare directed at the receptionist and Lin Hao, Feng Liangheng hurriedly ascended the stairs. The receptionist watched his retreating figure and inwardly spat in contempt. How insufferable! Even if Lin Hao had not heard her mutterings, he could discern that the man before him was certainly no virtuous character. Noticing the receptionist's discomfort, Lin Hao offered a reassuring smile. It's quite all right. You may contact your general manager first. If he consents to my assent, that would be splendid. Should he deem it unnecessary, I shall promptly take my leave without further disturbance. Despite his ordinary attire, Lin Hao's courteous demeanor caught the receptionist's attention. Coupled with the irritation she had just endured from Feng Liangheng, an inexplicable surge of rebelliousness ignited within her, prompting her to dial the general manager. Hello, Mr. Chun. There is a gentleman here who wishes to see you. He claims to possess a collection of electronic chips for sale. Upon hearing this, the general manager's previously indifferent tone transformed into one of eagerness. Where is he? Recognizing she had made the right connection, the receptionist promptly replied, he is downstairs. He wishes to meet you. However, as there was no prior appointment, he remains waiting below. Chun Anrue, the general manager of Amisino Electronic Technology Company, was instantly invigorated by this news. You must bring him up at once. No, I shall personally descend to welcome him. Ensure he does not leave. After concluding the call, the receptionist's demeanor towards Lin Hao noticeably softened. Sir, our general manager has requested to meet you personally. Please wait briefly while he comes down. Lin Hao nodded with a smile and settled onto a sofa in the reception area. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right establishment for his venture to sell collection-type electronic chips to Amisino Electronic Technology Company. Evidently, the owner of this company possessed a discerning eye for value. Having overheard the general manager's evident respect for Lin Hao, the receptionist dared not show him any disrespect. She hurriedly poured a glass of water and reverently presented it to him. Sir, please have some tea. Lin Hao smiled as he expressed his gratitude. Observing his unassuming yet composed demeanor, the front desk staff's impression of him improved further. Shortly thereafter, footsteps echoed from the staircase, followed by a middle-aged man hastily descending. Lin Hao glanced up to see a man likely in his late 30s, impeccably dressed in a suit, his countenance reflecting urgency, as if fearing he might miss something important. After scanning the hall, his gaze landed on Lin Hao, prompting him to rush over. Lin Hao mused inwardly that this man must be the general manager of Amisino Electronic Technology Company, Limited. As the man approached, Lin Hao stood up. But before he could introduce himself, the other party spoke first. Good day, sir. I am Chun Anrue, the general manager of Amisino Electronic Technology Company, Limited. May I inquire if you are selling integrated electronic chips? Lin Hao nodded. Yes, hello, Manager Chun. Chun Anrue, observing Lin Hao's polite demeanor, felt a slight improvement in his perception of him. Casually assessing Lin Hao's unremarkable attire, Chun Anrue became curious about whether this man truly possessed such expensive imported chips. However, being a person of astute discernment, he concealed his doubts and responded courteously, slightly bowing. Excellent. I have been seeking this chip. Would you accompany me to my office for a cup of tea, so we can discuss further? Lin Hao, not expecting to gain the other's trust in mere moments, nodded and followed him into the elevator. Soon after, the elevator chimed, and the doors opened on the third floor. Lin Hao stepped inside, where Chun Anrue as secretary had already prepared tea for them. The two took their seats on the reception sofa. Sir, may I take a look at the integrated electronic chip you have? It was evident that while Chun Anrue maintained a calm exterior, he harbored a deep desire for the electronic chip, eager to inspect the product as soon as they sat down. Lin Hao nodded and placed the integrated electronic chip on the table, gently pushing it towards Chen Onrui. Chen Onrui picked it up and examined it closely. As the general manager of Amizeno Electronic Technology Company, Limited, he may not have been an expert on electronic chips, but he could still discern the quality of a product, giving him a preliminary understanding. However, recalling the chip's price on the black market, he felt a flicker of doubt and smiled as he set the chip down. Sir, it is undeniable that this electronic chip you possess is indeed appealing to us. However, I am curious if you could share where you acquired this chip? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow, not intending to provide a detailed explanation, and instead offered a vague response. Mr. Chun, rest assured, I cannot disclose the specific origins of this chip, but I assure you it has been acquired through legitimate means. Should any issues arise, I can provide you with my contact information, and you may reach out to me at any time. Observing the resolute demeanor of the individual before him, Chen Onrui refrained from further inquiries, yet a weight was lifted from his heart. After all, while it is possible to procure electronic chips from the black market, one can never ascertain the origins of such items. If they were obtained through illicit channels, it would spell considerable trouble for their company. However, the integrity and earnestness of the individual before him suggested that he was not one to engage in unscrupulous dealings. He spoke with conviction, seemingly unfazed by the prospect of scrutiny. It appeared that this electronic chip might be more reliable than those acquired from the black market. At that moment, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door, the impatience of the visitor evident in their tone. Chen Onrui, feeling somewhat exasperated, called out, "Come in." With a click, the office door swung open. A man in his 30s, with thinning hair, clad in a suit and sporting black-rimmed glasses, rushed in with a look of urgency. "Mr. Chun, where's the chip? Let me see it." This individual was the head of the technology department at Amizeno Electronics Technology Company, Limited. When it came to understanding chips, no one in the company was more knowledgeable than him. Thus, upon hearing that someone was selling core electronic chips, Chen Onrui had promptly contacted him. They had barely settled into their seats when the technology department head hurriedly arrived, clearly drawn to the allure of the electronic chip. "The chip is on the table," Chen Onrui indicated. "Feel free to examine it." Lin Hao, unperturbed by their repeated inspections, displayed no signs of displeasure. Meanwhile, Chen Onrui observed as the technology department head's eyes lit up upon acquiring the electronic chip, instantly realizing its exceptional value. While the worth of this electronic chip was immeasurable, as a businessman, Chen Onrui was more concerned with its price. Reflecting on the exorbitant costs in the black market, he couldn't help but sigh internally before smiling and inquiring. "Sir, may I ask how much you intend to sell this integrated electronic chip for?" Lin Hao, having already researched the market price of the integrated electronic chip, responded candidly. 2,300,000. The price in the black market is 2,500,000, but I am eager to sell, so I will offer you a discount. How does that sound? Upon hearing this figure, Chen Onrui felt a significant sense of relief. 2,500,000 is considered a relatively low price in the black market. As far as Chen Onrui knew, this integrated electronic chip was indeed valuable yet scarce, having previously fetched an astounding price of 2,800,000 in the black market. The offer of 2,300,000 was, therefore, quite reasonable. However, driven by a negotiating mindset, Chen Onrui furrowed his brow and inquired, "Sir, this price is indeed a bit steep. Might I ask if you would consider parting with it for 2,200,000? Lin Hao, lacking interest in the matter, reclined lazily on the sofa and remarked, 2,200,000. Is your esteemed company willing to acquire this electronic chip at that price? Well then, I suppose I shall consider this a friendly transaction." "It's sold." The words "it's sold" instantly illuminated the eyes of both Chen Onrui and the head of the technical department. To procure such a valuable yet elusive integrated electronic chip for 2,200,000 was an extraordinary boon for their company. The head of the technical department, indifferent to the negotiations, was solely focused on the fact that once the price was settled, this electronic chip would soon belong to their department. As the conversation reached its conclusion, the technical supervisor seized the electronic chip, stating, "Since it has passed muster, let us proceed to the workshop and see if this chip is functional." With that, they hurriedly followed the technical supervisor downstairs to the office. Upon opening the door, they happened to encounter an elevator passing their floor, inside which stood Yang Mei, clutching a contract. Oblivious to Lin Hao's presence as she sought to renew her agreement with Feng Liangheng, Upon arriving at the workshop after adapting the chip, the gaze of the technical supervisor and Chun Onrue towards Lin Hao had transformed significantly, as if he were the future benefactor of their company. Lin Hao, however, remained largely unaffected by their eager glances. Observing his calm demeanor, Chun Onrue held him in even higher regard. "Sir, I must apologize. I do not yet know your name." Lin Hao smiled gently. "I am Lin Hao, the head of the technical department." Clutching the electronic chip, refused to depart from the workshop, while Chun Onrue personally accompanied Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, we are immensely grateful to you. You have alleviated our urgent predicament." As they conversed, they walked out from the technical workshop. Lin Hao shook his head. "Even if this electronic chip were given to me, I would not utilize it. Retaining it would be a waste. It is far better to entrust it to those who can truly harness its potential and create greater value." Hearing Lin Hao's words, Chun Onrue couldn't help but express his admiration. "Indeed, Mr. Lin, your foresight is remarkable. Our company has been searching for this electronic chip for quite some time, yet we have not found one that meets our expectations. It is truly fortuitous to have encountered you." Reflecting on the considerable effort expended in the search for the chip, Chun Onrue felt a wave of gratitude. This chip has proven exceptionally elusive. In truth, over the years, their company had contemplated replicating foreign technologies to develop such integrated electronic chips. Yet, despite investing countless resources and manpower, what they managed to create paled in comparison to the genuine products available abroad. The chips they painstakingly crafted possibly hold less utility than commercially available electronic chips. This has rendered Amisono Electronics Technology Company Limited in a prolonged state of stagnation. To speak candidly, this integrated electronic chip is, in their eyes, an invaluable treasure. Even if Lin Hao were to quote an exorbitant price of $2,800,000 from the black market, it's conceivable that Chun Onrue might still consider the purchase. However, perceiving Lin Hao's exceptional demeanor, which suggested he was not one to quibble over money, Chun Onrue attempted to negotiate a lower price. The mere thought of soon acquiring an original electronic chip for the company filled Chun Onrue with uncontainable joy. This chip is indeed a monumental advancement for their enterprise. With the original electronic chip in hand, many of the company's previously stalled research and projects could swiftly resume, leading to a qualitative leap in their products and development progress. Pondering this, Chun Onrue was elated, almost eager to consider Lin Hao a confidant, and couldn't help but open his heart to him. "Let me tell you, Mr. Lin, you cannot imagine the lengths our company has gone to in order to procure this electronic chip. We even sent people abroad for acquisitions, yet they looked down on us, refusing to sell and mockingly ridiculing our small firm. The detours we've taken in pursuit of this electronic chip have been numerous." Lin Hao, aware of the current technological landscape, shook his head in resignation. "There's little we can do. The situation is beyond our control, and we must simply strive harder." With a smile, he reassured Chun Onrue, "However, I believe there is no need for you to be overly anxious. Observing the future direction of national policies, it appears promising. It won't be long before substantial support for research projects is provided." As Lin Hao assessed the scale of the electronics company during their walk, it was clear that Amisono Electronics Technology Company Limited, which currently boasts annual profits exceeding 100 million, is a frontrunner in its development. Once you obtain this original electronic chip, I am confident you will achieve many technological breakthroughs. If you seize the opportunity wisely, the potential for your company to soar in the future is quite high. Noticing Chun Onrue's expression of delight, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow. Unperturbed by the prospect of fostering a relationship with a company poised for great success, and continued, "I would like to extend my early congratulations. If opportunities arise in the future, we could explore collaboration." Chun Onrue was eager. Who wouldn't he want to engage with a young man like Lin Hao, who wielded significant influence, albeit shrouded in mystery? He tentatively inquired, "From what you imply, Mr. Lin, do you possess some insider information?" Lin Hao shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. It could not be termed as news. At most, it was merely an intuition and a premonition. Given the previous incidents involving Jiang Siju and the others, Lin Hao had now developed an aptitude for attributing such matters to his instincts. Chun Onrue, however, was skeptical of such enigmatic intuitions, believing instead that Lin Hao's sources were somewhat mysterious and not readily shareable. Thus he refrained from probing further. Yet, gazing at the individual before him, Chun Onrue felt an inclination to forge a connection. "Mr. Lin seems to be a remarkable person. Perhaps we could dine together if the opportunity arises. In response to this olive branch, Lin Hao merely smiled and acquiesced. Sure, if Mr. Chun is genuinely interested. We could discuss future prospects. This statement resonated deeply with Chun Onrui, who, beaming, led Lin Hao toward the main hall, intending to take the elevator upstairs while instructing the finance department to settle some payments. However, they soon encountered a ruckus upstairs, where security personnel were roughly escorting a disheveled woman down, pushing her toward the exit. What is happening here? Chun Onrui furrowed his brow, his expression darkening. Before the security personnel could respond, a man hurriedly approached. Mr. Chun, what brings you here? Lin Hao recognized the man as Feng Liangheng. Upon seeing the woman being manhandled, Lin Hao's previously pleasant demeanor swiftly soured as he realized it was his wife, Yang Mei. Chun Onrui's expression also grew somber upon recognizing Feng Liangheng. Director Feng, this is a company, and any matters must adhere to the established protocols. How do you think other employees would perceive such behavior? Witnessing the security's rough handling of a woman, even an onlooker like Chun Onrui found it intolerable. Release her at once. One might mistakenly believe our company is involved in some nefarious activities. Why treat a lady with such brutality? Feng Liangheng's countenance shifted dramatically when he realized Chun Onrui was defending Yang Mei. He stepped forward, blocking Chun Onrui's path. Mr. Chun, you are unaware that this woman is from Yingjialami Company. I was just instructing the security to escort her out. As the primary representative of the company, Chun Onrui was well aware of the significant collaboration with Yingjialami, which only deepened his displeasure. Since she is an employee of a partner company, what is the meaning of this rough handling? What exactly has transpired? Feng Liangheng wore a pained expression, as if he had suffered a grave injustice. Mr. Chun, this woman has ulterior motives. Upon her arrival, she brazenly demanded a kickback. For a mere few thousand yuan, she even dressed provocatively and attempted to seduce me. This accusation, even if Yang Mei had indeed engaged in such disgraceful conduct, would have been humiliating enough to utter, let alone the fact that it was entirely fabricated by Feng Liangheng. I vehemently reproached her, yet she still sought to tarnish my reputation at the company, threatening to ensure my expulsion. How could I possibly allow such a shrew to remain and continue her slanderous campaign? With just a few words, she twisted the truth, transforming Yang Mei from an innocent woman into a wanton, self-deprecating harlot. Observing this exchange, Lin Hao's face darkened ominously, as if shadows were about to pour from it. Even Chun Onrui, who had consistently defended Yang Mei, wore a troubled expression at this moment. What are you doing? The Yingjialami Company and our firm have long enjoyed a fruitful collaboration. They have been our old friends since their days in foreign trade, engaging in various business dealings with us. The employees of their company may not all be paragons of virtue, yet they would not stoop to such morally reprehensible actions. Is there not some misunderstanding at play? Considering the dignity of the Yingjialami Company's director, Jiang Siju, Chun Onrui furrowed his brow. After all, he was reluctant to witness a rift between the two parties. Feng Liangheng perceived Chun Onrui's concern and quickly interjected, "Rest assured, this is merely the personal folly of this woman and will not affect our collaboration." In his zeal to ensnare Yang Mei, Feng Liangheng was willing to utter any words. Having already orchestrated subsequent steps, I shall convey her vile actions in detail to Director Jiang of Yingjialami Company. I am confident that Director Jiang is a man of reason and will not condone such despicable behavior from her. I believe he will not allow this woman to jeopardize our partnership. The incessant calumny brought tears to Yang Mei's eyes as she could only futilely plead for understanding. I truly did not. I would never commit such acts. Please believe me. Seeing her in such distress, Chun Onrui's expression darkened further. Even so, they ought to treat her with courtesy, either inviting her out or summoning Director Jiang to escort her, rather than creating such a spectacle. With tears streaming down her face, Yang Mei wished to explain herself, but upon looking up, she was met with the sight of Lin Hao, standing behind the general manager of Amizeno Electronic Technology Company Limited. Her mouth fell agape, her voice rendered mute. How could Lin Hao possibly be at Amizeno Electronic Technology Company Limited? The humiliation she faced before him left Yang Mei nearly speechless. His appearance felt like the final straw that broke the camel's back. With a sense of resignation, she lowered her head, pondering whether Lin Hao too perceived her as a woman of loose morals. Strangely, despite having vehemently declared her intention to divorce Lin Hao, she now found herself inexplicably troubled by his judgment. The sensation was akin to countless delicate needles piercing Yang Mei's heart. Although it did not cause her to bleed profusely, it nonetheless provoked waves of acute pain, compelling her to avoid meeting Lin Hao's disappointed gaze. Clenching her teeth, tears cascaded down, yet she remained resolutely silent. Observing the tremors in her shoulders, Lin Hao's somber expression revealed a flicker of compassion. As Chen Anrui gestured to summon security to expel Yang Mei, Lin Hao intervened just in time. Mr. Chen, I believe there is more to this matter than meets the eye. It would be prudent not to hastily reach a conclusion. In Chen Anrui's perspective, Lin Hao had transformed into the savior of their company, Emerson Electronics. For the sake of such an inconsequential woman, Lin Hao's willingness to plead was not something Chen Anrui could dismiss lightly. This statement also caught the attention of Feng Liangheng, who had initially felt relieved when Chen Anrui chose to overlook the situation. However, Lin Hao's words redirected the course of events into uncertain territory, darkening his countenance. Who are you, you impoverished nobody? What gives you the right to speak here? Recognizing Lin Hao's familiar visage, his anger reignited. What is the front desk doing? How dare you, a mere pauper, disturb our general manager? At this point, Feng Liangheng turned to Chen Anrui with an ingratiating demeanor. Our general manager is extremely busy. Does he have time to entertain a charlatan like you? Just wait. I will have you thrown out immediately. After uttering this, he disregarded Chen Anrui's suddenly darkened expression and shouted towards the security personnel, "What are you all doing? Can't you see? Hurry up and remove this pest from our general manager's sight." The security team, fierce and menacing, released Yang Mei and advanced towards Lin Hao. However, Chen Anrui's furious shout rendered everyone motionless. Stop. What are you doing? This is a valued guest of our company. Valued guest? Upon hearing this, both the security personnel and Feng Liangheng froze in place. Feng Liangheng, after a prolonged pause, managed to respond, "General Manager, you must be mistaken. This fellow is merely a destitute intruder. I saw him flirting with the front desk staff when I arrived at work today. Who knows where this little rogue came from?" Chen Anrui's face turned pale at Feng Liangheng's words, fearing that Lin Hao might abandon the proposed collaboration due to this fool's remarks. This is utter nonsense. How could Mr. Lin ever engage in such behavior? He personally came to discuss a partnership with our company. Do not speak so recklessly. Get out of here at once. Feng Liangheng opened his mouth, incredulous as he pointed at Lin Hao. Him? A valued guest? The clothing of this impoverished wretch, when combined, does not even equate to the price of my tie, and yet you dare to treat him as a distinguished guest? At this moment, Chen Anrui felt an overwhelming urge to slap Feng Liangheng across the face. Close your mouth and return to your office to focus on your work. What kind of esteemed guest the company receives is not for you to decide. Feng Liangheng may dare to act like a lord in front of anyone, but before his superiors, he can only play the role of a subordinate. Previously, he had been arrogant in front of Lin Hao, yet now, in the presence of Chen Anrui, even faced with such scorn, he could only nod submissively, casting a resentful glare at Lin Hao before attempting to leave. However, Lin Hao was not inclined to let him off so easily. I believe that Director Feng should properly apologize to my wife, don't you think? Upon hearing this, even Chen Anrui widened his eyes in astonishment. Mr. Lin, I am uncertain to whom you are referring as your wife. Lin Hao stepped forward, and at that moment, the security personnel dared not approach him, retreating en masse and leaving Yang Mei standing bewildered in the spotlight. Lin Hao seized Yang Mei's wrist and confidently turned to Chen Anrui. Mr. Chen, I regret not introducing you earlier. This is my wife, Yang Mei. Chapter 82. You needn't come in tomorrow. Observing the astonished expression on Chen Anrui's face, Lin Hao maintained a stern demeanor. However, I believe my wife would not resort to such unscrupulous means as Director Feng suggested. I trust she would not compromise her integrity for a mere few thousand yuan in commission. Mr. Chen, what do you think? Chen Anrui was momentarily speechless, finding the situation somewhat ludicrous. Lin Hao, who could sell an electronic chip worth 2,800,000 at a friendly price of 2,200,000 to his own company, would certainly not be lacking in funds. It was utterly absurd to think his wife would stoop to such depths for a trivial sum, far less than even a fraction of the chip's value, to seduce a director. It was laughably ridiculous. Such accusations were nothing short of slander, and any man would consider them a provocation that crossed a line. Surely no man could tolerate such public humiliation of his wife. Yet, Feng Liangheng remained blissfully unaware of his own insignificance, arrogantly pointing at Lin Hao. So, this wretched woman is your wife? Huh. I knew you were no good. As he said this, Feng Liangheng looked expectantly at Chen Anrui, as if seeking validation. Mr. Chen, this man is undoubtedly deceiving you. Do not believe him. Rest assured, I shall instruct the security to give them a sound beating and expel them immediately, with the assumption that Chen Anrui would commend him for his remarks. Feng Liangheng held his head high, already envisioning a promising future under Chen Anrui's favor. Little did he know, Chen Anrui delivered a resounding slap across his face. You fool! Not only do you speak recklessly before a distinguished guest, but you dare to slander a partner as well. It seems you are truly tired of your position in this company. If you do not wish to continue, you may leave at once. Feng Liangheng's demeanor in daily interactions is not unknown to Chen Anrui. Numerous female employees within the company, as well as those from partner organizations, have mentioned his penchant for engaging in trivial and inappropriate antics. However, as he had not yet caused any significant disturbances, Chen Anrui had momentarily refrained from contemplating the dismissal of this individual. Little did he know, Feng Liangheng displayed an utter lack of discernment. Despite Chen Anrui's repeated emphasis on Lin Hao's status, he obstinately chose to provoke the latter, even going so far as to defame his wife in a most offensive manner. Such a person remaining in the company could undoubtedly lead to considerable trouble in the future. With this thought, his expression turned cold. From tomorrow onward, you need not come to work. Kindly vacate the premises at once. Proceed to the finance department to settle your wages and take your belongings with you. In truth, Chen Anrui's approach to this matter bore a hint of appeasement towards Lin Hao. After all, Lin Hao had only verbally consented to engage in business with their company. The electronic chip was still in Lin Hao's possession and no payment had yet been made, while Lin Hao claimed that both parties had reached a transactional understanding. Should he suddenly retract his agreement, there would be no recourse available to them. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Anrui dared not exhibit any negligence regarding this situation. The possession of that electronic chip represented a significant foundation for the company's future development and potential prosperity. Conversely, without it, the company might languish for years before achieving any breakthroughs. Feng Liangheng's reaction to these words was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky, causing his legs to buckle as he collapsed to the ground. He then staggered to his feet and rushed in front of Chen Anrui. General Manager Chen, please don't do this. I have been loyal to the company. The heavens can attest to my sincerity. I truly did not recognize your greatness this time. Do not stoop to my level, I implore you. At this moment, Chen Anrui was filled with exasperation towards the man before him. Had he not been impressed by Feng's advertising capabilities, he would not have retained such a fool in the company. Regrettably, that moment of compassion had resulted in this current predicament, intensifying his dissatisfaction. Enough of your nonsense. Did you consider your loyalty to the company when you committed such a foolish act? Chen Anrui's gaze bored down on Feng Liangheng, who was furtively glancing about, seemingly contemplating whose head he might place the blame upon, lest he utter another misstep. His expression grew even colder. Security, what are you standing there for? Remove him from here. The security personnel, standing perplexed, were unsure whom to obey. Just moments ago, Director Feng had insisted on expelling a certain woman. Yet now the general manager sought to oust Director Feng himself. However, Lin Hao clearly had no intention of allowing matters to unfold so easily, his expression slightly frosted. Mr. Chen, before you deal with this individual, shouldn't he offer an apology to my wife? At this point, Lin Hao's expression turned icy. His gaze directed at Feng Liangheng radiating a sharp glimmer, akin to a razor slicing through flesh, leaving one drenched in cold sweat. Chen Anrui could hardly voice any objections and nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, that is only reasonable. Following this declaration, he viciously kicked Feng Liangheng. What are you standing there dumbfounded for? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Lin's wife, you incompetent fool. Feng Liangheng could scarcely fathom that the woman he had just bullied to the brink of tears had suddenly transformed into a distinguished guest of the company. Moreover, her husband, who appeared to be a pitiful wretch, was now being referred to as a valued guest by the general manager, Mr. Chen. Such a dramatic turn of events left Feng Liangheng momentarily dazed, yet his body swiftly moved toward Yang Mei, his face suffused with sincerity. I acknowledge my mistakes. Miss Yang, please forgive me. I beg you, say a few kind words on my behalf. I truly cannot afford to lose this job. Yang Mei stood there, her expression blank with confusion. She had yet to recover from the emotional upheaval and appeared disoriented. When Feng Liangheng's desperate words struck her, she was momentarily stunned, taking a while before she looked up at Chen Anrui. Mr. Chun, seeing Yang Mei's bewildered and frightened expression, Chen Anrui felt no inclination to turn and gauge Lin Hao's reaction. Miss Yang, you need not speak on behalf of this imbecile. Chapter 83. Expel him. Chen Anrui regarded Feng Liangheng as one would a criminal. The audacity to engage in such actions demonstrates a complete disregard for the company's and partners' interests. Individuals like him, who exploit their position for personal gain, will be dealt with accordingly, one down, and more to follow. Upon hearing these words, Yang Mei fell silent, at a loss for how to respond in such a situation. Remaining quiet seemed to be the best course of action. However, noticing that Yang Mei refused to defend him, Feng Liangheng's complexion turned as pale as a sheet. He hastened to Lin Hao's side. Mr. Lin, I was blind to your worth and have offended you. Please spare me this once. I truly cannot lose this job. Witnessing Feng Liangheng's tearful display, which seemed genuinely remorseful, Lin Hao felt no compassion. Instead, he let out a derisive chuckle. Do you regret it? This question ignited a flicker of hope within Feng Liangheng. He lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes, nodding fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, I regret it. I deeply regret it. If you grant me another chance, I assure you I will never act this way again. Lin Hao regarded the man before him with a smile that was neither warm nor genuine, not believing a single word of his professed sincerity. You regret it? I suspect your regret stems not from a sense of wrongdoing, but rather from the unfortunate circumstance of being caught in the act. Should another opportunity arise, not only would you act similarly, but you would do so with greater caution and subtlety. This single remark laid bare Feng Liangheng's insidious intentions, compelling Chen Anrui, who had been listening intently, to resolve decisively. Security, escort him out at once, and ensure he does not disturb our esteemed guests any longer. Lin Hao observed as the security personnel approached Feng Liangheng with a fierce demeanor. With a cold smirk, he stepped forward to stand directly in front of Feng Liangheng. The guards, momentarily taken aback, found themselves unable to react as the man before them clenched his fist. With a resounding thud, it struck Feng Liangheng squarely on the bridge of his nose. The blow was delivered without the slightest regard, resulting in a sickening crack as Feng Liangheng's nose shattered. Crimson blood streamed from his nostrils, and his visage swelled rapidly. What are you doing? Feng Liangheng cried out in pain, tears streaming down his face as he shouted angrily at Lin Hao. Yet Lin Hao merely cast him a cold glance. Some words may be spoken recklessly, but others must not be uttered lightly. You have committed countless and scrupulous deeds, and the day will come when someone will hold you accountable. It is said that evil men meet their due fate. If fate does not intervene, then I shall. Should you harbor any ill intentions, direct them towards me. However, should you dare to lay a finger on my wife, I assure you, you will not witness the dawn of tomorrow. This time, Feng Liangheng was afforded no opportunity for mercy, swiftly dragged out of the company's entrance by the fierce security personnel. His cries for mercy echoed through the company's hall, reverberating even as he was pulled far away, a distant reminder of his bitterness and rage. The sound brought a sense of relief and satisfaction to both Yang Mei and Lin Hao. Although Yang Mei had yet to recover from the psychological and physical trauma this incident had inflicted upon her, Lin Hao's words rang with conviction and clarity, igniting a fire within her. Gazing at the man before her, Yang Mei could scarcely believe he was her husband of so many years. His recent display of authority and strength rendered him suddenly monumental in her eyes. For a fleeting moment, everyone present felt as though they were in the presence of not merely a common vendor of electronic chips, but a leader wielding the power of life and death. Staring at this man, Yang Mei found it hard to reconcile that he was the same individual who had been a gambling addict, indulging in vice and even pilfering from their home on multiple occasions. In her mind, Lin Hao still bore the remnants of the man who, after losing heavily at gambling, had proclaimed he would mortgage their home in desperation. The contrast between that reckless figure and the composed, neatly attired man before her was almost unfathomable. Yang Mei could hardly bear to reflect on how utterly humiliated and exposed she had felt just moments prior. Recalling the recent ordeal that felt akin to traversing a treacherous path of blades and flames, Yang Mei gazed upon the man before her, fearless and resolute, risking himself to extricate her from peril, even willing to engage in physical confrontation. In that moment, she experienced an unprecedented warmth. Lin Hao's image transformed in her eyes. appearing steadfast and reliable. The realization that he was her husband caused her cheeks to flush with embarrassment, stirring an inexplicable sweetness within her heart. However, reflecting on her previous cold demeanor toward Lin Hao, she felt a pang of shame. Over the past days, she had relied on him significantly, yet her attitude towards him had often been one of unfounded reproach. Unaware of Yang Mei's thoughts, Lin Hao observed as Chun Anrui decisively dealt with Feng Liangheng, his expression softening slightly. Meanwhile, Chun Anrui wore an awkward smile as he turned to Yang Mei. "Sister-in-law, I sincerely apologize. This is a grave oversight in our company's management system. On behalf of IME Sino Electronic Technology Company, Limited, I extend my formal apologies. I am truly sorry." As he spoke, Chun Anrui bowed deeply, his sincerity leaving Yang Mei momentarily taken aback as she instinctively stepped back in surprise. No, Manager Chun. Please don't do that. This is not your fault." Even Lin Hao was somewhat astonished by Chun Anrui's earnest demeanor and quickly interjected to ease the tension. "Manager Chun, this matter does not rest solely on your shoulders. There is no need for such self-reproach." Yet, Chun Anrui shook his head, his expression serious. "No, Brother Lin, sister-in-law. I understand that this incident is profoundly significant for both of you, and it has caused serious harm on behalf of our company. I genuinely feel remorseful. As a principal director, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Initially, there may have been lingering dissatisfaction regarding the situation, but witnessing Chun Anrui's heartfelt apology gradually dissipated the last remnants of resentment within Lin Hao and Yang Mei. Manager Chun, it truly is not your fault. We are not unreasonable people. We recognize the sincerity of you and your company." Observing Lin Hao's eloquence, Yang Mei wiped her tears and promptly donned a smile. "Indeed. Manager Chun, you need not bear such guilt. Your approach has been quite fair. Rest assured, we shall let this matter pass. I harbor no ill will towards your company because of it." Seeing Lin Hao and Yang Mei display such magnanimity, the weight that had burdened Chun Anrui's heart finally lifted. To speak candidly, as the general manager of IME Sino Electronic Technology Company, Limited, Chun Anrui could have easily shifted the blame entirely onto Feng Liangheng. Yet, he chose to adopt a humble stance before Lin Hao, motivated not only by the concern of securing electronic chips for his company, but also by a desire to forge a connection. Moreover, with Yang Mei backed by the partnership of Yingjialami Company, the stakes were significantly higher. Lin Hao is certainly not a person who lacks discernment. He is well aware that Imacino Electronics Technology Company, Limited stands on its own merit, and that Feng Liangheng's actions are merely a reflection of his own shortcomings. Thus, Lin Hao would never indulge in misplaced resentment. As for Yang Mei, she had long been taken aback by Chun Anrui's title and was in no position to voice any dissent at this moment. However, Chun Anrui seemed to feel that his sincerity was still lacking, as he turned to Lin Hao and inquired, "Brother Lin, how might I suitably provide you with an explanation regarding this matter?" At this juncture, Chun Anrui's address to Lin Hao had shifted from the previously somewhat aloof Mr. Lin to the more familiar Brother Lin. Yang Mei, upon hearing this astonishing address, could not help but gasp. Chun Anrui, the general manager of Imacino Electronics Technology Company, Limited, with an annual salary in the tens of millions, was now, with evident trepidation, seeking counsel from her husband on how to provide them with an explanation. The disparity was so striking that Yang Mei felt as though the world had taken on a surreal quality. Lin Hao, being astute, discerned the underlying intent in Chun Anrui's words and smiled at Yang Mei. "I believe, General Manager Chun, that your sincerity is more than sufficient. We are not the type to hold grudges." He continued, "Should you wish to pursue some form of collaboration, my wife is employed at Yingjialami Company, and there may indeed be ample opportunities for commercial interactions between our two firms in the future. If the occasion arises, I hope you will extend your support." This statement effectively tied their fates together. Chun Anrui nodded in agreement, smiling, "Certainly, certainly." As he spoke, Chun Anrui produced his business card, pristine white with gold embossing, and handed it to Yang Mei with both hands. "In that case, here you go, sister-in-law. This is my business card. We can exchange contact information, and should any future business collaborations arise, we can discuss them further." Yang Mei, feeling a mix of awe and deference, accepted Chun Anrui's card, glancing at the prominent title of General Manager, which made her head spin. She promptly stored the card away with utmost respect. "Thank you so very much, General Manager Chun." Observing the woman before him, Chun Anrui, despite treating her with such courtesy, found her to be modest and reserved, which elevated his regard for her. It was clear that Yang Mei was not a foolish individual who would act recklessly. Thus, it seemed that this couple could indeed forge a connection. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, Chen Anrui was also taking this opportunity to evaluate the couple in his mind. At this moment, seeing them exchange contact information and nodding in agreement, he appeared to be reminded of something and continued, General Manager Chun is clearly a person of great ambition, and I am certain he harbors significant aspirations for the future development of the company. If the opportunity arises in the future, perhaps we could collaborate once more. Observing Lin Hao's apparent interest in pursuing further development with them, a look of delight immediately graced Chen Anrui's face. In light of this, why not both of you come to my office for a cup of tea? Coincidentally, I need to call on the finance department to settle the payment for Brother Lin. Lin Hao nodded, and the three of them ascended in the elevator together. Yang Mei remained in a daze until they entered Chen Anrui's office. Clumsily, she took a seat on the sofa, cradling the tea prepared by him. Lin Hao and Chen Anrui engaged in conversation, while Yang Mei could only listen vacantly to their exchange. Earlier, Brother Lin mentioned collaboration. I wonder what his ideas for partnership might be? Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and explained with a smile. Currently, it may still be premature. When the time is right, I will present a detailed proposal containing suggestions for your esteemed company. At that time, perhaps General Manager Chun could spare a moment from his busy schedule to take a look. Upon hearing this, Chen Anrui understood that Lin Hao intended to invest in their company. Over the years, many have sought to invest in Amacino Electronics Technology Company, Limited. While some approached with mere words, others presented detailed plans. However, these individuals either lacked distinction or did not align with the company's future vision and development strategy, resulting in polite rejections. Yet, the prospect of Lin Hao wanting to discuss investment with their company genuinely swayed Chen Anrui, not for any other reason, but due to that electronic chip in Lin Hao's possession. The value of that chip is well known among those in the electronic technology sector. Since Lin Hao could bring this chip to Amacino Electronics Technology Company, Limited, he must have conducted extensive research. Otherwise, he would not exude such a calm and confident demeanor in his words. This very realization intrigued Chen Anrui even further. If Lin Hao were truly as eager to liquidate his asset as he claimed, he could easily approach competitor companies with that chip. With just a modicum of patience, it could fetch a price of 3 to 5 million. Wouldn't that be more beneficial for his profit? Yet, he deliberately chose Amacino Electronics Technology Company, Limited. And initially, he did not even mention a price. When quoted 230,000, and they countered with 220,000, he simply reduced the price by 100,000, decisively offering them the deal. Such sincerity compelled Chen Anrui to regard the individual before him with increased scrutiny. There was still so much about this man that remained unknown to him. Chapter 85. A compensation of 100,000. Reflecting on the numerous enigmatic aspects Lin Hao exhibited during their conversation, Chen Anrui found himself inexplicably stirred by a sense of competition. The more exceptional a person is, the more likely they are to develop a sense of respect for their rivals. At this moment, Chen Anrui has come to regard Lin Hao as a respectable and amiable opponent, and the sense of camaraderie in his words has become increasingly evident. If Mr. Lin genuinely wishes to discuss investment opportunities with our company, perhaps we could arrange a time to engage in a thorough dialogue. I am quite intrigued by Mr. Lin's perspectives. Lin Hao could discern that the other party acknowledged his capabilities, prompting him to smile and agree. That would indeed be ideal. However, it cannot be today. Once I am prepared, I shall certainly arrange a discussion with General Manager Chun in advance. Lin Hao is not one to hastily produce an investment proposal. The truth is, he currently lacks sufficient funds to facilitate operations. He has always held disdain for the notion of empty-handed schemes. As their conversation was in full swing, there was a sudden knock at the door of Chen Anrui's office. "Come in," he commanded, and someone entered. "Hello, General Manager. I am from the finance department, here to settle the payment." "Which gentleman are you referring to?" Pointing to Lin Hao. The finance team member politely approached and transferred a sum of 230,000 yuan to Lin Hao. Lin Hao's eyes widened slightly. "What? Why is it 230,000? Wasn't it previously agreed upon as 220,000? At this, Chen Anrui shook his head. "Mr. Lin, your willingness to collaborate with our company has already flattered us beyond measure. Now, with this unexpected turn of events, how could we possibly lower your price? Consider this additional 10,000 as compensation for your mental distress." Please do not refuse. Otherwise, it may hinder our future interactions. Chun Onrue's words, cloaked in politeness yet laced with a hint of assertiveness, did not come off as offensive. Rather, they exuded a sense of closeness. It is precisely this kind of demeanor that has enabled Chun Onrue to ascend to the position of general manager at Amizeno Electronics Technology Company, Limited. With just a few sentences, he elevated their rapport to a new level. Lin Hao decided not to push back, nodding in acknowledgement. Given this situation, there will indeed be opportunities for collaboration in the future. Lin Hao had already resolved that this partnership would only materialize when he had sufficient funds at his disposal. For him, it was not the power of a company that mattered, but rather the profits it could yield. He had a clear vision for his financial future, aspiring to hold tangible wealth akin to that of premier financial conglomerates. He was not overly concerned with controlling various companies. Rather, he recognized that top-tier conglomerates possess numerous enterprises and do not intervene in the management of each one, allowing them to operate independently. Their primary responsibility is to extract a portion of the profits from these companies to bolster the strength of the conglomerate itself. This was precisely the path Lin Hao sought to follow. His singular ambition in this lifetime was simple: to surpass his former self and become a truly elite financial titan. At that moment, Yang Mei, who was nearby, was so astonished by the astronomical figure that she could barely articulate her thoughts. What does 2,300,000 signify? For Yang Mei, even if she works for another 2 to 3 years, it is unlikely she will ever lay her eyes on such a sum. To put it bluntly, if Yang Mei continues working in this manner until her last breath, she may never accumulate 230,000. Moreover, 100,000 nearly represents several years of Yang Mei's expenses. Yet, with but a whimsical utterance of spiritual damages, Chen Onrui nonchalantly bestowed that sum upon Lin Hao. Frankly speaking, Yang Mei couldn't help but wonder if Chen Onrui was somewhat deranged, casually giving away such a substantial amount of money like it were a mere favor. Conversely, Lin Hao did not regard this 100,000 with any gravity. His willingness to agree to the negotiation indicated he did not perceive it as anything extraordinary. Holding this money, as they exited the doors of Amizeno Electronic Technology Company, Yang Mei remained in a daze. It was Lin Hao who first shattered the somewhat stagnant atmosphere between them. So, were you frightened just now? Yang Mei, caught off guard, finally regained her senses and stiffly shook her head. It's nothing, just. At this point, she gazed at Lin Hao, her eyes still reflecting disbelief. But what exactly did you do at Amizeno Electronic Technology Company? Why did President Qin give you such a large sum? Lin Hao smiled and explained, actually, it's related to the investment I discussed with President Jiang earlier. We went to that abandoned textile factory on the outskirts of the city and acquired some second-hand equipment. We purchased it at a remarkably low price, yet we can profit handsomely when we sell it. Coincidentally, Amizeno Electronic Technology Company needed an electronic chip salvaged from the textile factory, so I came to strike a deal with them. Yang Mei found his explanation rather simplistic, still feeling somewhat bewildered. But purchasing machinery is quite expensive. Where did you acquire such funds? Lin Hao waved his hand dismissively. In truth, it wasn't expensive at all. The textile factory had gone bankrupt, and we acquired the machinery at scrap metal prices, each piece costing merely several tens of thousands. Yang Mei, astonished by his words, widened her eyes. You bought something for a few tens of thousands and are reselling it for over 200,000? Aren't you afraid that President Chen will find out and come after you? To Yang Mei, this method of buying low and selling high seemed almost akin to fraud. The thought left her both alarmed and enraged. Isn't this just a crooked way to make money? How can you engage in such activities? And you even drag President Jiang into this. Aren't you afraid that if things go awry, you both will be in serious trouble? Seeing Yang Mei's expression of worry and fear, Lin Hao shook his head in resignation and continued to explain, this isn't what one would consider a crooked scheme. Although it involves buying low and selling high, we are conducting legitimate business. To clarify further, the integrated electronic chip is housed within the textile machine. After the textile factory's closure, the factory manager hastily sold all the machines at a bargain. Seizing this opportunity, we procured the machinery and dismantled the electronic chips, all of which were acquired through legitimate means. In Chapter 86, it is suggested that the loan might have been 2 million. Lin Hao, keen to avoid any misunderstandings with Yang Mei, explained meticulously. Moreover, that electronic chip, in the foreign market, is valued at no less than 2 to 3 million. Selling it to Mr. Chun of Amizeno Electronics Technology Company, Limited at this price is indeed a gesture of friendship. Why would Mr. Chin come after me for trouble? He should be grateful instead. At that moment, Yang Mei finally grasped the situation. This was not an act of deceit, merely a stroke of good fortune. With this thought, she exhaled in relief. However, reflecting on the figures Lin Hao had just mentioned made her freeze in place. A device worth tens of thousands had been flipped for over 2 million. How had Lin Hao conceived such astronomical profits? Observing Yang Mei's incredulous expression, Lin Hao raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance. Don't be so surprised. It's really not that extraordinary. I didn't make much. If we're counting, Mr. Jiang is the one who truly profited. Lin Hao scratched his head, chuckling. He certainly has far more machines than I do. He might pocket nearly 10 million this time. At this revelation, Yang Mei felt parched. Such profitable methods would entice anyone. Then why didn't you buy more back at the factory? Upon uttering these words, Yang Mei suddenly realized that she had recently borrowed 150,000 from Lin Hao. It wasn't that he didn't want to acquire more. Surely he had run out of funds when he accompanied Jiang Si. With this realization, Yang Mei trembled, her face paling as she questioned, "Can you still buy now?" Lin Hao shook his head and replied, "Definitely not. The news is already out, and many will rush there with the same intentions. When we went, we had already sifted through the good items. I fear the profits from the textile factory have already been thoroughly extracted." Lin Hao had a clear perspective on the situation, having long understood what he had relinquished at that time, allowing him to accept it with such composure. Moreover, many individuals had flocked to the outskirts of the city today. Even if I were to go now, I would likely find nothing left to purchase. This statement rendered Yang Mei's charming visage utterly pale. Calculating the figures, Lin Hao had turned a mere few tens of thousands into over 2 million. Did this not imply that the 150,000 she borrowed from Lin Hao was not merely that, but potentially a sum of 2 million? If Lin Hao had not been aiding his brother back then, perhaps his assets would have multiplied significantly by now. With this thought, Yang Mei instinctively swallowed hard. If she were to diligently repay the 150,000, perhaps in her lifetime, she might manage to return it to Lin Hao. However, that 2 million is a sum Yang Mei could never hope to earn, even over a lifetime. This realization left her momentarily at a loss on how to confront Lin Hao. "I'm sorry, I don't know. I truly don't know," she confessed. Observing Yang Mei's sudden surge of guilt, Lin Hao quickly reassured her, "Please, don't be this way. The 150,000 was a voluntary loan from me. It has nothing to do with this situation. Don't blame yourself." The regret etched on Yang Mei's face was now bare and unmasked. "If I hadn't borrowed money from you back then, you might have earned so much more. I truly apologize. I had no idea." Lin Hao felt a pang of sympathy upon witnessing her distress, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. "These were my conscious choices. I willingly chose to help you. Why should you blame yourself?" As her thoughts spiraled, Yang Mei felt increasingly aggrieved on Lin Hao's behalf. Over 200,000 had vanished into thin air, only to be met with her brother's indifferent attitude, and she had even been on the verge of confronting him physically. Yang Mei felt utterly ashamed to face Lin Hao again. Lin Hao, unable to bear the sight of Yang Mei's furrowed brow and sorrowful expression, tightened his grip on her shoulders slightly, prompting her to look up at him. Mei, I know you have always treated me with kindness, and now I wish to reciprocate. If you cannot save Yang Shang, I fear you may never escape the burden of guilt. I am willing to help you. I want to see you happy, for that brings me far greater joy than the prospect of earning over 200,000. As Yang Mei gazed at the man before her, his words resonated with certainty, and a wave of warmth surged within her. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of disbelief, as if she had never truly known her husband. If his previous ventures, selling floral wreaths and hairy crabs, were mere trifles, then this investment in the textile factory represented a remarkable leap into the realm of serious entrepreneurship. Nevertheless, one must ponder, how could Lin Hao, who had not majored in electronic technology during his university years and possessed no knowledge in that field, have discerned that the discarded machinery in the textile factory held the integrated electronic chips needed by Aimee Seno Electronics? How did he come by this information and decide to engage in trade with Aimee Seno? These questions left Yang Mei increasingly mystified by the man before her. However, one thing was certain. The man standing in front of her was no longer the feckless spendthrift she had once known. Yet, she remained uncertain about when or what had prompted this transformation. For Yang Mei, the mere fact that Lin Hao had changed was a delightful surprise. Noticing that Yang Mei's demeanor had softened significantly in recent days, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to inquire about something that concerned him. When I visited the kindergarten the other day, the teacher mentioned that Meow Meow had already gone to class. These past few days have been quite hectic for me, leaving little time to inquire about your well-being. Have you been busy with work lately? Would you like me to pick up Meow Meow after class? Yang Mei felt her face flush at this question. She had previously declared with unwavering resolve that she would never allow Lin Meow Meow to attend the kindergarten chosen by Lin Hao. Yet, unexpectedly, Meow Meow had already been attending classes there for several days, rendering her earlier words insincere. Had this been earlier, upon hearing Lin Hao's suggestion, Yang Mei would have promptly declined without hesitation. However, having just witnessed Lin Hao's protective demeanor and the changes he has made in recent days, it would be disingenuous to claim that her heart remained entirely unshaken. Chapter 87, Dining Together. Therefore, meeting Lin Hao's earnest gaze, Yang Mei bit her red lip and nodded slightly. All right, if you have the time, please pick her up after school. Lin Hao's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. Yang Mei had finally ceased to refuse his involvement with Lin Meow Meow, marking a significant breakthrough for him. With this thought, Lin Hao felt increasingly confident. As long as he persisted in his efforts, he believed that one day Yang Mei would recognize his transformation and reconsider her feelings. With this in mind, Lin Hao became even more exhilarated. I see that the hour is getting late. You must be finishing work soon. How about we take Meow Meow out for a meal? Upon hearing this suggestion, Yang Mei furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a pang of regret. Dining out? That seems a bit extravagant. I could easily whip up a couple of dishes at home. At this point, Yang Mei suddenly faltered. She remembered that she no longer had a home. Recently, her mother had evicted her from her brother's house, and now she and Lin Meow Meow were residing in a hotel. If Lin Hao insisted on dining at home, it would undoubtedly expose her unfortunate circumstances. While Yang Mei was pleased to see Lin Hao's changes and was willing to accept some of his assistance, her pride and principles would not allow her to reveal her predicament. Reflecting on this, Yang Mei bit her lip and remained silent. Lin Hao, however, interpreted her silence as acquiescence and spoke with a smile. It's all right, didn't he, Mr. Chen just mentioned that the 100,000 yuan was intended as compensation for your emotional distress? I can withdraw it from the bank and give it to you. We can treat this meal as a well-deserved break, considering how hard you've been working lately. Lin Hao was overjoyed to encounter such a receptive Yang Mei and began contemplating which restaurant to take her to for a celebratory meal. Meanwhile, Yang Mei seemed to recall something, casting a hesitant glance at Lin Hao before biting her lip and speaking. Lin Hao, now that you've begun earning money and my attitude towards you has softened, do you think it could lead you to believe that I am essentially a materialistic woman? Lin Hao was taken aback by her question and took a moment before responding with a smile. Why would you think that? I believe your actions are entirely justified. Yang Mei had considered the possibility that Lin Hao might look down upon her because of this issue. However, in this regard, Lin Hao appeared more assertive than she was. Noticing the dazed expression on Yang Mei's face due to his response, Lin Hao chuckled and continued, I am somewhat aware of what I used to be like. Day in and day out, I merely squandered my life away, drinking, gambling, and engaging in frivolous pursuits. I recognized that such behavior was deplorable. Reflecting back, I indeed committed numerous reckless acts, while you single-handedly managed and supported our family. Without you, I can only imagine the state we would be in now. At this juncture, Lin Hao expressed a hint of nostalgia. The responsibilities you shouldered during those years are experiences I have never encountered. Instead, I only reveled in extravagance. It is entirely justified for you to feel anger and dissatisfaction toward me. Now that I acknowledge my mistakes, strive for self-improvement, and begin to change, your attitude toward me has gradually improved. Isn't this a natural progression? Lin Hao genuinely believed this, which lent a particular sincerity to his words. He did not perceive Yang Mei's actions as inappropriate. Rather, he smiled and reassured her, I view this as encouragement. As long as I endeavor to become a better person, you will be more inclined to treat me with kindness, which will continually motivate me to strive for improvement. Seeing Yang Mei's smile return because of his words, Lin Hao felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was already a significant step that Yang Mei could adopt such a stance toward him. The very fact that she could contemplate this aspect indicated that she was beginning to reconsider her feelings. As long as he continued to exert effort, he was confident that he could win her over. Regarding the concerns Yang Mei harbored, Lin Hao held no such thoughts. He had always felt indebted to Yang Mei, and her willingness to forgive him was a delightful surprise. He could never doubt her character. In Lin Hao's view, the 150,000 she felt guilty about was negligible. The method by which he had earned over 2 million, while considerable in Yang Mei's eyes, was merely the tip of the iceberg for him. From Lin Hao's current perspective, it felt as if he had been favored by the universe, with countless opportunities waiting for him to discover. He was akin to someone sitting atop a mountain of gold, who had no reason to feel disheartened over trivial immediate gains. In truth, when reflecting upon Lin Hao's endeavors, they were all meticulously planned. From the initial sale of floral wreaths to gather startup capital, to later purchasing and reselling hairy crabs, and now selling off his fruit stand to invest in textile factories. Lin Hao had methodically increased his available capital without becoming overly attached to any singular method of earning. For Lin Hao, those simple and common ways to make money no longer applied. If he sought to double his funds again, he would need to direct his thoughts toward other ventures. In this vein, Lin Hao suddenly recalled something. This year's calligraphy and painting exhibition seems poised to open its doors once again. In the city, an annual exhibition is a customary affair during this season, and this year promises to be particularly grand, with several nearby cities' calligraphy and painting associations invited to participate. Numerous individuals from the artistic community are expected to attend. Such exhibitions are often accompanied by various auctions of artworks, and Lin Hao contemplates that the funds currently at his disposal might allow him to take a chance at the auction. While he does not dare to assume he could purchase everything outright, he believes that multiplying his funds several times over is certainly within reach. With this thought in mind, Lin Hao deems it necessary to reconnect with Jiang Siju. Just as he contemplates this, Jiang Siju's call comes through on his phone. "Brother Lin, I have exciting news to share." Jiang Siju's voice trembles with enthusiasm on the other end. "The electronic printing machine you mentioned, I found a buyer and sold it." Lin Hao is taken aback by Jiang Siju's quick action. "Really? Have you already secured the necessary components?" Chapter 88, 150,000 in returns. Upon hearing Lin Hao's inquiry, Jiang Siju can hardly contain his excitement and responds hastily, "Brother Lin, I've found an exceptional buyer. They are willing to purchase the entire machine, provided we replace the computer display screen for them. We acquired the machine for just over 100,000, and do you know how much they are willing to pay for it?" Jiang Siju deliberately pauses for effect. Sensing his eagerness, Lin Hao can only surmise that the figure must be astonishingly high. 150,000. A full 150,000. Jiang Siju exclaims, nearly jumping with joy. "With this sale, I will recover all my initial investments in one go. From here on, every penny earned will be pure profit. Ha ha. I've truly struck gold this time." Lin Hao raises an eyebrow in surprise at this revelation. If memory serves him correctly, the electronic printing machine had only had its printing software sold off previously. He is astonished that they managed to sell the entire machine this time. Jiang Siju has indeed struck it rich. Jiang Siju is overjoyed, especially after his father had recently pressured him about financial matters, threatening to cut off his bank card and claiming he would be unable to maintain his vehicle. Now, he is eager to sell all these machines and convert his earnings into cash, so he can have a vehicle delivered to his home, proudly showcasing it to his father. He wants his father to see that he can indeed earn enough to buy a house on his own. Lin Hao listens to him with a smile, feeling no particular surprise. Although Jiang Siju's unexpected success in selling the machine is noteworthy, it also stirs a sense of concern within Lin Hao. It appears that his arrival has indeed altered the course of events that had transpired previously. "Although I cannot retreat into solitude like the butterfly effect, I fear that I may still have some impact on this world. It seems that I must refrain from indulgence in the future. Otherwise, should I lose the advantages I currently possess, pursuing any further endeavors would undoubtedly become a challenge." Meanwhile, Jiang Siju was oblivious to Lin Hao's concerns and, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "Lin Gu, do you and your sister-in-law have time tonight? I would like to treat you to dinner. I must express my gratitude properly." Ha! Upon hearing this, Lin Hao rolled his eyes on the other end of the line. "No need for dinner. I've already planned a candlelight dinner with your sister-in-law tonight, so please do not disturb us. Just attend to your own matters." Jiang Siju chuckled helplessly at the other end of the call. "I say, Lin Gu, have you forgotten your brothers now that you have a wife? Even though I'm a single dog, must you continually remind me of my solitary existence? All right, you go enjoy your dinner. I shan't intrude." At this point, he seemed to recollect something and added, "Oh, I remembered something. I still have a VIP card for the Tiresias Western Restaurant. Since you and your sister-in-law are going out for dinner, how about I give you this card? I intended to treat you both to a meal there today anyway. Tiresias Western Restaurant is renowned as a Michelin 3-star establishment, frequented by many affluent patrons. Lin Hao had initially planned to take Yang Mei out for a fine dining experience, and Jiang Siju's suggestion resonated deeply with his intentions. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Hao considered Jiang Siju's words and replied, "All right, I appreciate it." After inquiring about Lin Hao's current location, Jiang Siju promptly stated over the phone, "All right, wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Yang Mei went to pick up Lin Miao Miao from school, while Lin Hao stood by the roadside waiting. Before long, Jiang Siju arrived. Having exchanged his luxury car for a more modest vehicle, he pulled up beside Lin Hao and slowly rolled down the window. Lin Hao glanced at the car and shook his head in resignation, realizing that this was the consequence of Jiang Siju's previous stubbornness with Jiang Yaoi. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Jiang Siju wore a genuine expression of admiration and enthusiasm. "Here, Lin Gu, this card is yours. I acquired it previously. It's about the card, not the person. Simply take it and find a seat." Jiang Siju stepped out of the car and handed Lin Hao a finely crafted card. Lin Hao, forgoing any pretense of politeness, accepted the card and tucked it into his pocket, nodding in thanks while casting his gaze toward the attractive girl in the passenger seat. A few days ago, Jiang Siju remarked that he had no intention of marrying in the near future, yet today he is out for a drive with a young lady. With a hint of curiosity, Lin Hao inquired, "Who is that girl?" Jiang Siju, sensing Lin's thoughts, quickly waved his hand. "Brother Lin, don't overthink it. She's just a friend. With my father pressuring me about marriage so persistently, I merely wanted to bring someone along to placate him." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel exasperated at Jiang Yahui, the business tycoon. Such determination in pursuit of marriage is no wonder he has amassed such wealth. However, it seems rather absurd that a prominent businessman is devoting his efforts to hasten his son's nuptials. Observing Jiang Siju's pained expression, Lin Hao chuckled and patted his shoulder, his gaze once again drifting towards the young lady. In matters of affection, one must not be too casual. Moreover, the fact that she is willing to endure such scrutiny to assist in appeasing your father suggests she might harbor genuine feelings for you. It would be wise to tread carefully and not take her for granted. Jiang Siju, upon receiving this advice, seemed unconcerned. "Brother Lin, you're exaggerating. She's merely a friend, helping me pretend to have a girlfriend. We have nothing substantial between us, so there is no need for any awkwardness." Lin Hao simply offered a reminder, and seeing that Jiang Siju did not take it to heart, he chose to remain silent. Chapter 89. A sudden departure. Though Lin Hao did not entirely agree with Jiang Siju's approach, he recognized that it was merely a reflection of his own personal beliefs and values, which he would not impose on Jiang. Furthermore, for someone like Jiang Siju, surrounded by an ever-changing array of women, his behavior could be seen as relatively restrained within the circles of affluent heirs. After bidding farewell to Jiang Siju and watching him drive away, Lin Hao remained at the spot, awaiting Yang Mei's return. Meanwhile, as Jiang Siju turned the key in the ignition and set off home, the young lady beside him curiously asked, "Who was that just now? A friend of yours? I don't recall you ever bringing him out before." In their social circle, acquaintances often recognized one another, yet the unfamiliar man had piqued her curiosity. Jiang Siju smiled and explained, "He is a friend I recently made. Incredibly impressive. I assure you, he possesses an uncanny ability to predict outcomes. Everything he has said has proven accurate." Before he could finish, Jiang Siju found himself momentarily stunned, the vehicle's speed gradually decreasing. Lin Hao had suggested that this girl might indeed have some romantic feelings for him. Could it be an intuitive insight? As this thought emerged, Jiang Siju glanced at the young lady beside him, feeling increasingly uneasy. If that were the case, he might have unwittingly invited considerable trouble. The young woman in the passenger seat, puzzled by Jiang Siju's sudden decision to halt the vehicle on the roadside, inquired, "Why have you stopped? Weren't we supposed to return to meet your father?" Faced with her wide, questioning eyes, Jiang Siju, feeling a surge of irritation, scratched his head and abruptly opened the car door. "Well, I've changed my mind. You should just take a taxi back now." The girl, sitting in the passenger seat, stared at him in disbelief. "You've driven me this far, and now you expect me to go back alone? Are you even human? Is this how one treats another?" Jiang Siju was acutely aware that his actions were indeed inconsiderate. He scratched his head again, feeling awkward. "Would you like me to take you back?" The girl rolled her eyes dramatically, her irritation bubbling to the surface as she pushed the passenger door open forcefully. "No need for your grand gesture. I'll get a taxi myself." With a resounding slam, she closed the door behind her. Jiang Siju stood there, helplessly watching as she walked away. her high heels clicking defiantly against the pavement. Lin Hao's earlier comments had not stemmed from any premonition. He merely intended to offer Jiang Siju a word of caution. He hadn't anticipated that his casual remark would lead to such a significant fallout. The girl, her bag slung over her shoulder, strode along the roadside, seething with indignation. She resolved that if that man failed to apologize sincerely, she would never forgive him. Suddenly, the sound of an engine revving broke her thoughts. She initially assumed Jiang Siju had reconsidered and was returning to offer an apology. With an air of pride, she crossed her arms and awaited the approach of his vehicle. However, to her shock, Jiang Siju's car sped past without so much as a glance in her direction. Witnessing his hasty retreat, she felt an urge to crush her silver tooth in frustration, stamping her foot before angrily clutching her bag and returning home. Unbeknownst to Lin Hao, the events involving Jiang Siju had taken a dramatic turn. Just as he received his VIP card, he received a call from Yang Mei. "Lin Hao, I'm heading back to the office to deliver a contract. Could you possibly pick up Miao Miao from school?" Without hesitation, Lin Hao agreed, clutching the VIP card as he made his way to the kindergarten. The timing coincided with the school's dismissal, and a myriad of parents were gathered outside, their vehicles varying in make and model. As Lin Hao walked, the array of cars dazzled his senses, yet one commonality stood out. Hardly any of the vehicles were inexpensive. It seemed that all parents believed it was a matter of pride for their children to be chauffeured in anything less than a prestigious car. In stark contrast, Lin Hao ambled along casually to collect his child, a rarity among the throng of parents. Fortunately, his daughter, Lin Miao Miao, being of tender age, lacked any sense of competition and found nothing odd about her father's approach. Upon spotting him, she dashed towards him like a joyful bird released from its cage. "Daddy, are you here to pick me up from school?" Seeing his daughter so exuberant, Lin Hao beamed with satisfaction. "Indeed. How was your day? Did you enjoy your classes?" Lin Miao Miao nodded eagerly, filled with joy. She was particularly fond of this place. The teachers and children here treated her exceptionally well. It was evident that Lin Miao Miao genuinely cherished this kindergarten, continually praising its virtues. However, when the subject of friends arose, her brow furrowed in sudden discontent. "There is one child I dislike playing with. He is truly bothersome." Lin Hao, not overly concerned with the petty squabbles among the children, smiled and deftly changed the topic. "Does Miao Miao have any particularly good friends? Did they play games with you today?" Children, with their capricious natures, easily forgot their previous grievances when prompted by Lin Hao's questions. Excitedly, she took his hand and began counting on her fingers, recounting the friends she had made and the games they played that day. The father and daughter strolled towards the Telesis Western restaurant, chatting and laughing along the way. Meanwhile, Yang Mei had already returned the contract to the company, and after a smooth handover, she proceeded to the restaurant following the address Lin Hao had provided. The family soon reunited at the entrance of Telesis. Yang Mei was not one to indulge in luxuries or pursue a lavish lifestyle. And given the family's ongoing financial struggles over the years, she regarded money with particular importance. Even maintaining the basic household expenses was a challenge, and for several years, she had not purchased a single new piece of clothing for herself, let alone dined at such an extravagant Michelin-starred establishment. Upon arriving at the restaurant Lin Hao had mentioned, Yang Mei was immediately inclined to turn back. This was notoriously a high-cost venue, far beyond the means of their ordinary working-class family. Chapter 90. A fateful collision. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Yang Mei found herself harboring a faint resentment towards Lin Hao. After just earning a little money, he had chosen to splurge at such an expensive place. It seemed rather extravagant. The amount spent on a meal here could sustain their household for quite some time. Spotting Lin Hao and Miao Miao approaching, Yang Mei hesitated before greeting them. "Is this really where you said we would eat? It seems far too expensive." Understanding Yang Mei's concerns about money, Lin Hao felt an even deeper compassion for the years she had devoted entirely to the family, rarely treating herself to a new dress. With a smile, he reassured her, "It's all right. The prices here aren't that high." Yang Mei widened her eyes in disbelief. "Not high. This is a Michelin restaurant. A meal here costs hundreds, if not thousands." Such a renowned establishment was well known, and even someone like Yang Mei, who seldom dined out, was aware of its basic pricing. Lin Hao recognized their financial difficulties, but those were matters of the past. Now that he was earning money, he felt confident that while they could not dine here daily, indulging occasionally was not an insurmountable issue. "Well, today we have a substantial compensation of 100,000 yuan, don't we? I cannot claim much, but at the very least, dining here should pose no issue. In fact, if you are willing, I believe that some could afford us a week's worth of meals in this establishment. Upon hearing Lin Hao's nonchalant attitude, Yang Mei became anxious. Who would dine at such an expensive place for an entire week? We are hardly affluent. Seeing Lin Hao seemingly unfazed by the costs here, Yang Mei could not help but begin to enumerate her grievances. What does 100,000 yuan amount to? It is hardly sufficient for such extravagance. The restaurants here are beyond the reach of those like us. I have heard that the seating fees are exorbitantly high. Merely securing a table could cost several hundred yuan. The more she spoke, the more distressed she became, her expression tinged with anger. I assumed we would simply find a casual eatery. Who knew you would choose such an extravagant restaurant? Had I known, we might as well have dined at home. With what we spend here, we could purchase numerous meals back home. Yang Mei's distressed demeanor evoked both helplessness and sympathy in Lin Hao. All right, I shall heed your concerns. It's not as if we would dine here daily. It is precisely because we seldom come that I wanted to take this opportunity to broaden Miao Miao's horizons. Lin Hao recognized that Yang Mei's only vulnerability was their daughter, Lin Miao Miao, so he deftly redirected the conversation to her. Miao Miao is still young. It is beneficial for her to experience more. Our dining here is inconsequential, but Miao Miao is growing, and allowing her to indulge in good food will benefit her greatly. Hearing Lin Hao's rationale and observing her daughter curiously surveying the surroundings filled Yang Mei with guilt. If not for their modest circumstances, their daughter would not have to live so simply. With this thought, Yang Mei clenched her teeth. In that case, let us dine here today. Before Yang Mei could finish her sentence, a vehicle suddenly approached them. The driver, seemingly oblivious to their presence, maneuvered the car recklessly towards them. Watch out! Lin Hao exclaimed sharply. Ah! Yang Mei instinctively gasped in horror. Fortunately, Lin Hao swiftly scooped up Lin Miao Miao and pulled Yang Mei aside. Yang Mei, momentarily taken aback, stumbled and nearly fell onto the pavement, but Lin Hao caught her waist, pulling her into his embrace. As Yang Mei found herself in his arms, she had no time to feel embarrassed before the occupants of the car began hurling insults, igniting her indignation. What is wrong with you? Have you no eyes? Why are you blocking the road? Are you seeking death? The car came to a rather chaotic halt, and as the rear door swung open, a woman clad in designer attire and high heels, her countenance somewhat harsh, stepped out and pointed accusingly at Yang Mei and the others. Yang Mei was already startled, and upon witnessing the audacity of the other party retaliating, her anger surged even more. Madam, please clarify. It was your vehicle that nearly collided with us. Is it not an egregious overreach to play the victim in such a manner? In Lin Hao's embrace, Lin Miao Miao appeared to be petrified by the recent events, remaining in a daze for a while before tears cascaded down her cheeks. Seeing her daughter in distress only heightened Yang Mei's sympathy. Her previously mild temperament could no longer contain itself, and she gritted her teeth to admonish sharply. What is this attitude? You caused the accident, and yet you believe you have the right to complain? Moreover, if we are to discuss accountability, it is you who failed to observe the road. Is there truly no one behind us? In the face of such reprimand, a reasonable person would have been filled with embarrassment and offered an apology. However, the woman remained obstinate, glaring at them with unyielding hostility. People like you, destitute and pitiful, deserve nothing less than misfortune. How blind can you be to stand behind our vehicle? The woman's words were shockingly offensive, and Yang Mei's delicate face flushed with indignation, struggling to articulate her response. You are utterly unreasonable. As a civilized individual, Yang Mei seldom engaged in arguments, typically only expressing her frustrations at home with Lin Hao. Thus, confronted with such a brazenly unreasonable person, she found herself at a loss. The woman, however, seemed emboldened, stamping her foot in anger. What a disgraceful upbringing. Do you possess no manners? What are you pointing at? Retract your filthy hands. Do you have any idea who I am? Dare you to point those dirty fingers at me? I could have them severed. Her words not only lacked reason, but were imbued with a brazen arrogance. Her features, though not unattractive, radiated a menacing aura. Do you not see where you are? This is the Tiresias restaurant, renowned for its opulence, a haven for the affluent. The woman's expression dripped with disdain, her tone laced with contempt. People like you. Do you not take a moment to reflect on your own worth? How dare you even step foot here? Oh, I see now. You must have come here deliberately to provoke. At this point, the woman feigned a moment of enlightenment. Sneering, I thought it was odd that you chose to stand behind our vehicle. It seems you were merely seeking a pretext for a scam. Truly shameless. Where are the security guards? Security. Have them removed. Witnessing the woman's refusal to apologize and her outrageous accusations, Yang Mei felt her eyes nearly bulging with disbelief. Throughout her years in business, she had encountered all types of individuals, yet she had never met someone so brazenly shameless. Lin Hao, sensing Yang Mei's trembling fury, comfortingly patted her shoulder and cast a cold glance at the woman before addressing her. Madam, one must remember, while we may act with impunity, the heavens are always watching. One must choose their words wisely, lest they invoke divine retribution. Do you not fear the consequences of your harsh words? Lin Hao, a man of good temperament, has cultivated an air of calm and composure, particularly as he ascends to the status of a revered businessman. Yet, let us not forget that he once engaged in verbal duels with street ruffians, unafraid to confront them directly. When it comes to sharp tongues, few can withstand his prowess. At this moment, Lin Hao's words have rendered the woman pale with anger, her teeth clenched as she points accusingly at him, as if ready to charge at him in fury. Meanwhile, someone has finally emerged from the driver's seat of the car, followed by a chubby boy of similar age to Lin Miao Miao. This boy, seemingly familiar with Lin Miao Miao, begins to mock her without waiting for the adults to speak. Crybaby, shame. Shame, shame. Lin Miao Miao, undeterred, wipes her tears and retorts, "You are the real crybaby." After declaring this, she tugs at Lin Hao's hand, her face a picture of displeasure. "Daddy, it's him. He is the friend I dislike the most." The chubby boy, upon seeing Lin Hao, curls his lip in disdain. "I told you, your family are all poor wretches. Your father doesn't even wear a suit and steps out in slippers. Utterly shameless." Lin Miao Miao's face flushes with indignation as she shouts back, "Your family is the real bunch of poor wretches." The chubby boy, however, proudly gestures toward his own father. "My dad is very wealthy. It's you who are the real poor wretches." The man who has just stepped out of the car feigns a reprimand toward his son. "Peng Peng, do not speak like that. It is quite impolite." However, his tone lacks any semblance of genuine reproach, and, in fact, hints at a sense of superiority. Upon witnessing her husband criticize their son, the woman's expression darkens. "How can you speak to our son like that? I believe Peng Peng is correct. You are all a family of pitiful misers, shamelessly attempting to exploit us, dragging your child into such disgraceful antics." Her words are exceedingly harsh, yet this family appears oblivious to their impropriety, each looking down their noses at Lin Hao and Yang Mei with a sense of inflated pride. Although the man initially looked down on them, his gaze shifts to Yang Mei, and his demeanor alters considerably. The haughtiness that once adorned his face seems to vanish in an instant, replaced by a forced, congenial smile as he strides forward. "Ah, it turns out that this young lady's daughter is classmates with our Peng Peng. How should I address you?" Yang Mei, taken aback by the sudden warmth of his demeanor, finds herself at a loss for words. Nevertheless, considering they are the parents of her daughter's classmate, she replies with a hint of awkwardness, "Hello, this is my daughter Lin Miao Miao, and I am Yang Mei." The man nods, smiling. "Greetings, my name is Li Wenjie. Ms. Yang is indeed the parent of Miao Miao, and my son Peng Peng often speaks of her at home. However, I recall that during a previous parent-teacher meeting, the teacher mentioned that your husband had gone abroad for development." At that moment, Yang Mei's gaze inadvertently fell upon Lin Hao, and a hint of embarrassment crossed her face. Previously, due to Lin Hao's neglect of family responsibilities, frequently pilfering money and indulging in frivolous pursuits, Yang Mei had publicly claimed that her husband was abroad for work. This way, even if the kindergarten teachers seldom saw Lin Hao, there would be no excessive speculation regarding her daughter Lin Miao Miao's family circumstances. Who would have thought that this would be brought up in conversation, leaving Yang Mei momentarily at a loss for words? Fortunately, Lin Hao remained composed, stepping back a couple of paces while smiling and addressing Mr. Li Wenjie. "I just returned to the country recently." Li Wenjie scrutinized Lin Hao with a discerning eye, a subtle superiority evident in his expression. "You are Lin Miao Miao's father, correct? May I inquire where you are developing your career? Your attire seems rather modest, not quite in line with the preferences of a business professional." The insinuation behind his words stirred a flicker of discontent in Lin Hao, yet he masked it with a smile, prepared to explain when a sharp voice interrupted him. "Him? A business professional? The world must be full of worthless business people." The woman who had originally disembarked to confront them now approached Li Wenjie, her high heels clicking with each exaggerated step, and entwined her arm with his. "Darling, you certainly overestimate him. This fellow is merely a pathetic loser." Noticing her husband's astonished expression, the woman raised her chin with pride. I thought I recognized you. It's been ages, Yang Mei. You probably don't recall me, do you? Caught off guard as the conversation shifted back to her, Yang Mei hesitated, instinctively assessing the woman before her, but struggling to remember her name, though she felt a flicker of familiarity. The woman regarded Yang Mei with disdain, a mocking smile gracing her lips. Oh, of course. The former class flower, adored by countless suitors, would hardly remember someone like me. I am Han Panpan from the class next door. Yang Mei felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, yet managed to muster a strained smile in greeting. Han Panpan, it's you. How long it has been. In truth, Yang Mei had no recollection of a person from the adjacent class by that name. However, Han Panpan had already scrutinized Yang Mei from head to toe with contempt. Once the class flower, Yang Mei had been beautiful and amiable, the object of affection for many boys, her desk often overflowing with love letters from infatuated young suitors. Ironically, the boy Han Panpan had fancied was one among Yang Mei's many admirers. In the past, Han Panpan, filled with youthful ardor, approached her crush to confess her feelings. To her dismay, the outcome left her in tears, her eyes resembling ripened peaches. The most heart-wrenching words uttered by her crush were, "My heart belongs solely to Yang Mei. I will never harbor feelings for you." This declaration cast a shadow over Han Panpan's adolescence, rendering her reticent in engaging with the opposite sex. Even as she matured, the specter of her rejected confession lingered in her heart. Over the years, despite minimal interaction with Yang Mei, Han Panpan found herself, both intentionally and unintentionally, inquiring about Yang Mei's recent happenings through classmates. When she learned that Yang Mei had married a promising husband, Han Panpan viciously cursed her countless times. Subsequently, it seemed her curses bore fruit. The once praised husband of Yang Mei suddenly fell into despair, quickly transforming into a wastrel, indulging in debauchery, gambling, and petty theft. Upon hearing of this turn of events, Han Panpan felt an exhilarating sense of relief, her chest swelling with newfound confidence as she walked outside. In time, Yang Mei's misfortunes became a source of solace for Han Panpan during her own low moments. No one anticipated that the former rival would cross paths again, particularly in such a diminished state. This realization elevated Han Panpan's sense of accomplishment to an almost unattainable zenith. Who would have thought that the once celebrated beauty had fallen so low? Surely, her former admirers would be heartbroken upon witnessing her plight. As Yang Mei displayed signs of embarrassment, Han Panpan's taunts grew increasingly audacious. Yet, one might wonder, wouldn't those admirers feel more pity for the former school beauty, blinded by fate into marrying a worthless husband? Now, reduced to such dire straits that she could scarcely afford a meal, resorting to the despicable act of scamming for a meager livelihood. How pitiful indeed. Yang Mei, though incensed by the biting remarks, noticed that the car her adversary was driving appeared rather expensive, and she wished to avoid any unnecessary complications. After years of enduring disparaging comments, she resolved to dismiss them as mere buzzing of mosquitoes around her ears. Suppressing her irritation, Yang Mei maintained a frosty demeanor and stated, "Since you two wish to dine, please proceed." Li Wenjie, seemingly eager for further conversation with Yang Mei, raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Miss Yang, aren't you joining us for dinner?" Yang Mei bit her crimson lip, poised to respond, but upon meeting Lin Hao's gentle and understanding gaze, she grasped his silent suggestion. If she wished to stay and dine, they should enter together. If not, they could seek another establishment. She longed to shake her head. Yet under the scrutinizing gazes of Han Panpan and Li Wenjie, and seeing her daughter wipe her tears, an inexplicable urge to spar with her rival surged within her. At that moment, Han Panpan, seemingly dissatisfied with her previous remarks, covered her mouth in mock amusement and chimed, "Oh dear husband, how could you say such a thing? We came here to dine, but they may not have the same intention. Perhaps they are here to earn a living. Do not obstruct their path to fortune." The sarcastic remarks left Yang Mei visibly agitated, her face paling as she clenched her teeth and cast a glance towards the restaurant's entrance. If that is the case, then let us proceed inside together. Han Panpan initially intended to mock Yang Mei a little, yet she was taken aback when Yang Mei genuinely rose to the challenge, provoking Han Panpan to raise her voice several notches. "Oh, so you wish to compete with me, do you? With your family, you dare to think about dining here? Do you have any idea how exorbitant the prices are? The average expenditure begins at 2,000. And even ordering a glass of plain water here would surely leave you feeling the pinch for quite some time." Yang Mei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at Han Ponpon's words. While undeniably harsh, there was an element of truth in them that left her visibly conflicted. Meanwhile, Li Wenjie feigned concern, saying, "Miss Yang, there is no need to feel awkward. Dining is all about enjoyment. If the expenses here are beyond your means, we can certainly change locations. Or since fate has brought us together, Miss Yang, you are welcome to join us for a meal." Upon hearing this, Han Ponpon's expression shifted dramatically. She gazed at Yang Mei's face, which, though worn by the passage of time, still radiated beauty, and her envy surged anew. This woman is indeed no good. Despite her deep-seated resentment towards Yang Mei's visage, Han Panpan did not wish to miss the opportunity to ridicule her during the meal, so she forced a smile and pretended to be understanding. "My husband makes a valid point. If your family cannot afford a meal and feels embarrassed about it, you are welcome to join us. After all, we can consider this a charitable act." Her words were cutting, and Yang Mei's face darkened with humiliation. At that moment, Lin Hao stepped forward, taking Yang Mei's hand and smiling as he said, "It is merely a meal. There is nothing to feel awkward about. If both of you intend to dine here, let us go in together." With that, he confidently led Yang Mei towards the restaurant entrance. To be honest, upon hearing Han Panpan mention the restaurant's prices, Yang Mei had instinctively contemplated abandoning her dining plans. However, provoked by the mockery, she felt a surge of anger. Coupled with Lin Hao's firm grip on her hand, she steeled herself, thinking that since Lin Hao had just earned a substantial sum of 100,000 yuan in compensation, they could afford to indulge a little. With this thought bolstering her confidence, the group made their way to the restaurant's entrance. To their surprise, a waiter extended a hand to stop them. "Good day, esteemed guests. Welcome to Telesis Western Restaurant. May I inquire if you have a reservation?" Han Panpan and Li Wenjie, trailing behind, seemed to have anticipated this moment, crossing their arms and making snide remarks. "Even if you are dining, there is no need to rush, is there?" Chapter 93. No reservation, no dining. The waitstaff at Tiresias Western Restaurant exhibited a modicum of decorum, observing that the group appeared to lack a reservation, yet refrained from uttering any overtly mocking remarks. However, Han Panpan was oblivious to such niceties, her tongue lashing out like a concealed venomous flower, spewing forth disdain. What was the point of rushing? Without a table, they would not be granted entry for a meal. After all, Tiresias was renowned as a Michelin-starred establishment, and it certainly would not admit just anyone off the street. At this moment, Li Wenjie nudged his wife, smiling as he spoke. "However, if you too have no reservation, you are welcome to join us, as we have made prior arrangements." Han Panpan, covering her mouth, let out a gleeful giggle. Indeed, people of our stature always secure a reservation when dining out, unlike others who must wait for the misfortunes of others to ascertain whether their meal is assured. As the two engaged in this banter, Lin Hao and Yang Mei exchanged discreet, disapproving glances. Although Lin Hao possessed a VIP card for Tiresias, the restaurant was already filled to capacity, and he could not expect to evict patrons simply because of his status. That would be exceedingly improper. Furthermore, any establishment with a semblance of intelligence would never commit such a folly. While Lin Hao and Yang Mei hesitated in their spot, Li Wenjie had already retrieved his phone, displaying his reservation confirmation to the waiter. Observing the bewildered expressions of the two standing idly, Han Panpan felt a surge of delight, almost wishing to capture Yang Mei's disheveled appearance on film, to hang it above her bed as a reminder on days when her spirits were low. Nearby, the child Ping Pong was incessantly making faces at Lin Miao Miao. Poor wretch, unable even to afford a meal. Lin Miao Miao glared at Ping Pong, her eyes aflame with indignation. Were it not for the presence of her parents, she would have lunged at the chubby boy and given him a piece of her mind. Lin Miao Miao's temperament was indeed rather fiery, which alleviated Lin Hao's concerns about her being bullied in kindergarten. He even contemplated enrolling her in karate lessons. Conversely, Yang Mei was perpetually dissatisfied with Lin Miao Miao's disposition, believing that a girl should embody grace and gentleness, often lecturing her on the matter. This had sparked several disputes between her and Lin Hao, as she maintained that femininity required a tranquil demeanor. Though Lin Hao disagreed with her perspective, he had refrained from engaging in any significant arguments over it. Ultimately, they both viewed matters through different lenses, and neither could persuade the other, leaving the issue unresolved for the moment. Yang Mei, feeling somewhat at a loss in the current atmosphere, was about to suggest they dine elsewhere when Lin Hao preemptively agreed with a smile. "In that case, we shall trouble you too. Yang Mei displayed a hint of disapproval on her face as Lin Hao urged her, "Haven't you always wanted to try French cuisine? I've heard that this restaurant serves it quite well. Let us give it a try." Noticing Yang Mei's hesitation, Lin Hao turned to Li Wenjie and the others with a smile. "Although we are fortunate to dine here thanks to you too, let's settle the bill separately this time." Li Wenjie regarded the man before him, whose appearance was decidedly shabby and whose demeanor was rather petty, and shook his head in disdain. "There's no need for that. Since we are dining together, let this meal be on us, in light of the friendship between Miss Yang and my wife from their school days." Seeing the couple's working-class demeanor, Li Wenjie felt a twinge of contempt. As for Lin Hao's suggestion of splitting the bill, he dismissed it as a manifestation of their pitiful pride. After all, for individuals like them, merely glancing at the prices on the menu would likely send them into a state of shock. However, Yang Mei appeared particularly insistent at that moment and gently declined. "Thank you for your kindness, but it is better that we pay for our own meals." Initially, Han Ponpon's face turned ashen upon hearing Li Wenjie's offer to cover the bill. Her teeth gritted in frustration as she glared at Yang Mei, suspecting that this vixen was once again enticing her husband. Yet, as she observed Yang Mei's feigned insistence, Han Ponpon's sense of superiority began to swell. She abruptly wrapped her arm around her husband's and, with exaggerated grace, declared, "No need for that. We can afford our meal. After all, my husband is an executive at a major company, earning over 10,000 a month. Dining here is quite trivial for us. Unlike you, who might find that even a glass of water here could amount to your entire monthly budget. It's better to be grounded and not to put on airs." Li Wenjie nodded solemnly. "Indeed, we are quite familiar with this restaurant, having dined here frequently. If it's your first visit, we can certainly recommend some delightful dishes." While this sounded pleasant, it was laced with boastfulness and arrogance. Li Wenjie assumed that a man like Lin Hao, lacking both wealth and capability, would respond defensively. To his surprise, Lin Hao was straightforward and agreeable. "Given the circumstances, I appreciate your kind offer." Lin Hao had no desire to take advantage of the insufferable couple, yet they seemed relentless in their attempts to flaunt their superiority. If they insisted on treating, he would begrudgingly allow them to indulge in their ostentation. Li Wenjie, witnessing Lin Hao's shameless demeanor, scoffed internally, further solidifying his disdain. Yang Mei, however, was taken aback by Lin Hao's acquiescence, her expression shifting as she tightly clutched his clothing. "Lin Hao, what are you saying? We should pay for our own meal. We can't let them treat us." Yang Mei harbored no desire to take advantage of Han Panpan, nor did she wish to become entangled with the couple in any way. The couple's earlier mockery had left her feeling as though she were on the verge of losing face. Lin Hao gently patted the back of Yang Mei's hand, reassuring her. "I was merely jesting. There's no way I would actually let them treat us. It will certainly be either their treat or we'll split the bill." Chapter 94. I will help her order. As he spoke, Lin Hao gestured for Yang Mei to look at Lin Miao Miao. "See, Miao Miao is truly enjoying herself here. If we leave now, she will undoubtedly feel disappointed." Upon hearing Lin Hao's words, Yang Mei instinctively turned to glance at her daughter, Lin Miao Miao. At that moment, Miao Miao was holding Lin Hao's hand, curiously peering around the restaurant's entrance, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Having grown up, she had rarely dined in upscale establishments, let alone indulged in a meal out, making her enthusiasm entirely understandable. This thought intensified Yang Mei's feelings of guilt. Meeting Han Ponpon's somewhat provocative gaze, she bit her lip and urged Lin Hao, "We must definitely join them for dinner afterward." Lin Hao nodded calmly. "Rest assured, we won't take advantage of them." At that moment, a waiter approached them. "Good evening, sir. Your reservation has been confirmed. Please follow me to your table." Under Li Wenjie's haughty gaze, Lin Hao led Yang Mei and Lin Miao Miao to the seating area. Guided by the waiter, they soon settled at their table in the Telesis Western restaurant. The waiter then produced a tablet from beneath the table and respectfully said, "Sir, you may begin to order." True to form, Li Wenjie, a familiar patron of Telesis, took the menu and, after flipping through a few pages, confidently began, "I would like a serving of French red wine foie gras, followed by a Wellington steak, medium rare." As he perused the menu, Li Wenjie ostentatiously turned to Yang Mei, saying, "The seared scallops with foie gras here are quite delightful. If this is your first visit, you might want to give them a try. Moreover, Michelin-starred restaurants often offer special dishes for ladies, such as orange-glazed duck breast or dishes featuring matsutake and caviar, which are also very suitable for women." Observing Yang Mei's awkwardness as she held the menu, Han Panpan snickered and deliberately raised her voice. "Oh, My beautician advised me to watch my diet lately, so I think I'll start with a serving of bird's nest and peach gum. Yang Mei opened the menu, confronted by a jumble of foreign characters that left her bewildered and at a loss. Perhaps because this Michelin establishment primarily catered to business professionals, their menu was bilingual, even peppered with complex French terms. Yang Mei could barely comprehend it, and the descriptions left her uncertain about their true meanings. At this moment, observing the couple across the table, it seemed as if they were preparing to witness a spectacle of folly. Yang Mei found herself increasingly reluctant to confront the menu before her. Fortunately, Lin Hao reached out and took the menu from in front of her. Hello. Allow me to assist this lady with her selections. For her appetizer, I recommend the prosciutto wrapped foie gras, and for the first course, the baked escargots with camembert. Yang Mei was taken aback by the unfamiliar terms that flowed from Lin Hao's lips. Had he not kindly accompanied each French phrase with its Chinese translation, she might have remained oblivious to what she was to dine on until the dishes were served. For the soup, he chose the French country-style thick soup. And for the main course, a $39 portion of diced lamb accompanied by truffle celery sauce. Finally, for dessert, he opted for a swan-shaped pastry with molten filling. Having swiftly ordered for Yang Mei, Lin Hao then turned his attention to his daughter, Lin Miao. At that moment, he appeared entirely unlike the feckless individual who merely existed to consume and languish. Instead, he exuded an air of poise and proficiency, reminiscent of a seasoned businessman accustomed to dining in Michelin-starred establishments. His speed in ordering was remarkable. Without a moment's hesitation, he articulated the names of each dish. Fortunately, the restaurant's owner had trained the staff to enhance service quality. Otherwise, in a typical establishment, the complexity of Lin Hao's orders might have left the waitstaff bewildered. Even Yang Mei could not comprehend why her husband was so well acquainted with the dishes at a Michelin restaurant. In truth, when she first heard Lin Hao reciting those peculiar dish names, her instinct was to reject them, as they did not sound particularly appetizing. Yet, witnessing the subdued fury of Li Wenjie and Han Panpan across the table, their faces tinged with a hint of green from Lin Hao's adept ordering, her own frustration began to dissipate. Well, it's not as if I am familiar with French cuisine anyway. I shall leave it to Lin Hao to decide. Lin Hao was no stranger to dining in Michelin-starred venues and was exceedingly familiar with the offerings. Moreover, in a deliberate attempt to unsettle Li Wenjie and Han Panpan, he showcased his fluent French. His eloquent pronunciation even elicited a noticeable change in the demeanor of the restaurant staff, who became increasingly deferential. Very well, sir. Rest assured, your dishes are being prepared with urgency and will be presented shortly. We appreciate your patience. Lin Hao smiled and nodded, casually tipping the waiter a $100 note. After completing the orders for their table, the waiter departed, unfazed by Li Wenjie and Han Panpan's displeasure. Meanwhile, Li Wenjie sat nearby, his expression darkening. It was not merely the fact that he had always looked down upon this seemingly impoverished individual. It was also the realization that the dishes Lin Hao had ordered were all signature offerings of this Michelin restaurant. The exquisite French cuisine, by its very nature, is not something that an ordinary person can easily afford. Even when he and Han Panpan decided to dine together today, they merely opted for a 6-course set menu. After all, few would visit such a Michelin-starred establishment with the intention of merely filling their stomachs. However, Lin Hao was different. He seized this opportunity to allow Yang Mei to savor the culinary delights of a Michelin restaurant, hoping to compensate for the shortcomings she had endured over the years. Thus, he chose only the finest and most extravagant signature dishes. As Li Wenjie observed Lin Hao's lavish selections, his expression darkened considerably, almost as if he were about to burst into tears. After all, he had previously boasted about treating Lin Hao and the others to a meal. While he had spoken so confidently, who could have anticipated Lin Hao's audacity? With the dishes they had ordered, the cost of their meal soared to at least 2 or 3 times the usual amount, making it impossible for Li Wenjie not to feel the sting of such extravagance. Even with a monthly income exceeding 10,000, such expenditure was extraordinary. Ah, indeed, when it is not one's own money being spent, the heart feels no pain. Mr. Lin, would you not agree? Upon hearing Li Wenjie's biting remark, Lin Hao raised an eyebrow and offered an enigmatic smile. He had initially thought Li Wenjie to be a person of great generosity, but who would have guessed that just a few dishes could strip him of all decorum? Suppressing a chuckle, Lin Hao responded, Mr. Li, fret not. We shall cover our own expenses and will not require your assistance. Han Panpan, who had just suffered a loss of face due to Lin Hao's ordering prowess, was eager to reclaim her dignity. Upon hearing his words, she let out a derisive laugh. "Oh, look at you, relying on the art of deception to dine here. It seems this approach is quite lucrative for you. Is it your intention to amass wealth in this manner?" Lin Hao had no interest in engaging with Han Ponpon's provocations. With a cool demeanor, he replied, "Rest assured, madam. Even if we were to resort to such unscrupulous means to earn a living, we would certainly seek out affluent patrons. We would never stoop to associating with those who, when faced with a few extra-ordered dishes, begin to haggle and display their petty grievances." Han Panpan, incensed, slammed the menu onto the table. "Who do you think you're calling a miserly wretch? You and your band of pitiful souls dare to look down upon us. This is a high-end restaurant where influential individuals frequent. Many business people choose this venue to entertain their guests, and generally, patrons maintain a sense of decorum, as no one wishes to create a scene in such a public setting to showcase their uniqueness. Yet, Han Panpan, oblivious to this social norm, believed that her wealth entitled her to behave like a sovereign in the restaurant. Such self-centeredness is frowned upon in fine dining establishments. Therefore, her loud outburst drew the attention of numerous diners within the restaurant. Faced with the irate gazes of other patrons, the attendant approached without hesitation and stated plainly, "Madam, I kindly ask that you maintain a quieter demeanor while dining, as your loudness disrupts the experience of other guests." Han Panpan, who was inherently sensitive to her reputation, felt her face flush with indignation at such reprimand. "What sort of attitude is this? We are patrons here as well. On what grounds do you speak to us in such a manner?" Although Li Wenjie shared his wife's dissatisfaction with the attendant's demeanor, the piercing stares from nearby guests rendered him increasingly uncomfortable. He gently tugged at his wife's sleeve, saying, "Let it go, dear. There is no merit in arguing with such a server." After uttering these words, he cast a glance at the attendant and reprimanded him in a condescending tone. "What are you standing around for? Where are our dishes? Hurry up." This unpleasant attitude significantly diminished the attendant's regard for him. Even the wealthiest patrons at a Michelin-starred establishment typically exhibited courtesy and restraint, rarely resorting to such boisterous displays. Moreover, they were not even esteemed VIPs, merely ordering a modestly priced set meal from the menu. However, as restaurant staff, they were obliged to suppress their true sentiments, nodding politely before retreating to a distance. After venting their frustrations at the attendant, Li Wenjie and Han Panpan redirected their ire towards Lin Hao. "It appears Mr. Lin is quite familiar with this Michelin restaurant. Could it be that he frequents such establishments?" Han Panpan interjected, "But given Mr. Lin's financial situation, dining here must be quite a challenge." "Indeed," Li Wenjie replied with feigned gentlemanly concern, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Mei. "It must be quite burdensome for Miss Yang. After all, she not only has to earn a living, but also shoulder her husband's additional expenses. How unfortunate for her." One might mistake his feigned sympathy for genuine concern, as if he were the one footing the bill. Han Panpan seized this opportunity to deride Yang Mei. "You see, marrying a man is akin to being reborn. A fortunate union means never having to worry about food and drink. One can indulge in high-end cosmetics, handbags, clothing, and shoes at will." As she spoke, Han Panpan proudly linked her arm with Li Wenjie, her expression brimming with pride. Yet, if one finds themselves wed to an ne'er-do-well, life becomes a struggle. Having to work to support both oneself and a husband who lives off the fruits of others' labor. "I must say, Yang Mei, I truly admire your ability to navigate such a situation. Not many could manage the intricacies of being a gold digger as adeptly as you." Li Wenjie, upon hearing Han Ponpon's words, displayed a flicker of sympathy on his face, seemingly moved by Yang Mei's plight. "Indeed, it is only fitting that a woman as beautiful as Miss Yang should be wed to a man who can cherish and love her. How could one expect Miss Yang to shoulder the economic burdens of her household alone? Such a struggle is truly too arduous for any woman." At this moment, Han Panpan finally grasped the underlying tone of her husband's words and shot him a disapproving glare. After all, if someone is willing to support this ineffectual man, what business is it of hers? What? Do you wish to assist her in her support? Li Wenjie, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation, hastily waved his hands in denial. "No, no, my dear, you have misunderstood. How could I entertain such a notion? Everything I am belongs to you. I was merely expressing a fleeting sentiment. Did you not just say that a man like Miss Yang's partner is utterly inadequate?" The couple exchanged quips as if Lin Hao were non-existent, carelessly disparaging him with a stream of ungracious remarks. Lin Hao, however, had long since grown accustomed to such unkind words, for at this moment, he was all too familiar with their sting.